to an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In 1848, James Marshall discovered gold at Sutter's Mill. And in 3 years, a multicultural migration grew a sleepy trading post of 800 to a city of over 250,000. These were the first dreamers, innovators, builders, and inventors that defined San Francisco. The San Francisco Historical Society exists to uncover, preserve, and present in engaging ways the colorful and diverse history of our city from its earliest days to the present. As a member, you'll receive The Argonaut, an award-winning publication that has provided in-depth historical accounts for over 30 years. And The Panorama, a quarterly newsletter covering ongoing activities and historical presentations. Go to sfhistory.org and discover the San Francisco Historical Society, giving our history a great future. Become a member today.
For a smarter start to your day, wake up and stream KCBS.
Good morning. I'm Margie Schaefer.
And I'm Eric Thomas. First up, a check on KCBS traffic with Kim Wonderly.
We're always live and local on your smart speaker.
Yeah, traffic's been relatively well behaved, but we're starting to see some of these commutes fill in.
Tell your smart speaker to play KCBS Radio.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
J Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries, continuing its mission to uplift women across industries. J Vineyards and the Valkyries share a commitment to female leadership, ambition, and breaking barriers to support women who raise the bar in sports and beyond. So Valks fans, join us at the game, at home, or at Jay's Tasting Room in Healdsburg for a memorable experience. J Vineyards, raise a glass to excellence, on the court and in every bottle.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Toyota's Memorial Day offers are extended. Zoom past the pump all summer long in one of Toyota's 21 industry-leading hybrid and electrified models. But hurry in while there's still time to save at Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Score deals on the 50 MPG Corolla Hybrid and the 51 MPG Hybrid Camry. Or get 0% APR on Toyota's newest EVs, the CHR and BZ. Don't miss out. Extended Memorial Day savings end June 1st. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
UFC fans, listen up. Want to win the ultimate UFC fan experience? Total Wireless, the official wireless provider of UFC, is sending 4 lucky winners to Washington, D.C. for a VIP UFC Freedom 250 Fan Fest experience. We're talking travel, VIP access, and so much more. Text TOTAL to 23955 to enter for your chance to win. No purchase necessary. Data rates may apply. Ends May 19th. Entrance must be resident of the 50 U.S. or D.C. 18 plus. Official rules at TotalPowerSweeps.com.
Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Male Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to PrimeMaleMedical.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right?
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. Finger licking machine. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. San Francisco weather, partly cloudy throughout the day, high of 62.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Right.
Here we go, 0.6. Cunningham has the basketball. Looking around, slaps the rock, throws it in. Boston, turnaround, fade away at the buzzer, no good! And the Valkyries hold on for a 90-88 win. 5-2. 2-0 on the homestand, and 1-1 this season against Indiana. What a game here at Chase Center tonight. Wow.
You're damn right, Kevin Dana. K-Bone on the call. 90-88. Ballhalla was ballin'. Golden State Valkyries saying, not so fast, Caitlin Clark. Not so fast, Indiana Fever. No. It's a different season. It was incredible theater last night. And you heard it all right here on 95.7 The Game, baby. That's right. We're open up with positivity. There's been so much negative energy on these airwaves in regards to the dumpster fire that is the San Francisco Giants, all the anxiety about the future of the Golden State Warriors, what's going on with all these injuries for the 49ers. Oh, and by the way, there's another one. We'll get to it. But just once, Sam, I would like to open up a show with positive vibes, and we're doing that this morning. Yes, Sam Lubman filling in for Shasky. He was a late scratch. Hope you feel better, Joe. Shout out to Sam Lubman for being Johnny on the spot, Carter in the back, and good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work. And for those of you who were at the game last night at Ballhalla, call in 888-957-9570. They're 5-2 on the season. That was a hell of a win, Sammy.
Yeah, well, they're Spoonie tied for the best record in the W so far in this early parts of the season here. 5-2, tied with the Lynx atop the standings here, and that was actually a really fun one last night. Actually, that was a fun game last night. Got really tense there at the end. I thought the Valkyries controlled the pace the entire night with that stifling defense, but Fever put a little scare there at the end. But again, the defense just always coming through. Why the Fever at all tried to attempt anything in the paint in that fourth quarter last night is beyond me, because the Valkyries' defense, Natalie Case's defense, was just absolutely locked down all night long, especially in those final minutes there.
I mean, I don't know who was worse yesterday as far as superstars go shooting. Caitlin Clark for the Indiana Fever, who was 3 of 12 overall, or one Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 6 of 18, 0 of 5 from beyond the arc for the Oklahoma City Thunder, who got destroyed in Game 6 in San Antonio, 118-91. I was oscillating back and forth there. It was a close game in the first half between the Thunder and Spurs, and then a 32-13 third quarter made that an easy switch from me from NBC over to KPIX to watch the Valkyries. And obviously, Sam, I had it synced with my guy Kevin Dana on the free Odyssey app, listening right here on 95.7 The Game, baby.
Dana,
so I was oscillating back and forth between those two last night. But thankfully, the Thunder made it an easy decision. And it was a better game overall between the Valkyries and the Fever. Didn't think I was going to say that heading into last night, but it was the more exciting game. And Caitlin Clark, who had her way last week against the Valkyries and got into it with Veronica Burton amongst others, it was not her night, Sammy, although before the game, she was swarmed with fans wanting to get her signature.
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, she was seen at Oracle Park the day before.
She talked about that, too.
She did, yeah. Well, I kind of liked her comments on it. She was talking about how, it's always been one of my, ballparks to want to go to. She says it was right up there with Wrigley in terms of her favorite ballpark. She's like, all right, I'll allow that. But, no, the line that, caught my attention, she's like, I was sitting in the second row next to the dugout. And she's like, I'm not going to complain about sitting in the second row, but that's one of those ballparks where the nosebleeds are a little bit better. I'm like, all right, Caitlin, you know what's up, because Oracle Park is a ballpark where if you're in that view reserve section, you kind of got the best seat in the house. So, yeah, she knows her Oracle Park game, so respect to her on that. And, yeah, respect her going 3 of 12 shooting last night. Love seeing that. Veronica Burton with the block. I mean, everyone's going to look at the 25 points that Burton scored last night. The 5 blocks, though, 11 blocks in total for the Valks last night, a record for this young franchise. It was a block party last night. There's no other way to say it. Just go with the cheesiest line right off the bat.
Block party?
It was a block party last night for the Valkyries. I mean, that's what you call it when you get 11 blocks.
Sure, absolutely. Well, and I love the physicality overall from the Valkyries and what they've shown this year. You can just go straight to the free throw line when you look at the box score. 20 of 28. Now, you can improve that percentage. Not great, but they're getting to the line. And that shows the physicality, not afraid to drive to the paint. As you mentioned, Veronica Burton, 10 of 12 overall. Gabby Williams as well. Wasn't a great shooting night overall for her, but the mark of a really good player is even when you're not shooting well, you're distributing to others still. You're getting everyone else involved, even if your own shot is not there. Something Caitlin Clark does very well, and she was able to do even last night. But Gabby Williams, 19 points overall, 6 boards, 6 assists, 3 steals, and only 1 turnover. And when you're handling the ball that much, Sam, I do look at that as an indicator of how well you are being just protecting the ball. And they were able to do that yesterday. And again, great win. And it was nice to just be happy on a Friday. How many times do I come in here on a feel-good Friday and it turns into a feel-bad Friday, Carter? It's been doom and gloom around here for quite some time in regards to the end of the Warriors season, the end of the Giants season, and we're just starting this Valkyries season. And yeah, they're still getting a foothold here when it comes to the overall fan base of the entirety of the Bay Area. They sell out every game. We know that they're beloved, but foothold in that us talking about them on these airwaves. We had Gabby Williams on our airwaves yesterday. She joined Steiny and Guru after practice yesterday. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. I know Steiny loved every part of that interview. He's a big Ballhalla guy. He said he's going to the game Sunday. Is that correct? With his daughters? What do you mean you're shrugging? You listen to the show. Don't you produce it, Carter? I was listening to him yesterday.
I was busy.
Oh, you were busy. You were just checked out. That's fine.
He's doing a lot of producer stuff back there.
Sure. Well, he's more locked in on our show is what that tells me. And then Steiny and Goo hop on. He's like,
that is the show he's paid to produce, is this one. So he's just, you know what it's like. You're just kind of there for that first half of the time show.
Well, what I learned when I was double dipping, when I used to do the technical producing for the Morning Roast when it was Bonte and Shasky, and then when that show was over, I'd slide over to the producer chair with Steiny and Goo for a couple hours. I would be Evan Giddings' therapist for a couple hours behind the scenes. That's what I've learned. And I hope, hopefully it's changed for the better. Hopefully I was able to help Evan. Apparently he's got a lady friend these days. So I like to think he owes that to me. Cart. No? All right.
Yeah, let's just throw his business out there. It's all good.
Stop. He's fine. He's crushed. He was at San Antonio yesterday. He was watching the Spurs and the Thunder in person.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's where Evan's at.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's his vacation.
It was kind of a snoozer. Is he a Spurs fan now? Is that why?
Is that his vacation destination, San Antonio?
Well, I know Guru's on a cruise, so that's pretty cool.
Okay, So Evan goes to San Antonio because Guru's on a cruise?
Well, I don't know why these people do these things, but
maybe Evan's just really into the
Sam,
Alamo.
I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a lot of hall monitors at 95.7 The Game that like to keep track of other people's business. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, well, they're not in today, so.
Oh. Well, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And the Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. And yes, Veronica Burton was the hero yesterday for the Golden State Valkyries. 25 points, 7 of 13 overall shooting, 10 of 12 from the free throw line. And the Valkyries get the dub, improving to 5-2 on the season. I do want to mention that Spurs Thunder Game 6 yesterday because it ended up being a snoozer.
Well, hold on, really quick before we go to that Spurs Thunder, just on the Valkyries here, really quick. I mean, Burton and Williams were the driving force of that game last night. When your two best players from last year, Kayla Thornton and Tiffany Hayes, combined for 0 total points. Like the way those two have been stepping up early in the season as we try to get Kayla Thornton, who again missed a lot of time with injury last year. Tip Hayes missed a lot of time with injury last year. Seeing those two step up while the other two kind of find their groove. It's been so fun to watch. And Gabby Williams, like we talked about, like great free agent fits, like right off the bat. Like Gabby Williams has been a fit early on with this team in all the ways that like we wish Willie Adamas was with the Giants. Like
that's a good point.
You know, like she looks like she has been on this team forever. I mean, you mentioned the 19 points scoring on offense. On defense, she had a lot of takeaways on defense last night. There's a couple times where again Sophie Cunningham's trying to drive into the rim and just smacks the ball right out of her hands. And of course, you know, Cunningham immediately starts screaming at the refs, which was fun to watch. And she's kind of a low-key complainer, Sophie Cunningham. I kind of like watching it.
Well, that's just what we've turned into in society in the NBA and the WNBA. We love to complain.
My favorite is always
when Luka Doncic is doing it all the time. It's going to bleed into others.
I didn't see Pods on the sideline last night. Was he not there?
Was he not?
Because like there was that play towards the end of the game where they had
he's the number one fan. He's our Valkyries correspondent here at 95.7 The Game with Willard and Dibbs.
I think there was a moment later. I think it was Williams was on Clark. So he has her trapped up against the sideline there. Gets her to step on the out of bounds baseline and cause the turnover. I thought that would be the moment to cut the Pods doing some goofy celebration on the sideline. Remember last year when Clark got that travel and he did that little like jumping, traveling dance right in front of her.
Right.
And somehow that pissed Warrior fans off because
he was excited and having fun.
How dare Pods show emotions?
How dare Pods just be a human? We don't like that.
How dare Pods exist?
I mean, I'm rooting for the guy. That's it.
Out.
No, I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for the Pods comeback story. And actually, overall, thought he had a good season last year, which apparently is a hot take to say. Valkyries back in action Sunday, Sam.
That's a big one against the Aces.
12:30, yeah, against the defending champs and
Mark Davis's Aces.
That's right. Well, Mark Davis and Tom Brady's Aces. Don't you forget it. That's going to be a good one. I believe that's going to be on ESPN as well.
Yeah, 12:30 tip.
Yeah, can't wait for that
so
one.
Steiny's sitting courtside for that is what I'm hearing? With Joe Lacob?
I think he's going to that game. At least that's what I gathered yesterday. Dude, apparently we have the dynamic duo today starting at 10 o'clock.
Oh, it's appointment listening at 10.
Actually, it's earlier than that because it's a crossover because it's a Friday.
Ooh.
We got Steiny and Dan Devone together today.
And you got to check out early today, too. You're going to miss that.
You're not supposed to say that.
Oh.
It's theater of the mind. No, but yes, I will be missing the crossover. Unfortunately.
Oh, so I get Steiny and Devone all to myself?
Hold on. Before we get to that, I'm
excited now.
I have a preschool graduation.
Is it a graduation or a promotion?
She's still going to be in preschool next year, so you're not graduating from anything.
So it's a promotion.
But her friends, most of them, Nora, I'm talking about baby Nora, who's 3, she's going to be 4 in October, crushed it in her first year of preschool. A lot of her friends are moving on to either TK or kindergarten next year, so they're not going to be in the class. So she's like, Dad, I'm graduating this. I was like, I don't think you're graduating. I think your friends are. No, I am. I was like, okay, sure, whatever. She's like, you're going to be there, right? I was like, okay.
Well, I am now.
I have to be because I was there for her brothers who legitimately went from kindergarten to first grade.
Yeah.
And I can't just pick one kid's over the other. I'd be a horrible dad if I did that.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. I was just asking the question. I don't have kids. I don't know what the rules are here.
There are rules, Sam.
Oh, okay.
You love them all equally. That's the rule.
Really?
Now private.
I thought that was just a lie that parents told kids to make them feel good.
Well, privately, you might have favorites, but you just can't say that publicly. Everyone knows that. Because, I have 9 brothers and sisters.
So the YouTube poll today, which kid is Spadoni's favorite?
888-957-9570. Baby Natalia, right now, she's crushing it.
Sports, man.
Those chubby cheeks. Sports? No. Babies.
Babies, man.
Listen, speaking of babies, I did call out Victor Wembanyama yesterday because I did think it was soft.
That's a big baby.
No, he was being a baby. They got humbled in Game 5. He did not have a great performance, and he skipped the media. And I thought that was weak sauce. And I thought it was even weaker from the league to do what was even less than a slap on the wrist to him, just giving him a warning. I thought they should have been much, much harder and at least given him somewhat of a fine, even if it was like $10,000, $50,000, somewhat of a fine, so he understands he is not bigger than the league. Dude, you've been here for less than 2 years. Yes, you are clearly going to be the future face of the league if not already. And if that's the case, you got to show up even when things aren't going well for you. So he has major front runner energy for me right now. And you know what? I'm going to say it. They're like the darlings right now. The Spurs, the Knicks. No. Telling you this, Sammy, we need the Oklahoma City Thunder to win tomorrow and to win the finals and go back to back.
Why is that?
Why? Because they are turning in to the villains of the league in the best way possible.
Most boring villain
They're
ever.
not boring anymore, though, because you know what? The amount of signs and the amount of hate I see on social media now for one Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I didn't think that was possible a couple years ago. Because the whole team, everyone's like, wow, the Thunder, they go about it the right way. Look how deep this team is. Look at Shai. He's so selfless. He's not a showboater. He goes about it the right way. He keeps his head down. He's not saying all this crazy stuff to the media. We love this team. And then what happens? They start winning. He's getting MVPs. He's doing this. Oh, all of a sudden, we don't like his style of play because, the refs are calling too many fouls. Oh, he's flopping. He keeps falling down. I think the best thing possible for the NBA this year is for the Thunder to go back to back and stop this, 6-7 years of parity in the league. We need a true dynasty back in the league right now. We love a dynasty. We like to pretend we like parity in the NBA, but we don't. It's one of the biggest lies in sports that they try to sell. Oh, parity. Oh, we want the Pacers to win. Oh, the Milwaukee Bucks. Oh, look, the Phoenix Suns are here. No.
Small markets matter.
The NBA was built on dynasties. Celtics, Lakers, Bulls, Warriors, Spurs, if you want to call them a dynasty, even though it wasn't never won consecutive championships.
I call that pop.
Sure, no, you can.
99 to 2013.
The Heatles, right? Like, we love a super team. And we love to root against those teams when they start being too good. Like the Warriors were once like the Thunder, were they not? Everyone loved the Warriors when they first came about. You know why? Because they beat LeBron and the Cavs. It's like, no one saw that coming. That was awesome. And then they won 73 games, right? And it was just like, oh, wait. Man, this seems really good. Mate, are they going to threaten the Jordan Bulls? Oh, my God. And then they blew a 3-1 lead, and then they turned into the laughingstock. And people like to poke fun at them. And then you know what they did? They brought in Kevin Durant and instantly became the most hated team, potentially, of my lifetime. And Warriors fans loved that. You embraced that hatred because everyone knew the league was over. I say all this to say, we don't need parity in the NBA. We need a dynasty, and that is why we need the Oklahoma City Thunder to win tomorrow. Agree or disagree? 888-957-9570. Plus, Sam, I do at some point today want to get into 49ers OTAs. And believe it or not, there's another injury that happened.
What?
Another injury happened.
That never happens down there. I wonder if there's a reason that goes beyond the field, like a substation that caused it.
Don't you dare.
Oh, I did.
It's a feel-good Friday. I'm not letting you bring me down from this high.
It's going to be an electric Friday.
That's Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. You know the number, 888-957-9570 is the number. And what's coming up the game is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock, right off 280 in Coleman, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-485-7220. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-485-7220 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-485-7220 to see if you qualify. That's 800-485-7220.
Bay Area sports fans have plenty to cheer for. Here's one more. San Francisco Fire Credit Union is celebrating its 75th anniversary with a limited-time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
You only get one shot at this. One chance to handle your injury case the right way. One chance to get the compensation you actually need. And one chance to protect your future. And once you make the wrong move, you don't get a do-over. Sign too early, it's final. Say the wrong thing, it's recorded. Take a low offer, you can't go back. Before you make any decisions, call Beam Law. They'll step in immediately, guiding you, protecting you, and making sure every move is made with your best outcome in mind. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't take that risk. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust ATCO for the solution.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th through July 12th with mouth-watering food and concerts, the Demolition Derby, and more. Save big with advance tickets at AlamedaCountyFair.com. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
This is Stories from the Pitch, brought to you by the first ever Infiniti QX65 and by Lowe's. Give your yard its own moment with new limited time deals from Lowe's.
They arrived in Germany under a cloud. Calciopoli, the match-fixing scandal, had just broken in Italy, threatening to demote Juventus and disgrace the league. Several squad members faced charges back home. Coach Marcelo Lippi turned isolation into fuel. Italy played pragmatically, ruthlessly. Goalkeeper Gianluigi Buffon conceded just 2 goals all tournament, 1 penalty, 1 own goal. They beat Germany in the semifinal in extra time. Fabio Grosso curling home a beauty in the final minute. Then France in Berlin. Penalties. Grosso again. The last kick. Trezeguet missed. Italy's 4th World Championship. The squad lifted the trophy and dedicated it to the country, to the league, to the friends back home waiting for verdicts.
Stay tuned to this Odyssey station for more Stories from the Pitch.
Bay Area, it's Kayla Thornton. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Kay? Yeah, we're tight. Caleb, I call her Kay. Didn't have a great shooting performance yesterday, but nonetheless, the Valkyries got a huge dub over Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever, 90-88.
Yeah.
And we heard it all right here on 95.7 The Game. Spurs Thunder turned into a stinker in the third quarter, so it made it very easy to switch over to Ballhalla, and we had a doozy on our hands. We had a doozy. Started off strong, then the Fever do what they do. They're shooting out hot in the second quarter. Caitlin Clark and company, although overall she did not shoot well, 3 of 12. Raven Johnson, that's so Raven, shout out San Francisco, coming off the bench with 16 points. Sophie Kenningham with 11. But when you got Veronica Burton dropping 25, Janelle Solon dropping 19 off the bench, and the aforementioned Gabby Williams, maybe the free agent signing of the year so far, Sammy, dropping 19, that was enough to improve to 5-2 and get the win yesterday. Again, at Ballhalla. Doesn't get any easier, though, the schedule, as they take on the defending champs this Sunday at Chase Center. Can't wait for that one.
We had Matt Lively on yesterday.
We certainly did.
And he, again, go listen to that interview on the free Odyssey app. And he talked about
who is Matt Lively?
He is the Channel 5 sports anchor. Also does the sideline reporting for the Valkyries. And we talked about, the league taking notice about the Valks. And he's just like, oh, yeah, people are recognized around the league. Ballhalla is not a fun place to play. And Caitlin Clark, she didn't do so well in her appearance at Chase Center last year, and then struggled again last night. I mean, I love that. Let's make this place not fun for the superstars around the league to play.
Is that like the what Staples / Crypto used to be for Steph? Is that what Ballhalla is for Caitlin Clark?
These two teams get at it when they play each other.
Good.
Again, they're not in the same conference or anything like that, so I don't know how they're going to match up one more time in July. July 15th is the next time these two teams play in Indiana, but seems like whenever these two teams play, man, it gets chippy with them. I love it.
Well, what else?
That'd be a fun playoff matchup, Valkyries and Fever.
Absolutely. And what else I loved listening after the game, some of the post-game comments from the Fever head coach, from the players, was just the love and adoration that they have for Ballhalla and the fan base itself. And just everything that is right with the WNBA, you just have to go to one of those games to feel why. The presence, the fan base that is the Bay Area, they really have embraced this team, and it's taken notice with a team like the Indiana Fever that draws crowds like Ballhalla does every single time. But that's just because of one player.
Yeah.
See, that is the difference, though. I'm curious to see if the Fever didn't have Caitlin Clark, right? Would they still be drawing these massive, massive crowds like they do at Chase Center for the Valkyries? I don't know. I'm not sure. It just speaks to the team itself, and it's just not one player being bigger than everyone else and why it makes it such a special atmosphere. And yeah, I do think it plays a part, as you're saying, to some of these poor shooting performances. They're not used to playing WNBA teams all the time in sold-out arenas, sold-out crowds. It is kind of like a playoff type of atmosphere in the regular season, and that matters. It does. It is a true home court advantage in an era, well, where in basketball anyways, you don't have that many home court advantages like we used to see back in the day, you know, the Garden, right? It was the Boston Garden. Oh, you don't want to go play there. It was hot. They didn't have air conditioning.
Well, you can go.
I'm going like way back in like the 80s.
You can go local. What Oracle was like.
During that, yeah, absolutely.
From 20, that 15, 16 season all the way to the close. I mean, you're talking about maybe 2 or 3 home losses a year at Oracle Arena during that time.
It's a great point, Sam.
That was an absolutely miserable place for other teams to play. And so, yeah, you're seeing that. Like, Chase Center kind of became that a little bit during that 22 run. You know, I'll never forget that Game 6 against Memphis, just how rocking that house was. Kevon Looney's pulling in 20 rebounds to down the Grizzlies in that Game 6. And now you're seeing it here. It's taken root in Chase Center again now during the summer with these Valkyries games. And Bay Area fans, we could make this a very uncomfortable place to play. We've seen how rocking Levi Stadium gets when it's really, rolling during the playoffs. Again, I remember that first NFC title game against the Packers. Like, that was just a nonstop 3-hour party. Granted, the Niners were rolling that entire time, which probably played a part in it. But a couple years ago when the Lions were in town, it was also a packed house and a very festive atmosphere, even with all the Lions fans who were there. Like, Bay Area fans were able to bring it, and they very much were showing it last night.
Well, and it was unfortunate last season that, it was kind of double booked, if you will, that they couldn't play their playoff game at Ballhalla. It had to be down at SAP in San Jose, which, again, it was cool in that, like, San Jose it's still the Bay Area, and everyone was there, and the fan base was crazy and rocky. It's not the same when it's your home court.
It felt almost deflating, for last season, because it was also that you also had your 2 best players out, too.
Correct.
Which also kind of undercut a lot of the good feelings the Valks had in that first season, too. But, Joe, I think, again, we talk about kind of the team aspect of it, the Valkyries don't have any like one superstar you can point to. I mean, yeah, Kayla Thornton was an all-star last year. Gabby Williams was an all-star last year. Veronica Burton can probably be an all-star this year. But it's very much a team-centric approach here, and I feel like that kind of fits in with other great teams we've seen in the past here in the Bay Area. The Giants from 10 to 14. I mean, sure, they had Buster, they had Bumgarner, they had Timmy, but what was the mantra of those teams? 25 guys, 1 goal, win today. The Warriors, again, Steph, he's the face, but what was the Warriors' mantra? Strength in numbers. It was very much a team-centric approach with how those teams won and had success, and I do feel like Bay Area fans get attracted to that. They like the team-centric aspect of their successful teams, not just one superstar kind of carrying the load here, and you're seeing the Valkyries kind of fit in with that ethos that past great teams here in the last few years at least have been kind of setting.
Well, it's interesting, too, and Gabby Williams joined Steiny and Guru yesterday on our airwaves, and, Steiny asked, like legitimate expectations, and Gabby was no nonsense. She's like, yeah, we expect
trying to win it all.
We're trying to win a title. And Steiny was almost taken aback by it because, in fairness, it is, like, from a media perspective, like, okay, you guys were an expansion franchise last year. Like, I get it. Like, there are cases like the Golden Knights and the NHL. Those are the exceptions to the rule. That doesn't usually happen. So, when you have a playoff run like you did in your very first season, I understand why that is the expectation. If you're a free agent like Gabby Williams coming here, is like, dude, in their first ever season, they sold out every game. and they made the playoffs. So the natural jumping off point and the natural next step from that is competing for a championship. And I do think that is a legitimate expectation. And people will be disappointed if they don't at least get out of the first round and make it to a finals potentially. But again, the expectations in the Bay and for fan bases.
That's the Joe Lacob effect. I mean,
well, it is. And it's also, I think this market matters too. It's kind of a conversation I want to jump into in a couple minutes, potentially on the other side, is something that David Sampson said yesterday with us, former Miami Marlins president. And we were talking about the CBA, talking about the Giants, talking about all of it. Nothing Personal podcast, Meadowlark Media. And, he was saying how spoiled Bay Area fans are. It's like, hey, the Giants, they've been bad for a decade, but, they won 3 World Series. Be grateful. That should hold you over for longer than a decade. Oh, yeah, the Warriors too. You had 4 titles with Steph. Be grateful. Oh, the Niners, they've gone to 3 Super Bowls since the year 2000. Be grateful. You guys are spoiled. And you know what? I push back on that. Certain markets, no, I don't use the word spoiled. Certain markets have expectations that others don't. And there is an expectation now in the Bay that not winning championships, that's not going to fly here anymore, because the expectation is to get there and to win. Few markets have those expectations. Los Angeles is one of them. You think they're throwing parades because, they have a first-round series win against the Rockets if you're the Lakers? No. They got swept against the Thunder. It's a bad season for them. They lost their superstar, he got hurt, whatever. Same with the Dodgers. They went back-to-back. If they, have a playoff series win this year and then get bounced by God knows who in the second round, it's going to be no. It's going to be a failure of a season. USC football, yada, yada, yada. The notion that Bay Area fan bases are spoiled, I'm going to push back on. There is an expectation. That's the word I would use. And I want to throw out to the audience, 888-957-9570. When we start having these conversations around the Warriors, the Valkyries, like the 49ers, we talk about it almost like if it's a birthright that they should be competing at the highest level for championships, because that's what we've seen at their heights. Do people believe that we are spoiled as a fan base? Even if you are a fan of these teams, do you think we are acting spoiled on these airways? I think it's a legitimate question. 888-957-9570. Carter, before I get Sam Lubman's thoughts on that, though, it is time for the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. That's right. Fly to the Valkyries, baby. Veronica Burton dropped a game-high 25 points last night in the Valkyries' 90-88 win over the Fever, but she also brought it on defense as well, stopping Caitlin Clark with one of her 5 blocks on the night.
Burton, Salon was fronting Boston. Here comes Clark on the left baseline. Drive blocked by Burton. Her 4th of the game, and then she gets fouled. Veronica Burton having herself an all-star kind of performance. She was all defense last year in the W second team. She was most improved player. And the way she's playing this year, Veronica Burton's going to be an all-star.
That was the teamwork play of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. And I'm asking the question, 888-957-9570. David Sampson said the Bay Area fan base is spoiled, and we need to just be grateful for all the winning they've done since 2010. Are we spoiled? Are we? I disagree. We have expectations. We're not spoiled. Sam Lubman in for Shasky, Spadoni, sponsored by Free on Bake, here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years with you. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Mix and match signature select chicken drumsticks or thighs. Value packs are buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy 2. It's kind of like how you buy one host, get two.
And this is me right here. Enjoy a clip or click offer on juicy green or red seedless grapes for just $1.49 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Lucerne, shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties are just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items with a clip or click offer as well.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items that you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more of the details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
When back to the office means back in traffic, turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Legendary fuel efficiency that never compromises on style. Get the Civic today. It's the right car right now at your Northern California Honda dealers.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play.
Who let the dogs out?
Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
And I think you smoking za.
Bay Area, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game. Ballhalla, we can't hear you.
Oh, I heard them last night.
They were very loud last night.
Yes, sir. Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni. Happy Friday, everyone. You made it. Congratulations. A lot of graduations probably going to be happening this weekend, next weekend.
Promotions,
if that's what you want to call it. I guess we have preschool ones for that now. I don't.
Everything,
I'll be there.
Everything's an event.
Yeah. That's okay. It's an excuse to hang out with my little one and enjoy some Ritz crackers and juice.
Gets you out of work.
Apple juice. When was the last time you had apple juice? Just be honest.
Apple juice
box
hits.
of apple juice.
Not in a box.
When's the last time?
Not a box, but every now and then at Trader Joe's, I'll buy a thing.
Sooner than you think.
Sooner than you think?
Dude, apple juice hits. It still hits.
It's very sweet.
Now I kind of want some apple juice.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We asked the question, is the Bay Area fan base spoiled? Are we spoiled? David Sampson thinks so. Former Miami Marlins president and host of the Nothing Personal podcast was on yesterday. And he said, hey, you want a lot with the Giants? You've been to a bunch of Super Bowls. You won a lot with the Warriors. Be grateful. All right? My only response is that what big-time markets think? We've won so much. We should just not care about winning in the future. Yeah, we've won enough where it'll hold us over. See, that's just not how it works. It's not how it works. And yes, the text line is right, 707. We're not spoiled, Sam. We're heartbroken. Niners fall short 3 times. Giants get bounced by the Dodgers in 2021, then instantly become trash. Warriors just can't find the missing link and get exponentially worse 4 straight years now. We need a championship now more than ever. You agree with that? 707. We're not spoiled. We're heartbroken.
Well, I mean, I am the one who said a few months ago that this has been a pretty brutal decade for the Bay Area sports fan, and that does include that Warriors championship in 2022.
Which sounds, in hindsight now, it's like, can you be heartbroken if you won a title in the last decade? Can you be?
I absolutely think you can. You consider the series of unfortunate events that have transpired since that championship victory. You had Draymond punching Jordan Poole in the horrifically awkward season that followed after that, culminating in the Lonnie Walker game against the Lakers that next spring. Then you have to deal with the indignity of sending Jordan Poole away and a first-round pick to get a year of the broken husk that is Chris Paul, and then get knocked out by the Kings in the 9-10 game in Golden One Center. Then you had to see Clay leave and all the ugliness that surrounded that one here. You had a bit of a come up last year when you got knocked out in the second round against the Timberwolves, but that could prove to be the high point of the post-2022 era for the Warriors. And then this last year was it was a miserable season when everyone started getting hurt, starting with the Jimmy Butler ACL injury on the same night of the national championship game. Just an overall terrible night for everybody involved. So, yeah, it's been pretty brutal for the Warriors since that win in 22. And don't forget what happened before that. You had that injury-plagued season that ended with the COVID pandemic, and then the Kelly Oubre year, I guess we'll just call it that. That was a very frustrating year of a team that struggled to really get any sort of a run going there, and you wasted a great year from Steph when you got knocked out in the play-in that year too. So, yeah, it's been a very frustrating decade if you're a Warrior fan, even with that championship mixed in. I think it just goes to show how frustrating of a decade it has been. The fact that you can win a championship and still be as angry as Warrior fans are right now. So are we spoiled? I think to a degree, yes, we're spoiled. But at the same time, like, that doesn't mean bad things haven't happened to this fan base here over the last however many years you wanna put on this.
888-957-9570 is the Bay Area sport fan base spoiled. And can you be spoiled if you've had 3 Super Bowl losses since 2010? You've had multiple NBA Finals losses. You had a loss in a first-round series against the biggest rival maybe in Bay Area sports history that dates back to New York days when he lost to the Dodgers back in 2021 in a 5-game series. The seeing eye single from one Cody Bellinger that just snuck up the middle on Camilo Doval, who couldn't throw a fastball for some god reason.
Yeah, that would happen.
I do think it's an interesting question in regards to this. And Carter brought this up on the call yesterday, and it's interesting. So Game 6 Clay, the anniversary was yesterday. 10 years to the day yesterday. Game 6 Clay happened in Oklahoma City, and it's kind of funny because yesterday what happened, the Oklahoma City Thunder lost a Game 6 to the San Antonio Spurs. Although this one,
Game 6 Wemby.
There you go, Game 6 Wemby. And Clay dropped 41 points. It was an NBA playoff record, 11 3-pointers. He was insane. And they came back down 3-1 in that series and completed the comeback. Only for the next series to happen when you had a 3-1 lead, and it was the feather in the cap of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Cleveland, this is for you, and the rest is history. And yet, even though that season ended in such horrific fashion, maybe the worst championship loss, a series loss in Bay Area sports history, that Game 6 Clay moment might be a top 5 moment for Warriors fans. Might be. And they didn't even win a title that season. That just speaks to how many good to great to feel-good moments that team has had. And that player in particular, Klay Thompson, I think is an interesting litmus test too, because at that time, he probably was the most beloved Warrior, like nationally. Not within the fan base, it's always going to be Steph, but nationally, no one had anything bad to say about Klay.
It was hard to come up with some against him. Yeah.
Everyone loved Klay. Just the calm, cool, collective. He was like a walking meme. He had the funny thing where it's just like, the group project where he's just sitting on the bench, gotten fouled out. He has like 0 points. Like, we love Klay. And then fast forward when things weren't going well and as a contentious end to that relationship in Golden State. And, it just got me thinking, just being more appreciative overall with this team and the teams in the Bay in general, because we might be on the final chapter with some of these teams. We definitely are on the final chapter of this Golden State Warriors squad. Hell,
absolutely. We're playing out the string right now.
We don't even know if Draymond Green will come back. There could be a realistic possibility next season. No Klay, no Draymond, and the last remnants is just Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. That's a realistic thing that I don't know if Warriors fans are prepared for. So for me, when I heard David Sampson with us yesterday say spoiled, I was like, I don't think we're spoiled. I just don't think we're appreciative enough sometimes. And that might go hand in hand. I just don't think we've appreciated it enough because we're still in the nitty gritty. Steph is still in a Golden State Warriors uniform. We just don't like to reflect in real time, Sam. And that might just be a symptom of our generation because we always like to go to nostalgia when it comes to pop culture, when it comes to film, when it comes to, Star Wars, whatever. We talk about it a bunch. But when it comes to sports, we're always looking for the next best thing. We're always looking down the road. We just can't stop and smell the roses. Why is that?
Well, I think with the Warriors, just sticking on that, I do think there is definitely appreciation there. I mean, there was appreciation for that last championship. I think the frustration comes from the fact that it still feels like you left so much on the table there. Like, coming off that championship in 2022, like, you had every reason to think that they could still hang around and be one of the premier threats in the NBA. You still had your big three who looked very much like they still had lots of juice left in the tank. And you had some promising young guys coming up, led by Jordan Poole. You saw some moments from Kuminga and Moody that year. Kevon Looney looked like he had grown into a legitimate NBA center in that playoff run. Like, you had every reason to think that the Warriors could extend that run. I mean, I don't know if they would win another championship, but you had every reason to think the good times would keep rolling after that. Then Draymond punches Jordan Poole, and it it sent this team in a completely different timeline. Not the two timelines. I'm talking about the dark timeline here of just how it all fell apart. You had it, and it just all fell apart. And so it's kind of hard to, I think, you can still appreciate the success that's happened, but when you think of just all the negativity that has followed that last round of success, like, yeah, I could very easily see how fans can get bitter very, very quickly. And to the point where, that term bonus title gets so triggering for some Warrior fans, but that's ended up what it ended up being is a bonus title for the Warriors to, echo cousin Nick Friedell's favorite phrase for this team. So, yeah, it's hard to truly appreciate when there's just still so much negativity going on around the organization like there has been for the last 4 years now.
Well, and I don't know. Like, I hear you when you say that, and the negativity is real. And, we thrive on that sometimes in sports talk radio, right? You either want to be really good or really bad.
Us a lot. Don't get me wrong. He's giving us a lot to talk about, but that doesn't make it fun to enjoy.
No, I've just been, and maybe I'm just a victim of this too, and this happens, is just I'm exhausted by the negativity. I just am. I'm a positive person by nature. I know it might be hard to believe, but I am a positive person by nature in life. I'm not maybe to the degree of Mark Willard. We love Mark.
Which is impressive, being that you're a Raider fan.
Well, there's fandom has an interesting way of putting things in perspective. Yeah, you just mentioned that. I root for teams that have sucked for most of my life, that I've come to accept maybe will never win anything. And you know what? The Warriors were like that. The Warriors fans felt that for a very long time.
Absolutely.
They accepted the possibility we might just suck forever.
I didn't think it was possible for them to be good.
And then Joe Lacob came to town. You drafted Steph Curry, Clay, Draymond, Steve Kerr. The rest is history. You win 4 championships. And no one in a million years thought that was going to be possible. And again, when you say that and you reflect on that, I just think we take it for granted sometimes. And and I get why we're holding on to the hope that Steph Curry could somehow play some more meaningful basketball. It was great to see him in a play-in game, 2 play-in games, but is that going to be the high watermark? And if it is, sure. Is that going to end gloriously? No, it doesn't always end gloriously. Kobe with the Lakers, that didn't end great. It's one of the all-timers, one of the top 10 player history of the sport, one of the great, teams ever. Didn't end great. Did it end great for Michael Jordan? With the Bulls, it did. But then he came back. He was a Washington Wizard. Wasn't fun. It was like, what? Why is that guy wearing that uniform? That's weird. Is it going to end great with LeBron? I mean, they just got swept by the Thunder. Wasn't even close. I mean, my guy's 41 years old, and we're still having expectations for him. So I say all that to say this. If someone wants to say we're spoiled in the Bay Area, fine. You could say that, but unless you are a Bay Area person and fan, born and bred here in Northern California, I really don't care about what your opinion is.
Well, honestly,
at the end, I really don't.
You can say that we're spoiled. Like, what am I supposed to do with that information? Like, maybe we are. Like, I get it. It's the 4 championships for the Warriors, the 3 World Series for the Giants. Again, it's been 12 years now, so I do think that shine has kind of worn off. I think that shine kind of wore off when Buster retired.
God, 12 years. It is pretty crazy to think about.
But at the same time, 12-year drought coming off of what was a 56-year drought. So, I mean, it's what kind of numbers are we talking about here? But that doesn't mean I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Oh, I don't want my team to win this year. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to see the Warriors to win, but we won so much. You know what, Oklahoma City? I think you guys should win. I don't want to win. I want to see someone else get it now. Like, that's not how it works. I don't care what team you're a fan of. Once your team's on top, your mantra is, or your thought process is, I want more. I think, Joe, we've kicked around what are the biggest lies that we tell ourselves in sports?
That we like parody. That's mine.
Well, there's that. For me, one of the big lie that we all tell ourselves is, just get me one. That's all I need. Just give me one, and then I can die in peace. Nah, that's a crock. I remember once upon a time, I was just like,
Adam and Eve on line 1. Going biblical on you. Because, they took for the forbidden fruit from the tree. Just give me one, and everything will be okay. It's okay. Keep up.
No, it went over my head.
It's all right.
In 2009, I was like, God, if I could just see one Giants World Series championship in my life, that would make me so happy. And then they won one. I was like, man, that was pretty cool. Kind of want to do it again.
Of course.
And then Joe, what do? They freaking did it again.
And then again.
And then you're like, wow, twice was really cool. I wonder what 3 is like. I mean, Joe, you're a dad. You have to deal with young Benny a lot. And how many times have you done something for Benny? He's like, Dad, that was really cool. I want to do it again. I'm sure you've gotten that a couple times, right?
Of course.
Exactly. So this whole
the boardwalk, he wants to play the arcade games all the time.
Dad, I just want to go to the boardwalk once. Can we just go once? Okay, son, let's go. Afterwards, boy, that was fun, Dad. Let's go to the boardwalk again next weekend. And now you've started a trend. Now there's an expectation. Are you spoiling your son, or are you simply showing him what's good out there? I don't know. It could be both of those things. But that's what starts. You win one, and to me, it's like, God, I need another one. God, I need another one. And with the Warriors, again, never thought that they would be on a championship level. And then they win with Steph. You look at this team, it's like these guys are 27, 25 years old. Like, they're in the prime. They're not even in the best parts of their career yet. I kind of want another championship now. Like, it gets so infectious once your favorite team wins one. Like, the dam breaks, and that's all you think. Like, you just want more. Like, you wanted a championship before? No, like, you want a championship more after your team wins a championship than you do before your team wins a championship. Like, as much as Niner fans want to see them win a Super Bowl now, I truly believe that once they do win a Super Bowl, whether it be with Shanahan or Brock or whoever, immediately it's going to go to, when can we get that second one? Because that first one's going to feel so damn good. It's not that you're not going to appreciate the first one. There's semantics on that. Like, it's just going to feel so good. You're going to want more. You're going to get addicted to it. So, no, you're not spoiled. That's just natural fandom.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni, alongside Sam Lubman, filling in for Shasky's late scratch. Feel better, Joe. We got a lot to get into today. 49ers did start their OTAs this week, Sammy, and we do have some sound from one Kyle Shanahan. Nick Bosa spoke. Christian McCaffrey spoke. A lot of people spoke yesterday and this week, and we will get into it. The phone lines are open, 888-957-9570 to join in the conversation. And this is another jumping off point I want to get to, and we can put a pause on this conversation. We can get back to it at some other point. I almost opened the show with this, but I wanted to be positive. All right, I wanted to be positive. We talked Valkyries, all right? Talked playoff basketball with the Spurs and Thunder. I want to be positive. It's really hard for me to keep being positive about the San Francisco 49ers. Why? Because I keep seeing injuries pop up with this team. And now, the player that this injury occurred to might not be, the sexiest name, and it might not even resonate with a lot of the fan base. It's just, I hate flipping on my social media and saying 49ers player injured, might be back for training camp. I feel like I've seen that every single year. And listen, this happens a lot. I'm not here to say that, injuries are unique to the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not. But when I see Adam Schefter or the Ari Meirovs or the Ian Rappaports reporting, hey, Isaac Guerrero tore his pec a month ago, working out.
Yeah, geez.
Working out. Expected at the end of 49ers training camp.
So his season's shot, basically. Because he's missing all of training camp, which means he's going to be behind the 8 ball to start the season. And we've seen this every year the last couple of years. I think it was Jordan Watkins last year. When a guy misses training camp, it takes them forever to get into the rotation of things. They're behind on getting ready for the season. They get into Kyle Shanahan's doghouse as a result of it. And we're probably not going to see Isaac Guerrero take meaningful carries until like week 14, when McCaffrey's already been injured already himself for like 4 weeks at that point.
And there's a chance, listen, that Guerrero was never going to have meaningful carries this season. There was a huge chance of that. Hell, he might not even make the roster. I don't even know this year. It's just that I see once again injury in 49ers, and it has to be exhausting for not only Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, but just 49er fans in general. I'm just so sick of the injury bug striking this team. And this was a freak one too. This was just working out. He was just literally trying to better his own body, and yet he gets hurt doing it.
I mean, how hard do you have to, how much do you have to be lifting to tear your pec while working out?
6 foot, 220 pound, specimen, Isaac Guerrero. He's a big
what,
boy.
Was he doing the bench there? Like, what was he trying to bench? Like I've
maybe do some curls. I don't know.
I've pulled muscles while like working out, but like you gotta like if you're gonna like pull like a bicep doing like a curl, like you gotta really be like if I haven't done a bicep curl in like a month and then I go in and try and do like a curl on a 35-pound dumbbell, yeah, my arm's gonna be messed up for the next couple days because I'm doing too much of my muscle too soon after a long layoff. Like I don't know what he's doing there, but Joe, what I think this whole thing represents with the Niners is just it's like the meme from Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Shoot, here we go again. He doesn't say shoot in the actual thing.
CJ,
yeah,
legend.
Here we go again. Like and I feel like every single time this year, anybody gets on the injury report, whether for something serious like an ACL or a turf toe or it could be something as small as a blister or a broken toenail or a tummy ache. Like every single time a Niner player ends up on the injury report for whatever reason, it's going to be so over scrutinized. It's going to be so over sensationalized because that's just what happened last year. There were so many injuries last year, and if it's not going to go away this year, every single injury is going to be overanalyzed, over broken down, overreacted to, over asked about. Like, is that really what this season's going to be? Just every injury is just perking up our panic radar. Like, oh crap, what are we going to do now? Here they go again. Let's start breaking out let's get out our tinfoil hats and talk about which electric substation zapping the 49ers this time. It's just going to get louder and louder and louder. And they can play the whole, our scientists have said that the substation is doing nothing. That's not going to stop these players from still buying into it. That's still not going to stop fans or the media from leaning into that theory. It's going to be a theme all year long that every time someone gets hurt, it's going to spawn a million questions every single time. And I'm worried it could become like a quasi distraction almost this year in terms of just how prevalent injuries are or how much injuries are discussed this year.
Listen, it's definitely a thing every year with every team, but specifically the 49ers. I do have, and I'm worried about this, the Niners have a very Warriors-like feel to them heading into this season, like the Warriors of this past year. And what I mean by that? What I mean by that is this. They have a collection of players, they're core guys that are either injured, coming off a major injury, rehabbing from a major injury, older, dealt with injuries last season. I'm saying Mike Evans, Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, I guess, is dealing with an injury right now or something sore.
He's just not
He's
showing
not
up
there.
to camp.
Mac Jones has a sore shoulder. Like,
oh yeah, what's he use a shoulder for?
Isaac Guerrero tore his pec. Like, Brock had turf toe last year. That's a thing I have to be worried about. Like, Mike Dunleavy said at the end of this year season presser that he felt like, hey, they were just unlucky that like they got injured. But he felt really good about the roster. Felt really good. It was just, hey, injuries happen. And like that was the excuse basically. Like we feel really good about our roster. And if we got into a 7-game series, we like our chances. Well, it's almost kind of an ignorant take in refusing to just acknowledge that, hey, this season has combustible potential if you're building around 3 players, in this case, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, that are all 35 years of age or older. There's a lot of mileage, a lot of wear and tear, and a lot of injury history attached to those 3 players. So if you're relying on them to stay healthy and to carry the load, listen, there's a chance if one of those guys gets hurt, which is highly likely if you're over 35 years of age, especially in the NBA, that the season is going to go off the rails. And what I mean by that is this. There's a big chance that a lot of these guys that are rehabbing, injured right now, coming back from a major injury, a lot of those guys can get hurt. A lot of those guys are going to be either close to 30 or 30 or older. Mike Evans, Fred Warner, George Kittle.
Well, here, Joe, I'll say for
Christian McCaffrey.
You got 19 guys on this team who are age 30 or over, and then another 12 guys who are knocking on the door of 30 and that they're age 28 or 29.
My question for Niner fans is 888-957-9570. Are we about to see a potential Warriors-like combustible injuries type season with the San Francisco 49ers this next year? Or am I overreacting to just a workout injury from Isaac Arendo, and I'm too nervous. There's a lot of nervous energy here. Am I smoking peyote? I have no idea. Am I just paranoid from what's taken place in the past? 888-957-9570. Plus, Sam, I do have to get your thoughts on quarterback power rankings because it's May 29th, and that's what we do on 95.7 The Game. Sponsored by Serramonte Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Serramonte Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock, right off 280 in Coleman Daly City, or 24/7 at SerramonteFord.com. Serramonte Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Summer is coming. Are you ready? If you're still trying to do it on your own, it's time for a smarter approach. Jumpstart MD offers local, medically supervised weight loss with personalized plans and access to GLP-1 medications at our lowest rates. This isn't DIY. This is real care that delivers real results. And right now, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Start now, not later, and get ahead of summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit JumpStartMD today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Don't miss Smashing Pumpkins and the return to the Bay Area on November 8th at SAP Center with the Rats in the Cage Tour. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com and for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
I'm so disappointed in Kyle Shanahan. I hate you, Kyle.
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Hey, all I'm saying is this 49ers season could be shaping up like this last Warriors season. And I know how much we hated this last Warriors season. But the parallels are there. Hey, Niners outshot expectations last year with all those injuries. They won a playoff series, won a playoff round, I guess, in this sense. What did the Warriors do last year? They made a big splash, outshot expectations, won a first-round series. And then what happened? Injuries caught up with them. They lost Steph. What happened to the Niners? Injuries caught up with them. They got blasted against the Seahawks. And then what do you do this offseason? You kind of double down on age, right? You bring in a Mike Evans who dealt with injuries last year in a hamstring. Although, maybe that was an outlier because he's been pretty healthy for most of his career. He's a Hall of Famer. I love the signing of Mike Evans. He's really good. Maybe one of the most underrated future Hall of Famers in the NFL. That being said, you're going to pair him with a guy in Ricky Pearsall, who can't really stay healthy. He's shown that. I mean, every time he got hit last year, it felt like he was wincing in pain. He obviously dealt with a tragedy in his first year getting shot. I mean, I don't wish that on anybody. He was able to overcome that, but there's been major question marks about his durability, even dating to college. Obviously, you don't have Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk here anymore. There's no more Deebo Samuel, although Deebo's still out there. You got Christian Kirk. You got Demarcus Robinson. We'll see. All right. George Kittle, who's really been your number one receiver. He's been the guy. He's coming off an Achilles. Sam, he's over 30 years old. Right? Like, I got major question marks. And then your quarterback, who you've invested hundreds of millions of dollars in, the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, was dealing with turf toe last year. And we learned a lot about turf toe. Lorenzo Neal, Drew Bledsoe, Jake Delhomme. I mean, you can ask all the different players that dealt with it. That thing's no joke, man.
It hung around.
So, I don't know. Do I sound like a hater if I say that this 49ers upcoming season is giving me 2025 Golden State Warriors vibes? Do I sound like a hater?
I think you're just kind of being more of a realist. Like, this is what happens when you have older teams, is you run this risk. And as much as I like the Mike Evans signing, I did think it was kind of curious that the big move this offseason, a team that said, we need to get younger and more athletic. Did they get more athletic with Mike Evans? Yeah, I'd say so.
Well, they definitely got a deep threat that they didn't have.
They didn't get younger, though.
No, but they did get a player that strikes fear into opposing defenses, and especially a team like the Seattle Seahawks and Los Angeles Rams, probably.
Oh, absolutely. No, they got this is the best wide receiver that Brock Purdy's ever had to work with.
Yeah.
Like, it's, like Debo had his moments, and obviously Ayuk was really good in 2023, but when you just look at the full body of work, Brock has never had a receiver as good as Mike Evans.
Wide receiver, yes. Because Kittle as a receiving tight end is one of the best in the business.
I meant when I say receiver, I mean wide receiver.
No, I hear you.
But, I mean, honestly, even as a pass catcher, I think Evans is probably a better pass catcher overall in his career than George Kittle. And that's not a knock on Kittle. It's more just how highly I think of Mike Evans. So in terms of adding athleticism, I think you did that. In terms of adding explosive plays, I think you did that too. You know how much Kyle likes his explosives in terms of football explosives. So you get better there, but he is, 32 going on 33, Mike Evans? I believe he's our age.
He'll be 33 in August.
So he's going to be 33 when the season kicks off this year. That's kind of on the older side for a receiver.
It is.
He's also coming off a hamstring injury. And the first time in his career last year where he did not play a full season. I think he played, 7 or 8 games last year. And this is a guy who had, I think for the most part, almost perfect attendance throughout his career.
Played 8 games last year. 30 receptions for 368 yards, 3 touchdowns.
So you're banking on last year as an injury one-off and that he'll come back this year at age 33 and the hamstring is going to be all better. And Joe, I just, for anybody who has crossed, the 30 plane in their age, the muscles and tendons don't heal like they used to once you cross that number. And when you're playing a physical, violent sport like football that can break your body down, I'm a little worried. Now, sure, it's possible that Evans bounces back and has a healthy year and all these worries are unfounded. Until that happens, though, I think you're very much within your right as a Giants fan, or not a Giants fan, a Warriors fan, Niners fan. We'll get there eventually.
It's like me calling out my kids. Ben, Nora, one of you, get over here.
No, my dad used to do that to me, too. It was either you get my name wrong, my brother's name wrong, or call us the dog's name. That happened a lot.
Dad brain, it happens.
It does. Especially at 7:30 in the morning when you're off of 6 hours of sleep for
only 6 hours. You were
actually I got a full 6 hours last night. It was great.
Wow, full 6.
I feel completely exhausted. It's phenomenal. But yeah, if you're a Niner fan, I think you absolutely have a right to have a little bit of concern about the fact that your biggest offseason acquisition has a bit of an injury history.
And then I didn't even mention defense, Sam. That was all offense I mentioned. I didn't mention Nick Bosa coming off an ACL. Yep. His third in his life. His third ACL injury. Hell, you can go back to his college days, partially torn one. You got Mykel Williams, your first-round pick of last year, coming off an ACL injury, right?
Fred Warner had the fractured foot.
And Fred I'm not as worried about him. He was going to play potentially in the NFC Championship, but he's also getting older, and that is a major injury. I am curious to see how he's going to respond to that. Am I doubting Fred Warner? Hell no, I'm never doubting that man. He's a Hall of Famer, one of the best, if not the best at his position. He's a great, tremendous leader. If there's anyone I'm never doubting, it's Fred Warner.
Well, hold on. Again, I don't want to doubt Fred Warner either, but at the same time, he is still a human being. And he's going into this season, he is going to be, where's his age? So he's 30 years old now. So, I mean, he's just crossing that threshold into the...
He's too old.
Into the old years. But at some point, real life is going to come for Fred Warner too. That's the heartbeat of your defense right there. I'm not saying it's going to happen this year, but I think we're officially on Fred, you got to be able to stay healthy. Watch, and that's not a fun place to be.
Who'd they bring in as his running mate right now as I look at the depth chart and the starter next to him? Dre Greenlaw.
29 years old again. The whole goal of this team this offseason was to get younger and more athletic. We're going from D. Winters, who I'm not going to say is on the same level as Dre Greenlaw performance-wise, but D. Winters is younger than Dre Greenlaw. Dre Greenlaw is older and does have that bum Achilles. There's a risk there.
888-957-9570. I'm saying that this upcoming 49ers season has 2025 Warriors vibes, and it could be very, very combustible from an injury perspective. Agree or disagree? 888-957-9570. You said something very interesting right there. You said the whole goal of this offseason was to get younger and more explosive. Did Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch ever use those words this offseason? To say our goal this offseason was to do exactly what you just said? Or was that the fan base's expectation?
Isn't that what they said in their end of the year pressers, Carter? If we want to go back,
they said a lot of things. They said a lot of things, right?
Okay, but yeah, if one of those things were, I mean, Carter,
their actions are proving the opposite, right?
Carter, you can recall, did they say in their end of the year pressers last year that
he said something along those lines? I will find them.
Yeah, if we want to track that down, we can get the actual words there. But yeah, we were talking about it all off season for a reason, Joe. Younger, more athletic. Like, again, I'll listen to they've gotten more athletic. They did not get younger, though.
This is Shanahan, and again, OTAs starting this week for the Niners. He spoke to the media yesterday, a lot of good stuff. This is Shanahan on Kittle saying he's on track, coming back from that Achilles injury.
I mean, he's on track and very positive and happy every day, like Kittle is, and doing good. I mean, Kittle works his tail off, and he's extremely talented and gifted, so he'll do it as fast as you can.
And I like how he's keeping that open-ended and not giving any timeline. He's a professional. Kyle's been here and done that. When I started hearing like the murmurs from, various beat writers, like, hey, look for week 1 potentially for George Kittle. I was like, really? I mean, this guy just tore his Achilles in January. An Achilles, not an ACL, Sam, not an MCL, not a PCL. We're talking about the Greek legend himself, the Achilles.
That's usually at least a 12-month
you'd think
downtime on the short end.
Yeah, well, I mean, we just saw Jason Tatum, right? How long did that take for Jason Tatum? About, little less than a year.
And that was, I think, an outlier.
And he was much younger than George Kittle, too. But
Clay Thompson was about, a year and a half?
And he had, obviously, the ACL before that.
ACL, too. Yeah. And then how long did it take for DeMarcus Cousins to get back? I mean, bigger body.
But again, as we're seeing, the variations
those are all basketball players, too.
They're basketball players, but let's be honest. George Kittle, not a small man. He could play basketball if he wanted to. He didn't think he did in high school. Like, his whole game is predicated on size, speed, power, and explosion. And that's the one thing, that last word, explosion, that the Achilles kind of can mess with, right? You lose a little bit of that burst. You lose a step. Do I think that Kittle is going to be half the player he was coming back from this injury? No. This guy's a Hall of Famer. Just like I was betting on Fred Warner, I'm going to bet on Kittle. But would I be surprised if he loses a step noticeably next year? No, because that's what happens. We've talked to Doc Pondia, UCSF Health, our 95.7 The Game Injury Insider, and he says usually with these Achilles injuries, it takes a little bit longer on top of just the normal, timeline to return. It might take another 6, 8, 12 months to really be back to close to what you were before. And there's no guarantee you even get to there. So, I'm concerned. I am concerned when you say week 1. I don't want him to come back week 1. I want him to come back halfway through the season. And it would be a bonus, almost like we looked at last year. If we got anything from Ayuk, could be a bonus. Kind of how I'm viewing it early on in the season with George Kittle. It would be a bonus if you get anything from him.
This might be a weird statement to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I would be more surprised if George Kittle came back in the first half of this season or even at all this season. I'd be more surprised by that than I would by him losing a step from this injury. If he doesn't come back at all this year or comes back way late in the year and it's one of those extra credit kind of things, then I kind of feel good about him getting ramped up for the 2027 season. If that may, then I can see him kind of being back to as close as the Kittle as we know him to be. I do feel like if he comes back way early, like we expect, then I feel like that sets up for what could be a very disappointing George Kittle season, because what that tells me is I worry that they're rushing him back too soon or he's rushing himself back too soon. I would rather take a little bit longer with Kittle for him to get right and bring him back than have him come back on whatever timeline they seem to expect from him, because that just seems like a rush in my end. Now, maybe he really is going to be that that healed up by then, in which case, shout out medical science for making that happen. I'm skeptical, I guess, until I see it happen.
888-957-9570. This 49ers upcoming season is giving me Warriors 2025 vibes. Very combustible potentially when it comes to the injuries. Is that fair or foul for you? 888-957-9570. From the 925, Niners really trying to thread this needle with all these injuries and age. either going to be really good or really bad. No in between. That's kind of what I'm getting at, 925. It's very combustible potentially. Now, if they can thread this needle and these guys do come back and produce at a high level, a Kittle, a Bosa, a Warner, yeah, that's amazing. Mike Evans, right? If Brock can stay healthy this year, although it is nice to know we have a solid backup if Mac Jones needs to take over, that could come in and contribute at a high level. If they can stay healthy, I do think they are a player to win the division still. I think no one's giving him a shot in the hell in division, which I think is kind of laughable. I'm not putting anything past this team after what I saw last year. How could you? The way Kyle Shanahan coached his ass off, him, Saleh, the special teams, I thought they did an incredible job, and we're still not talking about it enough. So they could still absolutely navigate injuries if they occur this season.
Or injuries can happen to other teams too. I mean, the Rams could get it. I mean, Matt Stafford's back's being held together by glue and paper clips right now.
Absolutely. Well, that was the conversation in the last year was I thought the Rams were cooked because the entire offseason was Matt Stafford's back is in trouble. They didn't know if he was going to be ready for week 1. And then he wins the MVP, Sam. So we're saying all this fear-mongering potentially about injuries. It might not even happen. That was
George Kittle could come back and win MVP.
It could. 6'5". Well,
it's allowed to happen.
Tight ends don't win the MVP. No chance that's ever happening.
That will make it even more incredible of a story if he somehow pulled it off.
Ever.
The people's MVP?
650. I know basketball is a different cup of tea than football when it comes to injuries, but younger doesn't always mean in better condition. LeBron was the one still playing for the Lakers and not Luka. Nobody's talking about Stephen Curry's age like James Harden's age, and Harden is a year younger.
Well,
sure.
LeBron and Steph are I don't think you
They're
can
unicorns.
Yeah, you can't play the well, if Steph was healthy at this point, then you could be healthy at this point. Like Steph and LeBron, yeah, you could shoot for those standards of health, but like I don't think you could sit there and say, well, LeBron James at 41 is able to do this, so therefore George Kittle. I don't think LeBron's health status in any way, shape, or form can be tied to anybody else's health status because LeBron is literally just such a cyborg of a human being.
Well, and I would also retort, if we didn't pay attention to the start of the season when LeBron literally missed months of the season due to what? A sciatic nerve. Something that was plaguing who? Another old man on the Warriors this season, Al Horford. And also Carter's boy, Seth Curry. That's an old man. That's a wear and tear problem. And with Steph, it was also an old man thing. Mm-hmm. And I hate to use that term, but it was runner's knee.
Yeah.
Runner's knee.
I mean, Trent Williams, 38. I mean, with him, I mean, we talk about health issues on this team. He is kind of the guy who has to be in the lineup every single game for this offense to fully click. Again, that Bears game notwithstanding. Again, 38 years old. What if he has one of these old man injuries this year? What if he doesn't roll an ankle in practice or a knee in a game? It's just a matter of you're 38 years old. You've carried a lot of weight on that back, Trent Williams, because he's a very large human being. I am very much nervous about Trent's body holding up over the course of the season because you're going to miss at least 1 or 2 games without Trent. You can't afford to miss more than that. And the Niners, I thought this offseason, you want to talk about needs not addressed. Addressing whatever the hell it is that's going on behind Trent Williams, that is something that they did not do this year. And I need Trent to be very, very healthy this year because I am very much worried what happens if he is out for a prolonged period of time because they did not at all address backup left tackle.
This is Shanahan speaking on Trent Williams not being the only one there yet, but hopefully he'll be coming in shortly.
Trent's the only guy who hasn't been here yet. He's coming here next week. Everyone else has been good. You guys know Mike's missing today, but everyone's been awesome. I mean, it's a little different than last year. I mean, last year we had such a mass exodus of people who had been around and carried that team for about 5 years in a row that there was only about 12, 13 specific guys I was kind of talking to. And now when I kind of talk to the leaders and kind of the makeup of our team, especially from last year and stuff, there's guys all over. I mean, it's a bigger group now. It isn't just veterans. There's some number of second-year players who've started 2 years. There's a number of third-year players who are and going into their fourth, you've already started 3 years. So a little different situation than last year with just the group and overall different team. It's a different team than 3 years ago, definitely. But it's similar to the team we had last year.
888-957-9570. Is this upcoming 49er season giving you Warriors 2025 vibes at all like it is for me? And when I say that, I mean, are they banking on too many guys that have kind of injury-plagued history / injury potential this upcoming year, like we saw with Jimmy, like we saw with Steph, like we've seen in the past with some of these other 49ers players like Nick Bosa. From the 408, Spadoni, last year has no bearing on this year. Delusional. Well, I disagree. What I saw from Kyle Shanahan coaching last year gives me so much more hope that if we do lose players, he's shown, like last year, he can navigate it. Now, the difference between last year and this year that I'll agree with you, 408, different schedule. Did they benefit from playing not great quarterbacks in a lot of these games? Absolutely. Kyle Shanahan even said that when he was on the podcast on the Tom Tolbert show when him and Lynch were sitting down with him. Yes, absolutely they benefited from a quote-unquote softer schedule. But hasn't Shanahan earned the benefit of the doubt if you do lose players that he can make it work somehow? Come on, man.
Also, how can you say that when one of the biggest issues of the team going into the season is that you might not have George Kittle?
Yes.
Like, it makes no sense at all.
Yeah, last year absolutely has bearing on this year. You lost Kittle in Philadelphia, in Philly, playoffs, and they still won that game. I don't think we talk about that one enough, by the way. The fact that they went into Philadelphia and upset.
Brock threw 2 picks in that game. You lost George Kittle.
It's unbelievable. 510, Saleh is gone. The defense will not be as good. Well, was the defense all that great last year? It
was pretty good last year.
They got absolutely manhandled in the most important game of the season.
Well, yeah, I think when you don't have Fred Warner and Nick Bosa on that defense, you're going to be susceptible to being manhandled.
There you go. So they should be better then if they come back.
With them healthy, absolutely. Especially with Dre Greenlaw in there, a more experienced defender. Like, the defense, again, if healthy, should be just as good, if not better, going into this year as last year's. Again, we'll see what Raheem Morris does with the defense, how different it looks. Are they still with the Y9? Are they going to be in a 3-4 versus a 4-3 ever? You know, who's going to be the edge rusher on the other side who's standing up on certain downs? Hopefully it's not Bosa. I'm curious to see what this new defense is going to look like under Raheem Morris this year. No, I am bullish
Raheem Morris, by the way, Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator. Super Bowl winning. Robert Saleh has not won a Super Bowl. Just letting everyone know that.
Mm-hmm.
You can say Saleh's a better DC. You can feel that way. Just telling you the facts, people. Don't let facts get in the way of a good time, Sammy. That's what I always like to say. Adam in San Francisco wants to join the conversation. Hey, Adam. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday. We're doing good. How about you?
Doing fantastic. It is a Friday. Thank God.
Absolutely. And Spadoni, I just wanted to comment from yesterday that I love the continuous Spanish speaking and practicing that you're doing. All I got to say is keep doing it. You're just going to get better the more you practice.
I appreciate it. And it's all love, right? And it's all respect when you're trying to do the proper pronunciation.
Absolutely. And honestly, people who are native speakers appreciate people who try. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
My sports take, I just want, your question was, are you getting the 2025 Warriors feeling vibe with this team? This has been the best I've felt about this Niners team in a while, in the sense of like the 25 Warriors. Like, are we kind of banking on a lot of older players with injury history, or they're older? Like, yes, but you know, we still have a young quarterback. We've still got like younger talent. I really think, you know, last year was Shanahan's best coaching year. This year might even be even better. I have a good feeling about it. And I just wanted to sign up with this to thank you guys. So I'm moving out of the city tomorrow, and you guys brought me, and I started listening into this show about 5 years ago. And in that 5 years, guys brought me into the studio, the knockout contest, everything. And I just want to say how much I appreciate you all. It was great meeting you all over these last few years. And thank you.
Wait, where are you going? No, you can't just leave like that. Where are you? What?
I'll still be I'll still be coming to visit the city for work, but I'm moving to Santa Barbara.
Oh, UCSB, Gauchos, baby. Okay. Hey, but Adam, Come on. You got the free Odyssey app, so we're really not leaving you. You're just taking us somewhere else.
Exactly, and I got the YouTube channel that I always like watch for you guys, but in the sense of being like connected and being here, it's going to be a little different. But like I said, I will. I'll still be around.
Thank you, Adam. We appreciate the love, and happy Friday, and good luck to you going to Santa Barbara. Fun fact, I've never been to Santa Barbara.
Oh, it's very nice there.
Never been. I've always heard it's nice.
It's always very foggy there.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's California.
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
coast. Okay,
there you go.
Carter kind of scoffed at me when I said that. He's just like, "What? You're in Santa Barbara?"
Aren't you from like an hour north of that?
Yeah, I don't leave the 831.
You're like Shasky.
I stay. Well, I did leave the 831 because I'm here now. I'm in the 510. Shout out to East Bay. So
yeah,
Shasky doesn't go on planes. That's the difference between him and I. I go on planes. Shasky doesn't like that. He fears air travel. I don't. All right, I don't fear that. I do fear the 49ers getting injured next year. That is a healthy and realistic fear to have.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? It's life. That's life. That was the 3 for your Keith Law. This is Kyle Shanahan on the OTA's goals. It's just to stay healthy, man.
To not get anyone hurt and find any way to get better with everything we do. You know, there's a lot of things at this time of year that in order to get better at football, the true way, you got to practice football full speed. And we're working through a lot of that stuff right now where you learn how to do that. There's certain things with rules and things with safety that we can't fully go by. So our whole goal is to get as much out of this as we can while still protecting everyone.
Stay healthy.
I mean, that's the goal with every team, though, in OTAs. And I feel like with just anything preseason, like the number one goal is stay healthy. Like when I was down spring training, I asked all the Giants players, like, what's your number one goal? And everyone's like, oh, you just want to be healthy when the season starts. Like, that's everybody's
Maybe their goal should have been something else. Maybe it's, score more runs.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they had a list.
Maybe it's a better approach at the plate for the Giants.
I'm sure if they were to list out their goals, that would probably be on there. I don't know if it's, number 2 or number 3, but I'm sure it's on the list.
I have to be cynical about the Giants right now. They're 12 games under. Logan Webb back, though, today. That'll be nice. Logan Webb via Michael Lorenzen from Coors Field.
Hey, Logan, welcome back from the IL. Just go throw the ball in Coors Field.
Hey, I told you, Sam. He has a good record there.
Yeah, and I told you, you can't take anything for granted at Coors Field.
No, you can't. But
watch a game at Coors Field, you understand.
If we're going by history, like we're talking about the Niners' history of injuries.
By history.
History will tell you Logan Webb's going to get the dub there.
Well, history will tell you that Coors Field has a way of just Coors Fielding.
Hey, maybe it's going to help the Giants. Why can't you be positive, Sam? Huh?
Because I have gone to bed too many times with tears in my eyes after a Coors Field game to take any game at Coors Field for granted.
This hour is brought to you by Frown Bank, which is here for you, here for good. That's Sam Lubman filling in for Joe Shasky today. Alongside myself, Joe Spadoni, got Carter in the back. Join the conversation, 888-957-9570. It's Niners OTAs this week, and I'm making the comparison that maybe this Niners season upcoming kind of has a Warriors 2025 feel to it. I did think Adam in the City had a good counter, though, in that, hey, that Warriors team was relying on 3 players over the age of 35 to be their best players. Brock Purdy is one of the Niners' best players, and he's under the age of 30. Mm-hmm. He is in his prime relatively with age. My only counter to that would be just missed a big chunk of last season with a toe injury. And this is a guy, Sam, and I hate to bring up the medical, he is a little smaller than most quarterbacks. And that matters when it comes to injuries.
Yeah.
That is a legit concern I have. If he gets hit more than once, and there are, let's be honest, question marks with this offensive line outside of Trent Williams, again, combustion, it's a potential. Just saying.
Well, then how can you take, pressure off of Brock Purdy? Well, one way to do that is you can go to the running game. Well, we're right now finally kind of admitting that Christian McCaffrey's workload needs to be dialed back this year because even he's been kind of getting beaten up a little bit too much. And, you're looking at if it's not Christian McCaffrey, I mean, it's probably not going to be Isaac Guerrero. Just the thought right here, I feel like we've seen Isaac Guerrero take his last snap for the 49ers. That he feels like a guy who, when they're trying to figure out who the backup running back's going to be, behind CMC, it's going to be between Jordan James, Kalen Black, Patrick Taylor Jr. is going to be in that mix, and then Guerrero. Of those 4, you're probably going to keep 2 or 3 of them. Like, if Guerrero's going to miss all of training camp, I have a hard time believing that it will be Guerrero. So, how do you feel about those backup options behind Christian McCaffrey?
Not great.
If you're going in with Kalen Black, who never catches passes, and they're going to try and bring him along as a pass catcher in training camp, if that's your number 2, are you feeling good about that? I mean, in short yardage situations, maybe. Overall, though, I don't know. What is Jordan James going to bring to the table? I mean, can anyone remember what he did last year in his 3 snaps on the field or whatever he had? Actually, he looked like he had solid burst against the Seahawks, but this game was already over, and we were like, what the hell are we doing here? He's going to need to have solid burst going into next year then. Otherwise, I I don't know what those non-McCaffrey snaps are going to be like. If it's a situation where no one respects the run game when McCaffrey's not on the field and they're selling on the pass or the pass rush there, that's not going to really help Brock out either.
So, Sam, you asked the questions like, how good do I feel about everyone behind Christian McCaffrey? First and foremost, do I even feel good about Christian McCaffrey heading into next year as the main back?
When he's healthy, I feel like he's still as good as any in the running game.
This sounds like I'm being such a hater right now because he is the reigning comeback player of the year. He was an MVP candidate, like legitimately last season. He was incredible. He's going to be 30, and the wear and tear on this guy, and let's be honest, guys, we saw it. That explosion that we came to know and love from Christian McCaffrey for years.
It was few and far between last year.
It wasn't there last year.
It
wasn't.
It was there in moments.
No,
there was
but
flashes
the breakaway
of it.
speed that he used to have, Sam, that's not there anymore.
Well, that's why the number I'm concerned with Christian McCaffrey is it's not so much his age, which is age 30. It's the yards per carry that he had last year. If I bring up those numbers here for Christian McCaffrey, if I can find it. But it was down for him last year because of that lack of explosion. The touches were still there. The yards per carry, not as much. That is something that I kind of worry about with him is if he's getting the ball less and getting less yards with those less touches, that's going to be a step back in your running game right there.
262 wants to know, Lubman, do you really cry after Giants games?
It's happened, yeah.
Oh, my God. 650, come on, Sammy. You have to be more positive. 408, Spadoni, you have to wash your feet in Santa Barbara.
Why do I have to be more positive? So explain to me where I need to be more positive.
I can't.
Area code.
Well, ask that to 650.
650, give me specifics.
415 is saying I sound ridiculous. It's not ridiculous to have question marks about this running game that stunk last year. They were bottom third when it comes to rushing yards per game. That's a fact. Mm-hmm. And don't take my word for it. In order for this team to be a legit contender, the head coach is even saying you have to be a top 10 run game.
And then on offense, we were an efficient offense. We were top 5 offense, but we need to make more plays. We need to be more explosive. This was the least amount of explosive plays that we've had in our tenure here, especially in the run game. It was the worst we had done in the run game. And if we want, you can be a top 5 offense, but if you want to be an offense that's capable of beating really good defenses, which we have one of the best in our division, possibly 2 with the Rams, but Seattle was right there. But both of those guys have been extremely high. If you can't run the ball at least a top 10 level, I don't care how efficient or how good you are at throwing, they're going to get you. The defenses are too good. And so if we can get more explosive on offense and get better all around on defense, those are requirements for us.
And the 2 teams that represented the NFC in the NFC Championship were from your division, the Los Angeles Rams and Seattle Seahawks, and both of them within the top 10 in rushing yards per game. The Seahawks with 123.3 and the Los Angeles Rams with 126.6. Again,
I bring up the yards per attempt here, and Christian McCaffrey averaged last year in yards per attempt, 3.9 yards per attempt, which is not good, especially compared to what he did in 23. In that full season, he had 5.4 yards per attempt when he was third in the MVP voting. And again, the drop is noticeable. He had 4 yards per attempt in his injury plague year of 2024. The Niners yards per attempt in 23, 4.8 yards per rushing attempt. In 2024 with the Jordan Mason and Christian McCaffrey show, 4.7 yards per attempt. So the running game didn't really drop off after that Super Bowl loss statistically overall based off this one very cherry-picked number. Last year, though, as a team, 3.8 yards per attempt. That is not top 10 run game worthy. They're going to have to figure out a way to juice that number back up into the mid-4s. And when you're doing that with less Christian McCaffrey, and again, it's possible that by, less touches for Christian McCaffrey at 311 rushing attempts last year, maybe, you scale that back a little bit to like the 270 that he had in 2023 with less passes. Because we did see, I think, McCaffrey get less involved in the passing game at times last year. I don't know, maybe by lessening the workload, you get more bursts later in the season. That seems like
the problem was he was their number 1 wide receiver last year.
You're right. When Kittle was out, that's right.
Well, yeah, you don't want him being your number 1 wide receiver because that's more wear and tear. It's great that he has that ability, but do you want to rely on that heavily? Probably not. And that spoke to more, as you were just saying, Sam, the lack of depth at the receiving position for this team.
Sorry, no, I misspoke there. He had 129 targets last year, so he was more involved.
He was. No, he was.
That was incorrect.
He was legitimately at points of the season last season.
He was wide receiver 1. Yeah.
No, he was a top 10 and top 10 running back and wide receiver. It was incredible, Carter.
I went back and rewatched all the games he struggled actually as far as running in between the tackles because it just didn't make sense what the fall off was to me. It was very evident to me, and I think everyone would kind of agree with this, that throughout the season, the offensive line really improved. And the first 4 weeks of the season, they were frankly not good, period. And the run blocking especially was just not good. And if you go back and watch those games, everyone was kind of questioning whether McCaffrey's vision had left him, but that was not the case. What had happened is the holes that were used to be there for maybe 2 seconds, now we're down to they were there for a half a second or 1 second. Sure. And he just couldn't get there fast enough in between those holes. And whether that's age, whether that's whatever, injuries, but a lot of it, I think, was on the offensive line, personally.
Okay. And you know what? If you're banking on the offensive line improving this next year, maybe that's something we're sleeping on in this argument. And again, how do we get to this? You know, it all started with the notification that Isaac Guerrero tore his pec lifting a month ago, and the injuries, because that's the number one thing that everyone talks about when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers and overcoming that last season. And they kind of doubled down on players that have an injury history that are a little bit older, a Dre Greenlaw, a Mike Evans, a Christian Kirk, et cetera, et cetera. And I, just threw out there that maybe this upcoming season has a 2025 Warriors feel to it, and that they're relying on a lot of people that have major, major injury questions heading into the season. But if the offensive line can stay healthy, keep the quarterback healthy, keep the running back a little healthier, maybe that changes things.
And Carter brings up a very good point, and it is accurate. He had Christian McCaffrey at 3.5 yards per attempt the first half of the year. That number improved to 4.2 yards per attempt in the second half of the year. So, yeah, maybe is it less on McCaffrey and more on the offensive line? If that's the case, does that make you feel better about what McCaffrey could look like going in this offseason? I mean, possibly.
Do you feel good about what they did to address the offensive line right now?
I like the right side of the offensive line with Pooney and McKivitz. I thought McKivitz played a lot better than I think a lot of people would have given him credit for last year. I was a McKivitz doubter going into last year, and honestly, throughout the year, it was hard for me to really shake a stick at anything he did most days. Trent, when he's there, he's going to be good to go. That left side, though, if you're going to be running the ball between
Robert Jones, Connor Colby, Nick Zakel.
Yeah, or is it going to be Carver Willis, the draft pick? I don't know what that left guard spot's going to look like, but, that's a part of they love running to that left side. They love running the ball behind Trent Williams. And if you're running the ball between the center and the guard, or the guard and the tackle, I got some concerns on that left side right now with how that offensive line's looking.
Christian McCaffrey, Sam, did speak to the media yesterday, and he was asked on how he will handle the workload this season.
It's fine. I've been dealing with, those questions for 9 years, it feels like. I think the workload in our sport is really monitored in practice, not in games. We play 17 regular season games a year, and everybody's livelihoods are on the line. And so I would say on Sunday, you got to do whatever it takes to win. And that's not a coach's job. You don't tell a three-point shooter, you only get 6 threes today. It's so much of it is rhythmic, and it's my job to put my body in the best position I can to go out there and play. And I think everything else can be monitored during the week or with a practice schedule with certain ways you train, whatever it may be. But when it comes to game days, I like to think prepare yourself to play in every snap.
Well, no, of course he's going to be ready to play every snap if need be. It's on the coaching staff to make it so he doesn't need to play every snap.
Well, that's just it. If they're relying this heavily again on Christian McCaffrey to save them offensively, something went horribly wrong. Something went, injury-wise is what I'm saying. Something went wrong if we're going to give him, all those touches. Hell, let me pull it up right now. How many overall touches did Christian McCaffrey have last season?
413 touches.
413, Sam.
Again, a lot of that, is from when he was basically wide receiver 1. Again, he had 73 targets the first half of the season, 55 targets the second half. That's when he became more of a runner as well. You also had the improved offensive line. So, and that's kind of, again, as we're talking about the injury risks of this team, we're seeing the pattern here of one injury creates a domino effect for the rest of the roster. If we have a situation where, let's say Mike Evans' hamstring goes lame on you in week 2 and he's out for 2 to 3 weeks, knock on wood, that doesn't happen. We need to get some wood in the studio that we can knock on in these situations.
Knock on wood if you're with me, brother.
All you got to do is knock on wood. But where was I going with that? Yeah, but if you have an injury that forces McCaffrey into a greater role, then now it's like, what are you supposed to do? You're trying to limit McCaffrey, but the reality in the NFL now is forcing him into a role where he needs to be more of a pass catcher now, because if Evans does miss time, you're out Mike Evans, obviously, and you're also out George Kittle still in this situation, hypothetically here. And now you're back to where, all right, I guess we just got to keep dumping the ball down into McCaffrey over and over and over again and have him get lit up over the middle of the field on these Texas routes here. It's just, it compounds itself. And so it has a chance to snowball really, really fast.
This hour is brought to you by Freelon Bank, which is here for you and here for good, Sammy. We'll get to our friend Oreo Cookie out in Oakland. But before we do that, as we've talked about this entire hour, we have to hit the injury report. The 49ers are back on the field this week with OTAs, which means we got an injury, unfortunately. Running back Isaac Guerendo tore his pec about a month ago lifting weights. Head coach Kyle Shanahan says he expects Guerendo to be ready to play again at the end of training camp. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the Free Odyssey app, and we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. The Morning Roast is presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, banking for heroes and anyone who wants to be treated like one. And the 49ers had a lot of different heroes last year. Sam Lubman, who's in for Joe Shasky, alongside myself, Joe Spadoni. Happy Friday to all of you halfway home here, again, on a Feel Good Friday, talking 49ers OTAs and just expectations overall for this team heading into next season. And we started this conversation off with the Guerendo injury, me being a little concerned that this team has maybe Warriors 2025 vibes. And when I say that, a team coming off a playoff run last year in the Warriors who had an upset in the first round, kind of like the Niners had an upset in the first round this past year. And what happened? They doubled down on their age. They relied on the big three all over the age of 35, and Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond. Jimmy goes down, Steph goes down, season, night, see you later. What did the 49ers do this offseason? Kind of double down on age a little bit, and guys that had some injury concerns. Mike Evans, going to be 33 at the start of training camp. Trey Greenlaw, guy couldn't stay healthy last year for the Broncos. We obviously know what happened in the Super Bowl. The guy tore his Achilles, Sam, a couple years ago. That was tough to watch. And then again, you're relying on Brock Purdy. Can Brock, the quarterback, the guy that's the highest paid player in the history of the franchise, dealt with turf toe last year, can he stay healthy? Did you do enough to invest in the offensive line to protect him, to protect your bell cow running back, Christian McCaffrey, who is 30 years old? So major question marks for this team, health-wise for me, heading into next year. Can they stay healthy? They got to try to thread that needle. 888-957-9570.
Yeah, and again, if you took injuries off the board, I feel like, again, if you were able to turn injuries off for this season, then I feel like the Niners probably have one of the best teams in the NFL. Like, I truly believe that. I think if healthy, if everything goes according to plan, which, of course, it's the NFL, nothing ever goes according to plan, like, I could definitely see this team rattling off 12 wins on this schedule. I think the early part of the schedule is tough, the late part of the schedule is tough, but the talent and the coaching's absolutely there. And that's why I feel like this season now has, like, it kind of increases the stakes on this season a little bit when you think about the health, because of what is potentially achievable with this team if they are healthy. It's a gamble. It's a gamble with this team. If it pays off, we're all going to be really, really happy. Kyle's going to be a genius. John's going to be a genius. But if it doesn't pay off and the injuries pick up this year where they were last year, oh man, that's just so many more questions and concerns that are raised about the future of this team in terms of just their ability to keep this gravy train going. Because again, as Tom Pelissero said, the other week, he doesn't see a situation where John Lynch ever gets fired. And because Kyle Shanahan, I think, is about as locked in right now with the Niners as he possibly can be. I think this is the most secure his job status has ever been, is right now. It could get more secure going forward, but he's as secure and as entrenched as possible. Lynch, again, we had the conversation last week. He's on my hottest seat, but as long as Kyle's there, I have to admit, there's the world of, what I believe versus the world of what is. And the world of what is stipulates that John Lynch is on a pretty ice-cold seat as well. So a lot of potential questions and difficult conversations if this gamble does not pay off.
You said ice cold. You know what pairs well with ice cold milk? That'd be Oreo cookies.
Ooh, who's out
in Oakland?
He's a roaster for life.
Thank you. Oreo cookie, Oakland. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. What's up, fellas? You know it, roaster for life. But I've been listening, man, and I do agree with you guys this morning. Let's try to stay on the positive side, Thank you guys for changing the subject from the orange and black. I'm listening. I'm always listening, you guys. You guys are always having a great show. But to talk to 49ers right now, you guys got to remember who the coordinator is going to be. Is Kyle Shanahan. What he wants to do, he wants to run the ball. And for the past 2 to 3 years that our receiving core has not been up to par, we've been playing against a stacked box, loaded up to stop our running game. We've playing against that a lot. So I'm hoping that with this year's upgrade with the receiving core, with Christian Kirk, with our boy from Tampa Bay out here, Evans, the rookie this year, and hopefully we can get the white Tupac out on the field this season. I think we got a good group where I think this year we're going to throw the ball in order to run the ball. So I got faith that our running game will be back this year.
I don't hate that take, Oreo.
So Oreo's pumped about the receiving core. On paper, I do too. Mm-hmm. I don't know what to make of Deshaun Stribling. I don't know yet.
Yeah.
We'll have to see. Is he going to be in the doghouse early on? Is he going to have to work his way into the starting lineup? I have no idea. But Mike Evans is intriguing. Those deep one-on-one balls, those YOLO balls that Brock Purdy could do, I have faith that Mike Evans on those 50-50 ones in the end zone, he's going to come down with it. So you have Mike Evans, and then when and if you get George Kittle back, those are two massive mismatches. Where, Sam? In the red zone and in the end zone in particular, where they have struggled in the past when it comes to that intermediate, right? Where you can't quite run the ball, you got to pass. You just need a 50-50 chance. Guys like Kittle, guys like Evans, that's where they dominate, and that's what they've missed.
Well, I think, Deshaun Stribling, again, he measured in at the combine at 6'2", 207 pounds. He's got the speed for it. I agree with what Oreo's saying. I do think you could be high on this receiving core. Evans and Stribling, I think, are guys who can get up there. Evans is 6'5", I believe.
He's a big boy. Yeah.
And how many times the thing I really love about Evans on this team for Brock is how many times last year did we piss and moan about a ball that Brock threw that floated just a little bit too high on like Jawan Jennings or Ricky Pearsall. And Brock, probably because of his size, he's got to loft those balls a little bit more over the offensive line. But that was kind of a bugaboo that was had with Brock last year. Some of these passes a little smidge too high there, Brock. I think Mike Evans is a great counter to that because he is big enough to go get those high balls. Same with Deshaun Stribling, who also has in his scouting report an ability to go up and get some of these high balls there. And both those guys, I think, are good. And get up and get the ball. Stribling and Ricky Pearsall, I think, have in Christian Kirk. You have a lot of deep ball ability there. If Brock, people question Brock's arm strength. He has a history of being able to push the ball downfield. So this receiving core, I absolutely do believe, could work well for Brock Purdy, even without George Kittle. And maybe if you have 4 wide receivers out there that you're feeling confident that Brock can get the ball to consistently, that takes pressure off of Jake Ton just underneath to be that tight end one to where I'm not saying you're not going to miss George Kittle. You're going to miss George Kittle.
Especially in the running game.
Oh, absolutely. But again, if the passing game is clicking, which Oreo Cookie believes is possible, and I agree with him there, I love this receiving core for Brock Purdy and being a more dangerous passing game. And again, we talk about the negative domino effect. If Mike Evans is hurt, what's that do to McCaffrey and so on and so forth. The positive domino effect is if these receivers stay healthy and produce like they could, absolutely it makes things easier for McCaffrey, the offensive line, and then Tonjes as well on the run blocking side of things.
I guess I'm with Oreo and you in that, yes, the wide receiver core and the passing game intrigues me greatly. They were one of the best passing offenses all of last season if you're going passing yards per game, Sam. Problem is, we just heard from Kyle Shanahan saying, yeah, that's great, but if we can't run the ball, it doesn't matter. So am I supposed to get excited if they're going to pass the ball more as opposed to, being a great running team? Are they going to be more balanced? See, that's what I'm looking for. Can they just be a balanced offense? Because at their best, Kyle Shanahan's best, they are balanced. Going back to those Jimmy Garoppolo teams, going back to Brock Purdy, Ayuk, McCaffrey, Debo a couple years ago, they are at their best when they can have a balanced rushing, passing attack, and that all just comes back to health first and foremost. And this is Kyle Shanahan this week, yesterday in particular, talking about Mike Evans' impact so far.
I mean, Mike's a Hall of Fame receiver. So just, his experience of the game, what he's done in this league, just the respect he's earned, that's different than, I haven't had many guys like that except for Andre Johnson and Julio, just, with the career he's had so far. And just what's unique about Mike is his get off, how he can attack down the field. And I've never been around a guy that was that tall with that long of arms, the competitor he is. So I'm excited to have the person or offense and the talent.
Yeah, you do forget back to his offensive coordinator days, some of the studs that he's been able to coach. Andre Johnson and Julio Jones, Kyle Shanahan.
And now you got, again, a third Hall of Famer into that list now with Mike Evans. And to your point, were they good at throwing the ball last year? Yes, but you weren't throwing anybody that scared you. I mean, George Kittle, obviously, he's scaring the passing attack, but tight end, there's limitations
and
there.
We know with Kittle, he could go hot, he can go cold within this passing game offense.
But again, we did the exercise last year. Ricky Pearsall, Kendrick Bourne, Jawan Jennings combined had less receiving yards than Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I mean, JSN, he was having an incredible
But again,
season.
your top three pure receivers, I'm taking McCaffrey and Kittle out of this conversation here. You can throw DeMarcus Robinson in as well. Jawan Jennings had 643 yards last year. Kendrick Bourne, he cooked to the tune of 551 yards receiving. Ricky Pearsall added 528. DeMarcus Robinson had his 276. All those numbers were less than the 1,600 that JSN had last year. Kind of like where the Giants have a lineup where you're just peppering them with strikes because no one's fearing that lineup, so you're not going to make them chase. For whatever success this Niners passing game had last year, no one was fearing that passing attack. No one's fearing a passing attack where Jawan Jennings is your wide receiver one. And maybe in Minnesota that's going to change now that he's the KD there, but that was not the case last year. You have a receiving core now that you kind of have to respect with Mike Evans leading the way. If Ricky Pearsall's healthy, you got to respect the deep ball there. If DeJon Stripling can click with this offense, that's another deep threat you have to pay attention to. And that does open things up then more for Christian Kirk and DeMarcus Robinson. So by having a more fearsome, maybe if you want to go aggressive with it, respectable if you want to be less aggressive with it, they have the kind of passing attack that you have to, as a defensive team, take more notice of than I think you saw last year. That's, again, the positive domino effect coming into play on the running game. That's how you become more balanced this year.
It all comes down to the quarterback at the end of the day. Brock Purdy. Why do I bring him up? Well, he's a quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. So by that alone,
that's usually a pretty important position, right?
He's going to be a lightning rod. And of course, whenever we have a quarterback ranking and Brock Purdy falls at number 17, people are going to feel some type of way about it.
Oh, there's a way to be feeling.
We're going to dive into quarterback rankings on the other side and whether or not heading into this season you believe Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback or not. Because according to Chris Sims, Pro Football Talk and NBC Sports, he ain't. He's middle of the pack, number 17. What say you, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. By the way, make sure you are signing up to become a Game Pass Pro member on 95.7 The Game's YouTube channel. Get access to private AMAs with the host, exclusive content from events, and in-depth insights after the biggest games. Go to YouTube, search 95.7 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. And it's all going to be sponsored by Front Bank. Here for you, here for good.
All right, Bay Area, if you're still paying monthly checking fees, come on now. There's a better way.
San Francisco Fire Credit Union has been serving people for 75 years, going all the way back to 1951.
And no, you do not have to be a firefighter to join. Anyone can join.
You get ATM access worldwide, great service, and it all comes from a local not-for-profit credit union that gives back to its members and the community.
Check them out at sffirecu.org. That's sffirecu.org. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards American Express card, earn 3 points per dollar spent on Lowe's qualifying purchases for the first 6 months after card account opening. Plus, save 5% every day on eligible purchases at Lowe's and earn points on eligible purchases everywhere else Amex is accepted. Card members get more at Lowe's. Subject to credit approval. 5% can't be combined with any other offer. Exclusions and restrictions apply. Points subject to loyalty terms at Lowe's.com/terms and credit reward terms at Synchrony.com/MLPRA-terms. Visit Lowe's.com/business credit.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Corden in his shoebox. God, I love you, Patrick. Oh, man. We're talking Niners. Doesn't it feel good to talk some red and gold, baby? Let's go.
We actually talked some positive Niners the last 10 minutes, too.
Apparently, I was a hater, according to the text line. Really? I was drinking the haterade because I was comparing the Niners this upcoming season to the Warriors last year.
That's so unlike you.
Just saying, there's a combustibility factor that we're really not talking about enough, I think, when it comes to a lot of these injuries.
And I know it's easy to say, oh, it's an NFL team. They're all injury prone. It's like, well, yeah, but like, let's not sit here and act like the Niners' injury proneness has been the same as like the Rams or the Seahawks or literally any other team out there that's competing for playoff spots.
Something we did learn last year, though, is they do have depth at one position, that being quarterback. Brock Purdy was a baller towards the end of that season. Mac Jones, when needed, was a baller. Thursday Night Football, SoFi Stadium, line 1. Guy was incredible in that first half. They hung on to the second, but you know what? Doesn't matter. They got the dub. Although I thought he was out for the season at one point when he got knocked on the field.
In that Rams game, we all thought he was just dead.
They left the camera on him. His like pants were falling off. It was hilarious.
Adrian Martinez, start warming up.
Yeah, he was. And Niner fans are like...
and he actually was.
Niner fans would be like, oh my God.
Here we
Adrian
go
Martinez season's approaching.
Well, hey, the last time a third-string quarterback came in, it worked out well, so, you know.
Yeah, I don't want to go through that.
Which is exactly what a lot of people were saying at the time, I'm sure.
But Brock Purdy, I think, salvaged a season that was, you know, had a lot of question marks in regards to his health and his durability going forward. This is a guy that he's not the biggest, although he's got a thicker lower half. He's got some size.
He's not the biggest.
He's got some quads. No, he's not the big X the plug. Thank you. He's not Fernando Mendoza, who's just drafted number 1 overall by the Las Vegas Raiders, who's like 6'4", 6'5". He's not the prototypical quarterback size that you would like, which is why he probably fell to being Mr. Irrelevant in the final pick of the draft a few years ago. That being said, Sam, I ask you this, because I have a place where I'm going to it. If I were to ask you where you would rank Brock Purdy heading into the 2026-2027 season, where would you put him? And it could be on your criteria too. How you want to, you know, compare and contrast quarterbacks is all up to you.
Yeah. I don't think he's top 5, but I definitely think he's somewhere in that 6 to 12 range.
Okay.
And I think the list gets kind of, you can move things around a lot in that part of the list. I think that's where, you know, in that 6 to 12 range, I in no particular order, you're going to have Brock in that range. I think Jalen Hurts is in that range. I think Jared Goff is in that range. Who else is going to be in that group? I think you got your Justin Herbert's probably going to be in there. Trevor Lawrence is in there. So I think, yeah, Brock's kind of like, if you were to make a tier list, like those are the quarterbacks that I think Brock is in the same tier of, you know, not that elite tier, which I think right now is, you know, your 4 quarterbacks in the AFC, Burrow, Allen, Mahomes, Lamar. And I think Matt Stafford, based off the season he had last year, I would nestle him in. I don't know if I put him in that same tier as that top 4, but like I think what he did last year winning the MVP, I'm separating him a little bit from that 6 to 12 or that 6 to 10 group as well.
That all sounds fair. What if I told you Chris Sims, Pro Football Talk, Kyle Shanahan's best friend from college back in their Texas days, has Brock Purdy ranked 17th, and this is why.
Brock Purdy, again, is an awesome football player. And yes, it's number 17 and maybe lower than people think and whatever else. Of course, he can be surgical, right? He is that kind of guy. And I don't want to say he's system because I know people get triggered by that. He's system plus. And there's something to say about system too. You know, he's one of those guys, sometimes I always say, like, he can do more with more, but he's not going to do more with less, right? I don't think he's going to be the guy that's going to say, hey, carry the team, do all that and everything there. But, right, like you give a guy like Shanahan, his ability to read the field, feel things when they're about to come open before anybody else would feel them. Anticipation's amazing. He's got that ability as well. He does have a variety of throws. He's a very good athlete to extend plays and do stuff like that. It's something that I know I underrate him with at times, and I think the whole public does. He can run, he can extend plays and do that. But at the other side of the story is he is limited in things he can do throwing the football. There are certain plays and throws that they don't call that this because Brock Purdy's arm is not that.
Can't do more with less. This is the argument I always hear and what separates the top 3, 4, 5 guys from anyone else. And I think it's a load of crap. I think it's the same in basketball. I think it's the same in baseball. We've been talking about it. It's the same in football. You need good players around you to succeed no matter what. And especially in football. This notion that, you know, you're a better quarterback because, Peyton Manning's a better quarterback because he turned a guy like Dallas Clark into an all-pro tight end. Who's to say Dallas Clark wouldn't have done that anyways? Who's to say some of these players that are you know, playing with the likes of Tom Brady, like, do we all think Julian Edelman wouldn't have been a good wide receiver if he just only stuck with Tom Brady, if he had to play with someone else? Like, I disagree with that. I disagree. And the notion that he can't do more with less is absolutely false. Did we watch the wild card game against the Philadelphia Eagles? See, I saw a team on the other side, the defending Super Bowl champs, with all their guys healthy. Saquon was out there, 26 carries, 106 yards for Jalen Hurts. Devontae Smith was out there, 8 receptions for 70 yards. Dallas Goedert was out there. AJ Brown, he was out there. All guys we think are elite players.
AJ was very much out there, dropping balls.
The Philadelphia Eagles had all their guys healthy. Brock Purdy, his number one wide receiver was Demarcus Robinson, a guy that was suspended for the first couple games this year, a guy that was an afterthought on the Los Angeles Rams. Afterthought. His second receiver in that game, you know who it was? His running back, Christian McCaffrey. Kyle Juszczyk, the fullback, was the third leading receiver in that game. Not Juwan Jennings, not George Kittle, who, by the way, they lost in that game to a torn Achilles. Brock Purdy, did he have a couple picks? Was he perfect? No. But he elevated the talent that he had around him. Talent that I think a lot of us would view lesser than outside of Christian McCaffrey, who I think we all can agree was a slightly diminished version of the Christian McCaffrey we knew years prior, who had a lot of wear and tear.
15 carries, 48 yards.
They couldn't run the ball.
6 receptions, 66 yards, 2 touchdowns. Again, he had the big touchdown catch there.
And Sam, they were dealing with the elements. Not only Philadelphia in Lincoln Financial Field, which has been a house of horrors in the past for that team
and all
in
the
the playoffs.
Phillies fans in there.
Well, and you don't think there was a little bit of PTSD potentially for Brock, knowing the last time he played there in the playoffs? What happened? Tore his UCL. His elbow exploded.
Honestly, I'll be honest, I don't think that was on Brock's mind.
No, it might not have been, but I'm painting a narrative here that there was a lot of adversity and that a lot of other lesser quarterbacks would have folded in that game. Brock Purdy rose to the challenge. So this notion that Chris Sims is saying, he doesn't do more with less is a load of crap, because I saw him do it in prime time against the defending Super Bowl champions in Philadelphia. And he orchestrated the game-winning drive when they needed to, outscored the Eagles in the fourth quarter, 13-3, night, see you later. Now, did they get clapped the next week? Yes, but I think that was a talent issue, not a player issue.
Well, so much, it was also, I think, an availability issue.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They didn't have the talent.
Yeah, they didn't have the healthy talent.
Correct.
Like, I think fully healthy, I think the Niners absolutely beat the Seahawks in that game if they are fully healthy, which is crazy to say considering the score of things. But after the Shaheed touchdown, I think that was when I think just the injuries of the season finally caught up.
But you can make the argument, can you not, that the Eagles were the more talented and healthier roster, right? In that game. I just listed all the players. Jalen, Saquon, Devontae, Goddard, A.J. Brown. They had the players.
Well, they had a lot of dysfunction, too, that I think was, taking root behind the scenes that kind of sapped some of their production. But, when it comes to just Brock ability, though, I mean, the reason we put, again, like Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar, the reason we put them at such high levels is because we look at those four quarterbacks and just assume if you have them, you have as good of a chance as any to get to the Super Bowl. And for the most part, again, Mahomes has kind of prevented those other three from getting there. But if Mahomes was not in the AFC, any one of those three on any given year could, in theory, get one of those three teams to the Super Bowl just by the fact that they are themselves. Stafford, again, he's shown that he can get the Rams to the playoffs. I think a lot of that has to do with McVay as well. I don't know, do you look at Brock as being a guy who just the fact that he's under center, that's enough to be like, all right, Super Bowl is possible. Brock Purdy is under center. Forget about the rest of the positions. When Brock is under center, is that enough for you to feel like, yeah, they can make it to the Super Bowl? Or do you need Brock to be under center with Christian McCaffrey? Or does he need to be under center with George Kittle, with Mike Evans?
This is what we fall victim to doing this all the time. I think any team, even if Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback, you need players and coaches around you. You just do. It comes to a certain point where, look, you just referenced the Rams. They have Puka Nacua. They have Devontae Adams. Like they have Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. They have so many guys on that team that we always look at the quarterback first. Even Sam Darnold. Jackson Smith-Njigba, best wide receiver in football last season. Patrick Mahomes, we always say, hey, Patrick Mahomes, he could do it. Patrick Mahomes has had Travis Kelce his entire career. One of the best tight ends in football history. Like, what are we doing here?
How about the Bengals?
Bengals! They might have the best 1-2 punch when it comes to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. I think T. Higgins on some teams would be a legit number one wide receiver. He is so underrated. Yeah. So underrated. And by the way, Joe Burrow, I'm not putting him in the top 5 anymore. Can't stay healthy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, fair.
I think he's really good. I can't keep you top 5 if you just can't stay healthy.
Maybe I'm part of this too. I feel like we just elevate Joe Burrow because he's the one quarterback who's been able to do what no other quarterback has been able to do, which is keep Patrick Mahomes from making it back to the Super Bowl. So, and again, I fall into that too. I think that's why we elevate Joe Burrow a lot. But no, to your point, Joe, you do need guys. I think we saw last year that Brock cannot put a team on his shoulders with no weapons and carry it to a Super Bowl, which, again, even as our YouTube chat said, even Tom Brady had Gronk at one point. You got to have at least somebody.
He had Gronk. He had Wes Welker. He had Julian Edelman.
Well, I guess if Brock had only George Kittle to throw to his entire career, do you still think the Niners can go as deep into the playoffs with Brock under center? If this, it's just, Eli Mitchell at running back, it's two whoever's at receiver, which again, I don't even think Mahomes has had whatever's at receiver, but you still got George Kittle. Is that enough for Brock to lead this offense through the playoffs and in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, he did it last year in the game one. I just said he did it against the Super Bowl.
But you got to all the way though, not just one.
Not his fault. His defense sucked. I'm sorry, they didn't have the weapon. They didn't have the people. They got absolutely clapped against the Seahawks, and I just think that was a lack of talent. And sometimes you run into better teams. It's unfortunate.
So you think Brock just on his own is enough to get this team to a Super Bowl?
Not just. My whole point, Sam, is it's never just on his own. I think that's a ridiculous narrative in a team where you need 11 people on the field. It can never just be on their own. It's a collective effort. And this is what goes back to the Patriots and why they were so good for so damn long is they were able to reinvent themselves multiple times. Tom Brady, hey, you need me to be an MVP and be an offensive explosive type of team with Randy Moss? I'll do that for you. You need me just to hand the ball off and we're just going to dink and dunk our way down the field to James White and Julian Edelman? I could do that. Whatever you need me to be, I will do it. I think Brock could be that quarterback. I do. I think he could be that. Now,
I believe that.
Could Kyle Shanahan adapt his team around, Brock to do what Tom Brady was able to do over there. I don't know. Tom Brady's the greatest freaking quarterback of all time.
I'm not really comparing it to Tom Brady.
Comparing anyone to Tom Brady is a losing effort. But this is the problem. We always do this. We have to compare Brock to Patrick Mahomes. We have to compare Brock to Josh Allen because look at the arm strength. Look at the arm talent. Look at this. Brock's tremendously talented. It's the cerebral stuff. And it's that stuff you can't quantify or you can't look at and say, wow, that was a highlight type of play. It's just not as sexy. Although he does have those occasionally. I think what I'm getting at is the number one criteria changes from person to person on what they like to do when comparing and contrasting quarterbacks. Everyone has their top criteria and what they like to do. Chris Sims said it there. And a lot of people feel this way. It's what do you do when you don't have the greater talent around you? Mm-hmm. And I refute the notion that Brock wasn't able to elevate what we deem lesser talent around him. I just gave you an example of that. So if that's the one you want to use, then I think Brock Purdy is a top 10 quarterback.
Oh, absolutely.
I ask you that. Like, what is your number one criteria when comparing and contrasting quarterbacks? What do you usually like to go to? Some people stats. Some people say QBR. Some people say passer rating. Some people say, hey, if the ball's in their hands with 2 minutes to go, I think they could win the game. But I could say that for a lot of quarterbacks where I'd fear if they had the ball with 2 minutes to go. Like Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow you want to throw in there, Matt Stafford. Like, hell, I'd fear Brock Purdy with 2 minutes to go. The guy scrambles. He's a great scrambler. Mm-hmm. And he can make plays out of nothing sometimes. So I don't know. We like to pick and choose the certain criteria. And I'd throw it out to the audience, 888-957-9570. What is your number one criteria you use to compare and contrast quarterbacks? What is it?
Yeah. Let me ask you something when it comes to Brock. How much do you think his low ranking is still predicated on the fact that people give Kyle Shanahan the credit for what happens in this offense? I think Chris even said, no, he's not a system quarterback, but I feel like at the same time, if you're putting him that low, despite all the success we've seen from him, and I do agree, I do think he is one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the NFL. But how much of that is just they're still giving Kyle Shanahan the credit for that rather than just giving Brock his due there?
I mean, it's what people do. They want to discredit him, and he's a victim of having been drafted to Kyle Shanahan. See, this is the thing. This is why Matt Stafford doesn't get picked apart for playing with Sean McVay, who we all deem as well as an offensive genius. Why? Because Stafford did have some success in Detroit prior to McVay. He was able to get to 3 different playoff appearances with the Detroit freaking Lions that have been a laughingstock for all of our lives up until recently, right? So he has the benefit of having played and succeeded prior to Sean McVay. Brock Purdy has only known Kyle Shanahan. And I do think that's unfair to Brock because if you actually watch the games, his highs have been higher than Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, come on. We've all seen it. Like, come on, man. That's ridiculous to me. Like, who is the number one quarterback in the number one quarterback season under Kyle Shanahan? Probably Matt Ryan, right? In that MVP year with the Atlanta Falcons. I mean, that team was sensational. I mean, Brock Purdy, not to that degree, but he was an MVP candidate a couple years ago. That Niners offense was sensational. But we like to give Matt Ryan credit more. Obviously, he got the hardware because he also had success prior to Kyle Shanahan, right? He had success. He had playoff runs prior to Kyle Shanahan. So that's my long way of saying, Sam, people will never give Brock Purdy the due credit because he's never had to do it without Kyle. Whereas some of these quarterbacks showcased that they can still be really good without Kyle Shanahan. Do I think Brock, if he was traded to some other team, could still be a really good quarterback? Absolutely, I do. Absolutely. But we like to pick and choose credit with some of these guys for God knows why.
Well, I think part of the reason why Brock has so much success under Kyle's offense is I think, aside from Matt Ryan, I don't think anyone's just had a better grasp of Kyle's offense, which we all know is one of the more complex offenses out there. I don't think anyone has been able to digest that playbook as well as Brock Purdy has, which is why I think Kyle trusts him so much. And you talk about criteria. I don't know if there's not one stat I'm going to look at.
No, it doesn't have to be a stat. It can be whatever you want it to be.
Because it's you can look at passer rating, for example, and Willard and Dibbs did a fun little exercise yesterday about passer rating. And Dibbs pointed out that Brock's at 1,353 passing attempts, which means he is, 147 attempts away from 1,500, which with the passer rating he has right now of 104, if he still maintains that passer rating number after 147 more passing attempts, he will have the highest passer rating of all time. And my first thought is, wow, that's pretty impressive. But then he started reading off the list of the top 10 passer ratings of all time with guys with at least 1,500 pass attempts or more. Lamar Jackson, Aaron Rodgers are at the top, understandable. Joe Burrow, Pat Mahomes, 3 and 4. Okay. Russell Wilson, number 5. All right, he's had a lot of ups in his career. Deshaun Watson, number 6. Okay. When I'm thinking of great quarterbacks in the last 10, 15 years or ever, Deshaun Watson's not on that list. Drew Brees is 7th. Yeah, I think Drew Brees is one of the better quarterbacks of all time.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, say what you will about him.
Dak has been a good quarterback. I know he plays for the Cowboys, and we like to crap all over them, but he's been a good quarterback.
He's put up the numbers that good quarterbacks put up. He hasn't been able to put it together in the playoffs yet, and that's a knock on his legacy. So he's number 8. Number 10 is Tom Brady. Yeah, Brady's a top 10 quarterback.
He's the greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah. What is Sam? How come you skipped over number 9? Oh, I'm going to get to number 9 right now. The number 9 best passer rating in NFL history, it's Jimmy Garoppolo. Somehow. Geez.
No!
Jeez, Dave.
No!
Is that too loud?
It was a little bit loud, yeah.
Well, that's how I feel. No! Jimmy!
That just kind of undercuts passer rating as a stat to determine how good a quarterback is. If Jimmy Garoppolo is in the top 10 of any sort of quarterback stat that's positive, that's not a stat I'm really going with there. So I don't know if it's passer rating. For me, Joe, it's just, is it a cop-out if I just go eye test on it?
It's not a cop-out. I will take that as an answer.
Like how well the offense flows with them under center. Because I feel like a quarterback has a good understanding of the offense, knows how to get the ball to his playmakers, doesn't force balls, doesn't force plays. Basically, I think Brock is at his best when he tucks, well, not his best, but the moments I like from Brock is when he could try and force the ball downfield. No, I'm just going to tuck it and run, get some yards that way. The understanding to realize that maybe running for 4 or 5 yards is better than trying to pass for more into a risky situation. There's no one number. There's no one metric. It's just when the guy gets under center in the offense, do you feel comfortable that the offense is going to move in a successful and an efficient way? And Brock Purdy has shown with Kyle Shanahan's offense that he is as good as any, or maybe the best quarterback that we've seen so far at running Kyle Shanahan's offense in an effective and in an efficient way. How that goes into ranking your quarterbacks, I mean, that's why I still would put Joe Burrow up there, as I do feel like with Joe Burrow, when healthy, he can make that Bengals offense move in a very productive and efficient way. But again, he has to be healthy for it, which is kind of a knock there. I don't know how you factor health in there as well, because I do think you have to factor Brock's health in a little bit when giving it. So it maybe it's an incomplete answer, but I also feel like it's an incomplete criteria in terms of what you're supposed to look for, because any number you look towards, like accuracy, there's probably a lot of bad quarterbacks out there that have very good accuracy numbers as well. Like that could be one, or passing yards. Like you could be like Kirk Cousins. He throws the ball out. He has a lot of passing yards. You're going to say that he's one of the great quarterbacks. It's an ambiguous thing to look at. I think it's really just when you look at the team, how confident are you in that quarterback's ability to move the offense?
Listen, if this was an exact science, every single team would have an elite quarterback. It's not. There's a reason why there's so many draft busts. There's a reason why Fernando Mendoza, who's just drafted number 1 overall, he might not translate for whatever reason. He might not. That happens. It's science. Hell, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels. Remember what was going to be the greatest quarterback draft class of all time? Trey Lance, Trevor Lawrence, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, Zach Wilson. Cheeks. God. Absolute cheeks. Because we don't know. We don't know the exact criteria of what separates these guys. There are intangibles. Like I always go to this, and this is kind of like a nuanced answer to the question of, what's your number one criteria when comparing and ranking quarterbacks, 888-957-9570. When I look up at the clock And do I feel like we are leading by enough with a certain amount of time to go? Did we do enough as a team? Like, that's how Niner fans were feeling in both Super Bowls. Did we feel good enough with a certain amount of points in the fourth quarter and Patrick Mahomes is on the other side? And the answer was no, because we had fear that Patrick Mahomes was going to somehow, some way, if you leave enough time on the clock, get his team back in action. Even if he was not a great player for the first 3 quarters. If you could be bad for 3 quarters, but in nut up or shut up time in the fourth quarter, you could come back from a 10-point deficit, touchdown deficit, doesn't matter. That's kind of my criteria. And I do think Brock Purdy fits that mold. Although
didn't fit it against Patrick Mahomes.
People will throw this in my face and say, you know what? Hey, I don't feel great about Brock throwing from behind. I don't think he could do it from behind. Again, what was the number one example I've used this entire segment? Just go back to Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. They came back from a fourth quarter deficit and won that game and outscored Philly 13-3 in the fourth quarter. And did he do it with George Kittle? Did he do it with Brandon Ayuk? Did he do it with Deebo Samuel? Nope. He did it with DeMarcus Robinson, Juwan Jennings, Jake Tonjes, Kyle Juszczyk. Oh, and yeah, and Christian McCaffrey. Pretty decent player there.
Yeah, that helped out.
All right.
Got on the G of the Eagle.
We're up against it. 888-957-9570. This segment is sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours, Sam Lubman. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will make you feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Whoa, Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Whoa, like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American value for American values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th through July 12th with mouth-watering food and concerts, the Demolition Derby, and more. Save big with advanced tickets at AlamedaCountyFair.com. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Are you kidding me?
Bus, man. Damn, Spadoni. Damn, you sound good.
And Joe Shasky from 6 to 10 on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, can you feel it? Feel that weekend approaching, ladies and gentlemen? Graduations happening, promotions. June's approaching.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can feel summer, baby. Although it's kind of like raining here. But that's San Francisco, cloudy. June gloom.
Hey, man. Coldest winter. Summer in San Francisco. Some have said. Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs?
I get that reference. We've been talking a lot of night.
What percentage of our audience gets that reference on the morning roast?
Decent amount. Well, you say Mr. Krabs. I think even most people understand that's from SpongeBob.
Yeah, I mean that's we're gonna find out how many of our audience was born in 1992 or later.
Well, that's a majority of the San Francisco 49ers roster is around our age right now, at least the veterans. And that makes me feel a little bit older because these guys are going to be fading away pretty soon. I get a little sad when
that's fun to hear.
Well, it's I get a little sad sometimes when I'm watching like the NBA in particular because there's not a lot of guys left that were playing when we were in high school. We all graduated in 2011, right?
Yep. I mean, seeing the end
coming few and far
the
between.
ends of James Harden and Steph Curry and Russell Westbrook and LeBron.
Hell, I saw Harrison Barnes yesterday. That was cool.
I know the fact.
We rooting for Harry B? No.
Well, he's in our grade, I think. He was. He came out as
Black Falcon, baby.
Mm-hmm. He was around when we were in college, but.
Well, no, I'm just saying. It was just, it was nice to see him out there.
Good to see him still out there, Still, hopefully, they can get him back to the finals. Get HB in one more ring.
Yeah.
Before he. I don't know if he'll be back with the Spurs next year, but Spurs, I feel like whatever happens in Game 7, I think the West is the Spurs to take for the next couple years.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Again, everyone wants to crown the Spurs as the next thing that's going to be there for 10 years. People said that about the Nuggets. People have said that about the Lakers in the past. People have said that about the Celtics, right?
Yeah.
They just lost in the first round. Everyone was shoehorning the Celtics in to win in the East. Things change, right? Like I am not going to sit here and say in the next 5 years the Spurs are going to be in every single finals.
Oh, I'm saying,
I have no idea.
They're primed to take over the West, I guess. Is like, because the Nuggets, they're starting to age out. The Rockets, they're an X factor. I think they got a young core with that team that they could definitely go somewhere
they're
with
a dumpster fire.
But again, they need to get out of their own way first before they can take the next step. The Thunder, I'm convinced, win or lose, the Thunder they're not going to break the whole thing up. They're not going to Joe Shasky, blow it up. But you're going to see some pieces subtracted from that team. Hartenstein, he's gone.
Hartenstein.
They're going to blow it up. Jalen Williams, they don't
even need Jalen Williams. All these wins that they've had, maybe he's like the unlucky X factor. Just don't play Jalen, we'll win.
So, I mean,
I'm kidding, but also kind of like, does this reconsider in the offseason where they want to keep him?
They're big threes that go down to a big two. And yeah, you're keeping SGA and Chet if you're choosing between two of those three. Jalen, SGA, or Chet. Like,
even though Jalen Williams was like their best player in the finals last year?
You just said they don't need Jalen this year.
Well, this year they don't, but last year they did. So
I'm confused. Do they need him or not then?
Well, it depends on the matchup, I guess.
I mean, we're just saying right now they don't really need him because they're succeeding this year.
Well, has Chet Holmgren ever been one of their best players in a series? Is my question.
Well, I mean,
Jalen Williams has proven that he can be. So maybe you
think
keep
they pick off
Jalen.
Chet?
I don't know.
Well, because they got Hartenstein on the club option for next year.
All I know is Wemby owns Chet Holmgren. That's it. When I watch these matchups, that's what I see. 888-957-9570. It doesn't feel like the NBA, at least in the Western Conference, is wide open. The NFL, though, as we were talking about the 49ers, and we kind of pivot back there, it kind of does. Like, I know the AFC has been dominated with all the quarterback play for so long, and it always felt like it was, the NFC is the little brother to AFC for the last decade because you had the Allens, you had the Mahomes domination, obviously Brady and the Patriots for so long, Lamar Jackson, et cetera, et cetera. But I do look at this upcoming season as an opportunity for the 49ers. If they want to, they could represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. I wouldn't put it past the squad. I'm expecting the Seahawks to have a regressive season because I'm just going by history. History has told me more often than not, the team that has won the Super Bowl or finished runner-up takes a step back.
Well, the Patriots, I mean, that I think they're going to have an all-time Super Bowl hangover season this year.
They might. I mean,
they were already, I think, primed to have one, and that was before all of, Mike Vrabel's extracurricular activities came to light.
Well, the Love Boat, it happens. So I have no idea what to expect from, the Seattle Seahawks other than I think they're going to take a slight step back. Could they still be a playoff team? Absolutely. Are they still a team to beat?
Yeah.
Are they still a team to beat in the NFC? Absolutely.
Is Sam Darnold going to keep whatever he's been doing going for a third straight year now?
Well, this notion that Sam Darnold was like the savior of the team through that playoff run was you just didn't watch, the playoffs. That's what you tell me. Was he good? Yeah. Was he the reason that they won all the games? No. He just didn't lose them the games. That's literally all they needed him to do. Hey, Sam, don't make mistakes. We're going to win. And you know what? He made winning plays and they won. But the defense is going to be the story there. Mike McDonald, what he's able to do. He is the new boy genius on the block from the defensive end in a division that is loaded with Shanahan and McVay. It's Mike McDonald, the defensive guy, that's making it in vogue again. Yes, defense wins championships. So that is an interesting narrative heading into this next season. But do I think it's wide open in the NFC? Absolutely. If people disagree, 888-957-9570. Shanahan was asked, speaking of defense, this is via the Tom Tolbert show, and I do want to get your thoughts overall, Sam, on Kyle Shanahan in a second, because you had a fun question and a hypothetical sit-down like Tom Tolbert had with both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. What would you ask him? Well, he was asked about the defense last season.
I think we need to be better on defense all around in terms of I think we got fortunate last year. Just we didn't play a ton of quarterbacks. So I think that helped us not get as exposed. But we went in a little bit light just because losing guys in free agency and stuff. And then we had so many. I knew we were going in light, but I didn't know we were going to lose Bosa and Fred, things like that. And doing that with that made it really tough. And I think Saul did a great job. I think our guys rose to the challenge and did a great job, but we weren't good enough. And I think what we've done in free agency, I think what we've done in the draft, the guys who did get all this experience last year who are better now, bringing Raheem in and stuff, I think that'll be the challenge, to be that much better, not just in the run, but everywhere.
Kay Bueno in Oakland wants to join the conversation, 888-957-9570. And bringing in Raheem Morris is going to be an interesting wrinkle in this season because there was so much love for Robert Saleh and what he was able to do on the defensive end, losing Nick Bosa, losing Fred Warner. Obviously, you could rely on Deommodore Lenoir to be the veteran, but that was just still a relatively young guy within the landscape of this team people were relying on. And yeah, eventually depth, like on the offense, ended up biting them in the ass later on. But do I think it was a defensive coaching problem? No. But I am interested to see if there are any new wrinkles that Raheem Morris brings to the squad outside of what Robert Saleh was able to bring. Kay Bueno, though, in Oakland, wants to join the conversation. What's up, Bueno?
Hey, what's up, guys? Happy Friday. Thanks for taking my call right now. I think what you mentioned earlier is I feel like it could be a little bit more wide open this year. I think Seattle could definitely have a regression. Much love for Darnold, respect for the guy and his whole story and the way he's come up, but I don't think he's going to be like the big difference maker. I think he got hot later in the season last year, and he looked good, but I expect Seattle to have a bit of a fall off this year. I think for the Niners, I feel like every season, and I'm not saying this as a fan, but I think just, with the talent that we've had, I think we're always going to be high potential to represent the NFC in a Super Bowl, right? The past few years. I think the only obstacle that's been in our way is our own health, right? So if we can stay healthy, and I know every team gets affected by injuries, it's the NFL, physical game. Every team is going to get affected by injuries, but it seems like we just get affected in the worst way with our injuries. So I think if we can avoid just getting these massive just punch in the gut injuries that we've been having for the past however many seasons now, I think it's a very high potential for us. Raheem Morris coming in as DC. I know some people are on both sides of the coin. I think chemistry is an underrated factor. Saleh and Shanny had a great chemistry to work together. I think Shanny and Morris maybe had that relationship just from their careers as coaches in the league, and I think that's going to be a key factor as well. I know some people are saying Shanahan hired Morris because that's his boy, and it was kind of more of like he kind of hooked him up with the job. But I think that also having that chemistry is going to be a huge positive for us because they have that relationship to communicate and that rapport. So I think in Morris, he's got a reputation as being a good defensive coach in the league. So that's not going to be a shortcoming for us. I think that's a plus. So if our key guys can stay healthy for the most part, we did a great job of adding depth this in off season. I want to see the young guys are going to be showing up for the calls. We're looking to see what Kyle's going to be doing. Pearsall, can he stay healthy? Because we see what he can do when he gets consistent play. So I think that to kind of circle back, it's more open this year. I think we are certainly a threat to be an NFC representative, but our own health is in the way every year. So if we can minimize the damage the way it's been affecting us, I think there's a very high chance we'll be in the Super Bowl and even take it.
There you go. That's Kay Bueno in Oakland, 888-957-9570. Do you agree that the NFC is wide open heading into next year and that the 49ers, if they stay healthy, could be one of the favorites to represent the NFC. Obviously, their own division is stacked. Kind of got into a little argument yesterday about what is the best division in all of football right now, and I just don't really think it's close. I think it's the NFC North because I think every single one of those teams in the division could make the playoffs, and they could very well easily, like the NFC West last year, have three teams again represent the playoffs in their own division. So, but you have the Cardinals there. The Cardinals stink. Sorry, you need to win those two games against the Cardinals. You can't be.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
You can't be lollygagging against this team.
There's one game you could lose. It's that Cardinal. No, I agree. You got to beat the Cardinals. Let's do this. Why don't you do the legal, and then we can go through the NFC, and you tell me which of these teams are actually going to be better or worse going into next year.
That sounds like a fun game. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Among Studios. Carter, if we're going to do this, I do need some NFL primetime music just to get my juices flowing. Let's get a little excited. Yeah. A little tingle in my pants. Let's go.
I'm the unreasonable one.
Let's go.
There you go. That's where your tingles should be happening. All right. Let's start the NFC East. Eagles. They were 11-6 last year. They could be better or worse. Do you think right now on May 29th, several months out from the season, do you think the Eagles will be better or worse next year? Remember, they're about to trade A.J. Brown in a couple days.
Yeah, but they got Mekhi Lemon, man. He's going to be a baller. Him and Devontae Smith. Dallas Goedert's still there.
No head case of A.J. Brown again, as I mentioned.
Saquon's still there. It's all on Jalen. At the end of the day, it's going to be all on Jalen Hurts. And the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, good luck is all I'm going to say. Sean Mannion, I mean, I remember
Foothill legend.
Yeah, I just remember him as a quarterback, and Foothill local guy.
He's a year older than us.
Yeah, I know he's young, but that doesn't mean anything.
I think the who's the Kevin Padula or whatever, that guy was he was a horrible fit for that team last year. I think Eagles are going to be as good or better next year. I think they're still winning the NFC East.
I don't know about that. I'm not so sure. I think they're going to take a step back. Okay. You're asking the question. But that doesn't mean they're not going to be a playoff team. They're just taking a step back for me.
All right, here we go.
Again, another example, though, of a team that won a Super Bowl, Sam, that took a step back. Continue.
All right, here we go. Dallas Cowboys, 7-9-1 last year. They going to be better or worse?
I agree with Carter that you just in my ear. I think they're the ones that are going to win that division.
Oh.
I like the Cowboys to improve after last season. They will improve. Yes.
Yeah, I think they're going to be a little bit better. It's going to be a fun battle between those two. I still think the Eagles come out on top in the East.
So right now we're doing progress or regress in the NFC.
I like that.
There you go. And right now I have the Eagles regressing and the Cowboys progressing.
And I got Eagles and Cowboys progressing right now.
Okay. You're positive.
Commanders, 5-12 last year. They're going to be healthier this year in theory. Jane Daniels going to play a full season in theory.
Yeah, I don't love what they've done there. I don't know what to make of that entire mess that is. No, I don't like it. No. I think they're going to be about where they were.
I agree.
Maybe by definition, because they only won 5 games, they'll be a little bit better, but not. I don't think they're a playoff team next year, Sam.
Is it progression, regression, or stagnation?
Isn't this whole opinion just based on Jaden Daniels?
Correct.
The entire opinion of the Commanders.
But also, I don't love their defense. Who do you like on their defense right now?
No idea.
And they have a defensive-minded head coach in Dan Quinn. So
I think they're a ways away. They got their quarterback. They're a ways away.
But remember how much how good people were feeling about them last year heading into the season?
We wanted to crown Jaden Daniels as the next big thing.
Well, he was better than Caleb. Yeah. Better than Caleb. Now where are we at with that? It's Caleb Williams.
New York Giants. I don't think they're going to be a factor in the NFC at all this year.
Well, they got their own issues in the locker room, I guess. But apparently the beef has been squashed.
Sure, yeah.
Jackson Dart and
definitely went that quickly.
Jackson Dart and Abdul Carter. Yeah. They got John Harbaugh. They have more stability. I think they will be better, though.
Yeah.
They will be better.
But I don't think they're going to be a factor.
No, but they'll all go progress. They'll have progress next year.
Chicago Bears, 11-6 last year. They're going to have a first-place schedule. They had a third or last-place schedule last year, right?
I like them to win that division, though. I think they're going to improve.
I think they're going to regress.
I love what Ben Johnson brought to that. He brings an edge that was desperately needed there. He's got a swagger to him. I love what the Chicago Bears are doing. And Luther Burden is going to be their wide receiver 1 next year. Book it. He's a baller.
They got a tough finish.
Niner fans saw that.
They have a tough finish to their season. At Buffalo versus the Packers versus the Lions. At Minnesota. They're not going to be a secret anymore. I think the Bears are taking a step back. Packers, 9-7-1 last year.
Regression written all over them.
You're not high on Jordan Love right now, are you?
No, because they're not going to have... I'm not high because they don't have a running back. I don't know if you know what's happening with Josh Jacobs. My guy has been charged. Well, not charged technically yet, but he's got a list of problems facing him.
Yeah.
They don't have any depth outside of him in that running back room. Not looking good.
I'm not a big fan of Christian Watson.
Lost the coordinator.
I'm not a big fan of Christian Watson as the number 1 either.
They lost the coordinator. They were talking about firing Mike LaFleur after that playoff game, Carter. Do you guys forget how that season ended last year for the Packers? Absolute collapse against their division rival Bears.
Is Micah going to be ready even? I don't know if he is. And their defense, when he went out, it was a different defense.
It was a different defense. And that was unfortunate. I hated to see him go out because I like when the star players are healthy around the league.
Vikings, 9-8. They added Kyler Murray under quarterback.
It's actually kind of crazy they were 9-8, considering we all just tile the way we talk about them.
They just didn't have a quarterback at all, it seemed like last year.
JJ McCarthy winning record. I'm just saying.
Did you see?
They have a head coach.
They were Kevin O'Connell was really good. They interviewed Kyler and JJ at practice yesterday.
Sent that to the chat.
That's right. You sent that. It's like, yeah, Kyler, what's it like working with JJ? Oh, he's great. I love working with him. Great guy. Picks up everything. JJ, what's it like working with Kyler? Oh, he's on one side of the room. I'm on the other. Yeah.
Sounds like it's a great match.
By the way, Kyler's going to be the starting quarterback for that team.
Of course he is.
Like, that's, JJ, I hope you enjoy holding clipboards.
Well, I have to say that the Vikings are going to progress next year.
I think they're going to get better
You
next
know
year.
why? They added Kevin Durant.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, that's awesome. I feel like Kevin Durant, the Warriors.
Why do you say that?
Because big three, man. You know what I'm saying? There's just a lot of talent over here. It's just top down, head to bottom, a lot of talent.
And that's Juwan Jennings, obviously newest Viking member, alongside Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson.
I mean, he's not
I
wrong.
do think they're going to be a really fun offense to
TJ
watch.
Hawkinson at tight end. They got a really good offensive line still. Aaron Jones still a very capable running back. Jordan Mason as their number 2.
And they still got Brian Flores as their defensive coordinator, who's one of the best, if not the best in the business. I like Minnesota to improve and be a playoff team in that division.
Detroit, I think they're progressing. I think they still got the talent on offense. They got some guys on defense. You think they missed their window?
I think they might have. I think they might have.
I think they win the division.
They could. They easily could, Carter. And the Jack Campbell, they signed him. That's like the latest story. They signed him. They really like him. Linebacker. Like, if they can stay healthy, absolutely, they can win that division. I just got major question marks again on that defense. It feels like they go as Aiden Hutchinson goes at times, right? Doesn't it feel that way?
Well, and their center retired, I think it was.
Yeah. Their offensive line, which
I'm worried about that.
Well, they got Penei Sewell still, who's the best at his position. But other than that, major question marks. And we know Jared Goff is not as young as he used to be. And he was never a super athlete.
Carolina, I think they're going to regress this year.
I don't even think they were good last year. But
no, I think they were the best team in the worst division.
So yes, I don't know what to make of them. I'm not a Bryce Young believer. I want to root for the guy.
I want to believe, but it's not happening.
I don't think he's good.
He's too small.
I'll say regress as well.
Tampa, I think they progress just because I think that division is just so mediocre.
They squandered major opportunities last year. I don't love Todd Bowles as a head coach, but I love Baker Mayfield. And if they could stay healthy, if they could stay healthy, I think they'd be a shoehorn in that division.
They still got a lot of talent on both sides of the ball. Again, Egbuka looks like he's going to be a legit number 1.
They felt good enough to just move on from Mike Evans not bring him back.
They got a defensive line of Vita Vea and Ruben Bain. I mean, that's going to be terrifying.
Well, Ruben Bain, there's question marks. The Tyrannosaurus Rex arms, I don't know.
He'll be fine. Atlanta, progress, regress, stagnate.
I think Stefanski, because of all the Shador stuff, and I get it, the Browns were a dumpster fire. I actually think he's a really good head coach. I do, when given the right talent around him. Problem is he can get in his own way, the whole Baker Mayfield situation there. Now he's got Tua and Penix.
Couple lefties.
This is one of the hardest ones.
Yeah, God. Because Carter, in a way, I could see them being better and winning that division. Like I could absolutely see it. Bijan's a beast. I had him in fantasy. My God, I love that man.
They have so much talent.
I love him so much as a fantasy football.
I could see it's going to come down to a 9-8, or like it's going to be 2 8-8, teams, the Bucks and the Falcons going into that last week. Who's going to be the winner there? And
I think they'll be better. I think I'll go progress there. Yes.
Saints 6-11 last year. You're going with Tyler Shugg at quarterback. It seems like Shug Knight. Saints, I guess they'll be a little bit better.
No, they'll be better. They ended up pretty hot. I like Chris Olave. Will they keep Alvin Kamara? I have no idea.
Yeah, they got ETN as well.
By the way, could that be a trade that the Packers try to do? Alvin Kamara if the Josh Jacobs things is not working. I don't know.
I've always liked Alvin Kamara.
Just an idea. Yeah.
Also got a new wide receiver 1, Jordan Tyson.
Tyson Nuggets. There we go.
All right.
Yeah.
Then Seahawks, we've said we expect them to regress. Rams, are they going to be better or worse this year, you think? I think they're going to be about the same.
I think the Rams are taking a step back. How about that?
Okay.
I do. You know why? Because I don't think Matt Stafford is replicating the season we just saw him have. He's not going to be the back-to-back MVP, and thus Carter and Sam
will not be a replication sensation.
They will take a slight step back. Still be a playoff team, though.
Yes, probably. Same with the Seahawks.
Cardinals, don't even bother. They're going to be the worst team in the NFL. them and the Dolphins.
Probably.
Although Jeremiah Love,
I mean, once they
what's
get
Love got to do with it?
When it's Beck under center with Love there, dumping it down to Marvin Harrison Jr., that's a 4-win
He's
team,
been a
maybe.
disappointment, Marvin Harrison Jr.
He really has.
He was supposed to be the biggest sure thing coming out of Ohio State.
I mean, he had all the
He's got the
measurables
yips a
for
little
it.
bit, feels like. Not like his dad, which is ironic because his dad was much smaller than him.
Yeah.
And like if Marvin Harrison Sr. had the size of his son, he might have been the greatest wide receiver ever. He was that damn good. He was an undersized beast still and Hall of Famer in his own right, but just it hasn't translated yet.
I think the Cardinals also these days have the unfortunate luck of playing in a division with 3 teams that are going to beat the snot out of them 6 times out of the year. So anyway, yeah, there you go. NFC.
Hey, guys, all this Niners talk, we're bearing the lead here with what the biggest story in Bay Area sports was last night. Valkyries, baby, that's right. Built Like a Baller starts now. Every Friday, we let you know who on the Valkyries was built like a baller, brought to you by Ballard. Wealth management for the Bay and the people who built it. And this week, Jeanne Salon, I just like doing it in French, is built like a baller, finding her groove last night to the tune of 19 points off the bench, including Carter, this contested three-pointer.
Caitlin Chen stops the dribble for Salon. Right wing contested 3 is lasered in. Pew, pew! 24-17, and Salon's got her groove back.
God, I love Kevin Dan on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Ballard presents Built Like a Baller. Discipline and integrity paying off. That's Ballard. And that's how they manage the wealth you've built. Ballard.com/baller. Spadoni, Lubman filling in for Shasky, doing a hell of a job. Talking Niners. And if you had one question to ask Kyle Shanahan right now, what would it be? Brought to you by San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair. Powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
Being built like a baller takes years of doing the right things. So does building real wealth. Ballard has been in the Bay since 1969. Independently owned, no corporate parent. They work with founders, executives, and families whose financial lives are anything but simple. From liquidity events and concentrated positions to decisions that span generations. The kind of experienced people who do right by what you've built. See if they're yours at Ballard.com/baller. That's BAILARD.com/baller.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal! Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at GoldenStateLumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Male Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to PrimeMaleMedical.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Tune in to Willard and Dips every Thursday at 4:40 as we raise a glass to toast the sparkling performance of the week. Presented by J Vineyards, the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. Raise a glass to excellence on the court and in every bottle.
Let me ask you, are you still trying to figure this out on your own? Because when it comes to weight loss, DIY can only take you so far. At Jumpstart MD, we do it differently. Local clinicians, personalized care, real results. Plus, you'll get access to GLP-1 medications at some of the lowest prices in the Bay Area. And here's the best part. Mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Summer is almost here. Don't wait to get started. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
To 7, and you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
What up, Chew? Let's go. Charleston Chew, a.k.a. Chewy Gomez.
That'd be funny if he was from Charleston.
Yeah.
So he'd be the Charleston Chewy.
Yeah. Hey, Dan Devone's here. He's in the building. Him and Steiny.
Cool. Dan and Steiny for 4 hours. I can't wait to do the crossover with them.
I know.
Shame you won't be here for that.
Yeah. I got to go to a preschool thing.
Yeah. You got to go, hey, take time to be a dad today.
It's not like, my kid's not graduating, but I got to be, it's like an after
party.
You got
to show up. Hey, kids don't care what the event's for. They just care about who shows up.
You know what I did smash, Joe, Sam, at Benny's little promotion from kindergarten, first grade?
Oh.
The Ritz cheese crackers, the mini ones. Dude, those still hit. You guys remember the s'mores ones?
You beat me to it by a half
They don't
second.
make those anymore, I don't think, the s'mores.
Oh,
yeah, Carter's like, yep.
Those are a staple of my lunches back in the day.
So good.
I ate so unhealthy in high school. I had the most unhealthy lunches.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, it definitely, you go out and you do your after-school sports, it definitely impacts
So I would Tuesdays, Thursdays, we had pizza and be from Round Table, and I think it was...
You had Round Table at your school?
Private school.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, same, thank you. But it'd be like...
They would spit on the squares of pizza they served in my public school.
It was $2 a slice, so this is what I would do. I get 2 slices, because my mom would give me like $5 or $6 for lunch, right? So I'd get two slices, pepperoni, all right? And then I'd get a bagel and cream cheese for $1 on top of that. If I had an extra $1 left over, or extra 50 cents left over, get a bag of flaming hot Doritos to put in the bagel with cream cheese, Carter.
Oh, hell yeah.
On top of the 2 slices of pizza. And after that, the next period would be my dessert. You know what I'd have?
You had a dessert
Sixth period after lunch.
I'd have mixed berry Skittle. This is every day.
Wait, you had a dessert period at your school?
No, it's my dessert period. Eating in class when you're not supposed to.
Okay.
This is my own. This is Spadoni's.
So what kind of private school is this?
No, so sixth period after lunch.
Go to your dessert room now.
I think it would be
We're having creme brulee today.
like so. Junior year would probably be like English or history. One of them. But I'd have a can of wild cherry Pepsi. And a bag of mixed berry Skittles.
Well, no wonder you were able to touch rim. You're hyped up on all that sugar.
Monday through Friday, that was the go-to. Or Tuesday, Thursday, that was the go-to. There you go. Yeah.
He cannot be that guy.
Maybe that's why I have hypertension.
Probably
all that high school stuff.
That's a lot of sugar.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it is delicious.
The best flavor of that, though, in the mixed berry Skittle bag, melon berry.
I just crush them all at once.
It was green on the outside and purple on the inside.
Sports, man.
Yeah.
Oh, it should be.
Back to sports. Hey, if you could ask Kyle Shanahan one question, what would it be?
Kyle, what did you have for dessert when you were in high school?
Stop it. Stop.
Kyle, what was your favorite pizza to get at lunch in high school?
Kyle doesn't eat pizza. Look at that guy.
That's true.
He doesn't. The guy is stressed all the time. His idea of a good time is just a brown liquor. That's what he was having with Tom Tolbert.
Before media day?
No, he was having blueberry Red Bull and vodka.
Is that what it was?
That's his drink, blueberry Red Bull.
Blueberry Red Bull.
They're apparently very hard to find because they're discontinued.
Oh, interesting.
So he definitely has a guy who he can import them.
I've never had a Red Bull vodka. Is it like a Four Loco kind of?
They get you going.
Okay.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, Four Loco was the thing when we were in high school where it was like, I'm talking the old Four Loco.
I've never had a Four Loco.
Oh, you missed out.
Oh, you missed out, buddy.
Darn. By the way, teen drinking is bad. Don't do that.
Yeah,
it's
no,
not good. We're not promoting that at all here on the Morning Roast. If I could ask Kyle Shanahan one question, do you regret giving Brandon Ayuk that contract?
Ooh.
That's what I would ask.
Yeah.
Straight up. If and he has to like tell me the truth. Not some, this is me and him sitting down at the bar off the record kind of conversation. Kyle, like in real time, did you feel like pressure to get that contract done? I know you just lost the Super Bowl, so maybe
he sprinted up the stairs to make it happen after a career year from him. I mean, he obviously, I think, felt some sort of desire and pressure to get it done. I mean, but that's a good one there. Because that just went south so quickly afterwards. And I still maintain, like, I wonder if I'm going to ask Kyle Shanahan a Brandon Ayuk question, it's not, do you regret the Brandon Ayuk deal? It's, do you regret not getting that deal done sooner than you did? Like, they should have, I've always looked at the Amon-Ra deal, like, they should have gotten it done before the Amon-Ra deal got done. That was when Amon-Ra signed for that $25 million a year deal. That's what was like, oh, man. If I'm Brandon Ayuk, I am demanding close to $30 million now. And that's ended up being what happened. And Brandon Ayuk was not a $30 million a year receiver. And I just feel like that's kind of where things started to snowball from there. For June 1 is Monday, if I recall, if I'm correct, right?
Yes, it is, Sam.
So that's the whole cutoff date in terms of just when you cut a guy, he's worth X amount of money versus not X amount of money, or however the post June 1 designation goes. Are we finally about to see a conclusion to the Ayuk saga?
Well, Matt Barrows covers the team for The Athletic, said this with Steiny and Goo earlier in the week on the entire saga of Brandon Ayuk.
Last training camp, we would see Ayuk on the field, and this is well known. He would be out there with the receiver group, and during the individual drills, he wouldn't be running the drills per se, but he'd sort of be in the background, sort of mimicking what his teammates were doing. And over time, that grew in intensity. He still wasn't cleared to practice, but he was running the drills. These are the individual drills more intensely, and it seemed like he was going to come back. And at one point, and I forget what month it was, and then late October, early November, Kyle Shanahan said, yeah, now we're in the realm where he's weeks away from having his practice window opened and him potentially rejoining practice. And then everything fell apart. He stopped coming in, and there was the big issue. My point is that he was on track at one point to play in 2025. and then he wasn't. So I don't know exactly what happened. I don't know if there was a hiccup. I don't know. But this idea that he's done or he can't run routes anymore, that his knee's destroyed, that certainly wasn't what they were saying, 8 months ago.
And yeah, the text line wants me to rephrase the question. They're saying, question should be what happened with Ayuk, not do you regret the contract?
Well, yeah, that's...
Well, the way I phrase that and the way I'm asking it is only because I feel like that's all-encompassing. Do you just regret the entirety of it? Do you feel like there's any blame on your part for how this went down? Like, I'm trying to understand just what it is that went down from start to finish and why it got so contentious so early on. Were there any seeds that were planted even prior to that? Does this go all the way back to Kyle Shanahan's relationship with Brandon Ayuk early on in their tenure in San Francisco with the doghouse stuff? I don't know. It's just it's all just so odd to me, Sam, and how this has went down. And I hope he's okay. At the end of the day, like, I hope this isn't one of those things where we look back and this was a cry for help and, the signs were there with Brandon. I don't know. It's all very strange to me.
I mean, I guess if I were to revise my Brandon Ayuk question of did you regret it right away, now my new question is just what the heck happened in October of last year? Because listen to what Barrow said there. It sounded like things were on track to getting him back on the field. And I do believe Spadoni, if he was on the field consistently, performing for the team, producing for the team, I do think that would help maybe things be a little bit like winning cures everything, producing cures everything.
Sure.
I don't know if Ayuk gets back on the field, catches a couple touchdown passes. We're all, singing songs around the campfire, living happily ever after. I'm not saying that is what would have happened, but I got to imagine if he's back on the field, things are a little bit different in some regard. So I don't know. Now my question is, what in the heck happened in October of last year to where we went from Brandon Ayuk's on track to suiting up again this year to, he's played his last game for the 49ers. We're voiding his guarantees, and we're going to hold him hostage before getting him the heck out of here. That is a massive pivot.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're asking the question. If you could ask Kyle Shanahan one question right now, what would it be? And this is part 2 of Matty Barrows on the Brandon Ayuk saga.
They thought that he would be back. They thought that he would be a contributor, and I think the hope was that he'd be a contributor in the playoffs. But, something else happened. No one has gotten to the bottom of it. No one knows why he doesn't return calls. I don't think he's returning calls from the agent. He's still represented by the same guy that handled his 2024 contract. But, there doesn't seem to be any communication between him and certainly none between the agent and the teams. So he's in limbo right now. And the 49ers aren't playing ball with him to kind of release him and allow him to go to a team and kind of start anew. They want something in return. So that only adds to this sort of vagueness, this sense of limbo that he's in right now. He's a guy that's under contract with the 49ers who hasn't been on the premises in 8 months.
Could you imagine if he showed up this week at OTAs? Just suspend reality for a second. If Brandon Ayuk just walked in and showed up.
I'm ready to go, coach.
What would happen? No, seriously, what do you do there if he showed up? Hopefully he's wearing the right basketball shorts.
Do you think they tell I wonder if they tell him to go home. Because, what is Brandon Ayuk being on the Niners doing for them right now? This is where the whole, why are you holding on to him? Just let him go thing comes into play. And I had a bunch of people come at me on the internet saying that's a dumb take. I know, shocker, the internet didn't like something.
Wait, what was your take?
That they should just let Ayuk go. Holding him hostage.
Yeah, I agree. They should just cut bait. I agree.
They're not getting a draft pick for him. This whole notion of, well, maybe if we hold out, maybe Washington
Maybe we can get a conditional 7th-round pick in the 2028 draft.
Yeah, that's not happening because everybody knows that you're just going to cut him eventually. So why would you give up a draft pick for a guy who you can just get for money?
Correct. Why would I want to inherit that contract that is horrible? Yeah, and you're agreeing is horrible.
Again, by cutting him after June 1, maybe they save some more money. Maybe the next team saves some more money. I don't know. Again, I'm not as well versed in the NFL CBA for enough for that.
I'm not well versed in any of the CBAs because it's all too convoluted.
Yeah, and they change it all the time.
I'm not a math major.
But seriously, what good does it do for them to keep him on the roster? He's not going to play. He's not going to show up for any of the practices or OTAs, despite what our little, fantasy might entail. So, like, if you're not getting a draft pick for him, you're not going to play him. Like, and because Barrow said they're not going to play ball with him on releasing him, but like, why?
So
I never understood like what the Niners feel like they were getting out of holding Ayuk hostage when everybody knows how this is going to end.
What I don't understand is they have all this cap space too. So it's not like they're anticipating a massive like trade or anything, because they would have done that already. And just judging from the tea leaves that I was reading from Kyle Shanahan speaking to the media yesterday, it doesn't look like a big trade is on the horizon. So if they wanted to just release him straight up, they would just eat $33 million this year. This is, again, if they were to release him today, which is a pre-June 1st release, is all according to Spot Track, there'd be $33 million in dead cap this year, and you would save $19 million overall. So that's a pre-June 1st release.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you do the post-June 1st designation, there's $12 million in dead cap this year. In 2027, you would have $21 million in dead cap, and you would save $1.3 million this season. So you just spread it for 2 years, basically.
And that, at the end of the day, is probably why this is all playing out like it is. Though I'm pretty sure you could cut guys and designate them as a post-June 1 cut. So again, I see in the YouTube chat here, why do we care about Ayuk's release? Or another one, Deacon, that was Chicago Jason, Deacon, 49-48. Forget Ayuk. Make him wait to the last minute. Jay LaFrey, why reward him, Lubman? I don't understand. Like, how is he being rewarded by releasing him? Like, why do we want to be so petty and angry with Brandon Ayuk? Like,
it's very strange.
I don't. Why do we want to be so vindictive towards this?
Because I think Niner fans feel like the Brandon Ayuk has sabotaged his own value and standing within the team, and he's hurt the team and all this stuff. But again, I thought the whole point was to get away from.
What does this do, though?
Wasn't the whole point to move away from drama?
Exactly.
Wasn't that like the Niners need to turn a page when it comes to drama? So there's no Debo here anymore. You got rid of the Jake Moody stuff. Devondre Campbell quit on the team. You're trying to move past drama. Yeah. And keeping Ayuk on the team right now, for me, is drama. We're talking about it.
And again, you don't have to like Brandon Ayuk, because again, what I'm seeing from our YouTube chat, again, Taylor Archibald, oh, poor Ayuk. Like,
no one's saying poor Ayuk. I'm just.
No, it's like, I get you don't want, if you don't want to like Brandon Ayuk, like, yeah, his stock is at zero with the 49ers. Like, the welcome is gone, the shine is gone, no one wants him around. But then why hold on to him? Like, I understand, like, do we just get like a joy out of the fact that he's stuck here? It's just, it's weird. It's weird. It's a weird vindictive thing that we're doing here. And again, Joe, to your point, yeah, I thought the whole point was moving off from the drama. I just don't see who it's benefiting here. Like, how do the Niners win by playing this game with Brandon Ayuk? How does Brandon Ayuk win by just releasing him when we know he's going to get released?
You know how we win on the morning roast? It's going to Jeff and Marin. That's how. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. A couple points. One, I don't know what team's really going to be interested in him anyhow. He got injured. He didn't really come back and play well. He's demonstrated he's really kind of a head case, and he's done some kind of goofy, crazy stuff. In terms of why the Niners are clinging on to him, I'm sorry. I disagree with you guys. I think it's pure being vindictive. Maybe they're thinking this is going to communicate a message to other people on the team around the league. You mess with us. We dealt with you fairly, they thought. We dealt with you in good faith, and this is how you come back with us? I think it really is kind of a, can't say the word, but you know what I'm thinking. They're just being vindictive. That's it.
Do you think that's the right move, though, Jim? Jeff, excuse me?
What difference does it make? I think, again, to the extent if I'm thinking correctly, and I'm not certain I am, doesn't it communicate a message to other players on the team? Hey, you screw with us, we can screw you back worse. And so maybe from a long-term strategic point of view, maybe they're thinking that, or maybe they're just human beings and they're pissed off at them, right? We dealt with you fairly, and this is how you treat us? Screw you.
Well, apparently he doesn't feel like he's being treated fairly. That's what I'm getting at.
Well, that's why
I don't know what really happened.
Well, now I want to, again, this goes back to like, what the heck happened in October then?
Right.
Like, if something happened that just was so because like their tone on Ayuk shifted really quick around then.
I saw him at joint practices. Shasky and I went down there when they were practicing with the Broncos. He looked like he was champing at the bit to get on the field.
Yeah.
Something changed between
Something snapped really big then for the 49ers to be this vindictive on him to where they're trying to basically, in a sense, chop his head off and hold it and swing it around for the rest of the villagers to see. This will be you if you're not careful. Again, listen, if you're in on this, if you like this as a Niner fan, more power to you. It's again. Hopefully, we'll be done with this all of by next week.
What do you got, Carter?
I love it personally.
Why?
I agree with Jeff in the fact that it does feel vindictive in a weird way, but
who benefits from this?
Well, what's it taken away? He's not at the facility. He's not there at all.
I guess.
He's not being mentioned. They're not talking about him. The only person talking about him is the media.
Well, so it's not a negative. It's not a positive. That just what's the point?
Well.
Or is
you
the
mess
point
with
that
us?
there is no point?
I'm not saying this is a great decision. It's helping the Niners. It's not, but I think it's a, you mess with us. We were more than there with you on the contract negotiations, mind you. Mm-hmm. We gave into everything that you wanted on the contract negotiations and some. And now this is what you do to us. Why would I help you?
Well, again, I'm curious what Ayuk thinks from his perspective, what the 49ers did to him, because I maybe this is possible. I can't imagine that Ayuk just woke up one day as I'm going to be a problem now.
Why not just release him? And if you're doing a post-June 1st designation, you're still having dead cap bleeding into next year. If you get rid of him now, you just have to worry about the dead cap this year. They already have plenty of cap space. Just eat the $33 million is my point, Carter. I don't understand doing the post-June 1st designation on this if you're already planning on releasing him, because that hurts you next year.
You split it.
Yeah, but why? But if you have the space this year is what I'm saying, just eat it now, right? Doesn't that make sense?
But I guess you'd have to think that they have plans for that money this year, right?
I guess. It
seems like a lot of money to still spend with the season on the horizon.
Maybe they're anticipating they're going to sign someone. They're going to give them a fat guarantee. I have no idea. They're going to extend. I don't know what they're doing right now. All I know is they lead the NFL right now in cap space. Do they not?
Yeah, I think, though, I would probably push back and say that Parag probably thinks that he can reorganize next year then again.
That's true. The cap is fake, as we've learned. Shout out Les Snead.
This little back and forth in the YouTube chat, I feel kind of brings it all together.
You're loving the YouTube chat today.
They're actually being useful for once.
Egan's going to get mad at you.
Yeah, no is saying, is just Ayuk just needs to walk away. You're not going to win. And Chicago Jason says, no. They have already won. The Niners, that is. I'm paraphrasing because they're throwing mean words at each other. But that's the thing. The Niners have won. So, I don't get it at this point. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not going to get it. If people out there are enjoying the vindictiveness of it, more power to you. It's just, I don't get it.
I get Parker and Petaluma before we get to our final thoughts. What's up, Parker?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep. What you got?
Hey, so I'll let you know, I actually hate the Niners, but I love talking football and listening to football. I'm actually a big Raiders fan, and my Raiders just did something similar with a guy in Buffalo. They traded a 7th-round pick for him when the Bills were they were going to drop him, and I was shaking my head at it, wondering why. Sometimes my guess with this whole Ayuk situation is that he might have a couple suitors, a couple different teams around the league, and that the front office of the 49ers know this, and they think they could probably get a pick out of him instead of basically the teams wanting to eliminate the risk of him signing somewhere else instead of their team. So that would be my guess. It's not a huge distraction anymore to the team, I would say. Mm-hmm. So that's probably my guess.
Thanks for the call, Parker.
Listen, if the Niners somehow get a draft pick out of this, I'll take back everything I said and be like, you know what, John? You were shrewd like a fox. You figured it out.
Hey, do we have time for final thoughts today, Carter? I think we do. No? You're just not shaking your head?
No!
All right. Got enough time. We got the crossover with Devone and Steiny on the other side. Sam, you'll take over this chair because I got to go to a preschool promotion, graduation thing.
You think are they going to serve food at it?
I think so. There'll be snacks. Well, I paid for some, so
there you go. Get some Ritz crackers and apple.
Jade was like, "Here's your bill. We paid for stuff for this party." I was like, "Okay." So yeah, I'm gonna go enjoy the fruits of that labor.
Here's your bill.
What do you guys got? What's your final thought?
My final thought is I already know how that. So I saw a little clip on the internet yesterday. Buster only talked about the MLB trade deadline, and Tarek Skubal is very likely to be moved. And he's like, the Padres are a very interesting team to keep an eye on here, which we already know how this ends. Breaking news. Dodgers get Tarek Skubal for James Tibbs and others. We already know how this goes because we live in the worst timeline. End of thought.
Oh, no. That'd be tough seeing. Carter?
Yeah, simple. I think it's OKC Game 7, and have a good weekend, everybody.
There you go. Let's go Thunder. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
They got Thundercats.
MVP. He was not good yesterday. He needs to show up big time tomorrow.
No, I'm sure the refs will help him out.
Steiny and Devone, the crossover, next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
It's the best time of the year for sports. Teams are making big moves. Maybe it's time your money did too. Celebrate the 75th anniversary of San Francisco Fire Credit Union with a limited time 7-month tiered certificate. Start with just $250. Visit sffirecu.org and click Discover Our Best Offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000. Use code QUICK to borrow up to $10,000.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This Memorial Day, American Vision Windows honors our community with a tradition of quality you can trust. Save 25% on your entire project, plus receive a special token of appreciation, a free Sun Matrix package upgrade. We've installed over 1 million windows and most jobs take just 1 day. Hurry, this Memorial Day offer ends May 31st. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. New customers only. Some restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends May 31st, 2026.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Struggling with social isolation? Chances are you're not alone. Well, maybe you are, but you don't have to be. Introducing Dinner with Mom. Just one meal may help increase happiness and restore your sense of belonging. Side effects may include taking home leftovers and unsolicited relationship advice. Do not attempt if you're allergic to unconditional love. Call your doctor if conversations last more than 4 hours. Don't wait. Ask your doctor if Dinner with Mom is right for you. Brought to you by El Camino Health. Together heals.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Oh, we are back on the morning roast. Spadoni had to head out and go do dad stuff again, attend little baby Nora's promotion from one level of preschool to the next level of preschool. Stat, you've been to a lot of child graduations and promotions and stuff like that. Do you care for the ones that go like grade to grade, or do you only care for the ones that go from school to school?
Oh, boy.
Steiny and Devonian for the crossover here.
I can't remember. It's been so long. You know how old my kids are, Loveman?
Well, they're all in like college now, right?
Well, they're older than that now, two of them. But no, family first. You know what they say.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, first things first. Did you guys watch? How much did you guys watch that Valkyries game last night? The block party at Ballhalla.
I watched the last 5 minutes this morning. I had trouble finding it last night.
Oh, it's
Amazon Prime. I know. Mm-hmm. I know. Let me tell you something about the Valkyries. They have a lot of really good players.
Mm-hmm.
They have stars too, but like they are deep and they have a system. They play defense. They're pretty good. They're like they got to. You can tell they've built chemistry already in just a year and a little bit. So that was a really good finish last night.
I was listening to Kevin Dan. I was telling Steiny before the show here. He's really kind of, I'm just sorry, I'm going to take it there and go play by play. He's found his niche there. Now, I know he fills in from the Warriors from time to time. I don't get a chance to listen to him very often with Santa Cruz, but I was driving around, I'm like, Dana's got this. Like, he's a WNBA, like, he's pretty fluid, to be honest with you, because I'm overly critical when it comes to play-by-play, maybe to the point of, like, you know.
Oh, really?
Chill a little bit. Oh, yeah, we can go there if you want.
Make a note of that.
Yeah, no doubt. But, yeah, he seems as though he's really just – I enjoyed listening to him.
No,
and that's coming from a guy, again, like, knives out when it comes to a lot of these people.
Really? So who are the good play-by-play guys then in your?
I like Brain.
All right.
I'm an Eagle guy. I'll start right here, and I already know where you guys are going to go. When I say Kevin Harlan, you guys are like,
I like Kevin Harlan.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, I thought you were going to say good things about him. Okay.
It's just especially on radio. It's like, bro, lay out. There's an old adage when it comes to play-by-play. And doing this to a certain degree as well, and that is less is more, which is the hardest thing, especially for young broadcasters to learn. But sometimes just laying out is a difficult thing to do, and that guy won't shut the hell up. And he thinks it's about him, and it's not. Just let the game speak for itself. You get in. If you're funny, if you have some, don't be overly descriptive. It's an art, but it's about getting in and getting out. And he hasn't mastered the getting out part.
Yeah, I guess. I've always liked Harlan. I think he brings a lot of fun to the game, and he does get a little bit into it with some of the calls. I'll never forget I forget which game it was, when the fan runs on the field and Harlan's like, that guy is drunk. Like, I feel like Harlan adds some flavor, some fun to it. Mike Breen, yeah, I just feel like he brings some aura to his broadcast that he's on there. Mike Tirico doing the NBC calls. I don't know. I feel like I haven't really caught on with Tirico yet on basketball. I like him for football. I don't know as much right now.
I love Tirico.
Yeah, I love Tirico too. I've liked him a lot more for football so far.
Yeah, Tirico 15 years ago walked by me and said, "You do good work." So I love Tirico.
There you go.
That's all that matters.
That'll do it. If Tirico's going to give you that.
He's always on my Mount Rushmore because of that.
Yeah, and then speaking of Tirico, it's obviously, Spurs, Thunder going to a Game 7 there. We were having an animated.
Let's cut to the chase.
You want to cut to the chase?
Yeah,
all right.
let's cut to the chase.
You have something you want to ask me here?
Yeah, I want to talk a little Giants with you.
Oh, okay. I was going to get there eventually, but let's just go right there.
What do you want to see happen as somebody who is tapped into this team?
Ooh, well, I mean, ideally, I'd like to see them start winning some baseball games.
All right.
Let's just put that as the minimum there. But no, Stein, again, the big conversation around the Giants this week has been it's the R word, rebuild. And I've heard varying takes of whether they can or cannot rebuild. And I just think they're at a situation where they have no choice. They have to make some really, really difficult decisions this year for the good of their baseball team. And we're going to find out in the next couple months whether they actually have the wherewithal or the cojones to make some of these moves. And I'm talking about you might have to eat half of a contract that you don't want to eat half of. And that's just kind of the reality of where the Giants are at right now.
Who do you think has the most value on the Giants right now?
Oh, Luis Arias. Well, I mean, what do you... Well, let me take a step back.
That's kind of what I'm asking. To me, it's Devers, but he comes with a lot of years.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how attractive he would be to another team. But, if there's one guy I don't want to give up right now, it's probably Devers because he's the best player on our team.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm with you. Everybody says, well, it's 2 months till the trading deadline. Really? So you can't find a team out there that might want a rise right now? The Devers trade last year was made, in early June?
Father's Day weekend. I mean, Arias was traded from the Marlins to the Padres in May a couple years ago. So
it doesn't have to go to the deadline, is what I'm saying.
I think it's a chance that it might, though. But
I'd move him tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because Eldridge has got to play every day.
Mm-hmm.
This idea of because you need Casey Schmidt's bat, and I get it. He's sort of a Ben Zobrist, right? He can play everywhere, and that's a value. But this whole idea of, hey, go play left field because you're an amazing athlete and just learn at the major league level. When the hell did that become acceptable?
Well,
especially when you're talking about Oracle. I mean, that's the toughest defensive right field in all of baseball, that and maybe Fenway in Colorado. But every outfield position, especially when you're talking day games in that win, did you see him? I mean, on some of those quote-unquote routine fly balls?
It's a bit of an adventure.
And I'm just saying, this whole idea, he's a good athlete, just go out to left field. Oh, Rodriguez, why don't you go play right field? You've never done it before. I mean, it's a little casual on the part of the Giants. Move Arias, trade high and get some value back for him, plug in Casey Schmidt every day at second base, and then let Eldridge hit every day.
Well, when it comes to Arias, I mean, are you trading him just straight up, or do you package him with someone? Let's say, again, because when I look at your big three contracts of Devers, Adames, and Chapman, I think Chapman is the easiest to trade of those three. He's got the fewest years and the fewest dollars attached to him. And he's still a Gold Glove caliber defender at third base. The bat's not good with him right now, but you're still getting great defense out of him. If it's if you're trying to move Matt Chapman and you need to kind of grease the wheels there to make a deal happen, I mean, you might need to partner him and Luis Arias up and find a team that needs 2 infielders. And you're trading Arias and Chapman to get a team to maybe eat more of the money or get a player back in return, get some sort of value, because right now a lot of these trades the Giants are going to be making this year, it's addition by subtraction. Like, whatever value you're getting back from Matt Chapman, no, you're not trading Matt Chapman to get a player back. You're not trading Matt Chapman for salary relief, which
so the question is, are you there yet, though? To go addition by subtraction.
I think you are there. I think you are there. Like, by trading Matt Chapman, you open up third base for Casey Schmidt and get Bryce Eldridge into the lineup every day. Like, that's, it's not about saving the money. It's a part of it. It's not about getting a player back, which you might. It's about giving a runway for Casey and Bryce to have everyday at-bats in that lineup. That's why you're moving Matt Chapman, I think. Like, at least right now, like, that's the main reason why you move Matt Chapman.
It'd be a good idea if we did a show about this on the weekends.
Ooh, we should do that. Yeah. Maybe you and I could do it, Dan. Steiny, you want to join us for it?
Maybe I'll call in.
Ooh, there we go. There's
something
a tease.
like that.
You're not calling.
You know what?
I want to see you talk middle inning relief of the Giants on a Saturday.
He's been on garlic fries and baseball, guys. We had a fun chat last year about that.
Someone's paying him to get out of bed.
Here's where I'm going. Here's where I'm going if I'm the Giants, and I'm ready to do this, and I usually don't do this.
Oh.
Trade the guys you can for prospects that we've never heard of, but give me the list of those prospects and their names, and I'll follow them for the next couple years and wait for them to come up and get behind them. Like, I would be willing to do that at this point. Like, for example, they called up Barracoto.
Victor Barracoto, yeah.
Okay. I hadn't heard of him because I'm not as deep as you. But I'll get behind some guys that they bring in here who are prospects and see what they can do. Like, I'd be ready for that.
Yeah. I don't know what kind of prospects they are going to get back for. So, I mean, Robbie Ray should be able to fetch something. He needs to pitch a little bit better between now and the deadline and put some good stuff on film. Luis Arias, I think you should be able to get at least one good impact prospect for him if you move him. But after that, I mean, I don't know what kind of top-tier prospect. I don't even know if you're getting top-tier prospects for any of these guys. That's, again, it just shows just how crappy of a situation the Giants are in right now, where even the best moves they can make, I don't know how much that leapfrogs them forward in their development right now.
Let me ask you this. Is the narrative beginning to change a little bit when it comes to Vitello as well as Buster Posey? Listen, those guys have come under fire, and rightfully so, with the terrible start. But they've gotten a pass to a certain degree because the hitting's been so bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, we want to blame Vitello and Posey because we got to point a finger at somebody, but at the end of the day, Adames hit the damn baseball. Like Devers, I mean, he's finally come around, and same with Willie Adames, and that necessarily wasn't on them. That's been sort of the storyline for the first part of the season, but as this goes along and they continue to run the bases like this, they continue to be bad defensively, and they don't steal bases. But when it comes to the base running, and they're the worst in baseball at it, there's now more of a linear sort of cause and effect with the manager when you're talking about quote-unquote fundamentals. We're not talking about hitting anymore. We're talking about simply running the base pass. And that's more on you, Vitello. And if that continues, I think this dude is a short-timer. I really do. And I know you can't fire everybody. Like, you fired, you got rid of Melvin, and you got rid of the manager before that. You don't want to keep firing dudes, but I think this guy, as this goes along, and you continue to play like this now becomes, they're wearing this now more than before. Buster Posey and Vitello now should be taking a lot of shrapnel, because this, in terms of the culture and playing baseball the right way, this is on you now. The hitting, maybe not as much, but this crap that you've done the last week, you need to wear that.
No, I agree. And again, we'll see what goes on with the base coaching today. Is Hector Borg still going to be the third base coach? I just to still keep trotting him out there in a position, Borg, that he's just clearly not able to handle right now. I don't know how qualified he was going into it. You're doing him no favors. I mean, that was an organizational hire. That was not one of Tony's guys. So I don't know if, again, you don't have to fire Hector Borg. Just you need to just have him do something else. Someone else needs to be out coaching at third base today. That's part of it. But again, that's not even the biggest issue is third base coaching. This is just such a defunct roster as a whole, Dan, that I think part of the reason why Tony doesn't take as much shrapnel is because Buster's the one taking most of the shrapnel right now, because I think most Giants fans are pointing out the roster construction as the biggest issue with this team. Tony didn't build the roster. So, like, when you're handed a flawed roster, can you really get mad at a manager for having a flawed performance when the roster is so flawed? Like, I think that's kind of
you can steal a base from now and then. I mean, what's preventing him from doing that?
And you got to get guys on base. Yeah, they've had the fewest base runners in baseball this year.
And the idea that this team doesn't walk, I get it. Teams aren't pitching to you and everybody's going right at you, rather.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not getting cute. But that's not all. Listen, to be dead last in walks, there's something fundamentally wrong with that. It goes a lot deeper than pitchers are just going right at San Francisco Giant hitters. There's something behind the layers there that's a little amiss that is now becoming a little bit more in focus in terms of sort of analyzing this rookie manager as well as Buster Posey, who was essentially in his first full year.
I mean, the thing that's starting to stick out to me with the Giants is that they may be further away than people think, because if you just take it on face level, they're 12 under, and I think everybody thinks, boy, everybody's having a bad year. Well, that's not really true. Like, Arise is having a good year. Devers, every time we talk about Devers now, we're saying Devers is starting to heat up, and he's playing a great first, by the way. Adames, he hasn't been great, but his numbers aren't that far off his career numbers. So, you got Casey Schmidt having a career year. You got Roop, who'd been pitching well up until his last start or two. So it's not like everybody's having a terrible year. I get it. Webb got hurt. Ray's struggling this year. So how good are you even when guys are playing to their potential on this team?
Well, I think part of it, again, you got off to such a slow start. And actually, really quick, before I say anything else, I want to let everyone know that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I mean, everyone got to such a horrible start this year that the reason is just you're still digging yourself out of the hole. And once you get done with the awful start, then that's kind of like we're in a sense where your season really begins, and they've still kind of struggled since getting done with the start of the season. But, Willie said after the game yesterday that, take out these Diamondback games. We've been playing pretty good baseball lately, which is, very easy to roll your eye at that statement. But, since that Padres series, they took 2 of 3 against the Pirates. They split that 4-game set against the Dodgers.
2 of 3 from the Sox.
Yeah, they took 2 of 3 from the A's, and then they took 2 of 3 from the White Sox. So I think that's 8-5 in those games. So over the last 2.5, 3-ish weeks, they're 8-5 in games in which the team they're playing doesn't have a snake for their logo. So if you cherry pick it like that, you could squint enough to see that maybe they are not super awful or as super awful as we thought. But again, we'll find out going into Colorado today. If they struggle against the Rockies, then...
I mean, I do think there's something to they've been swept 5 times, and they haven't swept anybody this year. Like, I do think there's something about that and what it says about consistency, particularly with the pitching staff. Like, if you look at this rotation, and I've been asking this question, how does this rotation win 9 of 11 to get some life in them? They're going to have to get 2 good performances each out of Malley and Hauser and maybe even McDonald. And that's not even their big boys who aren't pitching great right now.
You know, Trevor McDonald's going to be on the roster today.
Oh, hell yes, he is.
He has to be. I mean,
Malley's in the bullpen.
They haven't sent out the roster updates yet.
If he's not on that roster, you think the Buster Posey criticism is bad now? If he is not in that start, he's your second best pitcher.
I don't know if Malley's a guy. Malley's never pitched out of the bullpen before.
Well, then get rid of him. He's not.
I don't know if they could even do that because you're going to be out Robbie Ray in a couple months when you trade him. Landon Roop's at 60 innings pitched so far this season. He pitched 102 innings last year. He's going for 150, 160 innings this year. That's going to be a career high from him. He's eventually going to see his workload scale back. Adrian Hauser has pitched not bad lately. He's a guy who you might be able to move at the deadline with a year of control afterwards from him. I mean, the Giants need guys to suck up innings. And I just listed 3 guys for you right there who at some point this year are either going to be not on the team or see their workload scale back. Like, this sucks to say, but like I've seen this team operate. I know how they operate. They kind of need a guy like Tyler Mahle just to go out there and be a warm body on the mound for 5 innings a night. Otherwise, we're just doing openers.
If Trevor McDonald is not part of that starting rotation in a week, then nothing makes sense in the world anymore when it comes to the Giants and trying to justify this madness.
You got to play your best guys. Maybe it is just Mahle going to the bullpen. I hope that, because that's the simplest solution, but I can also see them overcomplicating it as well.
Man.
How the hell did they get here? Where they're playing the Colorado Rockies in a battle of last place. I mean, seriously, when you look at that roster, it's just, what are we missing here? Like,
it makes no sense.
What the hell?
What
is
makes
going
no
on
sense?
here?
The roster, or
how they're in this situation. I mean, get it. They got off to a horrible start. When you start off 1-7 or whatever they start off, like you're behind the. Like we saw with the Braves last year, like they got off to an 0-7 start, they just never recovered. Because when you're fighting to get just back to your head above water all year long, that just takes so much out of you. Now the Giants, they just never got it going, but like. They just got such a slow start that took them out of it right off the bat, and then it just snowballed from there. But when you look at the roster, it makes no sense that they're in this situation. It really doesn't.
I mean, how much better did they get from last year's team?
I mean, it was basically a lot of it was the same team. They rolled back.
If this team finishes 500, that's a win.
There's no chance.
There's not a chance, no, because
we got bets on that too. Yeah. Actually, you know about those.
I don't.
What's your guys' bet? We don't have a formal 500 bet on the morning show yet.
2 guys, I can't remember who, think the Giants at some point will get back to 500 this year.
I know the afternoon show
no.
The afternoon show had a bet where I think it was a dinner bet.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah. So I know, are you and Goo getting in on that, or are we just going to have the entire
all I know is I have the Giants not getting back to 500 this year. I also have them not having a 6-game winning streak at any point during the year.
I don't even think they'll get a 5-game winning streak. I mean, we're talking about winning
up to 3.
We're talking about winning 4 or 5 games in a row. These guys can't even string 4 or 5 hits together in a row. Like, they can't sustain rallies. That's why they can't get any momentum.
Yeah.
They just don't have the ability to do what they need to do to generate momentum. And it's not even June. And I feel like so many Giants fans are just fed up with this season already.
That's actually, to me, the biggest problem is that the trade deadline isn't for over 2 months. So you obviously got to play the next couple weeks, 2-3 weeks, but you go 5-10 over the next 2 or 3 weeks. Then I mean,
Milwaukee. I've circled this Milwaukee-Chicago trip. I've had circled for a while because of just how much it scares me. I mean, Milwaukee's an incredibly good team. Chicago, they struggle, but the Giants are the get-well team right now. I can absolutely see this next week, like. I don't want to say nail in the coffin. You only put so many nails in a coffin, but like we're really going to test just how bad this season can get over the next few weeks here.
You're talking about the fan frustration. They still draw, man.
Mm-hmm.
They still put butts in the seats. And that's kind of problematic. It reminds me of Wrigley back in the day. I don't know if you guys got a chance to go out there before they won the World Series in 2016.
I did not.
Dude, they would sell out in the middle of the afternoon because it was like a bar. You would just go there. If you were in your mid to late 20s and you're on the north side, you're like, where should we go? Well, go out to Wrigley and have a few. It was social hour.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Giants have sort of tapped into that. Like the millennials, you see a lot of sort of 20-something.
It's a younger crowd there now, yeah.
And they're techies and they're just sort of like doing whatever it is that they're doing because you got a view of the bay, and it's a beautiful area. You're sort of, and it's, you know what it is? It's the reason why teams build stadiums downtown.
Mm-hmm.
The Giants are example number 1. Because what it can do, you can just, who the hell cares? We're going to, we'll be okay. We're not in the red, man, because of the stadium. And I think it's also this perfect storm that they have this dynastic run in 10, 12, and 14. So there's still embers of that hanging around. that they're still a good team, but this is the perfect storm if you're management or if you're somebody that's collecting a check and ownership with the Giants. Yeah. And hell, you go out there, man.
I love it out there.
The team sucks.
I'm always going to be out there, but I'm also a degenerate as a fan. So you two are the perfect storm, though, for me. What are you guys going to be talking about today?
Oh, everything.
Everything. Oh.
Everything. We're getting into everything today.
Oh, well, that's the tease right there. Steiny and Devone coming up next for the next 4 hours. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Dodgers suck.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Well.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. It's a Friday. We're going to have a lot of fun today. Marcy Weiser coming in at 10:15. I'm a little concerned about that. You guys don't know each other. Guru usually takes over. He usually asks her crazy questions. So I have a list of stuff we can talk about with Marcy. She was at Bottle Rock last week. I will pick up right where we left off. If you're telling me that a lot of young people are going out to Giants games because of the atmosphere, that's great. Like, that's great. The question is, does the team feel no urgency because they got a lot of young people coming out to the stadium that like to, that are socializing more than watching games? Their payroll says otherwise. Their payroll's pretty high. But when you said it like that, I did think you had a point. It does take away a little of the urgency or a little of the, we gotta turn this around maybe more quickly. If you're getting 40,000 in there over Memorial Day weekend, 4 straight nights.
Yeah, I think being good in baseball, it's a little bit more nuanced than that of the NBA and maybe the NFL, where you can go out, and they spent money. Look, they tried to get the best that baseball had to offer when it came to free agency over the last couple of years. They needed a shortstop. They got the best guy, which was Willie Adames. They went and got Devers, who was expensive. Hell, they were in on Aaron Judge. They gave him a bigger offer than that of the New York Yankees. Unfortunately, Aaron Judge just played them so that he could use it as leverage to get a bigger deal from New York. So they're willing to spend. The question just becomes, in order to build a winner, and this is easier said than done, you can't get eclectic like the Giants, right? Like, let's go get this Korean outfielder. Let's get Willie Adames. Chapman's a good third baseman. Hell, Devers, just get him from, and you got all these dudes who are from all over the planet and all over the major leagues. When you think about teams that do well, especially when the Giants, it's homegrown, man. It's guys that come up through the system. It's guys that have learned to play baseball one way. And that's the Giant way. It's not by accident that when they won, it was with Buster, it was with all those, it was Kane, it was Lincecum, it was Pablo at third, it was Brandon Bell. All those dudes knew one thing, and that's San Francisco Giant baseball. So, like, buying yourself a title, I mean, it happens from time to time in the NBA. You try doing it at the major league level, the Giants are proof that it's difficult to do. And I think that Buster's got to pivot and say, look, I took over and I'm willing to spend, but that ain't working, man. So I got to get into this draft coming up in a little while, and then I got to start accumulating some prospects quickly.
See, what I think is happening with Posey and the Giants is that when he took over this team, he looked, and he was, it was after Kapler and Farhan, and they had that platoon system, which nobody liked. So I think he looked at the roster and said, we don't have players here. Like, we don't have any players here. So the first thing I got to do is get us 2 or 3 guys that I can stick into the lineup who are legitimate major league players. Let's re-sign Chapman. Let's go get Adames. Let's trade for Devers. But I think in Posey's mind, he was probably thinking, we're just getting started here. Like, those are three guys. While the fans thought, well, now we got three guys to put us over the top, I think he might have been like, okay, now we got three guys who are going to be here for the next 4 or 5 years, and we've got Eldridge waiting, and Webb's still good, and Ray, and we got Roop, we got some young pitching, Casey Schmidt, and then that's kind of how you build the team. But I think once he went after the veterans, people thought, well, they're going to be good right away. And I'm not sure he thought that when he got him. I don't think he thought Devers, puts us over the top. Maybe I'm wrong because they were 10 games over when they traded for him. But I think it was more just we've got to reestablish ourselves as a franchise and show the players that we got the capability of signing guys, and we like veteran players and who are willing to come here.
It's almost as if he overreached because right now, wouldn't you like the idea of somewhat of a platoon so you can get Eldridge at first?
Well,
so that you can work in Casey Schmidt at third? Now it's the complete polar opposite where you can't move these dudes. Like, you went from a team and Gabe Kapler where who the hell knows who's going to be playing on any given day, where now it's like you don't know how to shoehorn in an Eldridge or a Casey Schmidt.
And, that's the other thing. Nobody likes platooning, but then nobody wants to live with a guy who's in a slump for too long of a period of time. Like, Matt Chapman right now. He's been in the league 10 years, so you got to afford him the luxury of coming out of this thing. But in the meantime, you're falling out of it. You're 12 under. Let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to sweep Colorado. People will start to get a little excited, and then they lose the next two series. Two games to one each. Like, that's been their MO. They win series, but then they can't sustain anything. They can't build any momentum with this pitching staff.
Or they get swept by Colorado, I mean, who the hell knows? I was talking to you about this before we came on the air, and I'm serious. Like, Buster Posey was short 2 years ago. You mentioned his name, and he's right up there with McCovey, Mays, Clark. He's a giant great. Now, like, we'll take a call from, Joe from San Jose, and he may say Buster sucks, and we're like, yeah, keep going. Like, if he was to say that 2 years ago, we would have the dude committed. That's blasphemy. Right. And I'm just curious, if he continues on this trajectory, and they're terrible this year, and let's say they're bad next year, and the whole thing just doesn't work, and the experiment with Buster and Vitello, it's like, you guys got to go. How much does this tarnish his reputation as a San Francisco Giant? Like, if he's introduced 10 years from now, is it like Pajemski? Is he going to does he get booed? Does he actually get booed at Oracle at any point?
I doubt it. I don't know. Like, I was thinking about this before. Like, Michael Jordan in Charlotte. How do they feel about him in Charlotte? They probably don't like him that much, but then he never played in Charlotte. You know what I mean? So Posey's, to me, the interesting thing is, if you're telling me Posey's part of the ownership group, like, who in there will be the entity that says, Buster, what are we doing? Or is this working? Or do we need a change? Like, if you hire, like, this is the other thing. If you hire Posey and Vitello, you're telling me that you're not in for the quick fix because you got two guys that are going to have to grow into the job. But it doesn't feel like they're operating like they have, a lot of time to turn this around. So my question is, what is the philosophy of the Giants, and what has Buster Posey got to sell to this fan base right now?
It's the worst case scenario, everything that has happened to this baseball team up to this point, because it's an absolute mess. The only thing that can happen is that these guys start to hit and play better. And I know that's, thanks, Dan. But, like, I don't know how much, for Buster Posey and Vitello, here's the thing. Vitello could be he could be a one and done guy, because Buster at some point is going to have to distance himself with this guy. If he says, look, I'm hitched to this dude's wagon. I brought him in. It was a risk. He's never managed at the major league level. So I'm going to roll him out again next year. Well, guess what? If you suck again next year, Buster, you're gone as well. So Buster, at some point, is going to have to make a decision. Like if you stay bad for the rest of this year, that this dude becomes a footnote, that he becomes the answer to a trivia question 15 years from now. Who was that college coach the Giants had in, what was that, 25, 20? Oh, yeah, Vitello. But if you're going to marry yourself to this guy, it means that I think you're now, you're an entity. And I think that the two of them are going to be ushered out the door as opposed to maybe Buster buying some time should he let Vitello go.
Yeah, I think, and I've used this analogy before, but when the Warriors hired Chris Mullin to run their organization, he did some things and then he redid them in a hurry. And I think Buster Posey may be further along than we think he is. Like Buster Posey knows what good teams look like. I got to believe he's looking at this team saying, we got nothing right now. And if I had to make a bet, I do believe Posey's going to make multiple deals before the trade deadline. I really do. I don't know how Giants fans feel about that if they want to jump in, but I don't think he's going to be able to just let this continue. Even if they start playing 500-ish ball, they're still going to be so far out of it that people are going to be disappointed and have a bad taste in their mouth. I think he's going to be very aggressive at the trade deadline because he's got to be.
But I mean, it's rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. What are you going to do?
I got to move my veterans and try to get as many prospects in here as I can.
You're not talking about the ancillary pieces. You're talking about the big three. You're looking to, like I told you this, I don't know. I mean, this is Sports Talk Radio, WFAM, but there's a lot of chatter out in New York. I spent a lot of time out there that they want Devers. They want Devers at third base. They got a package deal with the San Francisco Giants. So you would entertain something like that?
I mean, Devers is the one guy I don't want to trade, but I think it's beyond just wanting one player. Yes, if somebody at this point wanted Devers, I think I'd have to, and I like the deal, I would do it. I would. But he's the last guy I want to trade, believe it or not. You got to move Arise. You got to move Ray, but Ray's got to pitch well in the next 3 weeks. Webb, they're probably not going to trade. But yes, Chapman's the guy. I get Chapman's having a bad year, but you can't tell me there's not a team out there that would say, look, Chapman's in a bad situation out in San Francisco. We can put him into our lineup at 7, and we get a great fielding third baseman. He can help us win. So I want to see Chapman go, and I want to see Ray go, and I want to see Arise go, and just kind of telegraph to the fans what you're doing if you don't want to just tell them straight out what you're doing.
And what are they doing at that point? So now you're going, because I like it, now you got Schmidt is playing where, at third? Or if you get rid of both Arise and Chapman, who's playing second base?
I mean, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out at some point.
I think Luciano's still got some eligibility.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll figure it out in the next 4 hours. But Steiny and Devone with you on a Friday. Guru is on his way to L.A., getting on a big boat to Ensenada. I want to talk about the NBA playoffs too. On the other side, we got Marcy coming in at 10:30. So I have no idea what we're going to talk about with her. All right, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Value's employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most 2025, 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
May is Water Safety Month, and the YMCA of Greater San Francisco believes swimming is more than a sport, it's a life skill. Whether you're introducing your child to the water for the first time, building confidence, or training for fitness, the Y offers group and private swim lessons, master swim, and competitive swim teams for all ages and skill levels. Make a splash this season and stay safer in and around the water. Learn more today at ymcasf.org/swim.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Michael from San Francisco. I had to be at work in Napa Valley at 6 a.m. Went down to the garage at 4:30 to get my car and leave. The garage door didn't open. Enter Alejandro and Jorge. Got me out of the garage and on my way. Saved the day kind of service.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a data analyst.
Hey, what model did you use for these quarterly projections?
Astrology. If Mercury's in retrograde, sales tank. If Venus is rising, we crush Q4.
You built our revenue forecast off horoscopes?
Yeah, the Zodiac never lies.
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs.
Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Don't miss Smashing Pumpkins and the return to the Bay Area on November 8th at SAP Center with the Rats in the Cage tour. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com and for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny in with Dan Devone today. We'll be coming to you today and Monday. Guru on a cruise. And we're keeping the routine going today as we welcome in Marcy Weiser from Live 105. Say hello to Dan. Dan, Marcy.
Hello, Dan.
Marcy, pleasure to meet you.
I'm missing a muff.
Oh, see, okay.
If I pop my peas, I apologize.
I think.
Hopefully, you can bring some levity here because it's just two angry men shaking their canes at the weather right now.
I don't know if that's going to. Oh, thank you for the muff. Okay, well, today we were sparring a little bit. I don't know if that's going to continue.
No, not at all. I got a lot of things on my list because Guru's not here today, and you know how he just throws stuff at you. You know where Guru is right now?
# random. He's on a cruise.
Yeah, have you ever been on a cruise?
I have. I went on an Alaskan cruise. It was a good time.
Okay, where'd you go?
Alaska.
For how long?
I think it was maybe 5 or 6 days.
Who's we?
My best friend from high school.
Okay.
It was a girls' trip. I was thinking something tropical, maybe a beach, and she really wanted to do an Alaskan cruise, so that's what we did.
And then you stayed like 5 nights on the ship?
Mm-hmm.
How big was the ship?
It was a big ship. It was a cruise ship, Steiny.
Was there action on it? Was it like a party boat, or was it adults who wanted to actually see icebergs?
Are people hooking up on cruises?
There was a...
Thank you, Dan.
I mean, I may have had a little thing with the cruise singer, the entertainment
A cover
provider.
band?
Hey.
I mean,
Wow.
You're coming off interviewing Gavin Rossdale at Bottle Rock of Bush, and come on, a cover band singer?
I mean, he was cute.
Your standards.
What? No, there was a lot of bingo. There was a lot of bingo on this cruise ship.
All right, so that doesn't sound like an interesting trip to me. But anyway,
It was a good time. There was mushing and all.
Bingo as in bingo?
Bingo as in a lot of blue hair bingo going
I was going to say, that's what they do at the Sequoias where my mom lives.
Yeah, what's mushing?
Dogs. Dog sleds.
Oh, you actually did?
We did that,
Oh,
yeah.
you did a dog sled?
Yeah, it was really cool.
What time of year was it?
I don't know. Was there snow on the ground? I can't remember what month we went.
Did you go to Juneau?
No.
Where did you go in Alaska?
Anchorage.
It's a weird name. You can't put me on the spot like this. I have a terrible memory.
Fairbanks?
No.
Did you get north of the Arctic Circle?
It was, if you say...
Ketchikan?
Ketchikan. Something like that.
Ketchikan, I think.
Ketchikan.
Yeah. All right.
It was a good time. Was it you that left the cupboard door open, Steiny?
Where?
In the kitchen.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Why?
Because apparently it's a habit of yours.
Oh no! You get upset at the
No, I don't get upset. It's
doesn't like when guys don't shut the cupboard drawer.
It's annoying.
Is this a toilet seat thing?
When you kind of, but when you walk into a kitchen, you expect to see the cupboards closed, right? Doesn't it annoy you?
I'm sort of OCD, so I'm along with you. Yeah. I'm that way. I'm wired that way. I hear you. But that place is usually trash. When I come in on the weekends, I'm like, what's going on with? Is it KCBS that doesn't know how to wash a cup?
We thought it was you guys, Carter and you and Evan. When we come in,
don't bring me into this.
I'm just saying. Hey,
it's not Steiny's because he leaves all of his in my studio. So it's probably not in the sink because it's sitting there in my studio.
All right, let me run down my list. All right, so Bottle Rock was last weekend.
It was, yeah.
What was the highlight for you?
It was a great time.
Was it?
Such a fun festival.
Dan, have you ever been there?
You needed to go.
Bottle Rock.
Yeah,
have you ever been to an all-day concert?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot going on.
I dated a woman who worked at Williams-Sonoma, and she used to invite me every year. They got like whatever.
The culinary stage, yeah.
Exactly. Never went.
Yeah, it's a great festival. 5 stages. There's always something going on. The challenge is your schedule because, there's this band over here, but then you want to see this band on this stage kind of at the same time.
I can help you with that. I have a buddy who can help you with that too.
How?
Well, what you do is it's like a spreadsheet, right? They tell you, what's your problem right now?
There's an app for that. You can actually you can plug it in. You can plug shows you want to see it at the different times.
Okay, let me tell you what you do. You get a spreadsheet and you print it out. That's the first thing you got to do. And then you have the 5 stages,
you sure?
Not of grief, the 5 stages of Bottle Rock, and then the times. And you go and you say, okay, I want to see them. I want to see them. And then you look where the holes are. And if there are holes, then you pick some other band in the interim. And that way you can see, 8 to 12 acts during the course of a day.
Or if you just open up the Bottle Rock app and plug it in, it will schedule it for you.
What do you mean?
Time-wise.
I don't understand. What do you mean?
Right? I know.
What are you talking about?
It's very simple. If you plug in the shows you want to see in the app, it will help you schedule it.
No. You got to use a highlighter, like a yellow highlighter.
It's 1985. You know that.
All right, Steiny.
Anyway, how was Gavin Rossdale?
Gavin is wonderful.
Why?
Every time I speak to him, it is a spiritual experience. He is deep and he is beautiful. His music is fabulous.
Got one song.
Doesn't have.
They got one song. Glycerin.
Do you listen to Bush?
No, you don't even never heard of him.
Any time is a good time for Bush.
I like is Alex Warren. Ordinary. Was
Alex Warren is great. He was not there.
I could talk to you all day.
There.
He wasn't.
He wasn't.
How the hell with him?
But Lorde was there. She was awesome. Foo Fighters, always great. Nobody screams like Dave Grohl.
Apparently he broke a guitar string or something happened. He broke a guitar. Did you see that?
No, not surprising, but no, I didn't.
Oh, that happens a lot?
Yeah, he gets crazy on stage in the best kind of way. Papa Roach was great.
Oh, yeah, you interviewed him.
Sat down with Jacoby. Yep, he was cool.
Who's Jacoby?
Jacoby Shaddix. He's a singer of Papa Roach.
Oh, the guy's name's not Papa Roach?
No.
It's not actually Papa?
No, I hate to burst the bubble. But
so is Papa Roach a group?
Yes.
And that's the front man you talked to?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering.
It was Jacoby and Tony, and they're awesome.
Okay. Did you watch the Valkyries last night?
Oh, no. I missed the game, but I hear it was a good game.
They won.
And a close one, but they won. That's great.
They won.
Are you a sports fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huge. Ask her.
Don't ask me anything about sports.
No, ask her what team she used to be a season ticket holder of.
Who's that?
I was a huge Jazz fan growing up.
She worked in Salt Lake.
Oh, really? That place always freaked me out.
Did it? Why?
Because you have like the temple in the middle of the city.
Yeah.
And then everything, you ask people for directions, they're like, well,
it's a grid. Everything's on a grid.
The north of the temple or south of the temple. Like, I don't like the temple being the central point of I just sort of, and then I went to a bar and I had to get sponsored. I'm like, what the hell are we doing?
They did away with that.
Portico.
Okay. That was the big one, yeah.
The Portico.
You've spent some time there.
I love Salt Lake City.
Yeah, no, it's a lot more diverse than people realize.
And it's nothing but kids.
No. Big gay population.
Right.
Pride is huge there.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You just got to find it.
It's a lot more diverse than people think. A lot to do recreationally.
It's not get out of hand.
It's got that Stepford wife sort of feel, right? Like these women look so perfect and they're walking around. You feel like saying, hey, you want to, I can throw you my luggage and get you the hell out of here.
Not to me. Okay. I mean, I just, I grew up there.
Oh, so shoot. I'm sorry. You hate me now.
No, I don't. I don't.
I like Salt Lake.
I know the image, but no, yeah, it is cool. I mean, it really is cool.
Well, you ski then, right?
I snowplow. Down the beginner's hill. I'm not a huge skier.
Yeah, I always felt Salt Lake City, its reputation wasn't quite fair.
No, it's a lot, you've spent time there,
Yeah, no, it's a good spot. Anyway, you didn't really date him, but he came over to your house. Former jazz
Carlos
player.
Boozer.
No.
Oh no, I didn't date him.
I know.
No.
What was his name again? I forget. Brian Russell.
Oh yeah.
Came over. We watched. It was a bunch of people, and we watched The Lion King.
Nice. So he brought kids.
His choice.
Over.
No.
What?
No, he picked it.
Brian Russell picked The Lion King to watch with you at your house with kids.
Group of people.
Adults?
Yeah.
Now, did you ever?
Now that's weird.
Did you date him?
I did not. I did not date
Well,
B.
yeah,
Russ.
you did.
No, I did not date.
Did you ever talk to him?
Did not hook up with B. Russ. Did not date B. Russ. Let's just make that.
So when
She
you guys
knows he's B. Russ.
Oh my gosh.
Did he ever talk about Michael Jordan pushing off on him?
No.
I'm out. I got nothing else to add.
All right. Well, we're at the end of the
That
segment.
is a really strange story, though.
It is.
It is. It's so
There's
random.
no point to it. It just kind of ends.
It's just because I interviewed him, and that's just how things transpired. I don't know. It was a very, very strange story.
Okay.
How's John Stockton
hindsight.
perceived out there? They love him, don't they?
Stockton, so great.
Really?
Oh yeah.
He's not anymore. He's weird. He's
Why-
weird
why
too
is he-
now.
why-
He's weird.
Why? Why do you say he's weird?
He's got weird takes. Just put it that way.
Yeah, he went on a plane.
Yeah, he went off the deep end, Marcy.
Politics?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
I haven't.
And,
I haven't.
you know, he wants to be the Surgeon General. Okay. What do you got going this weekend real quick?
It's a lot of soccer in my life.
Okay. All right.
It's my girl's world. I just live in it.
Okay. Well, listen, have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Stein.
Absolutely. That's the great Marcy
Dan?
Weiser from Live
Guru will
105.
be back next week, so you don't have to suffer through this again.
No, it's fine.
All right.
You guys have fun.
Thank you. That
Thanks,
segment was
Marcy.
sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Safeway is celebrating 100 years with you. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app and breeze through checkout. Mix and match Signature Select chicken drumsticks or thighs. Value packs are buy one, get one free of equal or lesser value when you buy two. It's kind of like how you buy one host, get two.
And this is me right here. Enjoy a clip or click offer on juicy green or red seedless grapes for just $1.49 per pound. Limit 4 pounds. Lucerne, shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties are just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items with a clip or click offer as well.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items that you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more of the details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I keep seeing celebrities post me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Don't miss Built Like a Baller every Friday as the Morning Roast breaks down the standout performance of the week.
Burton a heave at the horn from 28. Banks it in!
Brought to you by Baylord. Wealth management for the Bay and the people who've built it.
Summer is coming. Are you ready? If you're still trying to do it on your own, it's time for a smarter approach. Jumpstart MD offers local, medically supervised weight loss with personalized plans and access to GLP-1 medications at our lowest rates. This isn't DIY. This is real care that delivers real results. And right now, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Start now, not later, and get ahead of summer. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit JumpStartMD today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th through July 12th with mouth-watering food and concerts, the Demolition Derby, and more. Save big with advanced tickets at AlamedaCountyFair.com. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com.
Burton, Salon was fronting Boston. Here comes Clark on the left baseline. Drive blocked by Burton. Her fourth of the game, and then she gets fouled. Veronica Burton having herself an all-star kind of performance. She was all defense last year in the W second team. She was most improved player, and the way she's playing this year, Veronica Burton's going to be an all-star.
Bay Area, it's Veronica Burton. You're listening to Steiny and Guru coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Big win for the Valkyries, 90-88 over Indiana. Burton was good last night. She was really good. They defend. They get after it. Good win for the Valkyries. Hey, speaking of basketball, I think we got a new golden boy in the NBA. I mean, we got a guy that apparently the whole league's going to cater to for the next 14 years, and that's Victor Wembanyama. I mean, think about it.
You're out on this guy.
I'm not out on him. I think he's great. My problem is, why do great players need an advantage?
You're referring to the gold 10?
Okay. I'm referring to 3 things now. First, he gets to throw an elbow where he winds up and thinks about it. No suspension. Then he gets to just not talk to the media. Nothing happens. And now they're letting the guy goaltend. They're letting him put his hand in the cylinder. I mean, what are we doing? I mean, they had a game against the Timberwolves earlier in the playoffs where must have gotten away with 3 or 4 of them.
I would say get used to it, man.
I know.
It is his world. You know, I said this about OKC last year because they were still a little young, and I felt as though that they could get got last year. They could get clipped because they still didn't have their battle scars, because usually in the NBA you got to get in the playoffs and get knocked out a couple of times before you knock that door down. And I felt as though maybe you can get him, and then, you know, Halliburton blows out his Achilles and the rest is history. I thought that this would be sort of the learning curve here for Wembanyama. But if they get past OKC tomorrow night or Saturday night and they get to the NBA Finals, that dude's going to be there for the next 8 straight years. Like, seriously.
I mean, I don't see how, and like, it's fair. We talk about this a lot. Denver won it a few years ago, but this is different because Jokic was already 29 at that point. But I don't know that we've ever seen the best player in the league be this young. And I think stuff's going to happen. You know, there'll be a team that maybe can break through here and there over the next 5 or 6 years. But I don't see how either of those teams is caught in the next 3 years. Who's going to catch them? And then the question becomes, do you even want to try now? You know, like, I've been watching the whole playoffs thinking about the Warriors the whole time and thinking, okay, when do you want to get started on this? On what? When do you want to get started on actually trying to get better to eventually be able to compete with those teams? Because it doesn't look like they're ready to start that right now.
Yeah, what? God, listen, I do not want to sound like that guy going after the Warriors, because I do, Warriors this week with your boy there, Evan, and I always get this, like, I'm hating on the Warriors, and I'm not, man. It's team for team, because I'm like, I defend the 49ers and their draft picks. I did a draft pick show, and a lot of people were like, yeah, Devon, what is it? You like the Niners organization, but you hate on the Warriors? It's like, no, it's a case by case. And so with that being said, what is this year? I mean this. I mean, if you're in the marketing department with the Warriors, what are you selling me on as a potential season ticket holder? Like, it's not the future. Come watch the kids. It's not about winning a title now. Are we just literally paying homage? Is this just sort of like a victory lap? Let's just celebrate what has been the most recent dynastic run in the NBA. Is that what this is? I just need to know. I'm not trying to be a wise ass.
Well, they're not going to say that, because apparently behind closed doors they're saying that they want to avoid that. But everything they're doing, you said what would the marketing slogan for the Warriors be? It would have to be one more ride. It would have to be one more ride at this point. And because you're not going to get off Draymond, and you're not going to get off Steph, and I don't know if you can get off Draymond or not. So it just feels to me like the Warriors are in a spot where they know they're not close to San Antonio and to Oklahoma City. And maybe because they're so far from that, they think, what's the point? Like, we'll just roll it out with Curry, because it's not unrealistic that we're going to be better in 2 or 3 years anyway to compete with these teams. So Steph Curry's been the man, and he's going to retire here as a Warrior.
How many years have we been talking about dynasties don't end well? Like, right? Dynasties never end well. We've been forewarning and forecasting this for the last couple of years now. I was on this mountain 3 years ago. I said they needed to reset. I was like, just get rid of Wiggins and start getting unprotected picks. Like, these last 2 drafts, including this upcoming one, the Warriors should be knee-deep in these things, not picking it at number 11. And so dynasties don't end well. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing that as well. But with them knowing that, and this locomotive that's coming right at them for the last 3 years, and everybody's saying, hey, get the hell out of the way, because if you're going to stay with this team and you're going to have sentimentality rule at the end of the day in terms of your decision-making, you're just going to get steamrolled and put into the abyss and be non-relevant for potentially a decade. Here it comes. What are you going to do? Are you going to go young? What the hell are you going to do? Get rid of Kerr, go in another direction, turn the page, close the chapter? What are we doing? And this locomotive is like right here. And it's about to steamroll them. We saw it coming, and it's right in their face, about to roll them over, and they did absolutely nothing to get the hell out of the way.
That's what it looks like to me. Now, you got to give them the offseason. I mean, you got to give them the offseason to see what they can do. But once you see what's going on with the offseason, I think you'll be able to assess what they're doing. I'm going to, you know what? Guru's always the guy that says, Steiny, there's no chance they miss the playoffs next year. And I'll say, tell me how they make the playoffs next year. I think next year's headed for big, big trouble. And, I think you can see it coming. Again, I'll allow them the offseason to change that, but it's unlikely that this team's going to be better than last year because their key players are older. So here's the good news, and this is maybe where the jumping off point is. And I've said this before, if you think this is a 1-year thing or 2-year thing, then you are going to be negative about the Warriors. You're going to be down on them. You're probably going to say they stink and we're not going to watch. But if you take a broader look, 3 years down the line, they have things they can do. But it's got to start now. They've got all their draft picks, Dan. They've got cap space next year right now, unless they choose to use it in another way. So to my way of thinking, if you think you are this elite franchise, then you got to do it this way. You got to trust your draft picks. You got to trust you can get a free agent or two in here, and then you still will have all your assets. But if you think you're going to do it in a year, I think a lot of fans are smarter than that. They know that's unrealistic at this point.
Yeah, I guess where you and I differ is, and I know a lot of people that's the consensus, is this, we'll do this for a year, money comes off the books, and we have all our draft picks. All right, so you get into the draft a year or 2 years from now. Those players, whoever it is that you draft, have got to develop. So that you're talking another 2 or 3 years. So you're talking already 5 years out. My point in all of this is you could have got out in front of this a couple of years ago. You could have been in last year's draft. There are players in last year's draft that have changed teams. The Charlotte Hornets suddenly have a future. Why? Because of one dude named Con Knippel. The Philadelphia 76ers have refocused their team because they got VJ Edgecombe, and it's now all about their backcourt and not Joel Embiid. Cedric Coward, Dallas, everything that's gone wrong with them, they found a centerpiece in Cooper Flagg. Draft picks can change you overnight. And last year's draft and this year's draft is where you wanted to be.
Right.
And the fact that this idea that, we got to do whatever the hell it is we're going to do this year, and then we're going to get into the draft the following years. Man, if you're going to play that game, I always point, and I tell Evan this, look at Detroit. They went nearly 2 decades between NBA championships and playoff appearances. You can disappear and go away for a long time. So this idea of kicking the can down the road, that's a scary proposition to me.
I'm kind of with you on that. It doesn't have to be this way, but I do feel like, Joe Lacob, and Warrior fans, you can jump in here at 888-957-9570. I almost feel like Joe Lacob has, since he's been the owner 15 years, and it's gone so well, I do think that there's a portion of the fan base that believes solely because of his ownership, they're going to always be very, very relevant. I'm not sure I believe that. I'm not sure I believe that. I think they've had opportunities to kind of elongate this thing, and it hasn't really gone anywhere. And now I think they are in a spot where if they don't do the right things, they could be looking at a little bit of a drought. And the one thing that people would say all the time, well, if you have Steph Curry, you have a chance. Well, they didn't make the playoffs 2 out of the last 3 years with Steph. So, I just would like to see some, fundamental changes in their thinking. I know we're not moving Curry, but I think he's fine retiring here. So let's start getting some young players in here to play the last couple years with Curry while he winds down, and we'll be able to get them more playing time because Draymond's getting older. I know it doesn't sound sexy, but it'll be a lot sexier if the 11th pick in the draft is playing in December and we're like, that guy's pretty good. It'll all look different with a young player or two in the mix.
Look, Cedric Coward went number 11 last year, so there's the possibility. But I think they needed to be in the top 4 this year. They needed to get into last year's draft and this year's draft. And because once you get past 4, it's a crapshoot. You can find guys, but like after the top 4, it's wide open. And there's a good chance that, you'll get a player, but him being an impact plug-and-play guy, because that's what you need. And you need more than one.
I know.
You need multiple guys like that. What is it that, seriously, if Laker was here right now, and I'm trying to be the optimist here, what's the best case scenario here? Curry has an amazing season. He stays healthy. Jimmy Butler somehow comes back when? I don't know, March or whatever, or maybe. I have no idea. What is it that we're holding out for? Draymond is somehow going to be good throughout the course of the season. He, too, is going to stay healthy. Will Richard takes a step. But
I know.
Where are we at here?
Well, we're at the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. I think the perfect here's what would be perfect for the Warriors. They draft 11 and they realize they got a player. All right? They have a mid-level exception that they can utilize for $15 million. Can you get a rotation piece there? All right, now you head into next year. Curry's healthy, and somehow you get by the first 40 games, and you're 500, and then you get Butler back, and you get a little better, and you end up at 7, and you're in a play-in situation. Like, that to me is the best case at this point. But I also think what's a part of this equation is it's just getting past next year. Like, that's why I look at it realistically. I think they're in trouble next year. So I'm like, let's just maximize next year. Let's get a high draft pick, even though those are going to change, because there's no other way to do it at this point.
I just think knowing that this was inevitable, and I'm talking about where they're at right now, I thought it was avoidable. I really did. I mean, I would have moved off of Draymond a couple of years ago. And I have no sentimentality when it comes to this stuff. I really don't. I don't either. And when it comes to, if the bottom line is about winning, man, and it's professional sports, look at, Draymond's meant a lot to this organization. But the idea that, I don't know what I could get for Draymond right now, but is there any chance he opts out? No?
Not unless he's getting another year from the Warriors. You know what I mean?
It doesn't feel that way.
No, it doesn't. It feels like, and I saw a story, Dan, from Bobby Marks, or we had Bobby Marks on, and he suggested that, he's got one more year at 28. If he rips that up and they give him 2 more years at 18 or 19, that would give him an opportunity to sign somebody this offseason for $15 million. Like that to me is a two bad decisions in a way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want either one of them. Like, I don't want to commit to Draymond for 2 more years. I just don't. But if it can get me a rotation player, then you got to think about it. Yeah, I mean, to my way of thinking, the best thing that can happen to the Warriors is Draymond Green says, you know what, I'm just going to opt out and go to Detroit for 2 years.
I would love for him to test the market. There's no way in hell he'll do that.
No, I don't think so either.
If I'm the GM, I'm putting him on the market, man. I don't know what I'll get for him, but I'm sure as hell taking calls for him.
Yeah, I would too. I absolutely would. Here's what I was thinking last night too about the Warriors when watching the Western Conference Finals and how far away they might be. Let me ask Warrior fans this. If the Warriors right now had Harrison Barnes, how important would he be on the team?
He's starting.
Exactly. He's starting, and he's probably one of your better players. He can barely get on the floor for San Antonio right now. He doesn't play a lot for San Antonio. If he were on the Warriors, he would have been like the most reliable, stable player they had all year. So it just, every once in a while, it just hits me how far away they are, and then what do they realistically expect? And you asked a good question. If Joe Lacob were standing here, what's the plan for next year? I think he would say, we're going to get a player in the draft, we're going to sign a free agent, Steph's going to have a great summer, internal development from our young players, Jimmy's ahead of schedule, we'll be ready to roll by January or February.
And you want to hear the reality of next year?
Yeah.
Is that Steph will get hurt just only because he's pushing 40. Knock on wood, I hope it doesn't happen. I certainly don't wish that on the guy, but it's almost inevitability at this point. Draymond will go down. Jimmy Butler, there's a good chance he doesn't play the entire season. Hell, Kyrie Irving suffered the same injury, and he's 5 years younger and missed the entire season. So then you're just relying on a bunch of Guy Santos and it's Pajemski and all these two-way players over an extended period of time, and that's your team. There's a good chance that you're slugging it out with Utah, with Portland, and Memphis, and you ain't getting into that 10 seed. Like, that's where you're not, forget about San Antonio and OKC. You're not in the neighborhood of Minnesota. You're not in the neighborhood of Denver. Hell, the Lakers, if Austin Reeves decided to go back to LA and LeBron re-ups there, you're nowhere near the Lakers, believe it or not. And I would even put the Clippers ahead of you. They got in a lot, or they got the 5 pick. So best case scenario, maybe you get in as a 9 or a 10. Is that where we're at now? Is that where you're at, Warrior fans? Like that? Is that how far the bar has been lowered at this point? Like you're good with just simply this playing nonsense?
Well, here's what I think, and Warrior fans can correct me if I'm wrong. I do think there's a portion of the fan base that they want Steph to retire a Warrior. They want him to spend his whole career here. And I understand that. So, like, that part is tricky. If he wants to, be here, he's got to be here. But outside of Steph, I think you got to try to get young athletic players in here. And this is where I think we're past the point. What if Steph, no, we can't do that anymore. What if Steph doesn't, we can't do that. If he absolutely needs to be on a contender, he's got to be smart enough to know it can't be here right now. It's pretty simple.
God, if Steph and I'm the GM, and I've said this before, I don't know if this is blasphemy, but if he said, hey, Joe, I got to let's get a beer or some wine. Is there any way I can go home, man? That Charlotte's like it's suddenly exciting out there. I'll come back here and I'll retire here. Let's do, rename the stadium after, whatever it is. But would you let me out and if I'm Joe, inside, I am so goddamn happy. Like because that's what has to happen. I know it won't happen.
Right.
But if we were to be real about this, the only asset you have, and I don't even know how much he can give you right now, but if Charlotte said, hey, listen, I want to go back home to Charlotte. And Charlotte's got 11 picks, all those number one. Right. Like if there was some if I could take and get draft capital for Steph Curry, I would do that in a heartbeat. And I know that goes against, logical thinking in these parts, but that's where you're at. The sooner you do that, Steiny, the quicker you come back, the quicker the road to relevance is.
I know.
This idea of bringing back Kerr and trying to hang on to something that's clearly in the rearview mirror, this is how you go into the abyss and are never heard from for decades. Like, you got to pull off the Band-Aid, and it's going to hurt for a little while, but I'd go watch some young, talented players. I enjoy, we may not be winning, but I enjoy watching young talent that potentially could be the next winning iteration of this basketball team. But again, whatever this is not sustainable.
I think they want it to be for at least one more year. I really do. And it's like, here's the other thing. They've actually put themselves in a good spot to have money at the end of next year. But if you re-sign Pods, that'll kick in down the line. You really bringing Porzingis back for multiple years? You can't do that, can you? But no, the reality of the situation is this. Steph, we can no longer assure you that we can contend for a title. All right? Are you fine with that or not? I got to have an answer. You know what? I'm fine with that. Okay. Now we got to talk about your extension because he wants an extension. What's that worth? Is he really going to ask for the max?
He will. Guys like him and LeBron don't take deals.
I don't disagree with you, but that's where, can you get him to take 50 instead of 67?
And 71.
Say no?
And 71 in the second year.
I know. Can you?
No.
Well, that's a terrible decision to have to make if you're an organization. You know what I mean?
And that's that. Suddenly he becomes a guy that's his albatross. Like now suddenly you have no longer, we all know what it is that you provided for this team, but now you're a ball and chain, bro. 71 mil at that age. I mean, it's already beginning to pile up. With Draymond's going to come in at 27, I got 54 on the books for Jimmy Butler, and I've got 60 on the book. This is, even financially, if you're Lacob, you just got to, it's time, man. It's time. And don't even get me started on Steve Kerr. You know the thing about Steve Kerr? How much time do we got to get to a break?
We do.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. You take a look at the big picture, step back, give yourself a couple years. The Warriors, they're not in a bad situation. They're not going to be able to get good in 1 year or re-good or whatever you say. All right, 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by the San Mateo County Fair.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair. Powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Toyota's Memorial Day offers are extended, so grab summer and savings by the wheel at Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Lakeside, Mountainside, or Oceanside, Toyota's got the perfect pickup for California. Score low 2.99% APR plus $500 finance cash on the rugged 2026 Tacoma SR5. Or get $3,000 cash back on the powerful 2026 Tundra. Offers end June 1st, so get to Toyota's Summer Starts Here sales event. Toyota, let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Cannot be combined with other offers. Cashback offers exclude Tundra TRD Pro.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cashback bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cashback bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
The month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
I mean, come on, front office. What are you waiting on?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Next thing up for the Warriors is the draft on June 23rd. They have the 11th pick in the draft. And then they got a lot of things to figure out this summer. And we'll see where it all ends up.
What are you doing if you're the Wizards?
I'm taking Peterson.
Really?
Yeah.
So none of that stuff scared you off?
My sources say the kid's a good kid, that the agent was the problem. Like, apparently the agent would sit behind the bench at Kansas and, like, tell Bill, get him out. Like, the agent was all about protecting him.
Well,
I guess they did.
I don't know, man. DeBance is pretty.
Yeah,
dude's pretty special.
I like Wilson too.
I heard some people are like, "Do not be surprised if Boozer goes number one." Like it's a little more wide open than I think people suspect.
I'd be surprised if Boozer went number one, but I don't know. I mean, do the Wizards think they need to draft for position now? They'd probably take Peterson if that were the case. I would think, but
it's a weird team, man.
It is. It is. Oh boy, Antonio in Oakland. This could be a change of heart. We could have a significant change of heart right now. What's going on, Antonio in Oakland? What are you thinking?
Oh, I'm doing pretty solid, man. Yeah, I think Steph Curry will take like a little short pay cut. I mean, the Warriors don't have no I don't think they'll be wrong if they ask him. I mean, Jerry Rice, he was asked to take a pay cut at the end of his career by the 49ers, and I put Steph Curry and Jerry Rice in the same goatish category. So it's like, I mean, nobody's above that, to be honest, man. And, I think Michael Jordan wasn't the highest paid player for like a lot of years, something like that, from what I've been hearing. So, man, I think Steph wants to win that fifth title, man. And I want to keep that 11th pick. I don't know about trading it, like people say. Like, why can't we have a youngster help Steph? Why is it always got to be a vet? I mean, don't the Spurs got what? Bunch of 20 and 21-year-olds making it very far in the playoffs. So why can't we have a bunch of young players help Steph out? I don't understand.
I'm with you.
This false narrative. Oh, you got to be 30 plus to play on the Warriors, or if not, they're not going to win. Well, some of our vets play like rookies sometimes, including Draymond Green, including, person A, B, and C. So, like I said, man, just get the youngster, man, because we need this young player at number 11 to be the next potential Steph Curry, from carrying the franchise standpoint. I want him to learn from Steph for a season or two or three. Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. A la what Terrell Owens did, learning from Jerry Rice for, 5 seasons? So, come on, man, we're trying to get that T.O. in here. Just don't yell at all the quarterbacks like he did, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, thanks, Antonio. I'm with him. But you got to use that pick, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You need that pick, and you need about 5 more. Here's the reason why Steph won't take a pay cut. I don't blame him. If he was a younger man, if this is a couple of years ago or even 5 years ago, but he knows the writing on the wall. He's not stupid. Steph right now to me is like, look at Joe. Let me play in some playoff games or just get me into some big moments. Let me just let me do my shimmy on national TV. That's all I want, right? I know we're not walking down OKC in San Antonio. Those days are done. But if you can give me in some like playoff games, so he knows what's up. So for that reason alone, it's like, no, I'm not giving you that money because why? We're not going anywhere. Like his agenda. And he knows what's up. And so why am I going to leave money on the table? If this was a legitimate opportunity for us to make some serious damage in the West, well, then, yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. But right now, it's like, hey, man, I just want to play in some meaningful basketball games. And I'm sorry, it's going to cost you $71 million a year.
I mean, the part about some Warrior fans that I think I would challenge them on is the fact that I think there are a lot of Warrior fans out there that look at stat like, okay, like if I'm a Warrior fan, I do want it both ways. I want Curry to retire here, but I also have to get younger. I have to get younger, so I got to believe he'll be okay with that. But to my way of thinking, worse than that is the people who say, well, we just want some Steph Curry moments No, you don't. Like, that's what happened this year, and everybody was miserable. Like, you don't stop saying, you just want Curry to see him have a few great games here and there. That's not going to be enough. A few great games from Curry, or even a fair amount of great games from Curry, it's not going to be enough for the fans. They're not going to be happy if Steph has a few good games and they win 36 games. But that's going to wear off in December. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when people say, whatever Steph wants, and I understand wanting to see Steph retire here, but does anybody ask what it's going to look like?
Yeah, I think it's I think not only Steph, but I think the guy, I do not want to. Man, we got to bring in some levity into this show, for crying out loud, man. I feel like I'm that guy, but I just, and I don't want to be, but someone please hit us up, 888-957-9570, and don't be drunk. Don't be that dude. Give me a legitimate, lay it out, and I'll listen, because I really want my head turned. Somebody lay out how I can be optimistic about this year.
Well, I can tell you, and I'm genuine about it. I can't stand when people say, "Oh, the 11th pick, big deal." It is a big deal. It's a huge deal. But I really think Warrior fans, a lot of them are scared. Listen, I'm telling you right now, this draft is unbelievably deep. There are going to be players picked between 10 and 20 that are going to be like mainstays on good teams. They are. It might not happen right away, but I guarantee you when we look back at this draft, we're going to see guys drafted in the teens and say, that guy's a great pick. So they can get a player at 11, but will they is the question. Will they get the right guy? But I think the right guy, even at 11, would be able to create a lot of excitement next year, because it is a deep draft and they have a chance to get a really good player.
So you're going to give me a rookie at 11?
Yep, I'm giving you a rookie at 11.
Okay, and
I'll even take it a step deeper. There's a kid, Kareem Lopez. He's playing in New Zealand. He's like 19 or 8. He's young, but he's been a pro for 3 years down there. Like, that's the kind of guy I would take a chance on. I saw him. I saw the highlights. He looks pretty athletic. He looks a little different. Can he play? If he can play, he will play. Like, if the guy's a good player, he's going to play next year a lot. So I got to trust, like, this is where you have no choice, but you got to trust Mike Dunleavy, and he's got to come up with a player in this draft. And then there's free agency. And if they got $15 million to work with, don't go after a veteran. Try to go after a guy in his mid to late 20s that you know will be on the team maybe after Steph retires. And I get it. Like, nobody thinks that's sexy, but a couple new young guys on a team can change the makeup of a team.
So just last year's draft, would you agree, was about as deep as it gets? Like, there were guys in last year's draft. I mean, that was a good NBA draft. A lot of impactful players. But once you got past the top, because I'm a top 4 guy.
Okay.
And I'm with you. I agree. You got to hang on to picks. I don't care, whether he's 2 or 3 or 4 years away. You need young bodies. But Cooper Flagg, Dylan Harper, VJ Edgecombe, Con Knipple. Now, after the top 4, you go Ace Bailey, Trey Johnson, Jeremiah Fears, Denham out of BYU, Colin Murray-Boyles. You start getting into these, Derek Queen, Carter Bryant. I mean, it was a good draft, but the quality clearly falls off a cliff a little bit there.
Yeah, and this draft is supposed to be loaded. I mean, like a few years back, the Hawks got Jalen Johnson, I want to say at 19, 17, something like that.
Those are the outliers. People throw out Therese Halliburton, but...
Well, I understand that, but like this is where I do believe the great teams scout better than the teams that aren't great. And the biggest question I have is I want to really know how much confidence the Warriors front office has in the drafting process. Because for the life of me, I get Steph Curry, is an important player, but the dynasty was built through the draft. Draymond, you got lucky with Draymond, which, you need. You picked the perfect guy in Curry, and Klay Thompson was a great pick at 11. For the life of me, I don't understand why we wouldn't be embracing that, because it's already worked and we've seen it.
Yeah, but you're not going to do that again. You're never going to find another Steph and Klay, and I think the only chance you have is by getting unprotected high picks. But in order for that to have happened, you would have had to have planned before what's about to happen. And so you could have a couple of years ago, but again, Lacob and company they hang on to this. Well, we're still going to run it back and win an NBA championship. We're going to rinse everything out of Steph Curry. And as long as Draymond's upright, he's still the DPOY, and we just need to add some bodies around him. They're still living in 2014 to a certain degree. And this is exactly what it is that people forewarn dynasties about. It's like, you got to get out in front of this. You know, the only reason why the Boston Celtics have stayed relevant is because Danny Ainge just said, Paul Pierce, I know we just won with you guys, right? I know Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce have meant so much to, and Ray Allen, but he unloaded those dudes to Brooklyn and was able to supply them with Jaylen Brown and of course Jason Tatum, which was the new iteration. So you've got to be able to be out in front of this instead of being reactionary. If you hang on to this, it's already too late, in my estimation, man.
Yeah, I think it is too. But, and, you know, not to get too deep in the weeds, but, you know, the NBA is going to change their lottery system next year. And
you can't tank.
In a way, I see trouble on the horizon. But I see next year as an opportunity too. But if you're one of the worst teams, by the way, that's a freaking joke. What they're doing with the lottery is a joke. I'm going to take Ray, and then I may get into that. What's up, Ray? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I like what you're saying. I know Dunleavy and Lacob, they got their work cut out for them for sure, because if you're going to get rid of somebody like Steph Curry, you got to bring in somebody who's at least that caliber, or I don't see them wanting to drop the prices, and the prices are outrageous going to those games. So, I mean, they got to keep Steph and hope that they can get something out of Butler, but they also got to get the young guys going. They got to do all that at the same time, because it's the Bay Area, and you know, we'll pay top dollar, but you got to give a good shot.
Right. No, that's the other thing to me is, all right, you want Steph around because he does fill up the building, but he's got to play to fill up the building. You know what I mean? If he doesn't play, we might have sold out, but that building's not going to be that building. The guy you brought up that I think is interesting is Butler. What's Butler going to do? Because to me, people are going to say, oh, he's going to work hard and come back. Is he? Like, if you're Jimmy Butler and you're a free agent at the end of the year, do you risk coming back in February to show everybody 2 months worth of basketball? Or do you just shut it down entirely and just go into free agency, having missed all of last year?
I think if he can play, he'll play. And I think he has to show people that, you know, he can still get out there and be Jimmy Butler to a certain degree. He's such an afterthought, man. I don't know how you can rely on Jimmy Butler. Where are we at? Coming into this year's NBA draft? Like, I have no idea whether he's even going to be available next year. So, but as far as Jimmy Butler is concerned, I mean, it's just the whole idea of even getting Jimmy Butler is just feeding into what I just think is the wrong direction for this basketball team. But we're at where we're at, and I just get back. You know what? I really want to just sort of focus on Steve Kerr, because before we get out of here, I just want to. All right. I'm just sort of. Well, first of all, let me get your thoughts on him returning to the Golden State Warriors, and whether you were surprised or not. Just overall thoughts.
You know, it's funny. It's like all season we'd say, "Do you think Kerr's coming back?" And at first I was no, then I was yes, and then I think I was no one more time. But now I can say I might have been right.
Well,
because he changed his mind like 6 times, apparently, during the course of a season.
I have no idea.
I think they took the path of least resistance. But I think that I have a different theory on why they kept Steve Kerr, and that is because they know that the next 2 years is going to be a transition and that maybe anything could happen. And so if anything can happen, then they at least want the guy who's been here for 12 or 14 years to add some stability while they change the makeup of this team over the next 2 years. Like that, I think that's one of the reasons that they brought him back, to try to convince him to coach a team like this in that kind of way. And then I think he said, all right, I'll try it. And that's where we're at. But I'm not convinced that anybody's overly passionate about Kerr being back, including Kerr.
Yeah, I don't think management or Lacob was trying to convince him. I think it was Steve Kerr. I think it was the other way around. I think Steve Kerr was selling himself to Joe Lacob like, hey, let me do this for another year. Let me do this for another 2 years. And I know that, I could be totally wrong, but I know that sort of the overall take on this is that it was Steve Kerr's call. Steve Kerr needed a month to sort of think about his future. Steve Kerr loves this stuff. He eats this stuff up, man. And it's not about coaching a winning basketball team. I really believe he's one of those guys that just likes to be around young men and mold minds and just really feel as though he's sort of a surrogate dad. I mean, he's that special of a dude. He wants to do this. Here's the thing when it comes to Steve Kerr, though. I've always given him credit as a guy that can read the room. Like he, and as well as that entire team, you and I have both been around different NBA franchises, and they're about as down to earth as a franchise. They usually are pretty awake when they make decisions. And Steve Kerr usually does the right thing. And for the first time in his career, it looks as though Steve Kerr is hanging on. Like for the first time, if Steve was really the guy that I thought he was, he would have said, you know what, this doesn't involve me anymore. This, where you're going right now, God bless, I hope you get back, but this, whether you're going to blow it up and get younger players or whatever the direction is, this is not what I do. Like, I don't, I feel as though I'm keeping you back. Like, I think you need to go in another direction. And the fact that he's now, to me, I won't use the desperate word, but it feels as though, like, he's actually got to get fired before he's going to walk away from this damn thing. And I always thought Steve would be a high road guy. Like, yeah, right. This future with the Golden State Warriors should not involve me. I'm going to go spend time with the kids or do whatever the hell it is I'm going to do next.
Well, and this is where Steph Curry comes in, front and center, because one of the things Steve Kerr said was the thing that resonated. One of the things that resonated was when his wife said, you'll probably coach again, but you'll never coach the Warriors again. And to me, that reeks of Steph Curry. Like, I owe it to Steph Curry. Steph's going to play for another 2 years. I owe it to him to coach him for 2 years. And I don't think that's a great idea. I don't like that as being the big reason why he's back, because he owes something to Steph. I mean, Steph's a big boy. I mean, he can handle himself. So I'm not convinced Kerr's heart is in it, just because at various points last season, it doesn't seem like his heart was in it. And I'm old enough to know that that's not going to go away. It's going to resurface at various times over the course of next year and the year after if he's here. I don't think he lasts 2 years, though. I'm kind of with you. I don't think he's going to be the coach of this team for all 2 years of the contract.
In a weird way, it's almost as though, again, this is just me, Steve Kerr's being a little selfish here. Because what I heard in the press conference when he decided to come back, it was like, I want to coach this team. Again, I think he enjoys coaching, and it's about him. And you mentioned his relationship with Steph. The one thing I did not hear was, how the hell are you going to win? Like, what about winning next year? People are still in the mindset, can we win and get back to, the Western Conference title? When do we win? All of it was like, yeah, you know what? I thought about it, and I love coaching. It was about him and coaching. It was about Steph Curry, relationships. It's about the dynasty, what it is they want to do. There wasn't enough about, if they had turned the page, it got some young buck, right? Some young college coach or somebody that's wide-eyed, that's just got nothing but damn energy. We got to get to a break. I guarantee you that press conference would have been, whether the guy was delusional or not, whoever that guy could have been, Hurley or whomever, is just sitting there and he's going, this is how we're going to win. This is how we're going to get back to winning. Like, this is what I want to do so that we can start winning again. Like, this is what we need to address. This is how this is the energy I want to play. This is the way I want to play basketball. All I heard with Steve was, this is what I want to do with my life. I enjoy coaching.
Yeah.
How about winning some damn games? Like, I
hear you. I hear you, but that is also why I think they ended up with Steve Kerr, because how attractive is this job, the Warriors job, before Steve Kerr took it? Like, okay, we heard Todd Golden. They're not hiring Todd Golden to coach Steph Curry and Draymond Green when they're that's crazy to me. So, I didn't see a great candidate out there, and Kerr gives him some stability. And
what if Danny Early wanted to come?
Let me think about that for a minute. And now's the perfect time to think about it. Hey, this segment is sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock right off 280 in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. And as you know, nobody wants to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner, because after an accident, the clock starts ticking immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, maybe saying too much or signing too early, trusting the process, it can cost you thousands of dollars. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. So please call Beam Law first before you speak to insurance and before you agree to anything. Before you risk your case, this is not just a claim, it's your recovery and your income. It's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened match play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit SilveradoResort.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The sports calendar is stacked, and San Francisco Fire Credit Union is stacking up a big offer of their own. SF Fire Credit Union has a limited time 7-month tiered certificate. Earn 7.5% APY on the first $3,000 for the first 90 days, then 4% APY on the full balance for the remainder of the 7-month term. Start with as little as $250. Visit sffirecu.org and go to discover our best offers. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. This institution is not federally insured. The credit union is not insured by any state government. Privately insured by ASI up to $250,000 per account.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
May is Water Safety Month. At the YMCA of Greater San Francisco, swim lessons help children and adults become safer, stronger, and more confident in the water. Group and private lessons available now at ymcasf.org/swim.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
San Francisco weather, mostly cloudy, high of 61 today.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
I went hand solo to get here. I'm arguing with Wade's like, that's not the way. But I got here. Evan, I did some stuff, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. He'll also be in Monday. We're talking about what's going on in the Bay sports scene. So here, I have a theory on where we're at with some of our teams. So I think the Warriors this past year gave their fans a little bit of a dose of reality. And I think the Giants are in the process of giving their fans a dose of reality. And to me, the only question remaining is, are the 49ers going to kind of fall into the same trap? That's my biggest question. They got to stay healthy, but they've got some age issues on their team. And so what do you expect out of the 49ers this year?
I don't know, man. I got to, smile about something these days.
Well, how about this?
I'm optimistic when it comes to the 49ers. More so than I would say the other two.
Well, I think. But you could also talk to me at the end of the year. See what happens. I mean, my question with the Niners is, I have no idea, what kind of team they really are. After last year, they get hurt, but they win, but their schedule was light. I don't know how much of last year was real and how much was just kind of a function of all the crap that happened to them.
Well, here's where the optimism comes into play. Because when you talk about the 49ers and you're not sure where they're at, and I'll just address the defense specifically. They're getting better. They had all kids at one point. They realized that they needed to sort of change the identity of that defense. That D-line, the best thing that happened to them was playing last season. So now you're talking about a bunch of guys that all essentially got drafted the year before. And now you've got a year under the belt and there's promise there. And I think that there's a good sort of dynamic there that you're having players get some reps and some experience, and that's only going to bode well. on the offensive side of the ball, it's all about, to me, we can focus on, Kittle's injury. We could talk about Christian McCaffrey, but that O-line, that's where it sort of begins and ends. And, that's something that they needed to address over the offseason. But as long as you have Brock Purdy and you have Kyle Shanahan, you got McCaffrey, and you have those foundational pieces, and then you have some young players, you don't know. Like, the 49ers could be really good. But to your point, yeah, it's sort of amorphous. Like, what can you take away from last year?
Right.
I understand where you're going with that. Like, the team was hurt, and then they had a really soft schedule, and they look good in the playoffs, but then you get absolutely boat raced by Seattle. So what the hell is this?
Yeah.
I think that there's a good chance the 49ers could be back next year. Now, a lot of things have to go their way, but I have more trust in Kyle Shanahan than I do, say, the manager of the Giants or the coach of the Warriors.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting. But I do want to open it up to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. And the thing I'm having trouble is figuring out the expectations for this 49ers team. And, like, who are they really? Are they a team that cannot compete with Seattle at all? Or are they a team that is going to get their veterans back? Like, I agree with you that there's something about Shanahan where if I see the roster and they're relatively healthy, they're going to be good. Like, they'll win 10 games. You know what I mean? I do think Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, if they're relatively healthy, they're going to win 10 games, 9 or 10 at least, maybe more. But what I can't figure out is if they're really a Super Bowl contender or not, because at the end of last year, they clearly weren't, but they also weren't healthy at the end of last year. So how healthy are they going to be this year? And the guys who are coming back, what level are they playing to? I don't think they're better than the Rams or the Seahawks right now, so I got to put them third in the division, but it doesn't mean they couldn't win 10 or 11 games. I mean, they finished third last year, and they won 12.
I'm with you. When it comes to Kyle Shanahan, you're always going to have that advantage offensively. I think that with this team, it just comes down to how far along are those kids, the C.J. West, the Mikael Williams, and then that linebacking core, this Nick Martin. There's just so many moving pieces, but they have to hit on some of these younger players, and they have to hit on this draft class. I know it pissed a lot of people off, but the beauty of the NFL is that there's so many moving pieces that you just don't know until you line it up and kick that thing off. Like, we can sit here and handicap the 49ers, until we're blue in the face, but like I still think there's enough of a semblance there where they can be good, where I think that they can make a run into the postseason. Like, there's Brock Purdy, and we'll see how the wide receivers and Evans and company and, how that all meshes together. But, there's a scenario where I could probably sell you on, like, if this rookie wide receiver, Stripling or whoever, becomes the next whatever, like, I could probably put something together where I'd be like, here, Steiny, I wrote this down for you. This is how they win the NFC West and get to the Super Bowl this year. You wouldn't be blown away. You'd be blown away if I tried to do that for the Golden State Warriors or the San Francisco Giants. But there's a way for the 49ers.
Well, my question to 49er fans is, the offseason's pretty much over and they're into OTAs. And it's a simple question. Well, the 49ers going to be better this year than they were last year. They were 12-5 and they won a playoff game last year. And then they lost to the Seahawks in the second round. This is kind of what I mean. If you were to ask me, Stein, are they going to be better or worse? I'd be like, oh boy. Well, they may win less games, but be better in a way. I could see them winning 11, but being better overall than last year and being more competitive with the top teams in the division. But I don't know where you start with this team, in terms of how close they are to being a Super Bowl champion. Like, I think they're a playoff team if things fall right, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're a Super Bowl contender in my mind. Like, I don't think they were a Super Bowl contender last year.
Did you think Seattle going into last year was a Super Bowl contender?
Well, I certainly didn't see this coming. And I allow for that to happen with different teams. But with the Niners, the way the season ended was kind of a wake-up call, obviously. And that's kind of my point, is I don't, like, they beat Philly, but Philly was a mess, I thought. So are they just a fringe playoff team and the same team that got boat raced by Seattle, or are they a legitimate playoff team that can compete with Seattle? That's kind of, and the Rams, that's kind of the way, that's my open-ended question with the Niners.
I think when I think of the Niners, I think about their best players and just where we're at as far as Christian McCaffrey. The dude, he was healthy the entire season, believe it or not. How many carries does he have left? Kittle's not going to start the season, nor is Bosa. Trent Williams, where's he at? How much gas does he have left in the tank? Brock Purdy's going to be Brock Purdy, and Warner's going to be Warner. But the guys that you've been so reliant on through this run, where are they at now? And if they've taken that step back, or if you cannot be as reliant on those core pieces, well, then who picks up the slack? Who's next in line is what I think we're going to find out next year.
Yeah, and that's like, to me, they have, I feel like all three teams have similarities, the Giants, the Warriors, and the Niners. And this is like last year, I feel like we found out the Warriors are a little too old. We're finding out that the Giants' young players maybe aren't as good as we thought, and their veterans that they signed aren't as good as we thought. But, yeah, you mentioned 5 guys. McCaffrey, Kittle, Bosa, Warner, and Trent Williams. How much are they going to play? How much are all those guys going to play? Because you're right. If they stay relatively healthy, I think this is definitely a playoff team. But I'm also going on into the season. I don't know how you go into a season, but when I look at the 49ers, the first thing I say is, well, what are we doing with McCaffrey? I mean, how are we using McCaffrey? And if I know Kyle Shanahan, he's going to use him the exact same way he's always used him.
Run the hell out of him.
Until he gets hurt. Last year he didn't get hurt, but he also, I didn't think he had a great year last year. They didn't run the ball great. Like, how many times 2-3 years ago did you see them pitch it right or left and McCaffrey gets 9 yards? He always gets 9 yards in a crowd of blockers. That didn't happen a lot last year, and I'm obviously some of it had to do with Trent Williams, but they've got to get another back involved somehow. And I don't know if it's going to be Kalen Black. It's obviously not going to be Garendo. Maybe it's Jordan James, but they just can't go into the season using McCaffrey like they did last year.
They will. No, you're right. That's what Shanahan does. Brian Robinson was not a bad running back last year.
Well, exactly.
He just didn't play because there was no need for him. McCaffrey is going to get more than the lion's share of not only the snaps, but in 3rd and long, when you spread the field, he's going to get in the slot or he's going to get into the flats and be that extra receiver. Shanahan is like, that's how I win. It's because of this dude. He's not nearly as explosive. Like, he doesn't have that extra gear anymore. Like, you talked about the 9 yards or taking it to the house. He can't do that anymore. That's not who he is. But I think to your point, and it gets back to sort of what I was talking about earlier, this really gets back to the offensive line. Like, forget about McCaffrey, but can anybody get to that second level where you're able to, that zone running scheme that we've grown so accustomed to, where you're carving out 4 or 5 yards a pop? That wasn't there last year, and that wasn't necessarily on McCaffrey. But to answer your question, McCaffrey they're going to run the hell out of him until they can't anymore, and then it's next man up.
The funny thing is last year I seem to remember, and if I'm wrong here, tell me, it felt like early in the year, McCaffrey was coming off the field a little bit more than usual. But then by the end of the year, I saw that he played in 83% of the snaps, which was the most that he's played in the last 3 years, percentage-wise. So it feels like they intended to try to do the right thing, but over the course of the season, reality sets in. You injured players left and right, and now you got to ride Christian McCaffrey, and he was able to do it last year. But I absolutely play. You know what I factor in now, and I don't know if this is right. I don't do it in basketball. Maybe I should, but Robbie Ray coming off a big inning year last year. Like, I'm sorry, we got to worry about that this year. We got to put that into the equation, and he's not having a great year. I mean, McCaffrey touched the ball 450 times last year. I'm worried that he's going to get hurt if you try to do that to him again. You know what I mean? So I'm going into the year with a plan, but I got to stick to it. Well, isn't that why it was a surprise to all of us, but probably along that, I think the 49ers are sort of in your camp, and the reason why they went with the running back out of Indiana and Black, because I think that they recognize that this dude's about to pop another tire, They don't want to say it, but that's what they're going to do. They're just going to run this guy, and there's a chance that, he can't be as effective as he was a year ago. And so and now that Garendo, by the way, have you broken the news yet? Why don't you go ahead and tell people what happened to him? You go ahead, and then I'll add he tore his pectoral. Okay. And so I'm assuming out for the year. Do we know that, Kenny, can you detail the injury? How long he's out for?
They haven't described it yet, but when we get that, I'll let you know.
You're tearing your pec. I'm assuming you're gone for the year, right?
Yeah, but and this is where, now Guru's not here today, but this is where Guru would say, he would already start saying, Steiny, they lost Garendo. And I'd have to remind him, no, they didn't. He didn't carry the ball once last year. Like, you didn't lose Garendo. You never had Garendo last year. But I don't think he's going to be much of a factor at all. I think Black's going to probably play some. But look, they got to figure out a way to utilize McCaffrey where they just don't hang their entire offensive hat on him. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. This one guy you brought up, I think we got it, Nick Bosa. Obviously, he got hurt last year. How's he feeling? Take a listen.
Kyle's kind of indicated that you'd be ready around the start of training camp, if not soon after. Is that kind of what your expectation is, or are you even thinking
I'd say so, yeah.
This guy, all these cuts are like 3 seconds. All right, more on him and when he's back.
Yeah, I think he's working on his golf game right now.
That's his brother.
I don't think he's thinking too much about football.
He's talking about his brother. There was some
interest. Dudes sound like they're from SoCal, and they're stoned.
They are. Yeah.
They're like Spicoli.
All right, how about you want to hear this? It looks like he got into his mental journey.
It was rough early on. Obviously, you just want to be able to play, especially how good things were going for the defense. And me personally, I felt that I was at a pretty high level to start the year. And then as you start out wanting to quit and never play again and never put your body in that position again. And then slowly you realize that you love this game and you want to get back to it and get back to... And I mean, I've never doubted that I could get back to where I am. It's a good thing I play today and not back when my dad did, because I probably wouldn't be playing anymore. But luckily, they fix you up pretty good, and I'm feeling really good. So my mind's also better. I think I've obviously had a lot of time to work on that and just kind of enjoy some time off. And all the rest of my body feels pretty darn good. My fingers probably haven't felt this good in 20 years. So, yeah, I'm excited.
That's your guy.
Yeah, listen, when you talk about... I'm glad you played that, because I remember doing a show, and I was with Dibbs, and he was hurt.
Dibbs?
No. Dibbs is always hurt.
Yeah, he's got more of a chronic limp than Trent Williams.
Yeah, so look, if he's out and he's not available, or if he has, a subpar season, the 49ers, we were talking about them as a playoff team last year. And this is what I said to them. When's the last time, or has it ever happened, where a team makes a run, forget about a Super Bowl, but a team is legitimately good and making a deep run into the postseason that doesn't have someone coming off the edge? Like, that's how reliant we are on the 49ers and Bosa specifically. And if Bosa gets hurt, if Bosa isn't Bosa, they still haven't solved that other side and having his opposite number, like somebody who can pressure. And so it sort of begins and ends there. You know, when you talk about the 49ers, it's always just sort of this conjecture when it comes to Mikael Williams. They got this dude, Ranello Height, but it's always about who other than Bosa can put pressure consistently on a quarterback. And we have found out time and time again, especially last year, that if he's not available, if he's not doing it, and everybody just shades that way, like let's just chip and work on Bosa because the 49ers have nobody that can offset him, is sort of a space they're still spinning in.
Well, and also if he's not the player that he was before he got hurt, then obviously he's going to be less effective, and then the guy on the other side of the line will probably be less effective too because Bosa will be occupying fewer guys. I think Bosa's going to be fine. You know, like, to me, I look at Bosa and McCaffrey differently, and Trent Williams. Like, I think Trent Williams is going to get hurt. And I think McCaffrey can't carry 450 times again. But I do think Bosa can last the year. Like, I can't worry about Bosa, a guy who's in his prime, even though he's had some injuries. You know, he's our defensive end. We pay him a ton of money. Like, I got to believe he can put together a good couple seasons after this injury. It's the older guys that you have to factor in. They're not going to play a full season. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, Trent Williams is, I mean, maybe he gets hurt, but those dudes in the trenches, I mean, I'm not as worried about Trent Williams, but I am worried about the offensive line as the guy playing next to him, right? Like, who is that going to be? You know, and it really is, you know, it's about the big fellas up front and addressing that offensive line. You talked about running the football, which is the bread and butter, which sets up everything for Shanahan. I mean, they've had that secret sauce with Bobby Turner going back to his old man, and it was so ineffective last year. And so, you know, that's really sort of the concern for the 49ers. I think we can talk about as long as you want about the sexy positions and the wideouts and Brock Purdy and the tight ends, but it's about the big uglies up front and just how effective or how much did they address sort of the deficiencies on that offensive line of a year ago.
Well, and that gets back to, you know, my original question to 49er fans, which is, what are your expectations for this year? Because you're right. You know, on the one hand, what were the 49ers' weaknesses last year? Well, their offensive line and their defensive line. Well, usually that's a death knell for a team. So how did they win 12 games if they couldn't run the ball or stop the run? Well, they've got 12 wins to show that they did enough to do it, but I don't, you know, they obviously, this is what I mean, like the offensive and defensive lines have to get better, but even if they get better, it's no guarantee you're going to win as many games as last year. So that's why when I think about the 49ers this year, I kind of think of, you know, what they're going to establish the first 4 or 5 games is kind of who they're going to be in my mind. Like, I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender right now, but I don't think they're a bottom feeder. They're somewhere between 8 and 12 wins.
I mean, that's fair. I think that, do you factor in any of the travel? We were talking about this early on. Is that going to the land down under? Is that, how much do you factor in having to deal with that mess?
I mean, that's a good question. It's one game. It's one trip. Like, give me a break. The Rams have to go there too, right? So, but the other thing is look at the schedule. They go to Australia, and then they come home and play 3 straight home games, and the first one's against the Dolphins. So, I looked at the schedule, and they should be able to be more than competitive early. And then their schedule gets a little tougher in the second half of the season, so we'll probably find out a lot more about this team. But my question is for 49er fans, and it's a simple one. Are they going to be better than last year? They're going to win 12 games again? They're going to win a playoff game? And where do you put this team? Like, it's just a tough team to judge because they got players coming off injury. They do have plenty of young players, and they've got veterans who probably are getting close to the end.
Yeah, I think what has to happen ideally is that you begin to see some of the younger players that are next in line. I don't know if it's Tonjes, but you're going to see more of a limited role with the guys that you've been so reliant on simply because they're older and they're not as effective. Like when you talk about Kittle is not the same tight end. Christian McCaffrey clearly is not the same guy. Right. So if you're not as reliant on those guys as you have been when you were successful, well, then where do you go with the offense?
Well, it's interesting, and this is kind of, I was heard Shanahan on, he was on with Tom Tolbert, he and Lynch, and they were talking about, McCaffrey and
the backyard.
Yeah, exactly. And they were talking about McCaffrey, and this is kind of what I'm getting at. Shanahan is waxing poetic about the great year that McCaffrey had and how tough he was, and I'm sure all those things are true. But am I alone in saying, he didn't have a great year? Well, Steiny, look at the numbers. Well, goodness gracious, they play 17 games now. So 1,000 yards rushing is 65 yards a game. But, what I'm getting at mostly is that I don't know how much you can use him again. And I don't know, like, is he going to have a better year than last year? And what kind of year did he have last year? It was like almost a full yard off his yards per carry or yards per attempt.
Yeah, he's clearly not the same guy. Again, as far as the explosive plays and giving you, what was his longest run last year? We can look that up. But
it was late in the season. I want to say it was 30-something.
41.
41.
41 yards. I mean, he's not the same guy, but I would say that McCaffrey is still crucial to the success of your football team if you're the 49ers.
No doubt. All right, 888-957-9570. 49ers finishing up their first week of OTAs. We're just talking Niners. What kind of year did Christian McCaffrey have last year? I know he was healthy, but was he productive enough? And do you expect the kind of productivity this upcoming year that he had last year? Or do you expect more, quite frankly? And as you also know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to full-length shows, private AMAs, and exclusive content like Shasky's electric Giants post-game rant. Guru did an AMA recently. So go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Lucerne shredded or chunk cheese, 32-ounce selected varieties, just $5.99 each. Limit 4 items. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee
feature outcomes.
Hey, it's Dibs. The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. On Kalshi, you can trade every match from the opening stage all the way to the final. France is trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out $519 if they win soccer's biggest prize. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, DIBS, to get $10 when you trade 10, KALSHI. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, use kalshi.com/regulatory.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Robert in Walnut Creek. We had a garage door issue, and thankfully, our next-door neighbor recommended R&S Erection of Concord. Tony from R&S came out promptly, fixed the issue, and even resolved our long-standing noisy door problem. Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand-new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. 329-1010. Details on example rate at selectquote.com.
Don't miss Smashing Pumpkins and the return to the Bay Area on November 8th at SAP Center with the Rats in the Cage Tour. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com and for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Dan Devone in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. And if you'll oblige us, even if you don't, that's fine. Devone and I go way back. Did you know this, Ken? You did not know that Devone and I go way back.
It feels like you guys just met.
No, we go way back. In fact, I'm going to use Dan here to get some of my timing right. You worked in the Bay.
Oh, is this where you wanted to go?
Yes.
Jesus, at the break, he's like, I'm going to go here.
I know. So here's my first question. When were you in the Bay that we were playing pickup together down in the Marina?
That was post-college, early 90s, was it?
That had to be. I got here in 90.
Yeah.
When did you leave for Seattle? Was that your first
94?
job? Okay, so that makes sense.
No, I went to Fresno.
Okay.
93, 94.
Okay, so it must have been 90 to 93.
Yeah.
When's the last time you played pickup?
I don't do it anymore.
Yeah, me neither.
But you were good back in the day. Is that where you wanted to go with this? You need the public sort of pat on the back?
No. Do you keep in touch with any of those guys?
No, hell no. Are you kidding me? No. Like somebody knocked on my door once. He worked for UPS. And as he walked down the stairs, he's like, hey, remember me?
I know who you're talking about, Randy?
Yeah,
Randy.
Exactly.
You know Randy. I remember Randy.
Yeah. There's occasionally I saw somebody else on Union Street once that was like, hey, remember back in the day? And I was like, yeah, okay, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, those were the days.
It was at Moscone Park. It was like that 8 a.m. Saturday run. Is it still there? Can you still get, for those that play ball, Guru plays, but are there runs now in the city?
That's a great
outside?
Question. That's a great question.
Like Panhandle, where is that? I never went out there.
The Panhandle, guys walking through the court with, push carts and stuff, shopping carts from Safeway and stuff like that. I got to believe that people are still getting up on a Saturday morning to play pickup basketball outside. 888-957-9570. The one thing I never like to do was pay for the open gym. Like they had at USF.
USF, Corrette Center.
Yeah, Corrette Center. You had to pay $10.
Yeah.
But it was good games.
Yeah.
It's just a principle of the thing.
So look, can I just, for those of you that aren't, Ken, have you seen him play basketball? Do you play in this free throw thing? I haven't gone down to that. All right.
I'm done.
So this guy, I don't know. How are you presenting yourself as a former athlete? Did you play collegiately or what?
Division III, D3.
How would I describe your game, seriously, as a basketball player? Because you're very deceptive. You're not fast. You're not blowing by people.
No.
But you have this, you could shoot it, but you had sort of this rock you, and I get into my first step. There was you had a little Chris Mullen to you. You weren't slow, but you had that gym rat sort of mentality. You knew the angles.
You got it right.
You were a good basketball player, but if you were to look at you, I would say he was somewhat unassuming.
Yeah.
And this is how it works, is that it's pretty raw down there back in the day. It's because you pick your team, right? It's not, hey, I've been waiting for a half an hour, sir. I think it's my turn to play. You could sit there all day if you're not good. And so Steiny would be one of those guys who are like, hey, man, you want to run next game? There are certain guys that you would go to and you would ask, and there was a whole art to this as to whether or not they wanted to play in the next game. And Steiny was one of those dudes who was always on the floor.
I can see it. I've actually seen him shoot, though, because when I threw a barbecue last year, I got a little hoop for the pool.
It was in a swimming pool.
It doesn't matter. It still counts. You're shooting across the pool, and he's just, throwing them in one by one. I think you beat everybody in horse.
All right.
And he was ornery back then as well.
Yeah, I wasn't. What? What is he doing? It's getting off the rails. Oh, boy.
Let's hear.
This is the boss.
I just want to say one thing real quick. I have never seen you so happy in my life.
Up. Please. You know how many plaudits I've received?
That just happened. You literally, it's the happiest I've ever seen you.
Oh, my God. All right.
But back in the day, so you had to call your own fouls, as I'm assuming you do today.
I don't know. Do they play pickup ball outside anymore?
Yeah, they got to.
I mean, I remember doing a story once, and of the 10 best, no, it was 5, like the 5 best pickup basketball places in the city, and or in the Bay Area, and I went out to like San Ramon. San Ramon had a great outdoor run back in the day. I went to
Mosswood,
Panhandle. Yeah, Mosswood. It's tough. Sometimes it's tough to find a game there. Or there's not a lot of games there. But no, that was one of them. All right, let's go to Philmo, Mike, and then we'll get back into my pickup
Glory
game.
days.
Philmo, what's up, man?
Hey, what's popping? Hold on 1 second.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What's popping? For real?
Yeah, for real.
That run at Moscone, that early morning run, was some good basketball, man. Kid you not. You had to be there like at 7 in the morning.
Yep.
To get you a spot. Saturday and Sunday morning on the low. So what I used to have to do is I used to have to clean up the house. And I had sisters. And they wanted us to be, so my mom was like, you got to do chores, but you got to do them together. I'm like, nah, ma, I can't do them together. We can't do that because we're going to be here all day. So I clean up, wake up 6 in the morning, make sure all my stuff is done, and be out the door by 7:30 to get out to get down there to get better in basketball when I was like a 14, 15-year-old, man. Big shout out to all the people that, you feel me, made me better. Lawrence, Kev, also a good spot to go. The best spot in the city to play is Alice Marble Court. Alice Marble Court. It's also a tennis court.
25th and Clement?
No. It's up in sort of Pacific Heights, right? And it's sort of hidden.
Yes.
It's got that weird.
It's right by Lombard.
Yeah, it's got that weird.
Oh, is it the one by Shanghai Kelly's?
No.
Right in back of Shanghai Kelly's?
No. It's like if you went up Hyde Street by the cable cars.
Yes.
It's sort of hidden in there. But it had like it wasn't full court run, though, right? I want to say it was half court. No, it was full court. But there was something about one of the basketball standards. Like there was a weird pole that sort of stuck out. Like there was something uncomfortable about one of the hoops there.
Well, I can't really remember that, but I do remember this. You get the best scenic views. Google it right now. Also, what you get a padded court. So it ain't like Panhandle and the other courts. Also, a big shout out to Hayward Park, Mission Dolores. They had good run. Nowadays, they got Joe DiMaggio. They got Joe DiMaggio Park in North Beach. They be trying to ball. I swear to God, I love balling on the white boy yuppies. They don't really know. It's real Frisconians out here really balling. We'll cross them over, and I get to really get to talking that talk. You feel me? So when I steal the ball, Steiny, this is what I say. Don't try to take this. Any listener, don't try to take this. I steal the ball, and I say, give me that. Gimme. That's a Chris Brown song. But yeah, man, I be having them going wild when I be talking, Steiny.
Yeah, Philmo, I would have put it on you something fierce. Because you know what? Here's the other thing about Philmo. He ain't that big. I would do pick an area on the court. Pick any area on the court. I'll put it on Philmo.
The beautiful thing back in the day, and I'm sure it still holds true today, but it was win and stay on, man. It's just win and stay on. There were no rules. It's just like you can hold court. Well, if you were on there and it was, I would always know whether I had a good run or not. Is like if I was leaving there at like 10 or 11 o'clock, that was a good day because you were playing since 8.
No doubt.
And then if it's a nice day and the sun's out, you got to get there early. But if you lose, that thing gets backed up and you're like, who's got next? He's got next. And you realize you're 5 games back.
Yeah.
It's like you may as well just go back home.
Well, and the other, I started a book called Pickup Protocol because I have all these stories about pickup basketball. And
that's an oxymoron.
You brought up, that's true. You brought up something interesting so picture, what are the rules at your playground for this following scenario?
Two teams are playing. It's a 5-on-5. They started the game. Now I walk up and I'm 11, okay? Their game's at halftime. Another guy walks up. All right, now it's late in the game and 3 guys walk up. The game just ends with the previous team. Do I have to take the 4 guys who showed up late, or can I pick a guy or two off the losing team if I want? Like if the guys who are walking up to the court I know stink, for example, well, I'm going to try to pick up a guy off the losing team. Any rules regarding that?
There's not, obviously, but you will find that it's sort of a testament as to the guy who's got next. If he's got confidence in his game, he'll play with anyone. He's like,
True.
Hey, you want to run? That's fine. It's usually the dudes who need the supporting cast that if he's there first and he sees 2 dudes walk up, he'll somehow be so evasive so that he doesn't have to confront these guys. He'll go get a drink of water on the other side of the field. He'll wait for that game to end and immediately beeline it to the best players that just lost and say, hey, you want to run? You want to run? You want to run? And by the time the guys get to him that have been waiting, he's like, I got my 5. I got my 5.
Exactly.
So there's a skill behind all of this.
Like I remember one time the game was going on, 5-on-5. 2 guys were waiting, and I come up and go, you guys need one? And the guy goes, no. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, no, it's me and him, and we'll pick up 3 other guys off the losing team.
It's the most demoralizing
I was like,
thing.
First of all, it's an extra wait. Then it's another 20-minute wait. But just like, dude, you just, like, this is what he's talking about. You ready? You just made a big mistake, and you don't know it. You just made a big mistake. Let's go to JD. They playing pickup outside anymore in the Bay? What's up, JD?
Hey, no more pickup outside. You know, the shoe companies don't even make shoes to be used on outside courts anymore. So there's no outside pickup games. But you guys are funny because everything you say is true. You know, the let me I got next. And if you see guys who are non-ballers walk up, I mean, you make whatever excuse you have to make to have those guys not be on your team. And, you know, Matt and I, we cut our teeth a long time ago at Club One. You know, that was probably the best pickup run, if you want to call it, but it was college kids, NBA guys coming home for the summer and play, and it got very, very competitive and a little nasty. And, you know, that night we even played on an adult
that's right.
pickup league championship team.
That's right. I forgot about that. I think I was MVP that's tourney.
I wouldn't go that far.
Probably not.
You played well. I mean, you know, a little white man can't jump kind of thing. But, you know, he snuck up on some brothers. He did sneak up on some brothers who didn't know. and it was pretty funny. But he held himself. He held himself pretty well.
Thanks, JD, man. You're the man. He was a good player. JD played at St. Mary's and Wyoming, actually.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
With Fennis Dembo?
I think Fennis might have been there. And another guy, Eric Lechner, a big white guy. How about this one? When we were playing at Club One, the way they picked teams was they had a list, 1 through 20. And so first guy would come up, and depending on, he'd put his name up, Bill. Bill would be number 1, and Bill stinks. So then I'd be the next guy, and I'd put my name at number 6.
Come on.
So you put your name at 6, and the next thing you know, there's like 8 names on the list, but the first team's not filled out yet.
Everything's after 6?
Dude, by any means necessary to keep the court. I'm with you. There was nothing worse than waking up at 7 on a Saturday, getting there at 7:40, playing with 3 guys who are lousy. You lose, and now there's 3 teams waiting.
The imperfect science to pick up basketball, though, has always been the foul calls.
No doubt.
And calling your own is such an imperfect, like there's never been a game where you're like, yeah, that was There's always going to be bickering, right?
Yeah.
To lesser degrees, certainly, but that's always baked in. Like
No doubt.
somebody's going to be like, I ain't giving you that. You had the reputation, I remember this distinctly about you, is that you would drive to the hoop, you get hacked, or you thought you got fouled, and someone would pull a rebound and we'd go the other way. We'd break the other way. You would not play defense, and you would stay there and say exactly that, stay here.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the entire action is on the other side of the floor because we've left. And you're like, stay, and you literally would be the only dude holding your ground on the other side, and we would sulk back. You would present your case, and then it would be ball out.
I don't remember that.
I thought you were going to say he was a cherry picker. Just sitting, just letting it go and just waiting at the other end.
No, you can't do that.
This is
LeBron does it.
a legitimate conversation because when I moved out to the West Coast, there was a fundamental change that I had to adjust to. Back east, defense calls fouls, defense called fouls.
How does that work?
Till I was 25 years old and I moved out here, and then it was offense calls fouls.
So as a defender, I'm going to give myself up?
Correct. Or you got to be honest.
Well, that's counterintuitive.
First of all, it's not any worse than the offense calling fouls.
Hell yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
Why would I ever give up? If it's a questionable call, I'm not. Honesty doesn't. You check the honesty at the door and pick up basketball.
No. See, that's the difference between you and me. I'm an honorable guy. So if I'm playing defense and a guy shoots and I hit him a little bit, yeah, I got you. I fouled you. He'd be like, okay, take the call. Me, on the other hand, I drive, get hit. I'm not going to call that. First of all, I can't call it. Like, I wasn't used to calling fouls on offense.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like, so then the defense set the tone. And if they weren't calling fouls, then down at the other end, you didn't call as many fouls. So it kind of worked itself out.
And the problem is you always get that one guy, right?
Yeah.
Who's calling a foul and just stopping play. It's just like, Let's
go to Joe in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? Hey, well, out here we used to have the board, like you said, the board, and then you write your name, and then whoever comes in next, they write like a dash next to him, the name, like Bill, whatever, +1, +2, +3.
Oh,
and then you just roll with it. But about calling fouls and stuff, I never called fouls because when I used to play hoop, I used to box too, so I didn't take no lip, so I just played. If I came with scratches, whatever it is or what it is. But what we used to do the most is say we get on the court with two other guys, right? And say three of our buddies show up, we start dogging it so we lose so we can run with my buddies. That's how we used to play. And then we'd be there all day.
Yeah, that wouldn't have sat well
bring
with me.
sandwiches to us.
All right.
All right, man.
Here's the other one. How'd you pick teams to start
Shoot
first
free
game?
throws?
Yeah, I always tried to not do that.
Why?
Because...
Well, what are you supposed to do?
Pick teams. Two captains.
Well, who are going to be the captains?
Usually me and another guy that know the personnel, or me and another guy that doesn't know. I always tried to pick my own team. Like 10 guys here, hey, there's this guy, Alex. We were kind of even. I'd be like, let's pick up Alex. And, then you can do foul shooting. You can get on a bad team. And, you got to try. You got to try everything and anything to get on a good team, even if you alienate people.
There's no better feeling than that first game is so intense because as you're playing and it's a nice day, you begin to see the sidelines filling up. And as the sidelines are filling up, that just translates to a weight. And so that first game, man, you got to win.
No doubt. No doubt. You get there, nobody's watching, and then it's 10-10. You got to win because there's 15 guys watching. All right, Kenny, what do you got for us, buddy?
I don't know if you want to hit the breaking news sounder here, but
well, I
don't have the means to do that.
No, well, I just meant
so
for
it's
me.
your decision.
Not really, but it's kind of a big deal. The Giants just announced today that they've reassigned third base coach Hector Borg to a new role within their player development staff. Ron Wotus will fill the third base coaching role on an interim basis until the organization identifies a permanent replacement. There you go.
Order the rings.
What was the over and under that was going to happen today?
I think a lot of people had it.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people had it. Question is, now what? Now what?
Think about Hector Borg is, though, that's sort of like, that's a Posey thing. Because much like Vitello, Borg had never coached at the major league level. He was a minor league guy, career minor league guy.
Yeah.
So that's a roll of the dice in giving him the job to begin with.
I mean, what's interesting is that it's been going on not just from these last couple games that they've called him out on since the start of the season.
Oh, God. Remember when he held up Gilbert in Philadelphia? It's like,
that was a bad one. Let's squeeze Pete in Santa Rosa, and then we'll get that third base talk, third base coach talk. What's up, Pete? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, dynamite.
Just thinking back to the old days of playing pickup basketball back east, but this I don't think it's quite as honest where I'm from because the defense would never call the fouls. You would never get any calls at all. But there's a term we used to use when we were picking up. You wouldn't say I got next. People would say I got down. Anybody ever hear that one?
No. Never.
So you'd wait and get you would get there, and if you had played there a lot, you just yell out who's got down, and then you would see if they had their five, or they'd pick you up if they knew you, and then that would just sort itself out. But if people didn't know you, you would have a hard time getting on there. And I'm so lucky. I had so many great spots. We'd play every day after school.
Yeah, it was so nice.
Oh, we'd play Sunday nights would be on. The lights would be on, or on the night. Excuse me. Lights would be on till like 10:30 at night.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I remember?
There was one court.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Oh, there was one court when I was in high school that no one ever played pickup at, but they left the lights on there 24 hours a day. Yeah. And no one ever played there, but I used to go there in the night, and they'd keep it on till like all night long.
Nice. Hey, thanks, Pete. Appreciate the call.
There's two things that you say when you show up to the court. How far back, who's got next?
Yep. Or you got your five.
Get your five.
And I better see five guys watching up close.
And you look around, you start doing the math. You're like, come on, man.
Exactly. All right. Full of Giants making big news today. Hector Borg reassigned. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock, right off 280 in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner Scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank, and when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
May is Water Safety Month, and the YMCA of Greater San Francisco believes swimming is more than a sport, it's a life skill. Whether you're introducing your child to the water for the first time, building confidence, or training for fitness, the Y offers group and private swim lessons, master's swim, and competitive swim teams for all ages and skill levels. Make a splash this season and stay safer in and around the water. Learn more today at ymcasf.org/swim.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Alameda County Fair in Pleasanton returns June 19th through July 12th with mouth-watering food and concerts, the Demolition Derby, and more. Save big with advanced tickets at AlamedaCountyFair.com. For a chance to win tickets courtesy of Alameda County Fair, visit 957thegame.com. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Hector Borg reassigned Ron Wotus in the third base box. For now, till they find someone better. All right, I do have some rules though. Pickup, basketball wise. You know where where I'll never play.
Where?
I'll never play at a bet.
But down in the zoo, down in the village. But typically, if you're playing outdoor hoops, there are no nets, and you have to get used to it. It's very bizarre because everyone
can't stand it.
I'll tell you what's worse: the double rim.
The double rim is a problem. There's no doubt about it. First of all, it makes a pickup game last 3 times longer because they're tough.
You're not getting any bounces. And just looking at it as a shooter, like that, optically, it doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about chain nets?
I love chain nets if they're intact. They got to be intact.
It takes forever for it to come through the...
I kind of like it. Just give me a sound effect when it goes through. That's all I need. Just some kind of sound effect. People were talking about when I played back east, defense would call fouls, and they think that's weird. The games, a lot of the guys knew each other. Like, they were the Saturday morning, Sunday morning games were... Like, we were competitive, but nobody was, like, blatantly cheating. That's when you lose me.
Well, that makes a difference if you guys knew each other.
Yeah, the blatant cheating is... But I remember getting back east, playing pickup after playing pickup out here, and I started calling fouls on offense, and they were like, what are you... I'll call it. I'm like, that's right, man. They do it differently on the West Coast.
Remember Chris?
Dow?
What?
Chris Dow?
Oh, you knew these people's last names?
Some of them. The white guy?
Yeah. He had sort of like the long hair. He's sort of like a good player. He was one of the best players. He's sort of synonymous. Chris.
Yeah. Probably Chris Dow.
Yeah.
But
are you friends with this guy? You stay in touch?
No, but I see him every once in a while. Be honest. He was good, but he wasn't as good as me, right? Because if you're saying he's better than me, then it's not Chris Dow. That's all I'm saying.
But he had sort of that
herky jerky. That's Chris Dow.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
He was very deliberate with the basketball. You're right. That's him. It's like Adrian Dantley.
Exactly. All right, there you go. Hector Borg. See you later. I mean,
this is great. We go outdoor hoop and then just randomly throw in a Hector Borg just to keep the listeners and let them know that we will talk sports on occasion.
Absolutely. In fact, I want to get to the Western Conference Finals for a sec. Do you have this dislike for the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Kind of.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why?
I was just not an SGA guy.
Really?
The flopping thing is just... I mean, think about it. If you're an MVP, who's going out and imitating SGA if you're a kid? Speaking of pickup basketball. It's just... I look at it. And the flopping and just the whole... You know why? You know what this probably goes back to? It's because I was in Seattle when they got robbed.
They took the team?
Well, they went to Oklahoma.
Right.
Yeah. So there's just sort of that disdain that it was OKC that just came in.
Oh, yes.
And Howard Schultz just did Seattle wrong.
Right.
And OKC just came in and basically stole the team.
Yeah, I mean,
some of that residue.
To me, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has taken creating space to a new level. You got to get that shoulder down to push the guy off a little, but they're letting him really kind of lower it. And then if there's any resistance, he's getting the call. But plus he's also 6'6". So if
he gets that tall?
Yeah, if he gets any space, he can shoot over. He can get space on Wemby.
He's not 6'6". He's got to be 6'4".
He's pretty big.
But he hasn't been very good.
No, he hasn't been efficient.
I got a theory on that.
Give it to me.
Because Wemby hasn't been consistent. Matter of fact, nobody's been consistent. If you think about this series, right? Wemby really good, right? We anointed him there he is in game 1 with 41 and 14. And then he disappears in game 2, was terrible in game 5. And this goes back to Cleveland getting bounced by that of the New York Knicks, and everybody said, they just quit. You know what, Steiny, the postseason right now, the way they've structured this thing, you know what the most important thing is, more so than your opponent, is rest.
No doubt.
The way they've structured this thing where you have one day off, and if you're Cleveland and you've been in the playoffs for about a month and you just won 7 games against Detroit and had to come from behind to beat the Pistons, you could say they quit and Harden was Harden. I'm telling you, that team had nothing left. By the time they got to the closeout, you could just see their legs were... Donovan Mitchell just had nothing to do with any of that. I think rest now has become so vital in the NBA, which is why, just to bring it back to the Golden State Warriors, if you're thinking playing, don't even start with that.
Right.
Accumulating rest right now in the NBA, especially in the regular season, is why you got to be a 1 seed or a top seed. Rest now is absolutely paramount in the NBA, especially when it gets to the postseason. Before, they used to factor in travel days, right? Now it's every other day, and they don't care whether you're going from Cleveland or New York or wherever. Well, and so, which is why I give the Knicks sort of an advantage, because, well, how do you circumvent that? Well, take care of your business. Sweep somebody. Win in 5.
I feel like some veteran, I feel like there's a lot of players in the league that we think they have urgency in a game 4, a game 5, but they really don't. And the series to me that showed me that the veterans try to game the system is when the Warriors played the Lakers in 2023. And the first game was in Golden State, and the Lakers stole it. And the whole series was predictable from that point on. Lakers got blown out then in their game 2 because LeBron was like, we got our 1. Then the Lakers played, game 3, blowout. Now game 4 is going to be the tight one. It was. They won. Game 5, Lakers didn't care. They're coming down. They know they got game 6 in L.A. Like, LeBron wasn't going to come down here and try to win the series in 5. He's going to wait till he got and so, even last night, what is the incentive for Oklahoma City to go after that game after they get down 15 or 20?
There wasn't any, and you could see it.
Yeah. And I don't think there is for I know, and we'll all talk about, they don't have that killer instinct. Yeah, they'll probably have it in game 7. These guys know when they have a game or 2 to play with. And
I would agree with that.
That's enough for them.
And I think that really this comes down to is what Wembanyama you're going to get. Is he going to be energized? Is he going to be the game 1 Wembanyama? Is he going to be the game 6 Wembanyama? Because he's that much of a difference maker. I'd love to ask, and come clean with me on this, because I go a little old school here when it comes to Wembanyama. In that game 1, he's so effective when he's around the rim. Now, I get today's game. I'm so out on the stretch 5. So I get it. People want to anoint the next stretch 5. Quentin Post is a stretch 5 because he hit a couple of jumpers in the second game he played. That's the holy grail. But when you have a guy like that, a Victor Wembanyama, who's that talented and is 7'5", stick his narrow ass near the hoop or get him in that 1-5, 2-5 pick and roll so he's got a mismatch or some sort of advantage. But the idea of if he shoots a 3 and I'm OKC, or if I'm anybody that's playing against the San Antonio Spurs and he's got his handle on a step back 3, to me, that's a win.
Right.
Do that as much as you want. I know we've never seen it before, but the minute he comes into the paint, I have no answer for that. He's catching lobs where no one can get to.
Right. I mean, to me, there's a couple fine lines here, but I hear what you're saying. The one thing I don't understand is, okay, maybe one of the reasons he doesn't play a lot in the low post is because he's still really skinny and he'll get pushed off that spot. All right, eventually he'll get the grown man strength. But I'm closing my eyes right now and I can't picture him taking a half hook. He gets the ball in the lane and just takes a half hook that can't be blocked. And so my first thought is, why doesn't he have a little half hook in there? Okay, that's fine. The other part of it is, whether we like it or not, if no matter what size you are in the NBA now, if you can't make a 3, you're leaving game on the table. You know what I mean? You just are. If Wemby could go his entire career, never shoot a 3 and still go to the Hall of Fame, obviously. But it's just that little extra thing that kind of all teams like to have 5 shooters now. Now, it doesn't mean Wemby's got to shoot 10 a game, but it probably means he's going to shoot 3 or 4. And if he's shooting a fair percentage, you got to live with it. But I think when you're growing up now, playing as a kid, it's it's all about the 3-point shot. It's almost the foundation of the game right now. So whether you're 6 foot or 7 foot, you better be able to shoot it.
It's a prerequisite. And yes, he can shoot it. But the problem is that, and you've seen this early on in his career, where he's slowly now morphing to playing closer to the rim. And I get it. You want a guy to be able to shoot it who's a big, because it keeps the lanes open. Like, everybody wants to be able to get to the basket. You don't want to clog that up. And so, yeah, you got to be able to shoot it, but you can't tell me that portions of that game, were any game that he plays in, like, if you just stick him under or near the rim, it's unstoppable. And it's not only running plays for him, but it's just putbacks and getting all the garbage. There's just nobody who can contend with that. And, it doesn't have to be 1995 and you throw it to him in the post and then 4 guys are waiting around, or he throws out of the post because he gets doubled, swing. No, I'm just saying, like, get him around the rim more, because that to me is indefensible.
Well, the other thing, too, is the closer he plays to the basket, the more he's going to get fouled. And he's a good foul shooter. And, I don't know who you compare. Like, everybody's like, there's no comparison for Wembanyama. I actually think Ralph Sampson was, like, the first guy like that. I'm not saying he was as good as Wembanyama. But, like, a guy like Yao Ming, I bet if Yao Ming were growing up now, he'd shoot the hell out of the three. You know what I mean? I bet he'd have to. And I think later in his career, he did take a few. But he basically played entirely on the interior because you couldn't foul him because he was like a 90% free throw shooter. But
he didn't have the fluidity of a Wembanyama.
No. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let me ask you this. You give the Knicks a chance?
Hell yeah.
Do you really?
Dude, have you not watched them over the last month? I know
probably not as much as you.
It's the East.
Yeah.
And so they're not garnering a lot of respect. That team has won 11 in a row.
Yeah.
And they're smoking. If you follow Knick basketball, this is the best version of, this is the best case scenario where Bridges is playing his best basketball. Cat is finally, he gets it. They're not running the entire offense through Brunson, but Brunson can beat Brunson. And then Josh Hart, as you do it, they're like, this is as good as it gets. If you were to tell me, like, give me the best version of all of these guys. That's exactly what's taking place right now.
Yeah, I admit, like, I'm going on kind of more what I believe than what I've actually seen. And I just feel like I think the Spurs and the Thunder just are on another level than the Knicks. But that might just be based on the last couple years and my perception of the Knicks. But I just think they're going to I don't think it's going to be a long series. But maybe I'm like I think
like, you're sort of looking at this on paper or looking at the Knicks' body of work.
I am kind of
this year and last year. If you look at where they're at right now, this team, they're as good as anybody, and they can. I would not be surprised. In fact, I would consider it a bit of a mild upset if they don't win the NBA championship because they're that good right now. And I'll tell you something else, and maybe this doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. But playing in the Garden right now, I know we're talking about like playing in the postseason for a young team like that of San Antonio, even OKC. There's playing in the postseason in big games and game sevens. There's playing in the Garden in the NBA Finals. I'll tell you, Steiny, spending time out there, it's not a Yankee city. They're not about the Giants or the Jets. They have those pockets of fans. Everybody loves the Knicks in New York. I'm talking about everybody. And the Garden for the NBA Finals, I'm just telling you, things will get exposed. Like, as much as we like to think that OKC, they've got their experience over the last couple of years, that might be true. I'm telling you, playing on that stage in the finals with the whole world watching and the Garden going sideways, let's just see. Let's just see.
No, I'm not here saying no chance, but I feel like...
Kenny, where the hell are you?
I feel like...
I'm just letting you,
well, first of all,
talk.
It started with Reggie Miller saying the Knicks are going to be favored in the finals. Did you hear him say that? He said that
after they
swept the Cleveland Cavaliers, he goes, the Knicks are going to be favored in the finals. I'm like, no, they're not.
No,
I just, well, do you worry about the Knicks having, like, how do you feel about the Knicks having 10 days off and then this series going 7?
I just told you that rest is so important right now. Like, rest is everything in the NBA, especially when it comes to the postseason where you're only getting 1 day off. Now, they might be a little clunky in the first quarter, but you can't tell me through the course of that series that rest benefits everybody. I don't care if you're the Warriors and you're the oldest team in the NBA. This time of the year, everybody wants to put their feet up. And our boy Mitchell Robinson apparently got hurt, and he screwed up a digit. But
they say he's going to try to play.
Well, but does he need his hands? I was joking with Ken, like, what the hell? Just set some picks, pull some rebounds. I don't need you shooting
might make it better, honestly.
And here's the other thing. And Mike Brown, I know Mike Brown is like, whatever, we can roll our eyes, but the job he's done, like...
I think defensive, you talk about the offense, the defense alone has done a lot better than people have thought.
But he's taken the ball out of Brunson's hands. Tibbs could never do that. And putting Karl Anthony Towns
also
at the top.
playing guys like Landry Shamet and Deuce McBride. Like they would never see the court under the Thibodeau coaching staff.
Like, Steiny, here's why I like the Knicks. And you should appreciate this because you played. Is that, yes, you can look at the West and you can match this thing up and say, who are they going to match up when it comes to Chet Holmgren and, say, Gilgeous-Alexander and the defense? But when you're in that space where you feel like not only can you beat teams, but you're dominating teams, they're blowing people out by 40 points in closeout games. Like, I've never seen the Knicks play like this. And everything... What's so funny about New York and maybe the NBA, like, it's all validated now. Like, the trade for Mikal Bridges, like, if you were to call it the WFAN, they'd be like, what the hell are you doing for the last 2 years, right? And even Karl Anthony Towns. Like, those dudes will never pay for another meal. They don't have to win the NBA. Hell, look at Gucci Rowe now. It's Patrick Ewing. It's Latrell Sprewell. They never won NBA titles.
No. Yeah, I'm not saying they don't have a chance, but I just think this happens a lot where, a team's gotten hot in the postseason and now they're in the finals. Let's just not lose sight of, who the two best teams were all season long, and I still think they are now. The thing about playing in the Garden, maybe that could come into play. I don't dismiss that. There is something a little different about Madison Square Garden. But, Karl Anthony Towns is going to have to play, to my way of thinking, like better than he's played in the postseason before. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what's happening.
I know. But, so if I said you would pick the Knicks?
I would pick the Knicks.
You have to bet $100. You have to. Who are you betting on?
That's tough because fandom is taking over here, but I would go with the Knicks.
Wow. Kenny? You give your Knicks a shot?
Absolutely. I mean, I pick them just based on the odds because if they play OKC, they're going to have better odds. I think if they play the Spurs, that'll be a little bit more evenly matched than people think.
So you think who do you want as a Knicks fan?
If I was a Knicks fan, I'd rather have the Spurs over the Thunder.
No.
Experience. I don't want to play a team that's already.
You want to play the Spurs?
Yeah. I'm saying I would rather have the Spurs over playing the Thunder. I don't want experience.
I'll give you. Here's what I will give you. Not that I'm worried overall, but the Spurs playing at Madison Square Garden versus Oklahoma City playing there, I think the Knicks have a better shot against the Spurs because of their, I think the Spurs' inexperience has come out a few times in this series, and I expect Oklahoma City to win tomorrow night. But if the Spurs do get in, then that's uncharted waters for them. And then I don't know who to give the advantage to because, the Knicks then become the more experienced team.
It's clearly the Knicks if it's San Antonio.
God, you think Vegas will favor the Knicks?
No, I think the Vegas they'll favor the San Antonio Spurs. But to your point, the one knock on them is that they're a young basketball team. Well, that is going to be played out in New York at the Garden.
And I agree with that.
Like Castle and Vassell and even Dylan Harper, they're good players, but they're not ready for this. They're not ready for what they're. And I don't even know that OKC. Granted, they've been there and they've won a title, but there's something about, and I had to see it for myself. Like, I've seen the Yankees in the World Series, but what's going on in New York right now? Like, I don't know, man. If you believe in things like mojo and like there is no stopping us and all that crap, if I was doing a ESPN 30 for 30, I'm beginning to like buy in, man. Like, sometimes the NBA gods just come down and touch you on the forehead and saying, all right, it's been long enough. 1973 was a damn long time ago. This is your year. And if you get caught up in that, like there's something at work here that's more than just sort of the X's and O's.
I mean, I will say this. The one thing that they're reminding me of a little at this point are like the two Detroit teams that won it, where, yeah, they have Brunson and he's a star, but like their starting five was all really good. And like
perfect analogy.
Any it could be Billups or it could be Tayshaun Prince or it could be Ray Hamilton.
They check every box
they
as far as position by position.
Right, exactly.
You got your do-everything guy. You got your center. You got your power forward. You got your, all of that right now works. And we always thought, I'm going to throw we in there, but I'm just saying Knicks fans thought that when they got Bridges, they got Karl Anthony Towns, and they had Brunson, and they thought, this is what's going to happen. And it hasn't been like that. It's been ebb and flow for the last 2 years, despite going to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. And then this year, it's been a tough road. I mean, they were the 3 seed? The 3 seed?
It felt like they were just, their regular season just didn't live up to what everybody was hoping for.
But what everybody was hoping for is this.
Yeah.
Like this version of the Knicks is what they've been waiting on for almost 2 years.
Okay.
Come on over.
And to your
Come
point,
on over, Steiny.
To your point.
No, I'm not coming over.
Real quick, everybody is a Knicks fan in New York.
No, that's
so you have Yankees and Mets fans.
Exactly.
You have Jets and Giants fans. Those are it's like the Warriors here. You have Raiders and Niners fans, but they all come to the Warriors.
And I again, man, you've been to the Garden, right? Yeah. It's just different, man.
There's something about it. There's no doubt. All right, 888-957-9570. Do the Knicks have a shot, regardless of who they play? I see some calls. We'll get them. 888-957-9570. I didn't realize you were a Knicks fan. I knew Kenny was. I didn't know I was going to be double teamed here. Cam, you don't like the Knicks, do you? Ada. Good guy. All right, as you know, we're live on. I don't want my New York Knicks fan friends from back east winning the title. They're so obnoxious. Not like me at all. As you know, we're live on YouTube throughout the entire day. Just search 957 The Game and you'll find us. And now we're expanding the community for our super fans. Become a Game Pass Pro member to get early access to full-length shows, private AMAs, and exclusive content. All you have to do is go to YouTube, search 957 The Game, and sign up now to become the latest member of the Game Pass Pro.
All right, I need avocados, bananas, salad, steak.
Wow, does your grocery list have multiple pages?
No, but I skipped lunch, so now it's like my stomach is doing the grocery shopping. And besides, I'm earning cash back with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Hold up, you haven't heard of it? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants. And they added Lucky and Food Max stores, so we're pretty much covered wherever we go.
All those stores?
Yep, so not only are we getting a great deal on groceries, now we can earn cash back as well.
Okay, downloading Upside. Now let me copy your grocery list.
Great news! Lucky and Food Max are now on Upside. Download the Upside app and use the promo code SAVE8 to earn a 10% cash back bonus on your first grocery purchase. That's promo code SAVE8 for a 10% cash back bonus. Use promo code SAVE8.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
As temperatures rise in May, mosquito activity increases, often faster than we think. They tend to build around shaded areas and standing water, making it harder to enjoy your outdoor space. At ATCO, we focus on reducing mosquito activity so you can get back to using your yard comfortably. You can visit atcopest.com to to learn more or request service. And if you mention this station, we'll take 10% off your initial mosquito service.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Discover Silverado Resort, Napa Valley's playground for those who love to stay, play, and recharge. Tee it up with 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center. Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play kitchen and bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
The month of May is AAPI Heritage Month. That's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. If you're wondering how you can participate in the festivities, visit apasf.org for access to San Francisco's AAPI Heritage Month celebration guide. There are over 100 cultural events, including art exhibits, movies, book talks, music, comedy shows, and more. There's something for everyone to enjoy. Check out the celebration guide at apasf.org. That's apasf.org.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Like somebody knocked on my door once. He worked for UPS. And as he walked down the stairs, he's like, hey, remember me?
I know who you're talking about, Randy?
Yeah,
Randy.
Exactly.
Well, you know Randy. I remember Randy.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll take it a step further, Devone, and this could get me into trouble with Randy and his family. But if I remember Randy correctly, he was good player, real solid guy. I'm pretty sure Randy had a brother who was one of those guys who called all the fouls, I think. I'm pretty sure. Was it Randy and Roger? Randy's brother was a little ticky-tack for me.
I know who you're talking about. I don't think they were brothers. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right. We got a special guest. You know what? Let's do this right. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Evan Giddings, producer extraordinaire. He is in San Antonio on a little junket. And since he was in San Antonio, he went to the Spurs game last night. And, of course, he's a buddy of Dan Devone. What's up, Evan? How you doing, man?
Well, first of all, it's great to hear you two together finally on the air. This is a pairing I feel like this station has needed for a while. I didn't catch all the pickup stories. I don't know who Randy is, but I'm glad you guys are having a fun time together.
How's the game?
Oh, the bank was rocking last night. We were up there with the Pigeons. Literally could not get further from the court, but we could still see Wemby because that guy is tall as all hell and still looks like he's growing. The atmosphere was awesome, especially during that 20-0 run during the third quarter. The threes were raining. OKC was getting blown out. And the reposado, the mezcal, it was all flowing last night. Dan Devone knows what I'm talking about.
Hey, will you do me a favor? Like, you've obviously watched this series on television, right? And if you're in San Antonio for another game, and it's going back to OKC, did you happen to see the two women that are sitting behind Mitch Johnson that are getting a lot of airtime these days? And the cleavage. You better be careful. The cleavage that makes its appearance every time they want to take a single shot of Mitch Johnson.
I did happen to see them. We were on the Spurs bench side, so we caught. I guess you could call it the back side of the femme fatales. But yeah, those were the talk of the town last night. I also think Shane Gillis was courtside. He made a couple of appearances on the big screen. But there's a lot of talent out in San Antonio. Not many big women, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, you know who's bothering me, Evan?
Everyone?
The nuns. The nuns are bothering me. Let me tell you something. No group has gotten more of the benefit of the doubt than nuns. Seriously. I mean, you show a nun. Everybody loves the nuns.
Sister Mary Catherine in the tournament.
Let me tell you something about nuns. Some of them, vicious. They're vicious, Devone. Vicious.
See, we had the brothers, and the brothers would hit you. The brothers had full attitude and when I see a Brother Draper, and just like you see a guy and you're like, let's pay your respect. Like I see someone like that, and I have post-mortem because it sort of damaged me. Sorry, what's up?
If you yes, I can say it. I went to Catholic school, so I can say it.
I think all three of us went to Catholic school, but I don't think they're allowed to hit you anymore.
Many are not what they're cracked up to be. That's all I'm saying about.
You might be the only man on planet Earth with a beef with the late, great Sister Jean. You're the only person I know that would go after a woman of that stature. And I don't know if she's technically a nun, but she is a holy being. And, Steiny, I just got to tell you, this might be a win or a battle you cannot win.
What? Okay, you said she's a holy. What did you say? She's what kind of
holy being?
No, she's not. She's a person that decided to be a nun. She wasn't gifted anything at birth.
She's no longer with us, so be careful.
Oh, I'm talking about nuns in general. They're just yes. Did they have a vocation? Yes, but they're not touched by God.
I mean, Some of them. I mean, you know, what was my girl Montessori? Maria Montessori. Well, yeah.
Well,
I mean, look,
and you know what? We could go back and forth on the Montessori schooling too, but I don't know if that's appropriate. I got some issues with that.
What don't you have an issue with? The Spurs and the Thunder or the Knicks?
How about this? Devone thinks the Knicks got action.
Well, he knows
Of course
that.
he does. He's a New Yorker.
Hey, Ev, you know, off the top, Steiny said your friend Dan Devone, and I feel like I should correct him that we used to be friends, and he used to hit me up, like, let's go to the ship, let's hang out, but he's got a girlfriend now, Steiny.
Careful.
Oh, my God.
Oh, is that done?
No, it's
Holy
not
crap,
done,
it's been a
Devone,
week.
but I'm not a new man because of it. First and foremost, are you guys getting to the cafeteria today or what? Because I'm kind of jealous.
I can't.
I got...
Oh, my God.
I got some...
You're the glue, bro. Like, we're Steiny and I just going to stare at each other?
Exactly.
We need, we need to bounce some stuff off of you. It doesn't work.
Yeah, that's fair. I do have to say my late night hours are a little more wrapped up now, and that's kind of how it tends to go. But I absolutely got time for you, man. I mean, Saturdays have been a little more loose, and from 9 to noon, I'm still tapping in with you. I know what's going down, but honestly, I wish I was there a little bit. I wasn't at the bank last night. I'd absolutely be rocking with you two right now.
Hey, can the Knicks win the title?
No.
Well, go ahead, attack him.
Okay, first and foremost, Devone is a SI guy. He's San Francisco born and raised. He is a lovely West Coaster. He's taken me to the historic places in the city. He has shown me a time on the town.
Took you to the Balboa Cafe at 2 a.m.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But you are a New Yorker, and so I feel like you have been blinded by the blue, the orange, the gaggle of groupies outside of MSG. You are sipping the sewage in New York City right now. Can they win? Technically, yes. Will they? Absolutely not. They ain't beaten either of these teams, and you know it.
Have you seen, and I had to do this with Steiny, are you watching the playoffs, first of all? And you know they've won 11 games, and have you seen the way they've won 11 games? And are you witnessing the way this team has now been sort of repositioned with Mike Brown and what he's done with Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and the way Bridges is playing? This version of the New York Knicks, quite frankly, and has been proven over the last 2 weeks, is unbeatable. And when whether it's OKC or San Antonio, what's going on in New York is real. It's not an Eastern Conference thing that the Cavs suck and Philly's not very good. If you're not recognizing what it is that the New York Knicks are doing in the postseason, then, my man, I give you less credit than I typically do when it comes to you assessing NBA basketball.
Well, first and foremost, I saw what Kuminga did against them in the first round. What do you think that these horde of wings are going to do for the Spurs, for the Thunder? And then on a serious note, this team does kind of remind me of the 2017 Cavs, not from the standpoint that they got an all-time talent like LeBron James, but that Cavs team ran through the Eastern Conference. They lost one game en route to playing Durant, Steph, Clay, Dre, Iguodala, and they got absolutely torched in that series. To me, it's a lot similar to that, where though the Warriors were maybe more tested on their path to the finals, that Cavs team, which was still pretty damn good, I think they were top 3 in offensive efficiency. This Knicks team is in a similar category. To me, they're just going to run into somewhat of a blockade. I think they'd have an easier time with San Antonio, but if OKC wins, which I believe they will tomorrow, I do not see that series being competitive, to be quite honest.
What are your plans the rest of the weekend?
Well, we just got back from the Iron Cactus, which is a top 10 tequila restaurant in all the world, from what I've been told.
Oh.
Yeah. And we're probably going to grab a little nap here. My buddy is a hitting coach for the AA Padres team here. So we're going to step on over to the Wolf and then go watch that game. And then tomorrow is the Champions League final. We'll watch Game 7. I kind of do hope the Spurs win, because this city would be absolutely electric. We met a lot of cool people at the game last night. Everyone was very respectful, had a great time, a lot of families, and a huge amount of support for the hometown Spurs. So I kind of hope they do win, because then the downtown district will be popping.
Yeah, that's true.
But you're married, bro. Don't even think about that stuff.
You've been trying to get me married for years.
Hey, last but not least, did you get to the Riverwalk or the Quarry yet?
Yeah, so that's where the Iron Cactus is. And actually, I guess I left my AirPods on the plane, so I got to go to FedEx right now and get them shipped back.
I knew something would happen. I had you missing the flight. Of course you did. Devone, we got it. All right, Evan, have a great rest of the weekend. I got to talk to Devone about you. We got to work on some things.
Yeah, that's all right. But it is lovely to hear from the both of you. I'm glad you guys are having a great show from what it sounds like. I may or may not tune in on Monday when I'm on my way back, but you guys keep rocking and keep telling all those pickup stories from 1976.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Let me know when he hangs up so I can start ripping him.
At the end. I like it.
Let me know when he hangs up. Cam's still on the phone. He's got some nerve. He can't.
What's wrong with him?
I think there might be something up with a girlfriend. I don't know.
Seriously?
I don't like. I'm not his sounding board on that. Guru usually is. So
the last time I did a show with him,
but that was 2 weeks ago.
You know where we were at? He's like, I'm going to tell the parents, and we're going to meet. They're going to meet my parents. I'm going to meet theirs.
Yeah.
So this is going to be official. And I was giving him crap, and I'm like, is that what happens before you can address each other as boyfriend and girlfriend? Like before that moniker is made public, you have to go through. And he's like, pretty much. I'm like, it's a big step. We talked about this at length. That was 10 days ago.
Well, things move fast these days.
What the hell's wrong with this kid?
He's one of those guys. Like a lot of people, the more you get to know him, the more you don't like him. He's very similar to most. I'll tell you what, Bleacher Dave is on the phone, and he says he's in Alaska. Bleacher Dave is in Alaska, and he called for one reason, apparently. Can we take him? Thank you. Hey, Bleacher Dave, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, Steiny?
Hey, how are you? You in Alaska?
Skagway, baby.
Foot
of the Golden Stairway up over the Yukon, where the 1880ers went to die. You have to have 1 ton of supplies, or the Mounties wouldn't let you cross into Canada.
I love it. Bleacher.
Yeah, man.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you? I got a question.
Please. Yes, sir.
Have you seen any other black guys up there?
You know what? Oddly enough, I saw one with dreads. How about that?
There you go.
Working.
Skagway, very diverse.
Yeah. Yeah, bulls and wolves and airs. New York Knicks.
Yeah.
So, wait a minute. I think you gotta, I hate to say it, you gotta drug test your partner. Because I don't know what's in his coffee this morning, but the New York Knicks, what kind of Kool-Aid are we drinking here? Now, I'll say this. The Knicks are tough. I think the Knicks are the toughest team mentally, the most physical. They play hard all the time and have for the last 2 years. I also think it's way harder to repeat than people think, and that was a potential cause for doubting the Thunder. But at this point, with a broken Mitchell Robinson finger, I guess I read that this morning, there ain't no way in hell the New York Knicks are going to sniff the trousers of the Oklahoma City Thunders if they're lucky enough to get out of this game. Because I sure am hoping they get the eyes. Man, it's been fun. Before I jump off, you guys are burying the lead.
Oh.
The best basketball team in the Bay Area, the one that's going to win the championship, is tied for the best record in their league, and they treated Caitlin Clark real bad last night.
Yeah, they did.
Ballhalla is the next Oracle. It's a lot of fun. Please start talking Valkyries. I'm a season ticket holder, and we need an outlet.
Fair enough, Bleacher. Appreciate it. Have fun in Alaska.
Bro, you're hilarious.
What? I know Bleacher Dave.
That's just hilarious.
Right? It's Alaska.
Only you can go there.
What are you talking about? It's Alaska. You just close your eyes and try to picture it. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. By the way, I did put together, we were talking pickup basketball. I put together the 5 best pickup courts in the Bay Area. over the years.
What's number one? Oh,
No particular order.
Are we starting in San Francisco?
It's the whole Bay Area. All right, you ready?
Go ahead.
No particular order. The pickup games at Drake High School in Marin back in the day with the Chavez brothers. They're there. I would put the Marina in there. By the way, there's 3 courts at the Marina. There's the upper, the lower, and then the indoor.
Well, that's Moscone Field.
Yeah.
So you're talking about all 3 of them? Because the inside game, I would never play that thing. That thing was...
I played there on the weekends usually. I would get there really early.
You got to sit on the stage and wait to get paid.
We used to have some pretty good games there. Club One in Oakland and San Ramon. And then the outdoor games at San Ramon on, Bollinger Canyon. Those were good games. Bollinger Canyon. You know what I'm talking about? I think they got rid of those courts, though, now. They're, not there anymore, are they?
I'm not sure. I only golf around there.
Okay.
Can I go back to the Knicks for a second?
Yeah.
You know, there's a dude that I just love.
Josh Hart.
No, everybody likes that guy.
Okay.
OG Anunoby, man. That guy is... There's not a team in the NBA that couldn't use OG Anunoby. He's one of the best defenders. He's a two-way guy. He's big for his size, right? He's got the big shoulders. He gets to the rim. He can put it on the deck, and then he steps out and gives you there's nothing he doesn't do. And you know why the Warriors, obviously 2 years ago, when, he was on his way out of Toronto and Toronto was dealing with, the Warriors were one of the first to knock on his door. And now the big hang-up at the time was, okay, well, he's in the final year of his deal.
Right.
He's making, $42 million a year. The Warriors were dealing with apron situations we don't know that we can. But, aside from that, the big hang-up was Kuminga. They would not part. I swear to God.
I don't.
They would not. They're like, yeah, we don't want to move off of Kuminga. You can look it up. That's the reason, essentially, why they wouldn't pull the trigger on Anunoby.
Well, the other guy we talked about yesterday that they had interest in was Caruso when he was in Chicago. And here's the thing. You're telling me 2 years ago or about that time, the Warriors had an opportunity to acquire Caruso or Anunoby. Did they not tell Steph about it? You know what I mean? Did they not ask Steph and Draymond? Because, they're still trying to do stuff like that now with even older guys. So, Mike, did those guys know that they had cracks at those guys?
What happened with Caruso?
Kuminga, they didn't want to give up Kuminga. Now, I don't know, I don't know how much of that is real or not, but I mean, the deal they did for Kuminga wasn't the first one that came down the pike. I know that. They had to say no to everything that came down the pike before that. You a Kuminga fan?
It's not that I'm a Kuminga fan. I just felt the way he was handled towards the end, and he was DMP'd, man, for a team that didn't have Jimmy Butler and had no athletes, and couldn't even fill out it, and he's not getting any run. What's interesting about the whole Jonathan Kuminga sort of sojourn here with the Warriors is you get the feeling that Kerr was never in on that guy. He just was not, whether it was the defense, the basketball acumen, or the lack thereof, but if that's the case, and Kerr, Kerr's smart about these things and recognized that early on because it's always been a bad relationship, then why wouldn't the Kerr unload him? Was Kerr one of those guys who's nah, you know what? He's got too much talent. We got to let this breathe another year. Or was that Lacob saying, no, you're not moving off of, I don't care, it's Caruso, and I don't care, it's Anunoby. I'm just sort of curious of the nexus of all of that.
I got to believe that Lacob and maybe Dunleavy to a lesser extent over the last 3 or 4 years tried to talk Kerr into more of a role for Kuminga, and it happened in fits and starts over the course of Kuminga's career here. But then I do think something happened this past year. Maybe it had to do with the Oklahoma City game where, they were expecting him to play and he then didn't. But something happened this year where clearly Lacob was like, if we got to do it, I guess we got to do it. But I don't think Joe Lacob wanted to do it. And if he wanted to do it, it was only at the end.
It's just really odd, man. The whole thing with him just got really, really strange. But I think he's in a better place, and I don't know. What do you do with Porzingis?
Nothing. No, nothing. Problem is the Warriors have too many guys who, when you say, what do you do with this guy? It's like, whatever. You know, Melton's that way. I'd love Melton back. Why? For what?
Is he coming back?
I don't think so, but...
Who's the 2 guard?
Podsy.
No, that's right.
Podsy. Anyway. Hey, how do you think it went today?
I think we got, to be completely honest with you, I think we got off to sort of a weird start. We were like...
Well, Marcy coming in really throws a curveball into the situation.
I think the basketball sort of put us in a groove. But, there's nowhere to go but up.
Exactly.
It was a little, I felt like at the beginning, because usually I'm the angry dude in the room. And then, and then I think Nahagian came in, or I went to saw him, and I'm like, is this too much venom? He's like, yeah. He's like, hey, can we... Actually, I was like, yeah, well, what can I talk about that'll sort of,
He said something to me that I wanted to just walk out. He goes, remember we talked a little bit of Niners. And he goes, so, now the question with McCaffrey, it's not whether they're going to get, he wants that. He wants to carry it 35 times. So what do you, dude, it's May. It's May.
Are these mics on?
What are we talking about? We're talking about Christian McCaffrey's touches in May.
People want to know.
Yeah. Okay, here's what you know. They'll either limit his touches or Kyle will use them as usual. And then he's got to last the year. All right. I'm just kidding, boss. You know I love you. All right. That segment was brought to you by Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Escape and book your stay at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air in your room. A chilled complimentary bottle of wine awaits. Breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf. Book today at inatthetides.com. And there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they're looking for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law first. They take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555, 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, that means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger, truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American Value for American Values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, And I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called him. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100. And I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Wait! Before you change the station, listen to this.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and a tax deduction.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. Donate your car today.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Don't miss Smashing Pumpkins and the return to the Bay Area on November 8th at SAP Center with the Rats in the Cage tour. Buy tickets at Ticketmaster.com and for a chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hello. Are we back? Hey, we're back.
We've been back.
95.7 The Game. What's up, Dibs? Hold on. I could...
Steiny. Hey.
Devone. Right. It's the crossover.
Yeah.
And it's a Friday, which means we're sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Coming up in 10 minutes, the What's Bugging You segment.
Or who's bugging you.
In the meantime.
Yeah. And I'm looking right at
What are you doing?
What I'm doing is trying to get you guys all ready for the bit.
Willard.
I don't think that stuff is on.
What are you doing? He's kind of like, are you trying to be goo now?
He's not ready. He's not ready. And you are not ready. So what I'm trying to do is buy time.
I've got new respect. I've got new respect for all of you
30
guys.
years
This
in.
is-
Devone.
What are you doing? Did you hear him go off on the boss?
No, but he does it all the time. And
On the air, man.
He's a paper tiger.
He was imitating the guy.
He is a paper tiger. That's why I get on him.
Let me hear your impersonation.
Oh, I don't do impersonations.
He did. Well, he was mimicking him. He wasn't doing an impersonation. He was doing.
He was probably doing his yay voice, which is one of my favorites. Yay, we were show meeting. Yay.
The question isn't, should they run McCaffrey so much? It's, what if that's what he wants? Then what is cut? I'm done. I'm done.
Yep. This is special.
All right.
It's great. Good to see you, Dan.
Yeah, you as well.
Yeah.
What's going on with Willard? Like, he's throwing the whole
okay?
thing. You're
You wanna
throwing
know
the
what's
whole
bugging
thing
me
off.
right now?
You're throwing the whole thing off.
Dude, I can't hear any of you.
Right.
So,
If only we're the other way around.
Yeah, well, it's about to be. Bye.
Yep.
Dib, start us off.
I mean, it's a Friday, and the Valkyries, great win.
Really?
Great win at home.
Yeah, awesome.
In a sold-out crowd, and they shut Caitlin Clark down, and apparently they also shut her up. She didn't even make it to the podium.
Nope.
I'm a superstar, and I couldn't have a good game, so I can't speak. What's wrong with you, WNBA?
The two worst faces of leagues I've ever seen, Wembanyama and Caitlin Clark. They don't have to do media? Apparently they don't have to do media.
Right, apparently.
That must be nice.
Right.
So Steph Curry sets the stage for these guys, brings them, Caitlin Clark, to a higher place, and that's the way they treat the people that ushered him into this league.
So Wembanyama, Game 5, did not speak.
Nope.
Is that right?
In fact, he walked right by everybody.
And I would imagine in Game 6 that he had a lot to say.
Yeah.
Like in French and English as well.
I'm not sure about that.
Well,
but Dibs, we have a new golden boy in the NBA, and it is Victor Wembanyama. I mean, think about it.
Well, actually,
The elbow
we call
was
him the
premeditated.
silver boy because he only got the silver medal.
Okay.
So he's the silver boy.
The
is what he is.
premeditated elbow, nothing. Blowing off the media, nothing.
Sure.
And apparently they're going to let him goaltend in his career. Apparently he can just put his hand right in the cylinder, just stir it up like cake batter.
I get that. Shout out Betty Crocker. And just by the way, for all of you out there who like to bet, they lose tomorrow.
The Spurs.
Oh, yeah. OKC, it's going to be a classic Shea Gilgeous-Alexander free throw classic. Spurs lose by probably 8.
He hasn't been good.
He's been fine.
Last 4 games, he's non-existent.
Yep. But
why?
Why did they lose?
You're making it sound like the league wants Oklahoma City to win.
OKC's better. That's it.
Oh, maybe.
They're better
Game
and they're more experienced.
Game 7s are different.
Right, but I mean, I'm sure the Game 7 home record versus the Game 7 road record.
Sure, I get that. I mean, if you have home, you're the favorite.
Yep.
So favorites are going to usually win, but I like our Game 7 favorites winning. Is that a higher number than the normal favorite in a different game? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd have to Google that.
Like how does Game 7 at home compare to Game 5 at home?
Right, I'm sure Game 7 at home has a higher home win rate.
You
Forget
sure?
the spread.
Yeah, I think you'd be surprised.
I don't know about that. I just think Game 7s are different.
Look at you piling on Willard.
Yeah.
You know me. You don't know him.
What do you mean he doesn't know me?
He doesn't know you like he knows me.
No idea.
So
how
Devon
long-
immediately like, I'm going to gravy
Devon,
train on Willard.
How long we been knowing
My
each other?
God.
Devon, how long we been knowing each other? Dude, we got coffee like
hour?
what? 7 years
7
ago?
years ago, yeah.
7 years ago, dog.
What for?
Eat it.
How much radio you done with
Wait a
Willard?
minute. Why
the
were you
hell
guys
does that
having
have to do
coffee
with
7
anything?
years ago?
Knowing
Because-
somebody knows, it means nothing about how much you know them on the air.
Oh, now it's on the air.
Right.
We're
For
not-
clarifying this.
I think when we all went to dinner at Sam's, the 4 of us, did we not get to know each other better because we were off the air?
We got to know each other different.
I'd say that's a little deeper.
Y'all are jealous because I'm Devon's best friend of the group because we go back further than everybody.
You did. This was actually really fascinating radio today.
Oh, don't.
No, I'm serious. That was fun. That was fun listening to you guys go down.
The
memory
only reason
road.
we got there is because we hit rock bottom. And Steiny looked at me and was like, listen, man, the only way to save this show is just follow me.
I disagree. I disagree.
Well, after
You loved it so much, Hector Borg lost his job,
know.
and you're like, all right, back to the hoops court. Well, Kenny, like, whatever.
Of course, Kenny, the great Kenny, goes, well, I got some breaking news, but I'm not really sure if it's breaking news.
By the way, it was breaking news.
Well, he didn't hit the sounder.
I know, but it was sounder worthy. Thank you. Hector Borg.
Wotus. He's getting closer to that interim guy forever.
He is interim. It's just not interim manager yet. Yeah. No, there was no choice in that matter. The Giants had no choice but to do that.
I mean, I agree. I guess in theory, they could have given him the 10-game road trip to create some magic, but they couldn't. No, they couldn't unveil him back at Oracle again.
I mean, look. The bottom line is the players right now are running from second to third, and if they see him wheeling that left shoulder, they're looking over their own shoulder to be like, "I don't buy it, dude. I got to look out in left field and see." And you can't do that. You just can't do it. He completely lost their trust.
Who'd have thunk it? You can't just stick a guy in there.
Feels like we're not talking about Hector Borg anymore all of a sudden.
No, I was.
You sort of were. There were overtones of Vitello and Posey in that statement.
Oh, actually, no. No, not at all. I didn't even... No, I knew he'd never done it before. That's all.
Okay.
I mean, it
Well, he
wouldn't be the
has done
first.
it before. He just didn't do it for the Giants.
Yeah. But, I mean, where'd he do it?
Down on the farm.
What farm?
The farm.
Where?
Dominican.
One of the farms.
Okay. All right. Anyway, we got that to talk about.
Yeah.
It wasn't his night.
It was the afternoon. Anyway.
You give the Knicks a chance?
A chance, not a good one.
Jesus.
What?
There's no New York love at all today. Steiny and
I don't think they're going
Evan.
to win the series. I don't. They got a chance, I guess.
I'm just telling you, New York is absolutely out of its mind.
Yeah, it's a basketball town.
It is. And
I
a
can't
lot of
believe I
people
just called New York a town, but yeah, it's a basketball city.
You know what's up. It's like you got your Giant fans, you got your pockets of Jet fans, you got your Yankee fans. There's the Met people doing their thing in Queens. Everybody collaboratively loves the Knicks. Like that town they'll burn it down. I just call it a town as well, but like if they win that thing, and I do think, and I was telling Steiny not to get melodramatic, but if you step into that arena and you're OKC and you're San Antonio, there's playing in the NBA Finals if you're OKC a year ago and then stepping into the Garden where the whole world's watching. And I just think there's a little mojo going on there with this Knick team in the postseason where it's just these guys are playing out of their mind.
And rested. Yeah, and rested. Why
do you think they won't win it?
I don't think they're the better team. I don't think they're the better team. But they're hot. But to me, whoever comes out of Oklahoma, San Antonio, just beat the second best team in the NBA.
All right, that's fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I've been calling this series the NBA Finals for 3 weeks, so I got to stand on my business.
All right.
But the Knicks, I mean, it's an interesting finals. It's more interesting than I thought it was going to be in terms of a matchup.
I would agree with that.
2-3 weeks ago.
I would absolutely agree with that.
And if you go to the odds right now, FanDuel, Oklahoma City to win the whole thing is plus 130, and the Knicks are plus 200. Better than the Spurs. And that is in this moment if the Spurs win, the Knicks odds don't change. But what the odds are telling me is that they think it's going to be a much closer series than many of us do.
Yeah, I mean, coming in to the playoffs, I didn't give anybody in the East a shot, really. But the Knicks have played well enough, and the West is, I think the competitiveness of the West also plays into that. I feel like the Knicks have more of a shot than I would have thought at the beginning of the playoffs. I still think it's one of those things where it's a little bit of a recency bias. They're playing great. But the Thunder, the Spurs, they've been the better team all year. I mean, I just think they're better too. But I mean, yeah, the Knicks could win a couple games.
I don't think it's a sweep. I don't think it's a sweep.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think you have to look in the here and now. Like, I understand everything you guys are saying. OKC on paper throughout the year, San Antonio. But right now, as of, going into this series, the Knicks are as good as anybody, man.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, I do think what could show itself is Cleveland was really fragile, and these two teams that are playing in the West now are really good, and it's really competitive. And I think there is a scenario where we get to the finals and it's like, yeah, what were we thinking that the Knicks could win this series? That's just me. Let's see. You're listening. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I mean, 11 games in a row, is that right?
Yeah.
Against who?
Granted.
Yeah, that's all.
But when you're closing out by 40.
I get it.
And
I get it.
I'm just telling you, if you follow that team the last 2 years, like, this is exactly what it is that you thought they could be. They haven't been, but the way Bridges is playing, Karl Anthony Towns has got his role.
It's a good team. It's a good team. They were down 2-1 to the Hawks.
No.
You know what I mean? And then they've caught fire, but Hawks, Sixers, and Cavs. So
I think
this is a completely different challenge. You acknowledge.
This is what I would acknowledge, is that you're looking at either one of those two teams. I'm talking about OKC and San Antonio that won 7 games. And I was telling Steiny that the NBA postseason now is all about rest. Ever since they went to this format where you get 1 day off, rest is everything, which is why you need the higher seeds. Nobody's better rested than that of the Knicks. And the Knicks right now, the way they're playing basketball as of today is as good, if not better, than either one of those teams. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been exposed. You could say that's Wembanyama. You could say that he's more conscious now of flopping, whatever the reason is. And Wembanyama has got, he does, again, I just don't think he's well rested enough to have that sort of energy in which you need out of him to be the best player and for San Antonio to win a basketball game. You're smiling.
But I think you're talking through convincing yourself.
The Thunder.
He's trying.
The one thing about the Thunder is, like, they're deep. Like, they can, are you talking about if the Thunder get into the finals against the Knicks?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you think the rest that they're getting right now will pay off?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
9 days.
I mean,
and like these both these teams will have 3 days. Like, they're going to have 3 days from tomorrow to Wednesday.
The wear and tear of playing 7 games in a month of basketball. Maybe in the first quarter, it's a little clunky for the Knicks because they haven't played in a while. But as the series goes along, it all becomes about your legs, right? And as you get into the 5th, 6th, and if that goes 7 games, I give a clear advantage to the Knicks because they're the more rested team.
But they're not as deep as OKC or even as San Antonio, in my opinion.
OKC is doing all this without, like, largely, they're not even playing their second best player.
Well, and that could hurt him at some point.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
Played a little last night.
Mosquito populations increase rapidly as temperatures rise.
Standing water.
Atco Pest Control reduces mosquito activity around your property. Visit AtcoPest.com and mention you heard about Atco on the What's Bugging You segment and get 10% off mosquito services this month. All right, I'll start. What's bugging me is the new lottery rules. I mean, you got to be kidding me. And I'm not going to get incensed because it's not worth it. If they don't care, I don't care. There's always going to be 3 worst teams in the NBA. No matter what their record says, there's 3 worst teams. How you cannot give the 3 worst teams, how you can give the 4th worst team a better chance at getting a pick than the 3rd worst team is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. It is stupid. It's going to have unintended consequences that you can almost tell are already tended. Like, why don't you just be the 4th worst team and sit in place?
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I can't wait, Willard, I can't wait for Wembanyama to get hurt next year, them end 8, and then get the number 1 pick in the draft. I can't wait for that to happen.
Isn't it baked in that they're going to, like, review this 3 years from now or 2 years from now?
29.
Yeah. I think they're admitting that there are some issues with it, but at the same time, that's on the teams. It's not on the league. The teams did this.
I hope. I hope.
But don't
I
you
hope
agree?
The Spurs and the Thunder get the number 1 pick next year.
But the behavior of the teams did this.
But I think that
it's a reaction to the behavior of the teams.
While tanking has been around forever, I do think what happened in the last 2 years is an anomaly because this draft had 4 guys consensus, and last year was Cooper Flagg. And there, yes, teams absolutely planned for that, the Washington Wizards, no doubt. But I don't think that's, and now you could be, well, it's not going to be an issue, but if we had the same system next year, who's tanking? Like, who would tank? Maybe they would start tanking halfway through the year.
Well, I mean, you could argue that this will only continue and that teams, even if it's not a great draft, will start saying, let's tank because why not?
Yeah.
Anybody who knows that they're not going to win, why wouldn't they? That's kind of how this year felt.
Well, and this new system just moves the tank. And so kind of what you're saying, like now you're going to tank to make sure you're not like one of the 3 worst, but
right.
You're just going to move the tank to where you're not a play-in team, but you're maybe going to be borderline. We don't want to be bottom 3. Let's just win a couple and then tank. You just move the tank.
Yeah,
That's
and
all.
the window of the team, like the window of the teams that are going to get 3 picks is wide, like it's 10 teams, right? So you just have to.
There's 3 picks instead of 2. Like I didn't.
But no, it's 3. It's 3 balls.
It's 3 balls instead of 2.
I mean,
it's a nominal.
There's only 37 total.
I know.
balls.
So the percentage change is. I mean, I'd love to see someone try to manipulate this. I think they'll look ridiculous.
No. What I'm saying is, if you're sitting at 7, play in, not play in, like. There's no incentive to do anything. You just stay in that spot to get the 3 balls, and because you're not going to fall to the bottom 3, and you're not like I think it's just going to create a package of teams that just stagnate there.
Well, I mean that's kind of the point, isn't it? They stop incentivizing losing. They did. I don't know if winning is incentivized either, but
I mean. If you're a team that's going to get 2 balls, you might want to lose to get 3.
Good luck.
I'm just saying.
Because the team next to you is going to do the same thing. How do you out-lose, out-win, whatever? Anyway.
It just brings about the same problem, which is, do we want to lose to get the 3 or do we want to stay and get the 2? You're not going to try to push for the 1 unless you can really get into the play-in. The whole thing is like, just move the tank. That's all they did.
Yeah, see, I think the numbers are too nominal, and I'm interested to see the way it plays out. But anyway, I'll get to mine. Mine's a little weird, but for those who may know the area, Dibs, I know you do. There's wherever you or your kid plays Little League baseball, that's a special place. So there's a little place in Mill Valley called Boyle Park. It's kind of
iconic.
It's a romantic kind of a place.
Beautiful.
In terms of Little League baseball.
Dan, you love it.
The setting is really something. It's
idyllic.
So tomorrow, he's my 3rd kid. He's my last kid.
Oh.
They're in a double elimination tournament, and the first loss has already happened. So tomorrow morning, I actually think they'll win, but they're 12, so who knows? Anything could happen.
It's a must win.
Tomorrow could be the last Little League game for me as a dad.
I mean, bring it on, man.
For my little guy. And it doesn't matter. If it's not tomorrow, then it's going to be, next week or the week after. It's coming. And I'm feeling some type of way about it. This has been a huge part of my life and the kids' lives for, over a decade now. And so I'm thankful for all of the experience that we've had out there. I'm thankful to all the coaches, the parents, even the maniacal ones, the other kids, even the annoying ones, all the snacks that have been brought, all of the effort, all the dragging of the field, all of the things. And I'm just going to try to, I'm going to soak up every single moment that we got left. But it's kind of bugging me that it's about to end.
I mean, it doesn't have to end.
Well, sure
right?
It does. I ain't going to do what you're doing.
Well, it doesn't have to end.
I ain't going. I'm not. I ain't missing it that much.
You run it back. Well, then, quit your crying. I mean, if you're that bummed about it.
So he can't play on the next level?
The next level goes to a different venue.
Yeah, it's not the same as being 12. I don't know.
No. He's almost done with Little
Sounds
League.
to me like you're going to miss the venue more than.
There's something magical about 12-year-old Little League, like the whole idea of like we could make it to Williamsport.
Okay.
And the 7th and 8th graders, it's like, I don't know. You're 7th and 8th graders. Now you're just annoying. And we're at a different park and nobody comes to watch. And it's over.
Yep.
It's over. Like, yes, he'll still pick up a bat, but this is it.
Yep.
This is it.
It's different.
Kenny Loggins, right?
I mean, I'll let you think more about it, Dan, because, I mean, you got caught off guard here on 95.7 The Game. But what's bugging me is animal scat. Animal scat. I walk out today out of my front door, and I look, and there is a pile of clear-cut animal droppings, and now I have to think about, what is that? It's not a rabbit. Is it a skunk, coyote, deer, wolverine, moose? What are we dealing with? So now I have to take a picture of the said scat and figure out what I'm dealing with. Hey, animals, do me a favor and handle your business out in the wild. I live in a neighborhood, a cul-de-sac, not a cul-de-crap. Go ahead and contain yourself and go somewhere else, animal.
Why are you ruling out a human?
Because they are small, coffee bean-sized pebbles.
See, if you live in the city, that's the first one on the when you're checking off boxes.
Right.
I miss animal scat.
Well, in your neighborhood, it's like, oh, is that, German Shepherd or Jeremy Shepherd? Who are we dealing with here? Animal or animal? This was clearly not.
I kind of miss when I was a kid, the old dog squeeze that occasionally be lying around.
Yeah.
Now things are just in a bag. It's just, dogs have so many. I don't know.
Right. Now,
bugging you? Just say it's bugging you and we can tag.
In your neighborhood, you look down and you're like, what the hell is that? And you look over and he's like, sorry about that. Couldn't hold it. Sorry, Double D's.
All right.
Oh.
Is it my turn to play this?
I hope so.
Silly game?
It's not a silly game. It's sponsored. Brought to you by
sponsored.
Atco Press Control.
He's halfway out the
We
door.
got 90 seconds.
I know what's bugging Steiny, that he's still here.
No, 210-40.
Oh, you know what? I got one for you.
What?
Kendall George. Do you know what Kendall George is? You would, Pasta. AAA prospect, Los Angeles. Not AAA, AA.
Bat Dog?
Right. Get rid of the gimmicks of minor league baseball.
That's all minor league baseball is.
Do you see what happened to Kendall George? He's not only that, it's his speed, it's his legs, right? It's one of the reasons why he's on a fast track to the majors. He blew out his knee avoiding the bat dog. His career's in jeopardy.
After scoring a run.
What?
Guy on first. Batter hits a double. Guy on first scores. Dog runs out to pick up the bat. He had to jump over him. Hurt.
A bat boy could do the same. Dusty Baker's kid did this once upon a time. Well, that sucks.
Tony Patella.
Yeah, no
JT Snow saved the day.
Something happened at the French Open, too, right? Where somebody, it was an advertising, ledge or box. Somebody got hurt.
Huh.
See, you wanted to play your game. I just finished strong.
It's not a game. It's sponsored.
It's not
you
a game.
nailed it.
Going out on a high note.
You came up with it after a half an hour to think about it. You came up with one of those spots.
We used to stick mounds out in the outfield. Is it any different than that? Mac Williamson, concussion.
Are you defending Bat Dog?
I am absolutely defending Bat Dog.
I'm out, Steph.
All right.
Don't ever come down the road of dogs.
Devone, you got my number in case anything comes up and it's all.
Yeah,
we don't have to.
I'm not texting you.
I can just see you
You've
Monday
had my
morning.
number for 7 years.
This is 95.7 The Game. All right. Yeah.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do Friday, shall we? Okay, Dan O'Dowd, who used to run the Colorado Rockies, general manager, baseball ops, going to join us in 17 minutes. Mark Spears is on the show today as well. You and I still have not had an opportunity to talk about Triples Alley. It is Friday. We'll play higher or lower coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We're going to have to move it a little bit because Mark Spears is going to be at 4:15.
Fine. Yeah.
But we'll move that back a little bit, but we'll do it. And the Giants made the move.
What move? Like Hauser, Malley, Brennan, Eldridge? What move?
Hector Borg.
First base coach?
The first base coach, yeah.
No, the third base coach. Did they move him to first?
The third base coach, yeah.
They moved him over to first?
Third base coach. Sorry, my mind's on first base coach. That's my role with the Little League game that we're going to play tomorrow morning. Sorry.
And good luck.
Third base, thank you so much. It's a huge deal. Little 12-year-old kids, they'll get a snack afterward no matter what. But anyway, yeah, Hector Borg. They made the move.
Reassigned.
Yeah.
Good. I mean,
that's it. That's it. I mean,
I hope the new guy doesn't make a mistake.
You spent 48 hours here over the last 2 days talking about how nobody ever does this and the Giants can't do this.
I mean, it's done that, but I hope the new guy doesn't make a mistake.
Of course he will. Everybody makes mistakes.
Well, he better not make a mistake.
That's not what this is about.
Because the old guy makes mistakes, and we don't know him, so now he's gone.
Plural.
But the new guy...
Plural.
Right.
And bad ones.
The old guy, Matt Williams, made plural, literally back-to-back days, and people wanted his job, but they didn't come for him.
Nowhere near this
we'll see.
Yeah.
And, Ron Wotus is a guy who he'll do it on an interim basis. I would bet that he probably does it for the rest of the year.
Yeah,
Who knows? But, hopefully for you, Ron, everything goes good.
I don't know that that's even that's kind of a strange place to take the thought process, in my opinion.
Like where would you take it?
Like the San Francisco Giants are like Buster Posey. I would argue over the last year and a half, you can hate some of the decisions that he's made, but they're very active. Like he doesn't sit and wait, and that's kind of, to me, the characteristic that stands out. I'm not going to defend all the things that he's done. I don't know how you could. It's still my take that it's too early to have an overarching view on Buster Posey. He's still kind of now coming out of the transition of wanting to rework the farm system and redo this and redo that. But that's a characteristic that we see from him. When he sees something, he'll go after some sort of a change. Rafi Devers in the middle of getting ready for a Dodgers series in the middle of June. Patrick Bailey on a Saturday morning when nobody saw that coming. And Hector Borg, I mean, we did see this coming, but I don't think a lot of people thought that it would be today. I did, but I don't think a lot of people thought it would be that quick. Look, it's easy to crap on the Giants right now, and they deserve it. I understand that. But they're not sitting there looking at this in the way that many would like them to look at it, which is, this season sucks, so who cares? Let's just throw it all in the garbage can. And I think that's what we're seeing today. There's still a season to play. There's a lot of baseball left. And the players did not trust the guy over there at third base. That's important, and they made a move. And so I appreciate that as a Giants fan. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. And, I mean, that's all fine and good. But to me, this is kind of like when you replace your long snapper in football. Like, you might have better snaps and you might have better holds and field goals and punts, but ultimately the bigger things that are wrong with this team are still wrong with this team.
I hope it doesn't sound like I'm saying the Giants are fixed.
I'm not saying you're saying that.
Yeah,
but this is a very small thing, and it was a problem, and it's an easy problem to fix.
Right.
And now you fixed it. So now all eyes on the base running and all eyes on Ron Wotus as long as he's there, and we'll see how he does, because to me, the bigger issue, and you put Hector Borg aside, the bigger issue is you have no speed. Your base running is terrible. You're fourth in baseball in outs on the bases. And so it's more than just a guy saying go or stop. And so I want to see if you as a team can actually run the bases better.
Of course, those are bigger issues. But to me, that doesn't have anything to do with this. Do you know what I mean? Like if the pipes are bursting at your house and you also have laundry that is really building up in that hamper, well, the pipes are the bigger issue. It also means you should clean your clothes. You can't just sort of poo-poo what the Giants did today because it's not their biggest problem. It is a fixable problem. It was a problem. You got to fix it, and they did. And so, the other ones are more complicated. I mean, we can have that conversation of, okay, now what's next?
Right.
But I know where most people's minds will go, and they'll go to third base, and we'll talk about Matt Chapman, and that's completely more complicated because he makes $25 million a year and has a no-trade clause. So that's more complex. I know what I would do with Matt Chapman. In this moment, I know what I would do with Matt Chapman. I would ride it out for another 2 to 3 weeks until Elliot Ramos gets back, but I would have in the back of my head that if he doesn't start hitting the baseball over the next 3 weeks, when Ramos gets back, Casey Schmidt moves to third. That's what I would do. And if he gets benched, he gets benched.
Right.
And he's a pinch hitter now.
Well, and then maybe he actually wants to be traded, which is what you, privately might hope for.
But somebody has to want him too.
Right.
Someone has to want to acquire him in June.
I mean, you might want to acquire him based on the fact that he's a really good defensive player. And if you're a team that already has a lot of offense, you don't have to worry about the fact that he's hitting, 240 with 1 home run. That doesn't bother you as much when you have a team that, could put him in the 8 spot or the 9 spot. But you're the Giants and you need him to be your 5 hitter. You don't want him to be your 6 hitter. Ideally, he'd probably be your number 2 hitter or
I'd like
number
him
3.
To be the 10th hitter right now, actually.
Exactly. And that's the problem with this team, team with no offense, and you play him because you have to kind of play him. You have no one else.
Yeah, but people forget that this stuff, it comes in waves. And what we're frustrated by is what we've seen over the last 3 to 4 weeks. We were all sitting around having a conversation about this before we came in here to start the show. And people forget that when April ended, Rafi Devers couldn't hit a fastball, Willie Adames couldn't hit anything, and Matt Chapman was hitting 280. People forget that. There have been 2 months of baseball, and in one of the months, Matt Chapman was the best of the big 3. And then in the other month, he's the worst of the big 3. But that's what's most recent. Now Devers is hitting the ball. Adames is still, he's still driving people nuts because he's too happy. But he's hitting the ball a lot better. And now Matt Chapman is the guy who can't hit the baseball. And so that's going to be center stage right now. But guess what? Another month is about to start. I don't, maybe he'll figure it out. That means Matt, you know what I mean? His average is actually 15 points higher than it was 2 weeks ago, for whatever the hell that's worth.
Right. I mean, he's 11 points below his career.
Yeah, he's hitting 229. 3 weeks ago, he was hitting 215.
His career is 240. Yeah. So the average is not the issue. The issue for me is the fact that he has 1 home run.
Sure, I agree.
And his average over the course of his career is 27 per season, and he's got 1. So, what's the deal with that?
I don't know. And by the way, that one happened in Game 5.
Right.
Game 5.
That was before the catch the bleeping ball.
Same series. It was the day before that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the whole graphic of, home runs since that, and Casey Schmidt has gone from that moment to, becoming their best hitter. And, Matt Chapman is, kind of a punch and Judy guy at third base, which you can't have.
See, but isn't that, I love that you just brought that up. Let's think about this for a second. So, exactly 50 games ago, the Giants are in Game 3 in San Diego. They had been swept by the Yankees. Then they go to San Diego. They win 2 baseball games, the second of which is when Matt Chapman hit his home run. The third game of that series, the Giants, in fact, their only shot at 500 baseball all year long was that baseball game to get to 3-3. And that was the catch the bleeping ball game. They lost that baseball game. But think about what we were talking about that day. Chapman is a team leader. He is a old standby. He had homered the day before. And Casey Schmidt was this utility plus person that they would move around the diamond, and you were thinking, okay, maybe Casey shouldn't be over at first base. They're forcing this position on him. 50 games later, Casey has homered 12 times and should be an all-star, and everyone wants Matt off the team. Well, so it can change and go the other way as quickly as it went that way.
And if you look at Matt Chapman's history, and this is the weirdest thing maybe that I've ever seen, March and April, Matt Chapman for his career, 813 OPS.
That's huge.
May, 680. His career. June, 833.
Okay.
Then 813, 842. September, October, 709. Something about June, July, and August. Maybe he's a guy who is like a solstice baby, and he's just waiting for like the change and, I don't know, longer days. But, Mark, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Like April and March, he has an 813. He's got 37 home runs. In May, his batting average is 221, which is even lower than it is now. And he doesn't hit home runs. He doesn't drive the ball. But come June, he's back to being the Matt Chapman you expect.
And that's Monday. So we're good.
I don't know if I can wait till Monday, Mark.
He's in Colorado for the final 3 days of May, so maybe that'll help. He's got a big outfield out there. He's got some thin air. Maybe he can just grind out a couple of hits for the weekend, and then it's June, and everything's fixed. I mean, who knows?
Super weird splits.
It's super weird, but
normally, you're bad in April, you're a little better in May, and then it's like pop, pop, pop. He's good in April, and then like May, what's going on?
I mean, how many people, especially Boston people, were hitting us up on social media when Rafi Devers couldn't hit a fastball in April? And I don't know if you got these tweets. Everybody was so upset with Devers, and then there would be Boston people who were like, I don't know, mad, and so they would search Rafi Devers on Twitter so that they could say mean stuff.
There's a guy named Dom who was coming at risotto. Is it Dom?
Was it Big Dom?
It's Dan, NorCal Sports TV.
No, not that guy.
Whatever it is. No, but
not that guy.
I saw a lot of like risotto and Dan back and forth.
Yeah,
like,
Dan.
How you like him now?
Dan's a ambulance. He just shows up when stuff's bad and tries to capitalize on it. Yeah, exactly. But my point is there would be Boston people who are like, hey, don't worry. First of all, we told you that Devers was going to piss you off, but don't think that he's going to not hit all year. He does this in April every single year. And then the calendar hit May, and he started hitting the baseball.
Yep.
By the way, what is it? Do you have it in front of you? I can get it if for a second.
For Devers?
I want Rafi Devers May OPS. Just Rafi Devers May OPS.
For his career?
No, this May.
Oh, yeah.
I got it right here.
Probably about 950.
897.
Yep.
That's huge. That's all-star stuff. 897 OPS. But his April OPS was 516.
Yeah, not great.
That's so bad.
Matt Chapman in 14 games at Coors, an OPS of 960.
Well, let's put him in the lineup.
A lot of people at Coors have a inflated OPS, but he's got, 3 home runs in 14 games.
Well, I think the Giants did the right thing today. I know it sucks. It's never fun to have somebody have to get reassigned. And I'm glad he was reassigned. He was not fired. I know he's been going through it. I know his grandmother passed away recently. I feel for Hector Borg, but you can't have him be the third base coach anymore, and they didn't. So I appreciate that. Record be damned. I appreciate that. If you want to be, the word credibility keeps coming up. If you want to be a credible organization, you have to have trust amongst each other, and they didn't trust him. So that's all. We're sponsored by Cache Creek Casino Resort. Ready to fill your cart with cash prizes? Join Cache Creek Casino every Sunday in May to win up to $1,000 cash from 1 to 6 p.m. and then check out at 7 for up to $20,000. Fill your cart and cash in. Dan O'Dowd used to run the Rockies, so roster construction, the Eldridge situation, Posey, Vitello, all of it with Dan joining us next on a Friday. This is Willard and Dibs. And it is Willard for Underdog. NBA playoffs have been rolling. Boy, we got a big one tomorrow night. And Underdog is the best place to get in on the action. It's very easy to play. Just pick whether your favorite players are going higher or lower on stats, like points, rebounds, steals. My favorite player right now, Wembanyama. Let's go higher on blocks tomorrow night in OKC. Download the app today. Use my promo code, Willard. That'll score you $50 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is my last name, Willard. You put that in there, you get money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-MY-RESET or go to ncpgambling.org.
Question. Real estate in California. What the Seriously, can someone help? What's an escrow? What's an ARM? What is an REO? What is pre-approval? Can I get pre-approval? Why is inventory so low? Why are interest rates so high? Oh, interest rates not so high? How low is low? How not so high is right.
Before you go down the road of questions, get expert help at championsofhome.com. California Association of Realtors. Who's your realtor?
Hey, everybody, it's Dan Dibley here. All right, summer's basically here, and if you're still trying to figure out your weight loss program on your own, come on, that do-it-yourself thing only gets you so far. That's why I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD. They are local, and they've been helping people around the Bay for so many years, and you actually work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan just for you. And yes, they offer access to a GLP-1 medications at some of the most affordable rates around. If you've been waiting till summer to finally get serious, well, don't wait until June and panic. Start now and get ahead of it. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com today. I met with my clinician last week, and I'll tell you what, the plan that she laid out for me is already working. The pounds are coming off, and I can't wait to go back and revisit and have this program take me even further. Get on board today. Call 855-JUMPSTART or go to jumpstartmd.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the range.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm looking forward to this conversation for sure.
Yep.
Because doesn't everything with the Giants this year, the Bryce Eldridge situation, blocking players positionally, dudes are all over the diamond.
Rookie manager out of nowhere?
Right, catchers are in the outfield. So we're kind of like confused, I think, collectively as a fan base.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Roster construction.
I need help.
Why don't we talk to somebody who I think can shed a little light? He ran the Rockies for years. He's awesome across baseball media circles now. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, it is none other than Dan O'Dowd. Hey, Dan, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, thanks for making me come into this and trying to explain the roster construction. You guys are not setting me up to have a really good call here, are you?
We need answers, Dan.
So can you explain the unexplainable, Dan?
Well, it's a tough one. I mean, the reality is, I don't know if any of us, including the three of us on this call, would have imagined that the core of this team I'm not even counting Lee in that core. I'm just looking at Adames and Devers. I'm following the money trail. And Chapman would have a combined WAR that's below replacement level. I think it's 0.7. And Matt Chapman would have one home run. I don't know if any of us, including Buster and the whole front office, could have any way, shape, or form predicted that. But that's kind of the box they're in right now. I think if you really get to the heart of the issue, listen, they haven't been good in any phase of the game. But I just feel like offensively, it's just been such a grind for them to score any runs. And they're so box positional players because their best young position player really can't get in the lineup because of how the roster is kind of constructed. And then one guy who's had the breakthrough year in Schmidt, he can't get in the lineup either because of the way the roster is constructed. So, it's a mess right now without a shadow of a doubt.
And I wonder about the whole preconceived notion and the baseball ideology of when you call a guy up, you're going to play him every day. And it feels like the Giants haven't been able to do that. When you look at the Giants roster construction and Bryce Eldridge being up here, how are they supposed to navigate that?
They really can with the roster the way it is right now. And that's a shame because he's a great looking player. Honestly, he's got a chance to be a really good player in a very difficult ballpark to hit in. He's the one guy that brings power to a club. They just don't hit. Offensively, this club does not hit home runs, and they don't walk a lot. They don't strike out as bad as some of the other teams do. But when you don't hit home runs and you don't walk, you're not putting pressure on the other opponent's defense at all. This is the one kid that can actually make that ballpark look normal. But I don't know how you get him on the field because you got Devers and you've got, the Chapman situation and the DH situation. You just got to pick your poison, and someone's going to have to sit because this kid needs to play. But Schmidt's been taking up a lot of those at bats too. And you can't run him into left field because your defense, which hasn't been great to begin with, all of a sudden that gets dramatically worse. And that's a difficult ballpark to play the outfield in. So you can't run somebody out there that's not accumulated. And the one thing I want to make clear is that, listen, I sat on the other end from getting pounded by the Giants year in and year out. And I always thought that ballpark lent itself such a competitive advantage, guys, because the kind of style of play you have to have in San Francisco plays well on the road where you don't hit a whole ton of home runs, but you get on base, you use your off gaps well, you're constantly putting pressure on your opponents. And back in those eras, they were kind of like slump. They didn't get into slumps because they executed the game offensively so exceptionally well, and that translates really well on the road. They just don't have that kind of offense right now at home, which makes the road woes that much worse.
Oof, you're speaking our language right now. Dan O'Dowd, former GM of the Rockies, is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. I have so many questions, Dan, especially since you just brought up you think Bryce Eldridge is a really good-looking young player, and you're talking about the ballpark and kind of what works there. In many ways, I feel like through the years it's been like Coors Field, right? There's a big outfield. You need some speed. You need defense. That's what won them World Series back in the day. But look at now, and this is what I want to ask you. If you're going to have Rafi Devers and Bryce Eldridge man first base and designated hitter for years to come, does it make sense to have a 415-foot right center field power alley.
No, but I can tell you, like, in just looking at this from a 30,000-foot view, and I don't know what the Giants are dealing with day in and day out. Everybody in that position makes bad decisions. When you're making decisions on player acquisitions, you're not going to hit 1,000. You're not even going to hit 500. I can't imagine the Giants moving forward with both of those players, and the player that they probably need to move is the one they just acquired a year ago. Now, I realize, like, how the hell are you going to move that guy? Well, he's 28 years old, and I realize he signed through 2033, talking about Rafi right now. I'm not sure that ballpark's a good fit for him. And I don't see him playing with the same freedom that he played with in Boston, that sense and air of invincibility that he had. I mean, this guy hit good fastballs all the time in Boston. He doesn't hit good fastballs right now. I think the ballpark's in his head. I don't even think moving in that gap's going to change that. And so I think they've got to figure out a way out of that deal, quite honestly. I think, and I think every contract's movable in the game. As well, hey, listen, I moved Mike Hampton, so I can tell you every contract is movable in the game.
Wow.
You talk about a bad decision. That goes to the top of the list. But I think it just gets down to how much pain you want to go through. You're not going to get good players back, and you're going to have to eat a ton of money. But at some point in time, I think it's opening up an opportunity for Casey to play all the time, too. Because you know what? You want players like Casey who you drafted high and struggle a little bit to try. All of a sudden, he starts to figure things out. He needs to play every day. However that's going to happen, he needs every day at bat. So I don't see how the roster construction can work moving forward. I think you need to move the most expensive player and create whatever flexibility you can create in your payroll by doing that. That's, again, my opinion only.
Does it strike you as a surprise that they got Devers in the first place, knowing that he was going to move to first base and you had Bryce Eldridge already in the wait in AAA?
Yes and no. I mean, the Giants have been big game hunting, as you guys know, for a long period of time, and they've had a really difficult time getting the guys that they've earmarked to come there, and very simply because it's a hard place to hit. It's like Seattle doesn't attract those kind of players either. And so I just felt like they looked at his age, and I think they saw how much money was owed to him, but just said, like, at his age, the kind of contractual commitments they made to other players that were older than him to try to get him to come to San Francisco. I thought they really thought they were adding an aircraft carrier. It simply has not worked out that way. And, just watching the kid play, he seems like he's not connected right now to the organization in a way that he was prior to this, in a way good players have to be able to perform up to their capabilities in any environment or situation. So, listen, I just think it hasn't worked. And so at some point in time, I don't think Adames or Chapman are movable. I think you got them. But you just got to hope they play better, because there's nothing you're going to do with those contracts. Devers, I still feel like, in the lack of offense there exists for some contending clubs in the game, there's an opportunity to do something there.
Wait, so Dan, that was fascinating, because like 2 minutes ago, you're like, all contracts are movable, and then you're like, Adames and Chapman are not movable. You think those...
Well, yeah, I mean, Matt's got one home run, and defensive metrics have gone back this year. I mean, just reality is, listen, I like those players, so I just feel like you got to wait for those players to get better and then look to move them at that point in time. They're better than the way they're playing right now. Some of Willie's mistakes I don't get, because... Listen, when you watch this guy play in Milwaukee in particular, I mean, he was the glue that kept that team together. I mean, he was like the guy. He's durable. He plays every day. He got big hits for them. He was emotionally connected to his teammates. He made good baseball awareness decisions. He's not doing any of that right now. And so you just got to figure out how to unlock him mentally, and you just got to hope those guys start playing better. And I do believe they will. I don't think that they're not at the regression point of their career that they should be playing this poorly. All I'm saying is you can move Devers, because at 28, I still feel clubs can look at him and see the upside that he might bring. Even I realize it's $30 million a year. You're going to have to buy that down significantly.
Dan, this is fascinating because, okay, you've suggested that move, and I sort of wonder if that would be your next move. In other words, look at the Giants right now. understand the whole picture. It's still not June yet, so the deadline is 3 calendar flips away still. But you're 22-34. I think you're speaking a lot of truth right now. If you were running the team, the next thing you'd be looking to do is what?
Probably looking at the value I could get for Robbie Ray. And the more starts you give a team in contention, Robbie Ray's a really good starting pitcher. The more starts you can give a team. And I'm not saying, guys, listen, that second wild card, I mean, the Giants are sitting, I think, how many games back? That's 8.5
it's
games
like
back.
8.5, yeah.
I mean, anything can change. I'm just looking at more of the big picture on how the club is constructed and how do I get not to just contend for a second wild card, how do I get back to being an elite club again and not getting caught up with how many games we're out of first place or how many games we're out of the second wild card right now. First place is 14. They got no chance to catch that. And so Robbie Ray's a great asset. I mean, a really, really great asset in the game. There's not a ton more for me that I think are going to bring back significant amount of talent. Logan Webb, he's only got $90 million left on his deal. He is too important to the franchise. That would be a complete rebuild from the bottom up. I can't see the Giants doing that or their ownership group having a desire to do that. So I'm holding on to him, and I'm trying to see if I can turn this thing around as quickly as I possibly can. So, anyways, I'm probably not the greatest answer. I don't think there's a ton of easy it's not a fix that I'd be looking at. It'd be more of a triage I'd be looking at.
Yeah, a tourniquet, Band-Aids and the whole thing. What about Luis Arraez, a guy who is almost at 800 OPS and he's batting 325? I mean, a one-year deal. What kind of a market does he have?
In Major League Baseball, fourth in Major League Baseball in hitting velocity, which is crazy in our game. That guy's just a crazy good hitter. And on top of it, if you look at his defensive metrics, I mean, he's played second base way better than anybody thought. Yep. What a great signing on their part. Honestly, though, as evidenced by the lack of interest in him in the offseason, I think he might be a better piece to hold on to moving forward because he is the kind of player that profiles there really well, the kind of guy we were talking about early on in our discussion. He doesn't strike out, uses the entire field, he gets on base, he really sets up the rest of your lineup exceptionally well, and he hits velocity for a club that doesn't have a lot of guys that, hit high velocity very well at all. So I would think that the level of talent you get back for him may not be the level of impact he can have moving forward with your organization.
Dan O'Dowd, former GM of the Rockies, is with us on Willard and Dibs. Dan, this is not a guy who gets talked a lot about here, but I'm fascinated by the situation. He was not a Buster Posey signing. He's not one of the big three contracts. He's contract number 4. Jung-Hoo Lee has a career WAR of just 2. That's it. And has north of, he's got over $70 million still owed to him if you count this year and then 3 more seasons. What do you think of his contract? And if you were Buster, what are you looking to do there?
Can you ask me an easy question? I mean, guys.
Sure. Let's see. What's your first name?
Johnny Level is playing in San Jose. I think he's going to be an impact type player for the Giants. He's crazy talented, guys. Listen, I think he's right now what he's showed so far at the big league level. He's a 4th outfielder on a really good team, and doesn't impact the baseball. Doesn't impact the game with his speed. He's okay in the outfield. He hasn't shown durability. If it walks like a duck and it acts like a duck, it's a duck. And so I think you have to embrace him for what he can bring to your organization, notwithstanding how much money he's got. And then you got to build your roster where he can be used in a way to maximize whatever the ability he has to bring day in and day out. But I think complaining about his contract or looking at what he does not bring to the party only creates a really bad negative attitude around the entire organization. And this is an organization right now, it's got a lot of bad vibes going around it. It seems like there's a disconnect between the front office and the manager a little bit in reading between the tea leaves. So the last thing you need to do is add more crap to that mix. You just need to accept it the way it is. And as you get to build your club moving forward, you got to put him in a role that's, consummate with what his contribution level can be.
You mentioned the manager, and he never was in pro ball, and he came from college, and now he's barely a third of the way through the season. At what point is it fair to judge Tony Vitello, and what did you think of the hire in the first place?
I like Tony. I worked with him on the draft. I think the one thing I really did, I had respect for Tony's ability to evaluate players. I thought in watching college baseball the way I do, I thought he had a really keen eye on younger players in particular, and he recognized hitters exceptionally well. I just think you can't evaluate him with the roster construction. I mean, when I've never been around a manager that's good when your team just doesn't hit. I mean, it's a helpless feeling as a manager when your star players just don't hit. There's nothing he can do. Like, he can try to get him to relax and stay within himself and try to create a fun atmosphere, but there's nothing fun about the game of baseball when you're losing games. Trust me. It's miserable. And it's just really hard to go through. I got to imagine for a first-year manager, it's even more challenging to go through that. But I just don't think you can evaluate Tony on this shortest sample size with the roster construction. I think if you wanted to ask Tony any question, would be, why did you take the job to begin with knowing how the roster construction was?
Yeah. I mean, speaking of tough questions, by the way. So, Dan, you just said a minute ago that you sense a disconnect between the manager and the front office. I think I'd love to hear you expand on what it is you see specifically.
And again, maybe I'm reading the tea leaves. So let me tell you from my perspective, when you are expected to be competitive, and expectations are a dangerous thing in our game, when your expectation is you're going to be competitive and you're having the year like you're having, it is normal to have disconnects in the process and relationships between what the front office is seeing day in and day out and the view they watch the game from and the context they're evaluating the game in versus how a field staff watches the game from. Simply from sitting in a dugout looking at the game from the angle they do is totally different than sitting in a box and looking at the every player on the field and how they're moving. You start having questions about development practices, what's being done, what can we change, is the data being used appropriately? You begin to micromanage and question everything because every person that's involved in the game of baseball wants to feel that they can contribute and make a difference when things aren't going well. When in reality, probably the best thing to do when things are going this poorly, and it's going to sound crazy to you, is nothing. Literally nothing. Because by trying to force lineup constructions or use of personnel or lack of development or progress in player plans, you're just creating further tension because none of that's going to make a difference in the period they're in. Simply, the good players just have to start playing up to their ability. So when I make that comment, I'm saying it's normal to be in that. But I read an article where I think it was Zach talked about, well, the lineup construction and the use of roster is totally up to Tony. That's not our gig. That's totally up to him. That's in me. Even in the non-era of analytics, going back to the beginnings of my career, that just was never the case. So if that's happening in the Giants, that's the first time ever for me, because you're always having discussion with your managers about player usage and how best matchups, and it's even more prevalent in the game today because you can see pitch shapes versus swing paths. So you always know who the better matchups are. So I just didn't buy that. And so I read that in maybe poorly and wrongly that, hey, I'm distancing myself from that decision. When in reality, you all have to circle the wagons when you're going through this because really everybody is culpable. Everybody's had a responsibility, and it's going to take everybody to get out of the hole that you've dug yourself. And so maybe I'm reading into that, guys, more than I should have, but that's how I read into them.
No, and I get that. And actually, Mark and I read into it the same way. Yep. And, in light of that, do you think they've put Tony Vitello in an untenable and a difficult situation?
I think any manager, I don't care if it was Bruce bringing Boach back with his years of experience. I think any manager that's in this particular situation right now where you're 4 highest paid players, and I only did 3. You had to drop Lee on me. And I didn't even add that one in.
Yep.
Your 4 highest paid players just aren't even playing up to a replacement level performance. So you could have the Hall of Fame manager in that situation, and they're going to struggle. And then you lose your best starting pitcher from May 5th, and he wasn't pitching that well before that. It's like the WBC hangover. And it's just, and then you got a bullpen, guys. I mean, the Giants have always had dominant bullpens. And Brian Sabian was always able to take these spare parts, like Javi Lopez and Jeremy Affeldt, who pitched for me. They were like a juggernaut out there. Now they have a bullpen that strikes no one out, and yet I think they're third in the league in strikeouts, but they're third highest in walks in your bullpen. So now you have the best thing you can do for a young manager is you got a lockdown bullpen. So he knows, like Stratomagic baseball, in the 7th inning I'm going here, in the 8th inning I'm going here, in the 9th inning I'm going here. And we're going to win the games that we have a chance to win. I mean, if the Giants had done that already, I mean, they wouldn't be 22-34. They'd probably be 6 games under 500, and maybe this conversation wouldn't be as bad as what we're having right now. But now you've got a young manager, and he's trying to figure out who can get outs for him in the back end of a bullpen when this high leverage situations. It's a really hard thing to do, even for an experienced manager.
So, Dan, real quick, I think this is the tough one for everybody. This city, as you well know, boy, they love Buster Posey. But at the same time, we're getting to know a new side of him. This is not the player. This is the president of baseball operations. These things we're talking about, do you see them as inexperience? Is it too early to assess? What should everyone's early thoughts be on what we're seeing with Buster Posey, the exec?
Well, I can tell you, I spent, with John Harding, Cleveland, 2 incredible runs. I felt like I was the GM there, and John was the president of baseball operation. So maybe it was Ford Field too, which is like a whole nother conversation for that unbelievable challenge. But I mean, it's pretty humbling when you sit in that seat. You think you have a lot of answers to the test, and then you're the one actually having to take the test. And I can tell you, I was not a good general manager my first couple of years in Colorado. I made a lot of bad decisions, emotional decisions. I thought it was like, all the way the world was on me, and I thought through my intellect I could figure things out. I mean, the game just humbled the absolute crap out of me. And then I got better. I felt I got better. I think probably the fans of Colorado thought I never got better, but I felt like I became way more stable in my decision-making process. And so even with Buster's background and as great a player he was, this is a learning curve for this role. And sitting on the seat as a board member and looking at the thing from 30,000 feet, I'm sure that he felt like he had answers to the test. It's just different when you actually are the one taking the test. I will say I was surprised, and I don't know Zach at all, his GM, but I think that I would have hired a very experienced GM in the game. Like, I'm not saying me. I'm just saying someone who had my level of experience, though, to come in and be his right-hand person. Because when you put 2 people in that role that haven't sailed the boat before, it just exasperates the learning curve that you're under, even though if you may have a great relationship. And sometimes it's not always great to have a great relationship. Sometimes it's good for someone to see something that you can't see and is not afraid to tell you that. And so that might be something the Giants should consider at some point in time, is just, getting a different set of eyes, on their process and their people. And, we can talk about everything. The Giants have not drafted and developed well, exceptionally well, for a long period of time now. It goes way back prior to Buster. And the only way they're going to get out of this mess long term is they got to be not just good at doing that, they got to be great. At one point in time, they were really good at doing that. When Dick Kidrow was around and Johnny Barr and those kind of guys, they were good. They were a formidable opponent. And you knew when they were in a ballpark watching the player that the player they came to watch was a good player. I'm not sure the industry feels that way anymore. And so they need to become really good at doing that again, guys, and internationally too, because it's the only way you can get, when you get to be good, the only way you can sustain it. And I will say they've got a couple guys in their system, but they're down lower. They're not guys that are close to the big league level.
Dan, this was a good decision by us to have you on the show. Man, that was really, really fascinating. We'd love to do it again soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and again, let me just finish. It could be worse. You could have Carlos Correa in a 9-year deal.
Oh, boy.
That's fair.
Man, best failed physical ever, Dan.
So it could be worse.
Yeah.
You did avoid a bullet there. So, and guys, things are temporary in our game. You know, things that look really bad now, they'll change at some point in time. They're going to change through the course of this season for the Giants. At some point in time, I believe they're going to play better. I don't know when, but they will play better.
Well, if they get swept by the Rockies, we're going to call you on Monday.
Yeah, well, that'd be a problem.
Yeah, that'll be a
Oh,
problem.
yeah.
All right. Hey, Dan,
Thanks,
thank you
Dan.
so much.
Yeah, great, guys. Thanks for having me on. Have a great weekend.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
you too. The former GM of the Rockies, Dan O'Dowd, Boosh, I think is what you would say in that moment.
That's a Boosh.
That was a lot of meat.
Yeah, so much.
We got to talk it out, which we will. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 if you'd like to join. This is Willard and Dibbs. Also, Willard for Hobbs, here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Hobbs Law. We asked about their new billboards and asked, do you smile or not? And then it got real. Omar Hobbs said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Hobbs Law. They fight to make it right. Visit HobbsLaw.com. Omar Hobbs is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Tune in every Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. to hear The Morning Roast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Joe Spadoni, as they dive into the latest sports news to get your morning going. Presented by San Francisco Fire Credit Union, where everyone is treated like a hero.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Megan, trapeze artist and scratchers enthusiast. So, Megan, what do you like about playing scratchers?
Well, they're easy to play when I'm hanging around.
Oh, okay. Like when you're relaxing?
No, like when I'm hanging on the trapeze. I swing upside down, then do a quadruple somersault, all while playing scratchers. Watch this. Ta-da!
Unbelievable.
I know, right?
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
I keep seeing celebrities post me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with frosted tips, but T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Bay Area, listen up, because Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest Ford offers of the year. From now through July 6th, Ford is running its American Value for American Values employee pricing event. And yes, That means employee pricing for all at Ceremony Ford. So here's the deal. You pay what Ford employees pay on most new 2025 and 2026 Ford vehicles in stock. That's below MSRP employee pricing, available to the entire public, not just employees, not just insiders. Everybody gets a seat at the table. We're talking Maverick, Bronco, F-150, Mustang Mach-E, Bronco Sport, Explorer, Super Duty, and Ranger. Truck, SUV, hybrid, electric, work rig, family hauler, weekend warrior. Ceremony Ford has the inventory, and Ford has the offer. American value for American values. Get to Ceremony Ford right off of 280 in Colma and Daly City, or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
In the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Markdowns for Miles at AutoZone.
Got any markdowns on oil?
We've got many markdowns on oil.
How about on that new STP Any Mileage?
You'll save $5 when you buy 5 quarts of STP Any Mileage with an oil filter and get up to 5,000 miles of protection.
Heck of a markdown for quite a lot of miles.
At AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. 95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Yeah, there's no messing around, all right?
Right?
We got roster moves.
Roster moves?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, one of which we knew. Welcome back, Logan Webb, to the San Francisco Giants. He has officially returned from his rehab assignment, also reinstated from the 10-day injured list. Jung-Hoo Lee.
Who?
Jung-Hoo Lee. So, the question becomes, who's out?
Right.
Webb and Lee are in. Who's out? Outfielder Will Brennan has been optioned to AAA Sacramento.
Okay.
And right-handed pitcher Tyler Mahle hits the 15-day injured list with a, air quotes, left hamstring strain.
Oh, no. 2 fingers? Fully healed?
I've actually used 4 fingers,
right.
But yeah. Yes. Tyler Mahle to the injured list, left hamstring strain. I'm not saying his hammy isn't sore. I'm saying Trevor McDonald pitched better than Tyler Mahle. Trevor McDonald will stay in the rotation while they put Malley to the side and figure out what to do next. Give him a couple, 3 more starts and see where this goes. Boom, boosh. That's exactly what I asked for.
Right. And we talked earlier about name that ailment. Is it a fingernail? Is it a blister?
I don't care if he lost his shoes. The bottom line is show up in Colorado with a new third base coach and Trevor McDonald on the slate as far as starting rotation. Boom, boom. Giants did them both. Good on you.
And Jung-Hoo Lee back. I don't know if he'll start tonight. We'll keep an eye on the lineup. We'll get the lineup in a couple hours. Maybe he gets right back in there. But we knew Logan would come in, and we didn't know what the corresponding move would be. We thought Brennan. You mentioned it before, and you also talked about Borg. And so now it's going to be Wotus and Webb and Jung-Hoo Lee instead of Borg and Brennan and Molly. So, all right. Go out there and make it matter, Giants. Go out there and get a W.
I can't tell you what the lineup will be. I definitely feel strongly that I can tell you what it should be.
Well, you've been running hot, so.
Well, the Giants are going against Michael Lorenzen, a right-hander with an ERA of 7.21.
Right-hander?
Right-hander.
Okay.
I will be, to the point of, quite frankly, annoyed. If this is not the starting lineup tonight. We know that Logan Webb is pitching. The sack needs to be behind the plate.
Okay.
You know what the infield is. Devers, Arise, Adames, and Chapman.
Right.
Left field, Casey Schmidt. Center field, Drew Gilbert. Right field, Jung-Hoo Lee. DH, Bryce Eldridge. That is the right answer to the question.
I'm looking at MLB.com, and they actually have a lineup that has been listed.
They do.
And you are absolutely spot on. I don't know who you put in right, but they have Jung-Hoo Lee.
Jung-Hoo Lee, yes.
It's Adames, Arise, and Schmidt. It's Devers and Chapman and Lee. It's the sack. It's Eldridge and Bader batting ninth. So according to MLB.com, that's your lineup. Eldridge will bat eighth and DH. Schmidt will hit third and play left. Jung-Hoo Lee will hit sixth and play right. And there you have it.
I did miss one then. If you got Bader in center, I thought it'd be Gilbert because it's a right-hander. That one is what I am married to the least. Makes a little bit more sense to me to put the left-hander out there, but Bader's got more pop if they want that at Coors Field.
Okay.
And they're both good center fielders. It's
Bader hitting 364 against Lorenzen with 3 RBI.
Great. So there's an analyst there. That's a number I didn't know. So that one. That's a little water off a duck's back to me, but the rest of it needs to be exactly as it is.
Right, and I'm a little surprised that Eldridge will bat all the way down at eighth, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I don't know what the thought process is there, but I'm excited for Bryce because now when he hits the ball 415 feet to right center field, guess where it goes?
Go on.
Home with a fan.
Right.
That's where it goes.
And the lineup is right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, all the way through.
There you
and so
go.
do you want Jung-Hoo Lee to bat eighth and Eldridge sixth or the other way around?
Whatever.
I mean, you're going to have Arise hit second, of course. Devers hits fourth, no brainer. And then it's either Jung-Hoo in sixth or Eldridge in sixth. And so ultimately, it probably doesn't really matter as you go through. If you're going to do a right-left stagger, one of those two is going to be 6 and the other one will be 8.
I think that this is going to be a huge road trip for Bryce Eldridge. Just an absolutely huge road trip. And you are seeing the Giants do what the world is kind of asking for them to do without admitting that they're doing it, kind of doing it under the covers. Every time you ask them about Bryce Eldridge, they're like, no, day to day, and we're going to figure it out. And it's like, he's playing every day. Like he's going to get an off day in there somewhere. But I don't even understand the whole platooner nation of what they're doing. He hits left-handers well, number one. And point number 2, even if he didn't, I want him to learn how to hit left-handers well. This is supposed to be, you hope, someday an everyday player.
Right.
And so he needs to be able to hit right and left. And the Giants are about to embark on a play every day, 10-game road trip at 3 of the best hitters' parks that the United States of America holds. And I'm going to set the over-under right now at 9. He better start 9. I give you 1 if you want in there somewhere. Yes. Okay. Yes. Like, we're in Coors Field. You can't give me 3 starts at Coors Field for Bryce Eldridge?
Right.
In favor of who? What are we doing? Barry Cotto? What are we doing at DH? What are we doing? So, look, cavernous outfield, Casey Schmidt, out of position. I get it. So maybe that gives you some sort of pause. But yeah, if I'm running this thing, Bryce Eldridge is playing 9 or 10 of the 10 on this roadie.
In all 3 of these games, and I'm looking at tomorrow's game, and the Rockies starter is TBD, but for me, it's a IDC. I don't care who your starter is. Play him no matter what. Like you're saying, Rafi Devers, do you ever once think, oh boy, you're coming up against a lefty, maybe they'll sit Rafi Devers? No. And I'm not saying that Bryce is that, but you expect Bryce to eventually be that kind of guy who is, okay, you're going to play 150 or 155. You're going to face lefties. You're going to face righties, starters, middles, closers. You're going to face everyone because you're that guy. So go ahead and see if you can do it now.
Fascinating one will be Monday. They face a lefty. You've heard of him.
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, you have. His name's Kyle Harrison.
I've heard of him.
You've heard of him. So that's who pitches against the Giants on Monday. Will Tony Vitello and the organization have the cojones to stick their new top prospect, a left-handed hitter, in there against their former top prospect, an all-star level left-handed pitcher? We'll find out. I wouldn't shy away from it at all.
Me either.
I would purposefully, in fact. I would make a point. I might move him up in the lineup. He can do it. He can do it. Just put your bat into it.
Right.
So that's what I think we're here. And I think that's what today represents. That's the message Buster Posey is sending today. Wotus is going to be the third base coach, and Tyler Mahle's on the injured list. We're here. We have arrived at let's freaking go. Like, this has already been embarrassing. You've got people in the wrong spot. I'm not saying they fixed every problem, not even most of them, and not the biggest ones today. But I love what Dan O'Dowd just said to us about 6 times over. But one of the things he said there at the end is you can do some things on the margins, which they are. Trevor McDonald is going to be into the rotation now for a little bit. You've got a new third base coach. But other than that, there's not a whole lot to do right now. It's May 29th. You're probably not going to make a trade today. You're not going to punish Matt Chapman today. But what you are going to do is you're going to do the things that you can do today, and then you got to your good players have got to play better. This is that constant thing we do in sports when it's not going well of where do you place the blame? It's the managers, the GM, it's the players, it's this, that. At some point, players got to play. And so Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, Rafi Devers,
and Jung-Hoo Lee.
Dan
O'Dowd was like, oh my God, yeah. I mean, you had to hit me with that one too. Now we're talking about 4 guys, but You're right to say that. And we do this with the Warriors all the time. And everyone wants to look at pods and say, oh, pods, you're not very good. And Moses Moody, what's going on? And, you need to play Kuminga. If you played Kuminga, you could cook. Well, Steph was hurt, Jimmy got hurt, and Draymond had a bad year. So if you want to look at the blame, you look at the top line guys and you start there in any sport for me. And right now with the Giants, Hector Borg, man, that's a problem. Okay, you're right. And you make that move. And, Mahle, you're not doing well. You're our 5th starter. Okay, you make that move. But that's all like on the edges and whatnot. If Devers and Adames and Chapman aren't really good, then what are we even talking about? And Logan Webb, too.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, Logan's got a 5.06 ERA and the knee, and I get it. And Robbie Ray's been mostly good, a couple of really bad outings, and Roop has been good. But if you want to talk about what is wrong, it's not the third base coach or the 4th outfielder or the setup guy or your catcher who can't hit. It's the marquee guys. Look at the marquee and go from there.
For sure. Fun for Logan Webb to come back from the injured list to a Coors Field start. But that's okay.
You think that's fun?
Well, the Rockies have only scored 25 more runs than the Giants. And I know they're really, really bad, but you usually get this huge boost just from the fact that you play on the moon. So anyway, that's a tough place to go back, but you're absolutely right. You're 1,000% right. Like, I think across the board, there needs to be like a whole thought about, be done with finger pointing and be done with guessing. You put your feet on the ground. You're here, and go do. It's very Bill Belichickian. Go do your job. You don't need to worry about the third base coach anymore. You don't need to worry about Tyler Mahle anymore. And guess what else you don't need to worry about anymore? Injuries. Guess how many the Giants have? None. None that matter. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear that, Tyler Mahle's on the injured list. Lee is back. Webb is back. You are starting. I mean, there's Ramos. I'll give you Ramos, but again, right now that's kind of a blessing in disguise because it allows Eldridge into the lineup. Right. You're good. You're good. And the guy playing left field is way better than Ramos this year. He's your best player. It's Casey Schmidt. So you've got your guys. You fix the third base coach. You fix the Mahle. You're not at home. You're not going to get booed tonight. Just, you're not going to get oracled. Just go beat a bad team, even though you are 1-2.
But this is one of the few teams that you face that's actually worse than you.
Well, it's the only team in the National League that's worse than you.
Right. I guess the Mets have climbed over you. And, Philadelphia was you, and then they got Don Mattingly, and now they're not you anymore. So when you look at teams you're going to face, this is that team. And even though Coors Field has always been a little bit of a house of horrors traditionally, well, now it doesn't even matter. Like you said, you're 12 below. You made changes to the coaching staff, to the roster, to a bunch of different things. You've got nothing to lose. If you get swept and you're 15 below, well, big deal. If you sweep them and you're 9 below, okay, now maybe you got a little bit of Uncle Mo as you head toward, mid-June, and maybe you get back in this thing.
Dude, O'Dowd had some bangers.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know if y'all just joined us. About a half hour ago, we had on Dan O'Dowd, former GM of the Rockies. He's really, really good on the air. He's really good at explaining his thoughts. He's expansive, and he had some bangers. Let me give you the highlights. First and foremost, he doesn't think Rafi Devers and Bryce Eldridge can be on the same team going forward for long.
Yep.
Sure you can now, but...
Not 7 years?
Maybe not even 2. And the point that he was making was multi-layered. And part of it is the blocking of Bryce Eldridge. You lose complete DH flexibility entirely if you've got both of them on the roster. They're both everyday players. Boom, first base, DH, done. What else do you do? Maybe you don't care, but that is problem number 1. But problem number 2, he's just he thinks that Devers is kind of knocked off course, whether it's by the ballpark, whether it's by the entire vibe of the organization at the time that he joined it, whatever it is, he says this guy's not playing nearly as freely as he used to with the Red Sox. And of the Devers, Adames, Chapman situation we all talk about, he's the only one that does not have a no-trade clause. He's also the one that would be the most attractive to another baseball team right now because he had a huge May. He's got an OPS of almost 900 here in May, and he's only got 3 games left in May, and they're in thin air. So I don't think that OPS is going to go down much. So it's an interesting thought. I got to think about it a little bit more to see, and I got to see a little bit more baseball. Bryce needs to become what we all think he's going to be as well, so I wouldn't do anything now, but it is good food for thought, I would say, after this year or at latest sometime during the year next year, where you do need to assess where are we as an organization? Has it gotten better in the standings? And if it hasn't, and you feel good at that point about Bryce Eldridge being able to be in there every day and maybe play first base, it is absolutely on the table that you take medicine, pay for half the contract,
right,
and trade Devers. It's on the table, 100%.
And it could be on the table even sooner than that. You got 2 months until the deadline, and if you fall all the way out of it, you have the ability to, make that move. And he is the youngest of the 3, Adames and Chapman and Devers. He won't be 30 until October. And so if you're an acquiring team and you're looking at the contract and thinking, all right, if we only have to pay half of that and we get a 30-year-old, not even 30-year-old, Rafi Devers, it becomes more attractive. And for the Giants, you're in a spot where you've got 4 deals that are all over 9 figures. And, Jung-Hoo Lee, he actually made a good comment about that, him being a fourth outfielder. And if he is your fourth outfielder, you're probably okay with it, even though the contract is a little bit richer than what you'd want. But he really is a fourth outfielder for a good team, but he's not that here because you've got Gilbert, a fourth outfielder, Bader, a fourth outfielder, Ramos, who, I mean, he's a starter.
He's an outfielder,
sure.
yeah.
But beyond that, you've got Casey Schmidt, who's an infield outfielder. You got Baracotto, who we don't really know about yet.
Yeah, you got a bunch of people in the outfield who aren't outfielders.
You've got fourth outfielders and guys who are just being put out there.
We got some seventh outfielders.
So, yeah.
We got all kinds of stuff going on.
The whole thing about Rafi Devers, though, it's interesting. If you are a team that's looking for a left-handed bat who can, provide more thump than he can here, and I do think that this ballpark, and we can get into that part of it,
sure.
Dan O'Dowd had some great comments about that as well, but if you're Rafi Devers and you're thinking, I got 7 more years of playing here, it can be a little bit deflating.
Well, this is my larger point that I was trying to make this week, and it was inspired by Bryce Eldridge getting oracled for the first time. He ain't the first dude to have it happen. He won't be the last, but I do think we've arrived at a new point in this conversation. And it may not feel like that to everyone because I know people, if you're a Giants fan, you know this, it comes up every year. Whatever the most frustrating moment is when a fly ball that you really wanted to go over the fence gets caught 413 and a half feet away, we get upset and we think about it. This was that moment this year. But here's why, to me, the conversation is now new. And we do wonder, we got some room here if you guys want to weigh in on Triples Alley and the ballpark. 888-957-9570. I want to be clear where I stand. I get that everybody has to play in the same ballpark. I'm not even really talking about this in terms of competitive advantage. Yes, if you bring the fences in, the other team will hit more home runs too. I get all of that. For me, this is specific to Devers and Eldridge, and even more so Eldridge. Once you have decided that he's the dude, and maybe they're not there yet, but once you've decided that he's the dude, you are really playing with fire to have that fence be out there like that in his power alley. He's completely powerful enough to hit the ball over that fence, and he will. But he's also going to lose 7 or 8 home runs a year. That will wear on people. This is someone who's had it happen once and immediately in the clubhouse after the game talked about how he's going to lose sleep. His agent called him, and it was the first thing he thought about when he signed with the Giants originally. So my thought is, if that's wearing on you already, what's that going to feel like 5 years from now when hopefully you're the middle of the order best hitter on the team? Is this going to wear you down mentally, emotionally? O'Dowd just suggested that it's already playing with Devers' head. Those opponents who come in here where you're like, oh, they got to deal with it too. Yeah, for 70 hours.
Right.
And then they leave. These guys have to deal with it all summer long. So
Devers splits, though, are better at home this year than they are on the road.
That's fine.
OPS and home runs and the rest of it.
Yeah, but guess what they'd be if, like, he's hit 4 balls out there that would be homers. And what would he be feeling like, and what would his numbers be? I'm just telling you, it's an emotional thing. I think it wears on guys. And then the real nightmare is Bryce Eldridge someday gets to free agency and does the same thing all the other free agents do. I'm not playing there. I'm a left-handed power hitter. I'm not playing there. That's the real nightmare. And I know that's down the road.
You don't have to worry about that for, 7 years?
For a while, yeah. And you probably, if he's really good, you put a contract in front of him before he gets to free agency, and he's going to sign it because he'd become a very rich man for the rest of his life. But whenever he were to hit free agency, I don't even want that in his head. And Devers. I just don't want it wears on the guys that have to do this 81 times.
The bigger issue is the short term for me, which is, Devers is here and he's not been phenomenal and he is blocking Bryce Eldridge. So how soon you can rectify that, that's a bigger issue.
It's completely fair. Absolutely. All right, let's talk that out a little bit more. Mark Spears will be with us in about 45 minutes. You can weigh in, 888-957-9570. We're sponsored by the San Mateo County Fair, and this is Willard and Tibbs.
It's time for the San Mateo County Fair, powered by tradition, inspired by innovation, blue ribbon moments, fun, and bottle cake! And where experiences bloom everywhere you go. San Mateo County Fair.
Hey, it's Willard. Y'all know that I love to golf, right? And that's why I stay at Silverado Resort. When I golf in Napa, it is my place. Choose from 36 holes of championship golf, rally on the tennis and pickleball courts, or train like a pro in the newly renovated fitness center, Restore in the refreshed spa and recovery lounge, and refuel at the newly opened Match Play Kitchen and Bar. With newly renovated rooms, it's the ultimate escape. If it's been years since your last visit, rediscover Silverado Resort, a renewed Napa Valley original. Book your staycation today. Visit silveradoresort.com.
Invest your tax refund in your home with Golden State Lumber and Showroom. Upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. Hurry, this offer ends June 8th. Connect with us at goldenstatelumber.com. The first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
You hear that? That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valkyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Ballhalla. You can feel the energy. Get your tickets now at Valkyries.com.
Inherited a home? Done being a landlord? Helping parents downsize? We've bought over 1,500 Bay Area homes since 2016. As is, on your timeline. No pressure. Call 510-462-6000 or search John Buys Bay Area Houses. 510-462-6000.
John Buys Bay Area Houses. Sell your house the easy way.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What is your favorite or the best play on words using your last name that you've heard?
That ball got Schmidt on.
Oh!
On 95.7 The Game.
Just to kind of reboot the conversation we're having before we go to the phones, you want to hear what Dan O'Dowd said about Rafi Devers?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, San Francisco, get ready. And the question, by the way, was actually about Triples Alley. It makes sense to have Devers and Eldridge in the lineup every day and have a big old honking right center field power alley. And Dan, former GM of the Rockies, he gave that part a one-word answer. He's like, no, it doesn't make sense. But let me take the conversation in a different direction. And here's what he said about Devers.
I can't imagine the Giants moving forward with both of those players. And the player that they probably need to move is the one they just acquired a year ago. Now, I realize, like, how the hell are you going to move that guy? Well, he's 28 years old, and I realize he signed through 2033, talking about Rafi right now. I'm not sure that ballpark's a good fit for him. And I don't see him playing with the same freedom that he played with in Boston, that sense and air of invincibility that he had. I mean, this guy hit good fastballs all the time in Boston. He doesn't hit good fastballs right now. I think the ballpark's in his head. I don't even think moving in that gap's going to change that. And so I think they've got to figure out a way out of that deal.
Think they got to figure a way out of that deal.
Well, he was talking about
11 and a half months after it happened.
It's not about the ballpark. And he can't imagine both of them being here. And then he went on to say it's about Devers not hitting fastballs. So you can have the dimensions be wherever you want them to be. If Devers can't hit the fastball, then it doesn't matter if Triples Alley's at 271 feet.
Well, but he does suggest that one of the possible reasons is that the place is in his head. I mean, it's on the table. Right. And you can call, I know what fans would do. Oh, Rafi just weak sauce. But I mean, look, it is what it is. And maybe to your point, it might not even matter. I don't know if it matters what the reason is. But if he has lost his swag, if he's lost his mojo.
Thank you, Austin.
Then, yeah, I don't know if he's going to get it back. And there is a larger issue of Bryce and Rafi. To me, you still want to wait a little bit because you want to make sure that you're right about Bryce Eldridge. What I see, and I'm no expert, I'm very excited about it. It sounds like baseball people are excited about it. Here's, by the way, what O'Dowd said about Bryce.
Honestly, he's got a chance to be a really good player in a very difficult ballpark to hit in. He's the one guy that brings power to a club. I mean, they just don't hit. Offensively, this club does not hit home runs, and they don't walk a lot. They don't strike out as bad as some of the other teams do. But when you don't hit home runs and you don't walk, you're not putting pressure on the other opponent's defense at all. This is the one kid that can actually make that ballpark look normal.
Okay, so that's his thought on Bryce. And that's just a GM's perspective. Like somebody just texted in 925. We see you. Thank you for texting in. Devers and Eldridge can absolutely coexist by alternating first base and DH with each other, keeping both big bats in the lineup at all times. Yeah, you can do that. And I don't think it's completely off the table, but it does. It sort of presents some flexibility problems because you are locking down DH basically for 7 years. And I do think it's odd when a kid is 21 years old and you think he's a big deal. It's odd to have him come up to the team and not have a position on the diamond.
Right.
That's not great. I don't think that's great. I don't know if he'll ever be a great fielder, but I just don't think that's a great way to maximize a player. To just be an everyday DH, to be a Schwarber, that's kind of like, that's the second half of your career.
Right.
Not when you're 21.
Unless you're totally specialized as that. Like if you were to bring up, Prince Fielder right now, and you're a guy that you're going to be a DH or, Big Poppy, a guy who played DH his whole career, your body and the whole profile leads you that way. But Bryce is 6'7". He should be a good first baseman. You want him to learn the position. And right now he's learning it with Ron Washington during practice before games and whatnot. But you don't want to just ice a 21-year-old as the DH. That makes no sense.
I agree with you. So they're in a pickle there. Eric in Walnut Creek. Hi, Eric. Thanks for calling us. What's up?
Yeah, I just want to kind of opine on the whole Triple Valley thing. I know a lot of people online talk about how they love it. It adds to the character of the ballpark. But, these are the same people that love Baby Yoda night and every Heritage night. And Greg Johnson's a genius because it's just a magnet. The team could be bad and you could sell out on a Friday, but if it's not a good fit for the Silver Slugger, and if Bryce is saying I'm going to lose sleep over it, I just hate the dimensions, and it's not good hitters' weather. And with all the stats that are out there now, if I'm a slugger, I'm a bopper, I don't want to be on this team. I look at Devers, something's not right. He doesn't want to be here. He's like, oh, shoot, that's right, I can't hit homers here. I'd bring the fences in, change the dimensions, make it less of a carnival. I don't like Triple Valley. I never have.
Eric, thanks. I don't know about the whole Ralphie doesn't want to be here thing. I think that we're seeing Devers smile a lot on the field. And then beyond that, it's really up to speculation as to whether he loves it here or what have you. I don't think he looks uncomfortable in his skin or anything like that. But here's where I've arrived on Triples Alley, because I do want to kind of ride the fence here a little bit. I understand the romance of it. I really do. We've had some great times in this ballpark, and that's always been a part of it, even though it used to be bigger than it is now. But here's where I've kind of arrived on it. It's not about a competitive advantage thing. It's not about the romance of it. It's actually about the romance of the sport of baseball. And what has sort of started bothering me about it now is true for the road team and the home team. And it's just this simple. When you hit a fly ball there that lands there, that's a home run. It just is. I sort of look at it the same way as when you shoot a basketball and it goes in the hoop, you get points for that, right? When you hit a great putt and it falls in the hole, that's it. You made a birdie. When you hit a 415-foot fly ball into the heavy night, dude, I'm sorry, that's a homer. It just that's just how I view it. And I think that you wear people out when they've got to deal with that 81 times over a full season.
Yeah, I don't really see it that way. And, the whole romance of the ballpark is not what I fixate on. I look at every single major league ballpark, and they're all constructed differently. And if you go to Fenway and you've got the monster in left, which is about 304 feet away, then if you have a right-hand hitter, you know that they can't hit low-line drives. You're going to have to lift the ball to get a home run, and every ballpark is different, and the Giants have done well in the past of tailoring their team to the ballpark. And right now, this roster is not tailored to their ballpark, and it doesn't mean that Bryce can't thrive here. Brandon Belt had a good long career here as a left-hand hitter. And
very different player.
Different player.
I think that's a very different player.
No, but he is a guy who was a left-hand hitter who was able to flash power when he was healthy, and he was able to have a good long career as a left-hand hitter.
But Bryce is literally based on power. Brandon was based on a lot more.
Right. I mean,
he never hit 30 home runs in his career.
A better comp for Bryce would be Jock Peterson in a small sample. Jock is a feast or famine. I'm going to try to just absolutely devour the ball to right field. And while he was here, he did fairly well.
He's all right
in that park.
He's all right.
So I don't look at the park and think, oh, we need to change the park for the roster. You need to change the roster for the park. That doesn't mean you get rid of Eldridge and Devers and everyone else, but like the way that they've won here is much more of a Luis Arise, Matt Chapman model than it is an Eldridge and Devers model.
I think that's a very fair response. And I could argue then that it's like, well, did you do a poor job in constructing this thing? Maybe. But now are the Giants supposed to not draft a left-handed power hitter because of that alley? You kind of have to draft players like this because you can't get them in free agency. Like, think of these two players we're talking about. One of them was a trade. One of them was a draft pick. We're still waiting for a left-handed power hitter to say yes to the Giants, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Your point about baseball not being cookie-cutter around the league, that's well taken. I just think that this is excessive. There are a lot of quirks about the game and about stadiums. This one's excessive. This isn't quirky. Like left center field's actually quirky. Left center field's deep. That's actually deeper than most left center fields. Right center field is like, whoa, what the hell? Wow, what the hell's going on out there? So that's all. I've just arrived at that spot where I see too many people on both teams, quite frankly, square up a ball in a way that's literally exactly what you're trying to do when all things are perfect, and then the ball flies off their bat and lands in a glove 8 miles from home plate. And it just doesn't, I don't think that that's the game. That's just not the way I think the game is played.
I mean, you and I will differ because if you look at like having a game in Coors Field, and we'll see it tonight, that outfield is humongous because it has to be, because you're at altitude, and they actually had to change the way that you keep baseballs because balls were flying out of there. So now we have a humidor. We keep balls in a certain like cooler because you're at altitude and the park is a certain way. And so you made that change, which still didn't really adjust to where it should be because you're playing at altitude. And you go to Tampa and you've got a ballpark where you've got metal walkways that are in play but not in play. And are they in play? And the ball hits the catwalk and we don't know what to do. So every ballpark has its own peculiarities, and this one just happens to be right center is a dead zone.
Yeah, well, there's no debating what you're saying except for we don't like those things. Like, we actually spent a few days on this radio station getting mad at the stupid walkways that Elliot Ramos hit that are not under cameras, that the umpires can't see, and it led to fights and ejections. Like, stop. Don't do that. That's not good baseball.
Well, that we hate because it's like a metal walkway in play. This, I don't really mind because it's just a big right field.
We don't mind it because we're used to it. I can tell you and promise you, and I've had the conversations, like it does bother the ball players. The same way it would bother you if all of a sudden they're like, oh, this par 5 is 730 yards. That's the comp here. And you could be like, well, but everybody has to play it. But yeah, it hits your ego if you've got to play this hole every day over and over because you're like, I can't even reach this thing in 3 shots,
that's
let
a
alone 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's like...
that's most par 5s now, but that I get
730 yards?
No, but most of them are like 3 shots if I do well.
That's fine. This would be 4-shotter, and golfers would hate it because they're like, that's not golf, even though everybody's got to play it. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I totally hear you. There's quirks everywhere. This one feels excessive to me, and your Coors Field comp, it's like, yeah, this is different. And then you even pointed to, guess what they did? They changed it. They're like, the ball's flying out too much here.
Right.
That's not baseball.
Well, they changed it here, too. They moved, center field and right center field in.
A few feet. And it had nothing to do with the hitters. It had to do with safety of ball players in foul ground. So that was a player safety thing. Now I think we're getting to just the concept of the sport of baseball. And again, like, nobody's more romantic about baseball than me. That's Triples Alley. Man, the name TV shows after the thing. Like, we've have all kinds of great memories from that. But also, you know what's happened in the 26 years since it's been there? Baseball's changed. When they built that thing, we weren't doing exit velo and launch angle. We weren't doing the second baseman's over there in left field. We weren't doing any of that stuff. And now we're doing a lot of that stuff, and people have learned baseball in a different way, and it has a lot more to do with hitting the long ball. And when you hit a ball that lands out on the warning track there, we get the same little quirky stat that comes up every time. I was a homer out of 29 out of 30 ballparks. Actually, loop the minor league ones in, the college ones, and the little league ones in too. That's a homer in 1,239 out of 1,240 ballparks. It's the only place in America that does that. And you can call that a fun quirk and romantic. At a certain point, I kind of call it a little tired and worn out. And I think we've arrived, that's all.
Yeah, I disagree. And I think that every park is different. Like the Houston Astros park is a joke. It's an absolute launching pad. It's a short porch. And, Arizona, same thing. Tons of home runs that get knocked out there. The Great American Small Park is the same, where it's just so hitter friendly. And this one happens to be on the other end of the spectrum. So I don't know. Go ahead and adjust to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know how you adjust to it, especially because it's also only half the ballpark. Like those other things that you just mentioned. Coors Field, super easy. Cincinnati, super easy for right-handers and for left-handers and for everybody. And by the way, I'd also argue, we don't love those things. Like those things get made fun of. But San Francisco, what it offers you is, oh, by the way, only for half of you. For the rest of you, it's completely normal. And look, the data's there. Like, you're never going to get a free agent. You're never going to do it. You're never going to get a free agent power hitter to come here. That's the other part of the argument. And we've got the data on that. They all say no. They all say no. And then the ones who do say yes come here and their numbers go down, and then we get pissed. And we're like, why aren't you playing well anymore? Maybe because they're playing in a really hard-to-hit ballpark, which is part of it. So I'm not asking to turn it into cookie cutter, and I'm certainly not asking for them, because I don't even think it's possible, to turn this into somewhat of a bandbox ballpark. But I do think, especially with heavy air and all of the things that play into this, dude, when you hit a ball like Bryce Eldridge did earlier this week, that is not just a homer. That's a 20th row homer. And all you get is an out for it. Yeah. I just think it's demoralizing. This isn't even about my opinion.
Man, yeah.
It's about theirs.
Yeah, it's a tough break. Life is hard.
Well,
Trades
don't do
hard.
that.
I did that.
Don't dismiss.
Because you're talking about demoralizing. Yes, it's demoralizing. You nutted one up. And what's not demoralizing is having a 2-hit game where you hit a ground ball number and you hit a bloop over the first baseman's head. It's baseball. Sometimes you square one up and you get out. Sometimes you hit one off the nub and you get a base hit.
This is not like you're making it like little one-offs. This isn't a one-off. This is going to be this guy's entire career. It's going to be his whole career. And I promise you.
He can pull himself up by the bootstraps, and he can go ahead and have 81 games on the road, and he can go ahead and make it work.
Don't make him sound like a whiner. He's not saying anything wrong.
You're whining for him.
Yes, I am.
Right.
Because this is going to wear his ass out, and he's probably going to want to leave. He's probably going to wish he doesn't play in this ballpark, and the fans are going to be robbed. I would argue if he's what I think he is, he's going to be robbed, and the fans are going to be robbed of north of 50 career home runs.
Well, it's a good thing that he can't leave, because that's baseball. And, so, in 2033, once he's no longer pre-arb 3 and all the rest of it.
It's not that long, but yeah.
It's pretty long.
And not that long.
And whatever happens between now and then, hopefully he can, find enough home runs to get his dauber back up.
By the way, well, again, now you're putting emotions in his head. That's not what I'm saying. I just I guess, what if I asked it to you a different way? What's the good in this? We keep doing the whole, here's all the negatives, and then the romance fights back, or your position, which is, oh, poor baby, which is what no one's saying. What is the win in Triples Alley? What is it?
The win is you can build a team that is really good defensively, that pitches really well, and that other teams come in here and all of their big boppers, they get snuffed out because they have to play here, and your team is one that, pitches great, defends great, and can field the outfield well, and they're going to beat you 3-2.
Yeah, yes, you can do that, and the Giants used to do that.
You should do that.
But that removes players like Bryce Eldridge from ever being a part of your thought process, because A, they won't come here if they have a choice, or B, if you draft them, you neutralize them. Again, so what if I asked it in a different way? What's the win in Triples Alley if you're Bryce Eldridge? Or if you're the Giants and you're the fans, and you'd like a player like Bryce Eldridge. Like, let's move into 2030 and 2040 and continue to sell young fans on pitching and defense and 3-2. Like, I don't know, man. I'm super excited to see Bryce Eldridge because, quite frankly, outside of Barry Bonds, who didn't do it cleanly, like in my entire life, we've had damn near no one like Will Clark, Barry, end of list in my lifetime of like a great left-handed power hitter. And now, like what? We just don't get players like that?
No, you get them. And like, I'm looking at the splash hit list right here, and Yaz was able to hit 7 of them. Mike Yastrzemski, 7 splash hits, and he's a guy who was able to, do pretty well at this ballpark.
Was he?
He had 7 splash hits.
Well, great.
Bryce he had more than 20 home runs in a year.
Bryce will have plenty of splash hits, but it's all the
so
ones
then what's the issue?
Because the issue is literally none of them have ever hit 30 homers ever. Ever. Barry, list, over.
Right. Willie Adames, righty.
No, righty. That's my point. And
Brandon Belt came close in the year that he was healthy back in 2021.
We're going to act like Yaz was some massive success story and great player for this team.
Yaz, he did well here. He did better here than he's done anywhere else.
It's the only place he's been. Like he was fine.
He's in Atlanta now, and he's not doing great.
Yeah. So,
with an easier hitter's ballpark.
But what are we like? Are we comparing Bryce Eldridge to Yaz?
Yaz is better right now. Yaz has had a better career than Bryce, so yes.
Bryce has not had a career. He's had like 50 at bats. Like again, I'm looking for someone to tell me and convince me. Like, what is the plus? Triples
I gave you the plus.
No, you didn't. That wasn't a good answer.
You've won 3 World Series here because you built your team around pitching and defense.
For Bryce.
The plus is
for Bryce,
go ahead and bang the ball off the right field wall. Like, it's not like, I only hit the ball to right center and all I can do is fly out because I'm Bryce and that's all I can do. The plus is this ballpark is not completely hitter averse. There's one spot that makes it difficult.
It kind of is.
Well, if you look at the StatCast numbers, there's 8 ballparks this year that are tougher than this one.
Okay, so you're going to take these 56 games, only half of which have been at home, and you're going to ignore the 26 years of this being the hardest place to hit in all of America. Always has been.
Right. Kevin Elster on the opening day, he hit 3 home runs.
And you're going to, because you love to do this, you're going to make it large as opposed to what I've continually said. Let's talk about now and this hitter, the number 1 asset in your organization. Why is this good for him?
We're not going to cater everything for him. Okay. Is that what we're doing?
Then let's trade him. Then let's freaking get him out of here.
How about you give him like a big sample of that bats and we can actually see who he is? Because right now, he's more swing and miss than he is deep fly to right center.
Well, everybody is. Everybody swings and misses more than deep fly balls.
Rafael Devers, if you want to look at his numbers against fastballs, 41% whiff rate.
Yeah.
To Dan O'Dowd's point earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you could say, the ballpark. But for Devers, it's not the ballpark.
Might be in his head. You don't know that it's not the ballpark.
If that's in his head,
and Dan literally said that. No, it's not wow.
No, it's wow. If you're swinging and missing because, oh my God, right center is so big, then you're pretty mentally weak.
You're right.
My opinion.
Pro sports is super mentally easy. All right. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 and Mark Spears in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. All right, summer is basically upon us. And if you're still trying to figure out your weight loss plan on your own, well, come on. That do-it-yourself thing can only get you so far. And that's why I want to tell you about Jumpstart MD. These guys are local, and they've been helping people around the Bay for years. And you actually work with real clinicians who build a personalized plan just for you. I saw my clinician last week, and I have my personalized plan, and it's already working for me. And by the way, if you're looking for access to GLP-1 medications, they've got them, and they're at some of the most affordable rates around. So if you've been waiting to finally get serious before summer, don't wait until June and start to panic. Start now and get ahead of it. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com. You can get your summer weight loss program underway now. Don't delay. Start to lose the weight. Call 855-JUMPSTART. That's 855-JUMPSTART, or go to jumpstartmd.com.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
You an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes. Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hey, it's Willard. Here's a real behind-the-scenes moment with Habas Law. We asked about their new billboards. Do you smile or not? Then it got real. Omar Habas said, we meet people in the hardest moments of their lives. It's on us to restore dignity and a financial future. Traumatic brain injuries, loss of a limb, spinal cord damage, a life changed in seconds. When everything's on the line, choose the team that understands that. Habas Law. They fight to make it right. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
I keep seeing celebrities posts, me in the 90s versus now. Well, the person staring at me in the mirror is definitely not the same person that could pull off bootcut jeans. Time creeps up on us so slowly. You don't see it until suddenly you do. Same thing goes for your bills. $1 here, an uptick there. It's a slow burn until one day you realize the price you're paying now is way higher than when you signed up. But at T-Mobile, customers had the lowest wireless bills versus Verizon and AT&T over the past 5 years. And with T-Mobile on their experience plans, you get a 5-year price guarantee, so you know exactly what your plan price will be for the next 5 years. So at least that's one thing that won't change over time. I can't guarantee you'll still look good with Frosted Tips, but But T-Mobile can give you a clear guarantee on your wireless plan.
Lower bills based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 21 to Q4 25 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mark Spears in 15 minutes. Look, I get it. We love that place. I love that place. I just also, I think that the world has changed, and if we want to make it not about Bryce, let's make it not about Bryce. Make it about the fans. How many fans do you know who are like, man, that was so cool that the ball scooted through to right center field and the guy got to third base? Like, I'm starting to have a hard time viewing the value in this. And then before you respond, there's one texter I want to respond to who just, like, I love you for listening and thank you for texting, but my God, you have it so wrong. 650, the dimension conversation is so tired. It's an insult to anyone who's ever played the game at any level above Little League. Let me promise you that what you just said, let me tell you about people who have played it above the level of Little League. You clearly haven't talked to the big leaguers. Because the big leaguers.
Oh, yeah.
And they won't say it to the media because they know how it'll sound. But if you talk to the big leaguers off mic, let me promise you that they think that thing is bananas. It's so hard at that park with our air and our setting and all of that. And please, Dibbs, let me borrow from Steiny, because you know how he always says to Goo, this is what you do. I know where your head's going to go here.
Yeah.
Don't boo-hoo me. This isn't boo-hoo. I'm not saying the players are boo-hoo.
Can I get you a...
They're big boys, and they handle it. Everybody's getting paid. They're eating steak after the game. They're fine. But no different than what we hear from golfers at the U.S. Open when the rough is too high. There is a certain norm that people get to know when they play a certain sport. And I think that especially for left-handed hitters, when they look out there on a misty night on a Tuesday in May in San Francisco, that's a lot to chew on, dude. It is so freaking far. Bryce snotted that ball. That wasn't just out of 29 parks. It was way out of 29 parks.
Yeah.
So
tough break.
Well, again, there you boo-hoo again.
I mean, like,
it's nobody's boo-hooing, dude.
You drive 350 and you happen to hit a sprinkler head and it kicks in the rough, but you don't get to hit it again.
But that's a wacky one-off, weird. Why would
this ballpark is 309 down the line, right?
Yeah,
309
and juts out immediately, so it's 309 for about a foot.
Well, more than that, but to your point,
really.
Yes. I mean, you've got a good stretch where it's not a low porch like Pesky Pole, as I mentioned in Boston, or Dodger Stadium's got that low baby fence down the line. It juts out, and you get out the right center, and it's going to be tough to hit one out there. But for me, it's not about it's brutal. It's an anomaly. Yeah, it's different, but also the triple is the most exciting play in baseball.
Your opinion.
I was told.
I disagree.
I love the triple where somebody smashes it out there and it's off the seventh archway.
It's not even an earned triple.
And Ruff is on the move.
It's only a triple because they built a cavern out there. It's not like
Corbin. You're gonna move it in 20 feet and have some hokey little fence, and it goes over that fence but short of the bricks, and it's a home run.
No, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. Like you said, they already did it once. You don't even notice.
In center field. I don't know how you can do it in right center.
Oh, it affected right center. Triples alley used to be 421. Now it's 415, which is why there are suddenly fewer triples.
So where do you want it to be? Like 390?
I'd have to think about that.
Yep.
I'd have just more fair. That's it. More fair. But don't boo-hoo me. Nobody's boo-hooing. I just don't like it. I don't like it, and let me promise you, they don't like it.
Well, you can like it or not like it. I bet you a lot of pitchers like it.
Well,
and
of
I've been
course
talking
they
to
do.
a lot of the pitchers about it, but that to me is my larger point is you've got this park and you've got this weather. And by the way, this weather will not change.
Of course.
It's going to be cold. Night games are going to be cold and damp. So if it's cold and damp, why not have a big ballpark and take advantage of it and double the heck down?
That's fine if you want to do that. But my point on that would be, as a fan, I'm going to feel robbed a little bit of the experience for years to come if what you're telling me is you guys are kind of not allowed to have like a great left-handed power hitter on this team. And don't give me Bonds because he was the GOAT and he cheated. So don't, I hate that example. Like, we've literally never had a clean left-handed power hitter in this ballpark in 26 years. And if what you're telling me is, well, too bad, let's just win games 2-1 every year and we can win a World Series. Yeah, that's great if you win the World Series, but that's really hard to nail that and get Lincecum, Bumgarner, and Kane every time. And so when you don't get it exactly right, all you do is lose games 2-1 and suck, which is what we've been looking at now for 5 years. It's really frustrating. And when the Giants fall down by 2 runs, it feels usually, most of these teams, it feels like the game's over.
It's because they've built this team incorrectly.
And that's fair. Like, I can hear that point all day long.
So if you have a ballpark and Buster knows the park, he came up there and he's only played there as a home player, you've got this park and you won a certain way, and yet you've got a team where, let's go get Rafi Devers, left-hand hitter, power hitter, at a park that doesn't reward lefties, and Bryce Eldridge, well, he's a lefty prospect, and well, this park doesn't really reward lefties, and let's go and sign Willie Adames, who's not a good defensive shortstop, and have him come in here, and let's bring in Hauser and Malley, and let's have no closer, and let's have a second baseman who we don't know if he can play defense. Turns out he can. Our center fielder, you give him 9 figures. Well, we can't have him out there anymore. You got to put him in right. Your left fielder can't really play left field. Pitching and defense. What the hell are we doing?
Now, those are all fair points. But I would, even with all of that said, as a fan, I would still say it shouldn't be off the table that the Giants get a good left-handed hitting power hitter. And furthermore, no matter what your ballpark is, you're never going to have me feel like any baseball player who hits the ball 417 feet into the night doesn't deserve a homer. That's just the way I feel.
Okay.
I hear what you're saying. You're not wrong about all of these things that they've done right
there
now.
There are other parks where you can hit it 417 and not have it be a home run.
Very few.
Boston is one.
Very
Fenway's got a very deep. It's kind of a little corner out there that goes about probably 425 or 430.
Are you guessing, or is that accurate?
I would have to look it up, but you know where...
That feels excessive to me.
The monster goes out, and then center field goes out even more, and then right field comes back.
Look, it's never going to be cookie cutter, no matter how... Like, it's not even possible to make this cookie cutter.
Right. And so the Fenway, it's 420, Pasta was saying in my ear, and again, it's not as big of a swath as Oracle Park, but you can hit one 420.
It's also straight away.
And it's also not cold and damp.
Right. Straightaway center has always been different. This is not straightaway center. This is right center. Further than straightaway center. Odd. Dave in Fremont. Hi, Dave. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How are you?
I'm doing great. I just got off of work. This is a fascinating topic because I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, I don't want to say it's like 50.
Oh.
I kind of feel like we both just made really good points, but I'm going to make one point real quick.
Okay.
The triple is not the most exciting and fascinating thing in baseball. That is absolutely insane to say, and the reason why too is people don't even hit it out into that gap anymore for triples. Why? Because everybody plays the gap.
Yep.
You're not going to squeak a ball through into triples alley anymore. And then, here's an example. Who's the last guy who did that?
The last guy to do what? Hit a triple?
Squeak one out there and then run around the bases like that. You can't really remember that person.
I feel like Arise. Didn't Arise just do one last week? I feel like Arise got one over the right fielder's head and got a triple last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. How many home runs have we seen taken away from everybody on?
8,273.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And that's the thing. But Dibley, you also made a good point, too, when you said that we're not really building the team for this ballpark as well, too. So you kind of got to make up your mind if you're the Giants. You want to go power or do you want to go speed, pitching, defense, all that? Because right now you don't have the players for the ballpark, but you keep trying to bring in all these power hitters, and there's got to be one common denominator about why they're not coming here. Personally, I think that the Triples Alley thing is about 10 years past its prime. They need to figure out something because you're not going to get any big name bats to come in here unless you do something with that part of the ballpark. And I'm going to take my comment off the air, but you guys are both nailing it on both sides.
Dave, thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yeah, and
there's Tony Vitello in his voice, by the way.
There's no doubt. I can promise you. I think we know this for a fact that the ballpark is part of the thought process for free agent hitters. Like I can confirm, 100%.
In 2021, they had that magical year, and they hit 241 home runs.
I know.
They hit 107 at home. I'm sorry, 104 at home and 137 on the road.
Mm-hmm.
So 104 at home that's maybe the most ever. I'd have to look, but that's a good, hearty number. And, 137 on the road. So they were able to hit home runs in that year.
Yep.
And I'm sure the fence is probably further back then.
It wasn't, you could do the data. First of all, the ball was juiced out of its mind. Second of all, how many of those were going out to Triples Alley? I mean, how many of these were left-handed hitters? I know Krall had a good year. Belt had a good year.
Yep.
But, I mean, we can bring up
Lamont, the whole thing.
We can bring up all kinds of examples, and you're never going to change my mind on a 420-foot fly ball should be a homer.
Right.
That's just how I feel about baseball. But we keep talking it out, and Mark Spears is going to join us in about 5 or 10 minutes. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. Right off 280, Coleman, Daly City, or 24/7, ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. Willard and Tibbs.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's snack wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Reach your saving goals with Mirastar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at mirastarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA, no purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details. Struggling to lose weight despite trying every diet? You're not alone, and there's a better way. At Prime Male Medical, they're helping men and women achieve real, lasting weight loss results with expert medical support every step of the way. And for a limited time, listeners can get started for their first visit, including full blood work, plus first month of GLP-1 treatments for only $199, a savings of $400. Call 415-761-4037 or go to primemalemedical.com.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. Big matches, big moments, big rewards. This May, donate blood with Stanford Blood Center and score 2 free soccer tickets to a San Jose Earthquakes match. Guaranteed. Plus, you could win the ultimate VIP soccer match. 4 sideline seats to a world global game. Plus premium food and drinks and exclusive access to live entertainment. Don't miss your shot. Give blood. Get rewarded. Make an impact. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org today.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
San Francisco weather, partly cloudy, high of 66.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Mark Spears in just a minute. We're going to see if we can get SGA removed from the NBA. That's going to be my goal.
Sure.
So we're going to move the fences in and SGA out. That's my goal today. But before we get to Mark, let's go to Mr. Lee in Fairfield. Hi, Mr. Lee. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What you doing?
What's going on, guys? I hear Dibby. Dibby is doing his best, Mark, to argue with you, man. He's really trying super hard to argue with you. But everything you say, Mark, is right on. So we have to be able to play in such a way where if we got big bats, we can still win. If we got good pitching, we can still win. If we got okay defense, we can still win. We can't have a ballpark where you can only win one way. And at the end of the day, guys, like I think you mentioned this, Mark, well, we offer Aaron Judge more money to come here, and he passed on that. James Harden wouldn't even come here. We know James Harden chases money. He wouldn't even come here. My final thought is we can't continue to let the Padres and the Dodgers, who both those teams are in California, so it's not a tax thing. It's one of those things where it's probably our ballpark. How long are we going to continue to let the Padres and the Dodgers run the West?
Mr. Lee, thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, close but no cigar, Mr. Lee, because Aaron Judge got more money from the Yankees, which is why he eventually went to the Yankees, and you were second in baseball in home runs in 2021, and you actually did win.
I think the Yankees just matched the Giants' offer, which is.
And he's a righty, so it doesn't really speak to the ballpark issue.
Listen, we can debate this. That's the whole point of us being here. For me, it's not even honestly. When I whittle it down, it's not even that much about winning and losing. It's just about, I believe, 415 feet away into a power alley should be a homer. That's just. I just feel like I think that's baseball. When you hit a ball like that, you schnocker the thing. You should get rewarded. It's kind of like. The opposite of when you keep falling down when no one touched you, you should not be rewarded. Was that a good transition?
Decent.
It was all right?
Yep.
All right. Mark Spears, ESPN, and Ski, and with us on the River Islands guest line, and joining us as always, courtesy of the great Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors. Spears joins us now. Hello, friend. How are you?
I'm getting a title tomorrow, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, it's a big one for you. How you feeling about it? Because
let's go.
I mean, a lot of the folks out there are thinking PSG's offense too much for your Gunners. How you feeling, PSG Arsenal Champions League final?
What they say, defense wins championships, right?
They say that.
Yep.
I don't know if they're right, but that's what they say.
We got the best defense in the world, best goalie in the world. I like our chances, man. No, I mean, PSG is a problem, Dembele's a problem, but Saka's healthy, Gyökeres is healthy, our team is healthy, Timber's back. I think it's going to be a banner year for the Gunners.
I love it. Looking for the double because they won the Premier League, and now they're looking for the Champions League. Looking for that double now.
I just have...
they hanging up all over the Bay Area, man. They don't even know what we're talking about.
I have 3 other letters on my mind. I have the letters SGA on my mind. And yes, Mark, I am one of those people. And I know now there's this pushback against those people, but I would love to just hear you talk about this for a little bit. What you see, you've been at these games. I know you were in San Antonio last night. It feels like there's a lot more attention on the way SGA plays. I know maybe you think he's not the only one, but what do we got here? What are we looking at, and what does the league do about it, if anything?
Well, and also I was in New York when, Cleveland when New York won and their fans took over the arena in Cleveland as well. So I've had this opportunity to be at both series. Shea's in trouble. He said that this is the biggest game of his career, which was, from a question I asked him yesterday, was slightly odd because he won a Game 7 in the finals. But, I think he was kind of being more figurative about it, like, hey, this is the next game. It's the biggest game. And it's going to be a tough game for him. J-Dub is not playing. Jalen Williams is not playing. I don't think A.J. Mitchell is playing. And the way they're doing their defense, it's either Castle or Fox basically staying with him, Wemby, the giant pogo sticks underneath the basket and daring the rest of the team to beat you. And yesterday was just a true beatdown. I was impressed by the sense of urgency of such a young team. Like, I got to keep reminding myself that these dudes are young. And so for the reigning 2-time MVP, man, shoot, he got to flop, he got to shoot, he got to dunk, he going to have to sell popcorn and, get pom-poms. I think he's going to have one of those Magic Johnson without Kareem type finals games in order to keep the Thunder season alive.
And does he have that in his bag? And if not, does he have a second scorer who can possibly step up? And, is it Caruso who has to step up and carry the load?
I think it's whoever's hitting shots, man. They're really, without J-Dub and without A.J. Mitchell, they're a box of chocolate team next to Shea. You just don't know what you're going to get. The Thunder are really, really limited now. And I don't have a lot of trust on the rest of their team to do it, but I do have a lot of trust in their experience. Ultimately, you mentioned Caruso. McCain's done some things. It's Chet, man. It's Chet Holmgren. Chet was All-Star this year, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
He has to step up. Like, it has to be a Chet game. He has to be special. I think because SGA is such a star, his star is so big that we forget about Chet. Like, if Chet is truly one of the elite players in this league that he yearns to be and wants to be and it was a top pick to be, he has to have a special game tomorrow. So forget Caruso, forget McCain, Wallace. No, it's next to SGA, Chet has to be special. Plain and simple.
Mark Spears with us, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, as always. Mark, what did you make of the new anti-tanking rules that were introduced yesterday? Oh, for those who aren't watching on YouTube, he just went face into hands.
Oh, he's down.
Face it, he's down. Down goes Spears. Down goes Spears.
I preface it by saying I have a lot of respect for Adam Silver. I do. But I feel like anytime something happens in the NBA, they react immediately with some, whether it's the All-Star game or just, it's just such a radical move, man. And the only reason all this tanking stuff happened was because this is a generational draft. This is one of the best drafts in years. It's the best draft since the Cade Cunningham draft, I think in 2022. But so that's why these guys were doing it. So next year's draft is trash. so why are you gonna do it now? It's like you're gonna beat up the bad teams for something that happened beforehand. Like it's too late. This is something they should have implemented a year before. But it's like me, like as a fantasy football commissioner, man. Like people say I'll be changing the rules up, but the stakes ain't that high. It's fantasy football. It's just I just think that a lot of times the NBA can be too reactionary, and I don't know, maybe I'm old man yelling at the sky kind of dude, but to me, when you do stuff like this, the good teams are only rewarded, and the bad teams are gonna stay worse.
And my thing, Mark,
that's not even good English, but I'm gonna say it that way.
No, and it worked. And my thing that I was saying earlier is that it kind of just moves the tank to the middle because you're rewarding the teams that are whatever 4th to 10th worst. So do you think this just kind of kicks the can down the road as far as just making the tank a little bit of a different spot?
But the thing is, the draft lottery shows you that nothing is guaranteed anyway.
Right.
So it's already foolproof. So what do they need to do all this for? Like, did Utah get Utah got the number 2 pick, right? But they didn't get number 1, right? All that stuff that Memphis did, what did they get? I went to a game at Chase, and I don't know if you guys remember this game.
Oh, yeah.
It's like somewhat late in the season. Mark, you remember.
Yep.
And look it up. The Grizzlies had a lead. It was about 6-7 minutes left. And anybody that was worth anything on the Grizzlies at that time suddenly disappeared.
Yep.
And there was a bunch of dudes on the floor that I had never heard of who were averaging 8 points a game in the G League. We weren't even averaging double figures. All of a sudden, these dudes came in. And so I say all that to say, like, and they still didn't get the number 1 pick. Like, nothing is guaranteed already. It's already foolproof already. So, like, why do we have to make this additional change? I think
you know the answer. You know the answer, though, Mark.
No, you tell me. What's the answer?
PR. I mean, and that's why I ask about the SGA thing, because I think that we've arrived at a time where like foul baiting and flopping has been happening forever, but this feels excessive to people, and it's become a central talking point, which is part of the reason he's struggling now, because I do think officials are watching him differently. Yeah. And so we arrive at
But, I mean, like,
PR.
you could say the same thing for Jalen Brunson, too, right?
To a degrry, sure. I don't think anybody's as excessive as Shea, but that's my viewpoint.
Yeah. Then the onus is on the refs, then.
Yep.
And I do think the NBA has the best refs in the world, which doesn't mean they're innocent and foolproof and don't make mistakes. But to me, if you wanted to make a grandiose change, make it for that. You know what I mean? Make it where if something is deemed to be an aggressive flop, we have the ability to go look at it immediately on a camera, on a
yeah.
And to me, if a player knows that if I do this, they're going to go look at it on camera, they have the ability to do that, then I think it would cut that down. Simple, right?
Right.
Simple. Like, if it looks egregious, we're going to go take a look at it, and if you are called for a flop, you're going to get a technical. And I bet you that would slow a lot of that down. It doesn't have to be if you wink twice and do a backflip, like some odd thing that the NBA always does, supercalifragilistic moves that they make, whether it's the draft lottery or, hey, let's let the rookies play in the All-Star game. Glad that went away, or how about we bring out a wheel for the dunk contest and they spin the wheel and it's keep things simple. Right. There's simple things. And if you get the way, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, the way that these referees seem to be getting really good at looking at replays faster, I feel like we're not waiting as long for deliberations as we did before. Make that a part of flopping.
Yeah, I would go even one step further, and you can have this to use and write about it.
You want me to put on NBA Today if it's dope?
It is dope, and it's from me to you because I love you. They have the flagrant foul system, right? Flagrant foul. You get to 14, you get suspended. You come up with the flagrant flop. The flagrant flop, and you look at them after the game. That way we don't bog down the game. You look back at the game and say, you know what? That's a flagrant flop 1. You get to 14 flagrant flop points. Now you get suspended. Discuss.
I mean, suspended and punching somebody is 2 different things, man. For flopping and punching.
But like the technical foul thing.
That's a little harsh,
You
right?
get to 16 techs.
You don't think that's a little harsh?
No, 16 techs, you lose a game. 16 flops, you lose a game.
Are like beating somebody down, right?
But dibs means over a period of time, just like technical fouls.
Yeah.
If you get a bunch of yelling at the ref 16 times, you lose a game.
Yeah.
Same thing here.
That's a little aggressive, too.
I mean...
How about 20, Mark?
I think a tech will slow it down. If I know, if I feel like I could get a tech, and then if you get 2 techs, you're out.
I'm so annoyed by watching this. I think if you get 15 flagrant flops, you don't get to play basketball anymore.
You guys think it's that bad, huh?
It's we're
getting worse.
We're triggered by it right now, Mark, because, and I don't want to speak for dibs, but I think we're pretty close on this. Like, it's such a frustrating watch, and we have so much more access to slow-mo angles and highlights that live on social media, and every big game, we get bombarded with this ridiculous stuff that happened in the game. It's very frustrating, I think, for fans.
Well, I think the 2 guys it'll be interesting if it's Oklahoma City and New York to see SGA and Jalen go at it. And Jalen's good at putting that, and Shea does it too. They're putting their arm in your arm.
Yep.
And shooting. But that's not a flop, right? That's creativity. So Jalen's really good at that.
I mind that less. I mean, you're drawing a foul there.
The onus is on the refs to realize that they're being conned.
I think
maybe they need to have some stronger teaching towards that in the offseason, some better schooling about what this looks like, also from different angles. Because you got to remember, the problem with the viewer back home is, and the problem with you guys and me, if we're not the referee don't get all those replays live in his head on all the different angles real time. How did he not see that?
Right.
Because it wasn't in slow motion, and because that ref was actually looking at something else at the time, right? It's kind of sleight of hand. It's like a magician in a lot of ways. And Shea's gotten really good about it. And but he also is very aggressive going to the basket, which if you're aggressive going to basket, you're going to get more calls.
No doubt. I think that's why Dibs is talking about checking it out after the game, though, because that's for me, it's not even the Brunson stuff. Harden's been doing that for years. Well, but
when you get to 16 flagrant flops, let them accumulate.
And Mark, it's not like drawing fouls, getting your arm underneath their arm, that's been part of basketball forever. Falling over constantly when untouched. I want to define it. For me, that's the one that gets me. You're falling over. So
if I get in a fight in school, it's worth the same punishment as if I'm the class clown.
No.
I see what you're saying.
But if you slip and fall on your way out to recess 16 times, well, you don't get to go to recess that next day.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
Enough with the slip and fall. You've got to find a way to make it stop. I have a 3-year-old.
See, it's all Steph Curry's fault because if Steph Curry was playing, y'all wouldn't even be worried about this.
Oh, no. Everybody's.
He doesn't get any calls. You know that.
Worst whistle in the league, Mark. You know that.
No, LeBron's people would tell you it's LeBron.
I know LeBron's people would say that. Yeah. JJ Redick said it.
People would tell you Donovan Mitchell. Every team got a player was the worst whistle.
Oh, gosh. Mark Spears is with us. Hey, speaking of the Warriors, I just wonder in your circles, after all the dust settled of the Steve Kerr conversation and then the press conferences that they had, what are you hearing? What are you hearing about how those things have all gone and what they might be looking to do this offseason?
In terms of free agency?
Everything.
Or are you talking about?
Everything and anything.
Well, I mean, to me, I think the first step is the draft. And I need you guys to get more excited about this draft.
Oh, I'm excited.
I really think that the Warriors are going to get a good piece. I know it's a couple of weeks away. I've talked to pretty much everybody that could be potentially in the top 10. And I do think, and I know I'm beating a dead horse here, that somebody unexpected is going to fall to the Warriors. And 5 years from now, they're going to be like, how did Klay Thompson fall here? How did Draymond Green go? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to me, this is where the Warriors scouting staff, all the scouting staffs are going to be, let's see how good you are. Let's see how you pick. I think with Steve, it's almost like a moot point to talk about him because he signed. So he ain't going nowhere. It's like they kumbaya, they hugged, they dapped it out. You know, he's good. But I am intrigued by Giannis's situation come draft day. Does it affect the Warriors? Does it not affect the Warriors, right? Like, their owner is very interested in potentially getting something done by draft day. Can the Warriors get involved in it? Do they want to get involved in it? Does free agency come and are they interested in LeBron James, right? Like, do they get Steph and who's got a budding relationship with him and Draymond who's like besties to try to convince him to come? I saw LeBron James, I guess he put something out about the Cavaliers the other day. So that tells me if he's putting out something about the Cavaliers, which he's good at, like, testing the waters and of social media to tease people. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what he does on July 1st because the Lakers are in a tough spot where I don't think they have the ability to wait for LeBron James to make a decision. They have to. That's just somewhat $56 million that they're holding that Austin Reeves and somebody else can get. Like, I think they'll want a decision. And as much money as that is, like, I do think LeBron James is in a position to, like, pick what makes him happiest. And I wonder if Luka never got hurt, how that team would have did, because he seemed like things were really great until Luka got hurt. Luka getting hurt, to me, opened the doors. And so, to me, Cleveland conveniently doesn't have a great small forward, right?
Fair enough.
The Warriors, do the Warriors have a...
Nope.
Their great small forward is out. So I'm really curious to see what the LeBron James sweepstakes or lack thereof is this summer, and if the Warriors can get involved in it and whether they want to. But I know when the Cleveland season ended the other day, they were squeezing Donovan Mitchell a little bit about LeBron James potentially going there, and he kind of pleaded the fifth on it.
Yeah, I bet. I bet. Mark Spears, ESPN, Anscape, one of the best writers out there. We love having you. We thank you. But real quick before you go, you sounded like you about to pick the Spurs tomorrow night. Is that true?
Publicly, I'm the worst picker.
Okay.
Just so y'all know. So for y'all betting people, I might be helping you. Whatever I pick, because I overpick. I overanalyze. I make dumb mistakes and listen to other people right when I'm about to pick and stuff like that. And then I think fans revel in us making a mistake.
Yeah. You think?
And if they were but they're either picking who they love or, that's it. If you don't pick who they love, then and you're wrong. And I told you, but I'm gonna tell y'all fans, talk trash before the game, for the series. Don't hit me up after. I'll respect you more if you say something to me beforehand. Don't say, oh, you didn't pick the Lakers or the blah, 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 or this or that. Don't. There was one, I don't know if I mentioned his name. There was one NBA player, actually. I did not pick their team, okay, against the Knicks. And I won't say what series, but I didn't pick their team. And they won a game, and they got ahead in the series. It's probably easy to figure out.
Okay, that would be the Atlanta Hawks.
The said player hit me up with a picture of me picking the Knicks. Then they didn't win another game. And I haven't called this player. I thought about it. I love this guy. He's a great guy. I'm not even going to put his name out there.
You better not be talking about Jonathan Kuminga, Mark.
Jonathan Kuminga don't care about that.
Tell CJ. Tell CJ McCollum.
Jonathan Kuminga ain't looking at nobody's pick.
Tell McCollum to calm down. Tell him to calm down.
I'll say that. But this dude had the audacity to send me a text. Who didn't pick the Hawks? Okay, I said it, the Hawks. And then that was the kiss of death. After that, they didn't win again. I don't think.
Hey, text us.
And I'm going to see this person.
Text us.
Just smile.
Text us after who it is.
Put my arm around him.
Text us who it is.
You can figure it out. I'll give you, off air, I'll give you 3 guesses.
It's McCollum, but that was on air. But anyway, you can text me. You can text us.
What makes you think it's CJ?
I don't know, because he's chatty.
I did do a diary on CJ a couple years ago.
All right. We'll text you. Mark,
I'm not saying it's CJ.
Okay. We'll find out. You're the best.
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm not saying it.
Thank you, sir. Let's talk to you next week, and man, enjoy that tomorrow night.
Go Gunners.
Okay. There it is, everybody. That's the great Mark Spears, courtesy of Kendall Jackson Wines, an official wine partner of the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, go Gunners. Mark Grandy, our technical director, certainly a huge Gunners fan as they go for the Champions League title tomorrow.
So much so that he needed a day off to get ready for it, apparently.
No doubt. You got to yak in.
Which means I get another free shot at higher or lower.
You do.
Which is part of what is coming up next, but also Tony Vitello speaks publicly about the dismissal of Hector Borg as the third base coach. That's next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Golden State Lumber and Showroom. And if you're considering new windows for your current home or attractive window options for your new home build, Golden State Lumber and Showroom can guide you through the entire process. Golden State partners with Milgard, Marvin, and other industry-leading manufacturers, and their expert showroom staff can assist you in choosing the right materials to the best glass and finishes. Stylish frames include durable vinyl, sleek aluminum, and energy-efficient fiberglass. And right now is a good time for homeowners like me and contractors like you to invest a tax refund in their home. And in fact, we're looking at a window project right now to upgrade our family room. And you can upgrade with Milgard and get up to $100 back on patio doors and up to $40 per window, depending on the series. But act soon. This offer ends June 8th. And get this, the first 50 customers who mention this radio ad get free delivery. Connect with them at goldenstatelumber.com or visit them at 3141 Arden Way. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Today on the pod, we're talking to Joan, a method actor and Scratchers enthusiast. So, Joan, what do you like about playing Scratchers?
Well, as a method actor, it's about becoming the ticket. Scratching up, down, stage left, stage right.
So what's your motivation? Because your performance feels so real.
Oh, I was just tapping into my inner Scratchers.
Incredible.
Yes. Bravo me.
Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
May is Water Safety Month, and the YMCA of Greater San Francisco believes swimming is more than a sport, it's a life skill. Whether you're introducing your child to the water for the first time, building confidence, or training for fitness, the Y offers group and private swim lessons, master's swim, and competitive swim teams for all ages and skill levels. Make a splash this season and stay safer in and around the water. Learn more today at ymcasf.org/swim.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Thinking about getting in shape for summer? Then stop trying to do it on your own and call the experts. DIY weight loss is not the answer. At Jumpstart MD, you'll work with real clinicians right here in the Bay Area and get access to GLP-1 medications at our most affordable rates. And for a limited time, mention radio and save up to 70% this May. Don't wait until summer. Start now and lock in your results early. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com today.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, it would be so great if the Spurs won tomorrow night. Ooh, that would be so great.
Why?
Because.
Maybe I've already gone full Kalshi on Oklahoma City.
Have you?
No, but I thought about it.
But you
it's
didn't.
about a 60% OKC, 40% San Antonio.
Okay.
But that thing's been a little bit of a oscillation sensation.
That's a
kind
buck.
of, it's kind of gone towards San Antonio and then back. But hearing Mark Spears talk about like the injuries and SGA and maybe a little bit of a pucker factor for the 2-time MVP.
Can you teach me how to Kalshi?
Yes. I can also teach you how to Dougie.
No, you
but
can't.
I mean, I could walk you through it, but I need to stretch.
I feel like we're about 15 years late.
At least.
I know.
And I
cannot be that guy.
I pulled the calf muscle in my sleep last night. It was just a cramp. It was one of those times where you roll over and it's like, ah! And it's, yeah.
It's one of those things in life that I'm just kind of like, why did God make that? Like, why are you? I'm just laying here. You know what I mean? Whenever you're hurt, people are like, you should, or you're sick, like you should rest.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, I'm gonna stop. I'm just gonna lay down and rest. And then out of nowhere, it's like, pow! It's like I'm just
sitting here.
I'm laying here. Like, leave me alone. You don't need to fire an absolute heater through my leg for no reason.
And we got carpal tunnel. We're gonna roll an ankle. We're gonna pull a hammy. Wow! That's being north of 50. Seriously.
I agree with you.
Anyway, I hope the Spurs win tomorrow night. I don't like the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yes, I'm a hater.
You've been very clear about that.
I don't like them. And I want them to go away. And I think the Spurs versus the Knicks would be so fun. That would be so fun where I could get my head around either one of those. And I think the Knicks and their fans versus Wemby, that would be so great. The Thunder are so annoying. They're so annoying.
And there's also the piece of you don't get to be a dynasty. And if you're a Warrior fan and you got the 4, you got 2 in a row, and then you got 3 in 4 years or whatever it turned out to be. It's like, yeah, that's a thing. So if the Thunder get 2 in a row, now it's like, okay, we're a dynasty. No, you're not, but you are on your way to being one. And also, if the Thunder get knocked out tomorrow, that assures we would have a 7th consecutive year with a new champ.
New champ. I like it.
Which hasn't happened in, forever, I think.
Yeah, probably. No, I like it. Go Spurs. And go Valks. We haven't even mentioned that today. That was a hell of a watch last night.
That was fun last night.
That was a hell of a watch. Whew, you know who's a flopper? Caitlin Clark.
No. Sophie Cunningham.
Well, sure, but Caitlin Clark, first of all, there's you got fouled, and no wonder her and Pods go to Giants games together. She loves to twirl her finger. She immediately wants flagrants. I'm like, that's not a relax with your flagrant. It's just a foul. Just take your foul. But there were a couple other times where she looked like she got ejected off of, wow. I didn't know you got down like that, Caitlin. I mean, I've watched, and I know, but not like that. I thought it was egregious last night. So anyway.
Yeah, the one late, under 2 minutes where.
What are you doing?
You got fouled, but you didn't catch a spicy hot wing in the face. It might have grazed your nose, but the head snapped back, and we immediately go to the nose.
And she did get hit. Actually, that bothers me less than there was a flop in the third quarter where she just, 2 people standing there and then whop, those where they just fall over. You're like, nothing happened.
Right.
Completely trying to fool the refs. I hate that. Don't do that.
They do it, and I'm not just saying the W, but also the NBA, but they do it because it works.
I know.
And that's why I'm advocating for the flagrant flop after the fact where, like the Caitlin Clark one 2 minutes ago, that wasn't a flop. She embellished it. She got hit in the face.
That's fine.
You got hit in the face, and you snapped the head back to make sure that everybody knew you got hit, and they looked at it, not a flagrant. It's a foul, sure, and we move on.
Nice win.
Gutsy.
5-2?
Hey, Gabby Williams, friend of the station.
You know who got...
Make a free throw, Gab.
Did you hear her get interviewed on the court after the game?
She was delightful, outgoing, effusive.
Chatty.
The personality was flowing like a river.
I was like, oh, there you are.
There you are.
Now I see you.
the best post-game interview on town.
Did I share something with you?
Share it, because you and I, the whole show thread, we all were firing the same thing. Like, I
was wrong.
She put the gab in Gabby. She was gabbing it up.
She was yo gabba Gabby.
Totally.
I put together a text to Steiny and go, I didn't send it.
No?
You ever let the phone govern whether or not it gets sent? Like, I typed it out, and then I looked at it, and I'm like, Goo's on his way to frickin' Mexico, and Steiny doesn't ever want to receive a text in his life about anything ever anyway. But I typed it out, and I looked at it, and I was like, they're either going to laugh at this or they're going to be super annoyed that I'm texting them. Maybe a little bit of both. And I did that thing where you just kind of swipe your thumb in the neighborhood of the send arrow. And I felt like I hit it, and it even kind of registered.
Don't do that.
And then it didn't go. And I'm like, oh, I'm not supposed to send this.
Right.
So I deleted it.
No, that works.
Gabby Williams just talked on TV, and boy, she's talking now. Hey.
Didn't hit resend.
Yeah, I did. I just deleted it.
I had a job go that way.
Let them have their Thursday night. Like, I don't need to.
Right.
You know what I mean? What is it? It's 10 at night. Like, go to bed.
Take a play off.
Just leave it.
2006, I interviewed for the boys volleyball varsity job at St. Joe's in Alameda.
How'd it go?
Great interview. And I'm like, yeah, I'll think about it. I typed out an email and sent it and said, it's not right for me right now. It's thank you for the offer and great conversation and good luck to you. 4 days later, I get a phone call and the AD says, I never heard from you. Like, you said you were going to email me. And I was like, oh my God, I emailed you. And I go into my drafts. I go into my sent items.
It never went?
It never sent. So I said, you know what? I'll take that job. So I took the job. To me, that was like fate telling me that
the email didn't go.
Right.
And then how did it work out? Like, are you glad that you
won
took
3 straight league titles?
And you're glad you took the job?
Yeah, it was a great 3-year run.
Wow, that's a great story.
It's a wild story.
I've never heard that before.
I turned it down.
That's a super sliding doors moment.
Exactly. And so,
wow.
06, 07, 08, I coached up this team of, ragtag East Bay, Alameda kids and made some friendships that I still have today. And it's like, yeah, I'm so glad that email never made it.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Well,
there you have it.
Yeah. So that, and I didn't text Steiny and Goo. It feels a little like it maybe has a little less gravity than your story.
Well, you never know. Because,
they might
have gotten it and
Guru might have gotten so pissed off that he fell off the boat on the way to Mexico.
You never know. Yeah.
And he would be swimming right now. Who knows? Do you want to hear what Tony Vitello had to say in the dugout in Colorado about Hector Borg?
I would love to.
The once third base coach for the San Francisco Giants, who is no longer, and they've reassigned him in such a way that we don't even know where he's going. He kind of got reassigned the same way. Remember how in Top Gun they threatened him? You screw up just this much, you're going to be flying a cargo plane full of rubber, you-know-what, out of Hong Kong. Like, they reassigned him to I don't know where.
Right.
Gone.
TBD. Right.
They're just like, we've reassigned him to somewhere. What'd they say?
He might be on Guru's cruise.
I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be.
Player development.
Player development. The press release, Hector Borg has been reassigned to a new role within their player development staff. So that's not just so you can't be third base coach and you can't be in the dugout either.
No, well, for sure. And I said that yesterday.
You can't be here.
You can't.
You can't be here.
You can't have him just be over there. He has to be elsewhere.
So I'm glad that literally when we talked on Wednesday, when I was like, I don't want to use these microphones for firings. I've made that promise to myself. I don't like using that word. But I said that day, reassign. And it's exactly what they did. So Hector still has a job, but it's no longer sending people home from third base for the Giants. Ron Wotus on an interim basis. Here's Tony Vitello.
You guys know it. I don't have to say it, at least those that are familiar with them. one of the hardest working guys we have around, certainly one of the most personable and just high character guys would be the easiest way for me to say it. And also he's been given a lot of opportunities by the Giants too, and this is one that was, for him, whether it was rushed or whatever it might be, he was kind of thrust into a big position. And I think it just, one thing after another, became a difficult environment for everybody. So I think in the long run, I think it can be a real positive for everybody.
Okay. I mean, that's a good political answer. Sometimes
he was kind of thrust into a difficult position, like a pelvic thrust. Like he got thrust.
Well,
I mean, he got thrust. You also, Tony, have been thrust into a difficult position.
Damn right he has. So has Buster Posey, so has Zach Manassian, so has Bryce Eldridge, so has Tony Vitello, so has Hector Borg, so has Victor Bericotto. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's also one of those situations that I think is just inherently awkward in life, where someone sits down and they go, okay, so why did you guys decide to replace Hector Borg? It's like, hey, dumb bleeps, you all know exactly why we replaced Hector Borg. He kept sending people home when the ball was already there. So that's why we replaced Hector. Wouldn't you love if just for a week we could live in a world where you could just do stuff like that? Yeah.
Just give flat out honest answers.
I mean, it could fall a little too far. Some would say that our political discourse has already arrived at this, but you know what I mean? Why'd you replace Hector? Because not good at deciding when people should go home.
I think the easiest comp is Jake Moody, where, I was saying, yeah, give Jake a chance. New season, new kicker. Let's see how it looks. And the first game out, Jake Moody was doing the same old stuff, and he was just gone. And it's like, okay, we're not going to sit here and allow Hector Borg to have another 106 games of should I stay or should I go? Shout out to Clash. We're going to have to make the change. Yep. And Jake Moody was what? I think it was one game.
It was one game. Yeah. But, well, remember, the entire discussion was going the whole preseason.
Correct.
Then the game started. They were in Seattle. They found a way to win anyway. But he went out and shanked like a 32-yarder right away to start the season.
Right.
That was all it took. I mean, there were a lot of people that never thought it should have gotten on the plane in the first place.
Exactly. And so this is different because Hector Borg is not an actual player, but you got to a certain spot with Jake Moody and you get to the same spot here. And it's like, yeah, we can't do this anymore. It's got to change.
Higher or lower in about 15, 20 minutes. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. I will say this, I do think it's yet another example, and I said earlier in the week, when the third base coach gets removed, I don't know who has the final say on that. Tony Vitello, Buster Posey, whatever. It's probably Buster, but here's what I will say. You don't have to love everything that Buster Posey has done so far. Quite frankly, I don't know how you could. But I will say this. He's decisive.
Yep.
Like, to the point you just made, when he feels it is time to be decisive about something, kaboo.
Right.
He's decisive. We're doing Rafi Devers. We're doing Patrick Bailey. We're doing Hector Borg. Like, we're doing it. And I really, by the way, again, lots of wrong moves so far, very early in his tenure. I really appreciate that characteristic where he is not hesitant to make a big move, even a risky one.
Tony Vitello.
Well, I mean, right now, if you wanted to, I don't think you can Kalshi this, but if you wanted to Kalshi whether or not the Devers trade will look like a good one 5 years from now, it ain't looking good.
No.
It's not looking good at all. I don't even know if you saw what happened on the farm last night. Tibbs hit two more.
Of course.
One of them was off Josh Hader. You know that dude?
He's nasty.
The lefty heater dude, and Tibbs is a left-handed hitter.
Oh, boy.
And he tanked him to right center field. Big fly. Second of the night. Third multi-homer game of the year for Tibbs. Now, he's in AAA, but is mashing the ball. And that was the other guy they gave up. That's not to mention the all-star lefty that they'll be facing on Monday in Milwaukee. So it ain't looking good, but there is still a piece of it I appreciate. Most Giants fans I talk to, still today, they're like, yep, I would do the deal again. And even if you wouldn't, I appreciate where Buster was coming from in that moment. He saw something, he assessed it, he liked it. He might be wrong, but he didn't do I might be wrong, so I'm going to hesitate. He did it. You know, he did it when I feel like Kyle Harrison was like, wasn't he like warming up in LA or something like that? Wasn't Harrison
I think so,
he was
yeah.
like warming up? And they're
Sunday
like,
Night Baseball.
Yeah, like, Kyle, come here for a second. And Boston, gone.
Right.
Like, that's some serious mobster stuff. So
it's decisive.
Yeah.
No doubt. And, I mean, Boston had Kyle Harrison and Tibbs for about a second. And, Boston got Dustin May in the Tibbs trade, and now Dustin May's a Cardinal. So I don't know what Boston's doing because I just asked AI who won the Devers trade, and AI's like, Boston won the trade. I mean, they shed the contract, and they rose in the standings and this and that. And then you think about it a little bit more. They might have won the first trade, but then you got rid of Harrison and you got rid of Tibbs and you got Dustin May, who's now a Cardinal. And so
I think that automatically means you didn't win the first trade. You don't have any of what you got, and you turned it into dust. You still have Jordan Hicks, except for is he even in baseball right now? I don't even know. Where is he? Pasta? White Sox. You don't have
he was here.
You don't have anything left of what you had. So how could you have won the trade?
You shed the contract.
I
mean, that honestly,
that can't. I mean, look, Rafi Devers is still a good baseball player. Like, we're not doing this.
We're not to that point yet.
This guy arrived here and has so far, whether you love him or not, he's had a bad month. A bad month. He had an OPS over 800 last year in his time with the Giants. And then this year, he has an OPS of 900 in the month of May. He sucked in April. Are we literally going to hate him for that? That seems a little odd to me.
You don't have to hate him for that, but you can look at what they gave up and say you gave up more than what you got back, and what you got back is a big old whopping contract till 2033.
I don't mind a whopping contract if the guy's OPS is going to be 900. That deserves a whopping contract.
But is it going to be 900?
I don't know. That's what it's usually 850.
Right.
And he just had a May where it was 900.
A May. And so, if you look at the advanced metrics, he's not really hitting the fastball like he used to. We had Dan O'Dowd on earlier, and that was one of his takeaways.
But he's hitting it better than he was in April.
Fair.
Like he's hitting a lot more of it now.
Yeah, in April he was dreadful.
Yeah.
And, you look at what Boston's doing, and you have to ask yourself, what are you doing, Boston?
Seriously.
Like, that's one of the marquee brands in the sport, and they are run very poorly.
What'd they get for Harrison? What'd Milwaukee give up for Kyle Harrison? That I don't remember. I wonder what that deal was. So you said they got Dustin May for Tibbs.
Right, for a second.
That was a big old mess up.
Yeah.
What'd they get for Kyle Harrison?
Red Sox traded Harrison for Shane Drohan, David Hamilton, Caleb Durbin, Andrew Monasterio, and Anthony Siegler.
You got 5 players just for Kyle?
No, it was Harrison, Drohan, and Hamilton out.
Oh.
They got Durbin, Monasterio, and Siegler. I like to trade for Boston.
Already having big leaguers?
I don't know.
I mean,
Durbin was kind of the headliner. He was third in Rookie of the Year last year, and now he's got a 499 OPS in Boston. Remember, they don't have Bregman either.
Yeah. I want to warn Giants fans. I'm not sure if you're aware of this. Harrison's not just going to make the All-Star team. He's a Cy Young candidate right now.
Oh, boy.
No, he is.
No, I get
He's
that.
a Cy Young candidate right now.
And you have to ask yourself, why? Why is he suddenly better?
Well, my answer to that is he just finally came of age. Like, that's baseball.
Right. I think that's the shortcut answer.
Well, except for, I can't give Milwaukee the full credit for development because he just got there. And poof, it was turnkey. And it's not like the Giants didn't think highly of him. I know that they did. I think there were some off-the-field things that annoyed them. Kyle's family's a lot. They think very highly of Kyle. So, which is not surprising, but I think they wanted things to be a certain way. And I also know Kyle struggled with injury while he was with the Giants. It's not the Giants' fault that his fastball lost 3 miles an hour when they brought him up and he was getting tagged all over the yard. You know what I mean? So I know what you're asking, which is, did the Giants fail him in terms of development?
Right.
Well, he's still been with the Giants' developmental system a hell of a lot more than anyone else's. He was with Boston for a hot second. They barely pitched him. Then they sent him to Milwaukee, and it clicked. He's still, is he even 25 yet? Is he 25? How old is Kyle?
He's probably
24, 25 years old?
24, turns 25 in August.
So like that's when people become good. You know, the Giants always thought he was going to be good. So,
well, they didn't think he'd be that good.
Well, they got Rafi Devers for him. It's not like they sent him out for a song.
Fine.
You know what I mean?
I do, but if you really thought that he was going to be this, like Zach Wheeler, you sent Zach Wheeler out for a rental, and Zach Wheeler turned out to be really, really good, and you did that probably thinking, you know what, we're getting, a player for 2 months, and he might get us to get over the top, and so that was a risk.
But don't you feel like this is different? Because put the money aside, because as a fan, I don't really give a rip about that. The Giants have plenty of money. Even if you were like, Kyle Harrison's going to be good, but we're going to get a middle of the order star for 7 years. I still and again, we'll see how that all plays out. But I don't think that's crazy train. And the rest of the dudes, it was 2 minor leaguers. Turns out like one of them looks like he's going to be really good and ended up with the Dodgers. So that's a knife in the gut. I get that.
And Jordan Hicks was the guy that you were looking to get rid of anyway.
Yeah, he's terrible. But especially remember where the Giants were last summer. We've been yelling for 5 years, like, will you get a hitter that we like? And then they got Rafi Devers.
Well, you can't really get a free agent hitter, especially a left-handed hitter.
That's a good point.
That's a little bit of the risk-reward part of the deal. But I do think the biggest piece for me is development. And if you go and you look at Milwaukee and how they're regarded in terms of pitcher development, they're considered the gold standard. So Milwaukee sees Harrison in Boston. They see him here, and they go out there, and they're like, you know what? We think that we can do something with this kid who's only 24, and so you get Harrison in, you change the arm angle a little bit, you get the velo back up on the fastball, and now he might be the all-star starter in the National League.
He looks fantastic.
He looks as filthy as he did when we all saw him in the lower levels.
I mean, look, your development point is not simply a good one. It is inarguable. It's inarguable. There's no defense right now for the Giants' draft and development over the last decade. You want to go back 15 years? You got something. You go back 10 years? Not much. Not much. They partially developed Harrison. They gave up. Did they give up too early? Possibly, maybe even probably. You know what I mean?
They developed Logan Webb. They get credit for that.
They're going to get credit for Schmidt.
And Landon Roop. I'm
and
just thinking about pitchers right now.
Okay. I was going to say, we'll see where Eldridge goes. There's Ramos. Like, to me, it's the whole picture. It's draft and develop, and it has been underwhelming. And it is very much, I think, part of what Buster Posey is trying to rework, and what's probably keeping him up at night. This is just my guess, because if you're Buster, and not that he cares, but he's listening to all of the voices. He knows. We know. Like last week, he got a little annoyed during an interview about like, oh, you didn't like that I didn't get a closer, huh? If I had gotten a closer, you'd be pissed at me for the closer that I got. So he hears all the voices, and what's probably keeping him up at night is he walked in simply a year and a half ago, and he conducted some things both in the draft and in the international market that baseball people think were really good. The problem is they're all teenagers. And so Buster's got to sit here and listen to, you guys suck at draft and development. And that's not wrong, but he has done some things at the lower levels of the minors that have people on the inside excited, but we don't know if they're going to work out yet. And even if they do, it's going to be like at least 3 years.
I'm looking at the MLB.
That's a long time.
The list right now, Josuar Gonzalez, his ETA is 2029.
Yep.
So that's 3 years. Luis Hernandez, also a shortstop.
They're all shortstop.
2030.
Yep.
Johnny Level, shortstop, 2029.
Tearing up San Jose. I mean, at an absolutely meteoric level.
So you have 3 shortstops who are your top 3 prospects outside of Bryce, who is already here, so he'll come off this list very soon. But 3 shortstops, 2029, 2030, 2029. So, yeah, I mean, they might be good, and ideally, a couple of them are really good, and you can trade them because I think you can only play one shortstop at a time. I might be wrong.
Well, but okay, so
second base, third base, I get it.
First of all, it's positional change, and secondly, when you do that, because you should not hesitate, I believe, if you're a baseball team to do that. They may with this 4th pick. The kid Rock, is it? Hit me.
Rock Yassin.
No, not Rock Yassin. Rock Chilowski.
Chilowski, dog.
He's the UCLA shortstop, and some in the organization.
Lost to St. Mary's today. Shout out the Gales.
Then move him down the list, and maybe the Giants will get him at 4. He's one of the people that some suggest the Giants would like to get with the 4th pick in the draft. He's another shortstop, and it's like, don't worry about that. Don't overthink it.
Right.
Get the great player. As they come up, they can either change position or you pick which one you want to be your shortstop, and the other ones become humongous trade chips. So it's just asset management at that point. So I don't care if they're all shortstops, but people are very excited about those players, which will rise me a long time before we see whether or not those things pan out. And I don't need to tell this fan base, this fan base is correct to say we'll believe it when we see it.
Right.
Because we've been told too many times about Marco Luciano.
Angel Villalona.
I mean, just even the shortstop position.
Well, even young prospects like Luis Matos.
Yep.
I mean, and you've got Elliot Ramos, who actually is a major leaguer. He's an all-star, and it's you get credit for that.
Yeah, it took forever. They damn near gave up on him.
Right.
Damn near gave up on him.
I just think about the pitching part of it, and I'm looking at the prospects, and you've got Blade Tidwell, who has an arrival date of this year, and he has arrived. And now he's back down. Carson Whisenhunt, he's arrived, and he's back down. And you just wonder whether or not, Trevor McDonald's on the list. And he's arrived, and hopefully he's going to stay. But I just wonder about some of these future pieces and whether or not pitching-wise they can do what they did back in 2010 or 2009.
You never know. You never know. And they're not wrong in that you can address free agency as pitchers much more than you can with hitters when you play in this ballpark with its 1,000-foot away right field fence.
Love it. Yeah.
You want to do higher or lower?
Let's do it.
Let's do higher or lower. Let's play the dang game.
Pasta. I need some ornamentation.
Hang on.
Sensation.
That's a buck. Hey! Good afternoon, everybody. It's time for the 33rd edition of Higher or Lower. Today's theme.
33?
On this date, back in 1990, Ricky Henderson became the American League career stolen base leader, passing Ty Cobb. He stole base number 893. Today's number will be 893. That'll be the number off of which we key. And it's time to introduce our contestants. Up first, defending champion. I can't look across the table. I got to look in the other room. Steven Risotto. Hello, Steven.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to try and defend my title. You've done a Ricky Henderson number before, so I think this is the second Ricky number, and I played in the first one, so I think good juju is to come.
I love it. Second and certainly not the last. One of my all-time favorite players, one of the favorite athletes that I've actually met and played craps with on a pool table. So you can Ricky, rest in peace. There'll be more Ricky to come. Up next, he's won 9 times, although he's in a little bit of a slumpy slump, having not won in some time. It's my partner, Mark Willard.
Ricky say that Mark is about to break out of his slump. Hi, Dan.
Today, I am the greatest of all time.
I am the greatest.
Our third contestant is a fan favorite. He's known for his deep voice and his long answers.
Yeah.
It is Cam Williams.
The one and only back in the place. I'm trying to go 2 for 2. I got one on the board. I'm trying to get my second one today.
I love it.
Let's go, Cam. I'm kind of rooting for Cam. I think I'm rooting against me.
I think America's rooting for Cam. And again, Ricky Henderson is the key. Career steal number 893. 36 years ago today, he became the American League record holder. Let's play higher or lower. We start with our defending champ, Steven Risotto. Steven, higher or lower than 893? Total career receiving yards for Ricky Pearsall.
Ooh.
Oh. Willard's laughing for some. I'm gonna go with under.
Higher,
sorry,
It's
lower.
Automatic
lower.
miss.
My gosh, we're not at it. Yeah, that's a
Willard.
Yeah. I'm going to go higher just on principle.
And Cam.
I'm going to go lower. There's not enough tape on the kid.
I love it. Always rationale with Cam. Point to Willard. It is higher.
Yeah, my guy Rick.
928 receiving yards in 2 years.
He's going to go over 1,000 week one.
Willard's got the point. Willard leads off. We're playing higher or lower than 893. Willard, total regular season NBA coaching wins for Glenn Doc Rivers.
Oh, damn. That's a lot of coaching wins, but he's coached a lot of teams. I'm going to go lower.
Pasta?
I'm going to go higher.
Cam, I know you have a rationale for this.
What you going to say?
I'm going to go lower.
Oh, that's a great answer.
That's a great answer, great impersonation, and you are correct. It is lower. 866 wins for Glenn Doc Rivers. Willard 2, Cam 1. Risotto, defending champ, in some early trouble.
You can play, Pasta. You're allowed to play.
We start with Willard here. Higher or lower than 893, Mark Willard? According to the 2020 census,
according to sources,
the total population of Point Reyes Station in Marin.
I love Point Reyes.
Wonderful town.
I feel like if you're asking, it's lower.
Cam?
Just to be safe, I'm rolling with lower.
Yeah.
Risotto?
I have no idea.
No, I'll go with higher.
It's higher.
It is higher.
Yeah.
Point to Risotto. 895 people.
Damn, only by 2?
Yes. Point Reyes Station, point to Risotto. Willard 2, Risotto 1, Cam 1. We start with Willard. He's in the lead. Higher or lower than 893, my friends, which is the number of steals Ricky had when he broke the record in the American League. Willard, item number 4. Total career regular season strikeouts from pitcher Jim Abbott.
Oh.
We had a one-armed pitcher last week.
Yeah. Jim
had 2 arms, but only one hand.
I'd like to go higher on that, Dan.
Risotto?
The theme of the one arm is back-to-back weeks is funny. I'll go higher on Jim Abbott.
Cam?
3 for 3. Going higher.
Yeah, you guys are all wrong.
Okay.
And for the record, he had 2 arms. It has 2 arms. I think he's still with us, but only one hand.
Yeah.
888.
It's kind of a tweener.
888.
He's missing a hand plus.
888 strikeouts for Jim Abbott. No blood.
That's too bad.
Willard 2, Risotto 1, Cam 1 will go in that same order. Higher or lower than 893, Willard. Total regular season and postseason points for Caitlin Clark, her rookie year.
Let's see. Her rookie year, that had to be like, no more than 50 games. That has to be, higher.
Risotto?
I'll go lower.
Cam?
Higher.
It is lower.
Yeah.
40 regular season games, only 2 playoff games, 805 points for Caitlin Clark.
I regretted that the second I said it.
Risotto 2, Willard 2,
Flopper.
Cam 1. That will be the order in which we go as we reach the back 9. Hello, friends.
All right.
Higher or lower than 893 in honor of Ricky Henderson's stolen base record in the American League. Risotto, we start with you. Highest possible cumulative 3-game score in bowling when you start with only 33 strikes.
It has to be higher.
I don't understand the question.
I don't either.
What do you mean when you start with...
So your first game, you bowl all strikes.
Yeah.
The second game, you bowl all strikes.
Right.
And then the third game, you don't bowl all strikes. So Risotto went higher. Willard.
I'm so confused.
I know. Yeah, it's tough.
What do you mean? This is a perfect game, you said. 3 times in a row.
Highest possible cumulative 3-game score when you start with only 33 strikes. higher or lower than 893?
Start with only 33 strikes. Did you say higher, Steven?
I said higher. I don't understand it now that he repeated it.
Yeah, out of solidarity, I'm just going to say higher with you because I don't get it. But
Cam.
anyway, yeah.
I'm going to go lower.
Yeah, Cam, of course, because you get it. It's lower. And of course, it's 879. Each bowling game has 12 first throws if you get all strikes. So you go 12 for 12, 300.
Yep.
You go 12 for 12, 300. Then you only get 9 strikes in the third game, which means you open the 10th with a 9, which means you can't get 300, which means it's 879.
Thanks for explaining. Let me speak for Pasta. Still don't get it.
Let me speak for Cam.
Why do you only get 9 rolls in the third game?
You get 12, but on the 10th frame, you don't get a strike, so you get 9 pins there. So therefore, the highest you could get is 879. Point to Cam.
Therefore, not a perfect game.
Correct. That's the point, because you started with only 33 strikes.
I thought you said cumulative score of 3 perfect games.
Cumulative score when you start with only 33 strikes, not 36 strikes.
Did you use the phrase perfect game?
No, never.
Okay. I thought you did.
Cam 2, Willard 2, Risotto 2.
Still hate the question.
Yeah, I may need to be workshopped for next time, but I love the fact that you guys are all struggling.
It doesn't matter.
We're going to start with Cam because he got the last one right. We'll go Cam, Willard, Risotto here. Cam, we start with you. Higher or lower than 893? There are 4 left to go. Cam, number of weeks Novak Djokovic has been ranked in the top 5 in the ATP World Rankings in his career.
Well, that's a fun one.
Novak Djokovic, top 5. How many weeks? Cam.
We'll go higher.
Willard.
I'll do lower.
Risotto.
I'll go higher too.
It is lower.
Yes, sir.
866 weeks.
Even
in
that's
the top
surprising.
5.
That's like 16 years or something like that.
It's pretty close to that. It might even be more, quite frankly.
Whatever. That was quick math.
And he lost today, so but he'll, I'm sure, still
that's too bad for
be
him.
in the top 5. Willard with the point and in the lead. Willard 3, Cam 2, Risotto 2.
What round are we in?
This is round 8.
Oh, this is dramatic.
Willard, higher or lower than 893?
Okay.
Total regular season managerial wins for Don Mattingly.
Total regular season managerial wins for Don Mattingly. I'll go higher.
Cam?
Yeah,
Cam?
higher.
Risotto?
I'm also going to go higher.
Higher.
Clean sweep of being correct.
Yes, sir.
It is higher, 909. As of this moment, they're at LA today. He might get to 910.
What a game.
This would have been lower until Philly, though, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Willard
Come
4,
over.
Cam 3, Risotto 3. We will start with Willard. This is the penultimate item, which is to say the second to last. It's higher or lower than 893 in honor of Ricky Henderson, 893rd steal, 36 years ago that passed Ty Cobb for the American League record. Mark Willard, higher or lower than 893. Number of years since the controversial election of Innocentius II as Pope.
What?
They had a partial conclave.
What word did you just use?
Many people thought that he didn't deserve to win the election when Innocentius II was elected as Pope. How many years ago was that?
How many years ago was that?
Higher or lower than 893? Number of years since the controversial election of Innocentius II.
Even you and
Pope.
Steiny were not alive for this.
It's close.
But I'm going to say that was lower.
Cam?
Lower.
Risotto?
I don't know how old the papacy is. Lower.
Guys, it's higher. We're not talking about Innocentius III. We're talking about Innocentius II. 896 years ago.
Sorry.
Innocentius.
And strategically, you should have gone opposite there, Risotto, because...
Not if it was the wrong thing, then he would have lost automatically.
You're right.
Don't shame him.
No shame.
Okay?
I'm doing what I think is the answer.
You're doing great back there, little buckaroo.
He's trying his best.
It's a defensive struggle with 1 to go.
It's just like Matt Chapman. He's trying. He's trying to get a hit.
You guys are the Hector Borg of higher or lower right now. More misses than hits.
Hey, if I get this right, I win.
Well, for this one, because it's a 1-point game, we will write down our answers.
That's too bad.
We will write down the answer. It'll either be higher or lower, and then we will reveal. This is the final item, higher or lower than 893. Gentlemen, get your pens or pencils or crayons ready. Higher or lower than 893. Career regular season catches for Mike Evans. The contestants will write down higher or lower, and this could decide it. If not, we will go to overtime. Let me know, gentlemen, when you have your higher or your lower written down.
I'm ready. I've pushed it into the slot.
We will start with Risotto, who is tied for second. What did you say there, Steven?
I said 930.
The answer is either higher or lower.
You did an overtime thing. That's overtime, Pasta.
I repeated myself repeatedly.
That's if we go to overtime. You
I'm
have to catch
assuming you
me.
think it's higher than 8.
Yeah.
You think it's higher than 893?
Well, if you have 3 strikes and then 33 perfect games bowling, then I think it's lower.
In Cosentius. Okay?
Well, actually, it's higher, because my number is higher.
Higher,
Okay.
he said higher.
Cam?
Higher.
Mark Willard?
I think I just won because I said higher.
You're all wrong.
Good, I still win.
Mark Willard, ladies and gentlemen, is your higher or lower champion. The answer is lower, 862.
Doesn't matter.
And the tiebreaker was how many receivers or how many people have more catches in their career than Mike Evans.
Oh.
930 is not correct. That's so great.
How many people, how many receivers?
Where does he rank on the all-time catch list?
Got it. How many people have more catches than Mike Evans?
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
I'll just put down. I'm going to go with the number 11.
Okay. Any thoughts back there?
20.
Cam?
I'll go with 10.
30 is the answer. Mike Evans is 31st.
Pasta wins the tiebreaker that he wasn't in.
Yeah, and boy, that was a bloodbath.
It was a little bit of a rock fight.
And I'll reflect on my my really obtuse bowling item. I could see that it didn't really land with the majority.
I think there was something about it where our brains went to something that you didn't say. But there, for my mind, the whole time was stuck on these are perfect games.
Right. My mind went to 900.
Right.
Yeah.
300.
That's why I emphasized when you start with only 33 strikes.
I know, but
and if you're a bowling aficionado, you understand that a perfect game is 12 strikes.
Right.
There's 10 frames, but you need 12 strikes.
Will you read the whole thing again, just so we can see where our brains
highest possible cumulative 3-game score in bowling when you start with only 33 strikes.
The minute you went to highest possible score, my brain went to perfect game. But even though you didn't use the phrase perfect game.
Not even once.
I know. I get why everybody's brains got scrambled, but I get why what you said wasn't incorrect also.
Right, because when you start with only 33 strikes, it's 12 perfect game, 9 strikes, and then after the 9 strikes, the best you can do is 9 spare strike.
Dibs.
9 spare strike.
It's a championship. I really don't care how it happened. It's kind of like if Kawhi and Kyrie and Kevin Love all get hurt, but you still win the title. You still win the title. Suck it, Grandy.
Or
I hope you're listening, Grandy.
Or if KD and Clay both get hurt.
Please, get away from me.
I didn't want to do that one.
But, I mean, that's more apropos.
So is this my 10th win?
This is title number 10.
How many does Grandy have?
He has 11.
11. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
No edition next Friday, unless you want me to phone it in from the beach.
I think we already discussed that we would like you to call us drunk and host the show.
Higher than lower than 0.22, which is my BAC.
I want you to use the word inconsentious while inebriated.
Higher or lower the amount of beers I have in my room right now.
Totally right. And it's innocentius.
Whatever, dude.
It's Latin for innocent. And turns out he wasn't that innocent.
How was his election controversial, though?
They didn't have the full, and I'm glad you asked me that. They didn't have the full conclave that they normally do. There were some bishops that were not in the room, and they all were advocating for another guy, but they just pushed this thing through. Innocentius got the gig, And the other bishops were kind of pissed off.
How much reading do you do for this?
I figured maybe he was like married or something.
Like you could find anything that's near the number 893.
Right.
And you started reading about inconsentius.
So,
like, what? Do you need more things to do during the day? Like, what is happening over there?
A couple of my go-tos are, one is population. So you just Google, like, it's a population sensation. So you just Google, like, 2020 Census California city populations, and you scroll down to one that's close.
That's fine.
You find Point Reyes, and you go, boom.
That's
Perfect.
fine.
And
How'd you end up in this controversial inconsentius thing?
World events from 900 years ago.
Like, hello.
But how do you get to, like, it having to do with the number 893?
Because you find something like world events from 900 years ago.
Okay.
The Jingkang incident in China in 1126. Okay, we're going to stay away from the Jingkang incident. I don't know enough about that. So you start to scroll through years.
You didn't know enough about this either, but you read about it.
And I know now. Innocentius the second, not the third, not the first. So you scroll through years until you find one that you think is not only clever, but educational as well. So you land on Innocentius II.
No wonder Supper wants you to help out more with the kid. Like, are you in the other room doing this?
That one was this morning. Kids at school.
Okay.
And
you just did that this morning?
Most of it was done, but I was missing one item.
And that was the one that you found? That was the last one?
Yeah.
Like when you need a quickie, you ended up with Incentius?
The second. Yeah. I mean,
I thought the quickie was the bowling one.
Right.
No, that I love that one. It's a math one.
The quickie is like Pearsall's numbers. Ricky Pearsall.
Boom.
What's he got?
I tried to do like 7 of them that are easy. Like you could actually, think about it. Like Ricky Pearsall's career yardage, easy. It's close. Boom. You slap it in there. Then you go to the NBA coaches register and you think, who's either won or lost that close to games? Oh, Doc Rivers. Boom. We'll slap that one in there. Easy. And you start to pick your way through.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Caitlin Clark is in the news, so we looked at that one. Boom. It's easy. Novak Djokovic, he's done a ton of things.
I'm impressed.
Boom.
I'm impressed. How long does it take you to put one of these together?
Maybe,
for real?
Probably 45 minutes, half hour. But
man,
the hardest part is to come up with a theme.
That's a lot of the day.
It's usually
like
over the course of a week, The hardest part is thinking of a theme that is timely. So once I realized, like, Ricky Henderson, let's do Ricky. I love Ricky.
This is when people come up to you in the street and they'll be like, my friend or my husband, oh my gosh, you have his dream job. Like, all you have to do is just walk in there and talk about sports. Do y'all hear the preparation? The grind.
You know what that is, right?
The absolute deep level grind that goes into this.
We grind. And
it's impressive.
It was
proud of you.
Thank you. Anacletus II, by the way, was the popular choice for Pope, but
he didn't win?
No,
So
because
what happened to him next?
These 6 cardinals snuck in and they said, you know what? Innocentius II, that's our guy. Anacletus II was pissed.
Sneaky Cardinals.
Yep.
Like Willie McGee.
Sneaky Cardinals.
I want you to think about that.
Pretty good.
Right?
Anyway,
Vince
congratulations,
Coleman.
Willard.
All right, thank you.
Yep, you got it.
Sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Ford's American Value for American Values employee pricing event is happening now at Ceremony Ford. Get employee pricing for all on most new 2025 and 2026 Fords in stock. Right off 280, Colma, Daly City, or 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer. It's Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. Some think that I'm somewhat Innocentius, but right now I'm not talking about the Pope. I'm talking about the bank, and it's Fremont Bank. And I want to highlight what they do in the community because they support so many great businesses like Aqua Adventure Water Park in Fremont. It's open for the season. It's packed with family favorites. They got a 4-story water slide. They got a lazy river and a splash pad. And it's made possible in part by the Fremont Bank Foundation. You could jump into summer at Aqua Adventure Water Park in Fremont because they've got so many great things there, and part of it was made possible by their relationship with Fremont Bank. Just another example of how good Fremont Bank is in the community. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, it gets reinvested into places like the Aqua Adventure Water Park in Fremont and home ownership and businesses and philanthropy and so many other great examples of how Fremont Bank is working in the community and doing so well. So when you're out there at a water park or another place, you may not know it, but Fremont Bank is a big part of your experience. It's Fremont Bank putting the community in community banking.
What's for dinner? Good question. Great answer? Safeway roasted chicken. Choose from hot, ready-to-eat rotisserie favorites like traditional lemon pepper or savory rosemary and garlic. Fully cooked, fresh prepared, and ready to serve the moment you get home. Make it the center of dinner with a salad, sides, tacos, sandwiches, or just carve it up and let everyone dig in. So when the day gets busy and dinner sneaks up on you, Safeway makes it easy. Stop by Safeway tonight for a hot roasted chicken. Safeway, dinner solved right on your way home.
Wow, what is all this? These screens, the food.
All for the game, bro.
Let us pitch in.
No need. I'm saving $1,000 bundling my wireless and internet with T-Mobile. I've got it all covered.
Goal!
Here to score big with T-Mobile. Families save up to $1,000 a year when they bundle 5G home internet with 4 phone lines on Experience Beyond. Compared to regular rates after third line free on Experience Beyond plan with internet bundle discount via monthly bill credits and auto-pay discount. Credit stop if you cancel or change plans.
Internet work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit BoxerLaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
Be sure to tune into the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game following every Golden State Valkyries game when Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky highlight the teamwork play of the game from the night before. Brought to you by El Camino Health, where togethering heals.
All right, first bite of the ranch snack wrap. Oh, wow, that's really good. Juicy chicken, crisp lettuce, shredded cheese, Cool Ranch, all wrapped up in a soft tortilla. Yeah, next time I'm definitely trying the spicy one. McDonald's snack wrap, ranch or spicy. Order ahead in the app, $2.99 each. Looks like I've got plans for tomorrow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just
driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
There goes the two boys, the two great boys of the Bay Area, the best sports show on town.
On 95.7 The Game.
Prediction next week, and I know you'll be oot and a boot.
Gone.
But
Thank God, no Dibs.
yeah, the Discord. That was actually pretty.
No, we had that.
Yeah. Oh, yes, you did. Whoever's doing shows on 95.7 The Game next week, because I think Guru misses Monday too, doesn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. But all of us who are bouncing around here at 95.7 The Game will be utilizing the conversation that we had earlier today with Dan O'Dowd, because he had a lot to say that wasn't just interesting, but I think it has sustainability to it. Umbrella conversations, Vitello, Posey, Devers, Bryce Eldridge. And one thing we haven't talked about yet that I really took from that conversation, it was kinder to Tony Vitello than it was to Buster Posey.
For sure, as it should be,
yeah.
I think. Because, and the point that he made that really kind of struck me, and I don't know why I haven't thought of it before, but it was Buster new at the gig, and Zach Manassian, I don't think he's been a GM before. He's been in baseball. Correct me if I'm wrong. And
That's
then
correct.
Tony Vitello also new, and if you look at Vitello's staff, a lot of them are also new, and so you got a bunch of freshies.
So, and you may be saying, who's Dan O'Dowd? Dan O'Dowd, longtime GM of the Colorado Rockies. Now does a lot of work in baseball media and is really good. Here is the comment to which Dibs is referring with regard to Buster Posey being inexperienced and then who he stuck next to him.
Even with Buster's background and as great a player he was, this is a learning curve for this role. And sitting on the seat as a board member and looking at the thing from 30,000 feet, I'm sure that he felt like he had answers to the test. It's just different when you actually are the one taking the test. I will say I was surprised, and I don't know Zach at all, his GM, but I think that I would have hired a very experienced GM in the game. Right? I'm not saying me. I'm just saying someone who had my level of experience, though, to come in and be his right-hand person. Because when you put two people in that role that haven't sailed the boat before, it just exasperates the learning curve that you're under, even though if you may have a great relationship. And sometimes it's not always great to have a great relationship. Sometimes it's good for someone to see something that you can't see and is not afraid to tell you that.
Pretty interesting comment, and I think a fair one. I know a lot of people in this market are like, we got Dusty Baker and Boch. It's like that's not what they're doing. They're not right. They're not there every day. They're not being the GM. They're not being the manager. They're consultants. And by the way, they don't want to overly stick their nose into this business. They want to answer when called upon, but they don't want to stick their nose into this on the daily basis. That's what Zach Manassian does. But yeah, he's an experienced guy, but not an experienced GM. And so the Giants have, let's just call it what it is. They've put inexperience all over the place right now.
No doubt.
And you can see it.
Yeah, and you can see it in some ways. And, I like what you said earlier about Buster, like right or wrong with his moves. He is decisive. Yep. He's not just going to sit back and, let this thing play out. If he sees something he doesn't like, if it's Patrick Bailey and he's not hitting enough, or maybe he's not, receiving the ball the way he should, and he's trying to frame too much, and there's too many pass balls, and he's calling too many of the same pitches, whatever it is, Buster is decisive. And same thing with, Hector Borg at third. I don't know if it was Buster or Zach Manassian or Vitello or all of them, but it's not working. Let's make a move.
And then this is what Dan O'Dowd said about Tony Vitello and the job he's doing.
I like Tony. I worked with him on the draft. I think the one thing I really did, I had respect for Tony's ability to evaluate players. I thought in watching college baseball the way I do, I thought he had a really keen eye on younger players in particular, and he recognized hitters exceptionally well. I just think you can't evaluate him with the roster construction. I mean, when I've never been around a manager that's good when your team just doesn't hit. It's a helpless feeling as a manager when your star players just don't hit. There's nothing he can do. Like, he can try to get him to relax and stay within himself and try to create a fun atmosphere, but there's nothing fun about the game of baseball when you're losing games. Trust me. It's miserable, and it's just really hard to go through. I got to imagine for a first-year manager, it's even more challenging to go through that, but I just don't think you can evaluate Tony on this shortest sample size with the roster construction. I think if you wanted to ask Tony any question, would be, why did you take the job to begin with knowing how the roster construction was?
Ooh. Mm-hmm. I love everything he's saying there. I agree. It's way too early to get hot and bothered about Tony Vitello. Way too early to have any sweeping judgments about it. But then he sticks that question in there in the end, which is, why did you even take this gig? You know, looking at the roster the way that it is. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we could all have a debate about how the roster actually did look at the beginning of the year. They've got good players. They should be playing better. You couldn't have predicted that. I think you could have had a fair prediction that the pitching staff looked a little shaky.
A little thin.
Coming out of the gate.
No doubt, but you looked at the middle of your order and you looked at Chapman and Adames and Devers and what they've done throughout their career, and you thought, okay, this could be rock solid, and Luis Arraez has been exactly what you thought he would be, and maybe even a little bit more. So you had that, and Elliot Ramos, a good hitter. And so you looked at your lineup and you at least thought, I've got 5 good hitters right there with some maybes up and down the rest of it. So you can feel good about that.
I wonder if Tony, who loved his job and it was a good job, but I do wonder, even at his age, when that's what you do for a living, and the Giants job is offered to you, are you thinking to yourself, I probably should take this, because if I don't, is it ever going to be offered again? Like, am I ever going to have this opportunity again? And maybe he would have, you know what I mean? He's got a lot of career left, but I don't know. I don't know what the whole baseball world thinks of that situation, and if you could bank on it coming knocking at your door again, especially if you say no. You say